Welcome back to the #1 spot for the spiciest manhwa recaps. Drop a comment, smash that like button, and subscribe to join the rebellion. Picture this. The morning sun creeps over the eastern horizon. A blazing red glow paints the sky, kicking off a brand new, magnificent day. A single, stray beam of sunlight slices through the cracks of a primitive roof, landing right on a guy sprawled out on the floor. The air smells like fresh morning dew and sweet wild grass. Honestly, if this was a weekend getaway, it would be a top-tier camping spot. Even if it were some rundown farming village, you could still call it a rustic, peaceful retreat. But plot twist, this is the absolute hardcore Stone Age, and our guy just wants to scream at the sky, "Ancestors, give me a freaking break." It has been exactly 3 days since William crash-landed in this primal hellscape, and for 3 solid days, he has been playing dead like an absolute pro. The original owner of this body? Yeah, his soul already checked out. Or wait, maybe it swapped places with our main character, which means that uncultured caveman is probably living William's dream life. Our boy had just paid off his mortgage, bought a sick new ride, dumped his toxic ex, and scored a massive promotion. 4 epic life wins! But before he could even pop the champagne, boom, he gets tossed into this prehistoric wasteland. William is literally praying right now, if that caveman really took over my modern life. Please bro, just treat my new car right. I just registered that baby. She is my gorgeous new little wife. William refuses to roll over. He refuses to even look at a single blade of grass. He is straight up delusional at this point. He keeps thinking, if I just hold my breath and ignore this prehistoric oxygen, maybe I will magically respawn on my memory foam mattress. Will, my boy, come out and eat some meat. The raspy, shaky voice of the old village chief echoes outside the hut. Twice a day, every single day. It is like a cursed alarm clock. Why are they even feeding him? Isn't this the savage Stone Age? Shouldn't they just abandon the weak? Just let him be a beautifully tragic, starving boy in peace? But nope, the old chief's stubborn voice keeps hammering against his eardrums. Outside, trembling hands pick up a leaf holding yesterday's untouched meat. The chief swaps it for a fresh piece, letting out a heavy, heartbreaking sigh. His heart aches for the wasted food, but it aches even more for this pathetic kid. This tribe is starving. They cannot afford dead weight. It has been 3 whole days. If William does not get his lazy butt up and work, the tribe will toss him into the great cave to rot. The chief himself is frail, walking on his last legs. He cannot protect the boy much longer. Even though William's father died saving the chief's life, the old man's time is also running out. The great cave is calling his name too. It is just a matter of time. Chief, is that useless brat still refusing to eat? Is he even breathing? Why does he get free meat for sleeping all day? The meat is going bad. Stop wasting our food. Just throw his lazy carcass into the great cave and be done with it. The angry mob outside buzzes like a swarm of annoying mosquitoes. Annoyed and defeated, William finally cracks an eye open. Suddenly, a primal horn blasts through the camp. The tribal hunters line up, muscles flexing. The old chief steps up, tossing 3 stones high into the air. As they hit the dirt, he grabs a massive feather, carving a mystical circle around the fallen rocks. The spirits have spoken. Our prey lies in that direction. The chief points his trembling finger, chanting praises to their savage gods. The chanting grows louder, faster, more aggressive. The hunters catch the hype. They raise their stone weapons, roaring like beasts before sprinting into the wild. Only when the dust settles does the old chief drop the feather, panting hard. Then, he turns back toward the hut. William rolls his eyes so hard he sees his brain. He violently squeezes his eyes shut, faking sleep. Will, eat up. Once you finish, it is time to go to the great cave. Wait, what? Reality crashes down. The chief cannot protect him anymore. 3 days of playing dead has pushed the tribe to the breaking point. William is screaming internally. Bro, just give me a few more days. I am literally about to starve to death. Then my soul can go back to my memory foam bed. The chief's bony, calloused hand gently strokes William's dry, tangled hair. Be a good boy. If you can chew, force it down, because from now on, you only have yourself to rely on. William's heart drops into his stomach. Is there actually something worse than being teleported to the Stone Age? Yes, there is. Being dumped into the great cave. The original owner's childhood memories flash before his eyes. He wandered near that cave once. The stench alone was like a literal cannibalistic hell on earth. The only reason they were not eating each other yet, the people thrown in there were too old and stringy to chew. It was a nightmare. It is the ultimate one-way ticket. Once you enter the great cave, you never come back out alive. Just remembering that rotting smell flips a switch inside him. William realizes he is a modern man of culture and ambition. He refuses to die in a trash pit. It is time to get up. Fight back. At the very least, he needs to survive and flex on these cavemen for a few more years. He struggles to move. But after 3 days of starving and being deathly sick, his willpower is completely detached from his body. His limbs flop around like useless noodles drying in the sun. Yes, that is it, my boy. Fight it. Just stand up. Seeing him twitch, the old chief bursts into tears of joy. This kid had survived so many harsh winters by his side. Seeing him this close to death's door was breaking the old man's heart. But before I could even celebrate, boom, face planted right into the dirt. Total epic fail. Are you kidding me, universe? Is this how my story ends? I screamed internally. Okay, look, I am sorry for being a dramatic mess for the past 3 days. Just give me one more shot at life. I swear I will not waste it. I will lick the bone clean. I will bulk up this pathetic noodle-like body. Seriously, 0 complaints from now on. I promise. But then, reality hit. I let out a massive sigh. You know what? Never mind. Grim Reaper, just take me now. I am officially done with this garbage server. But, as if hearing my pathetic final prayers, the crazy old village chief suddenly shoved a chunk of meat right up to my face. It brushed my lips. Pride? Dignity? Tossed them right out the window. I unhinged my jaw and inhaled that thing like a starving beast. Holy plot twist. The heavens actually took pity on me. I had been reincarnated into a timeline where they actually figured out how to cook meat. Sure, it looked like a literal lump of coal, rock hard and completely unseasoned. But my starvation mode brain? It was hallucinating 5-star gourmet barbecue skewers. Toss a little cumin on this bad boy, sprinkle some chili powder, crack open an ice-cold energy drink, and boom, absolute perfection. Picture this, a drafty, beat-up grass hut. Me, looking like a skeleton, aggressively gnawing on mystery meat, chilling like I am at a tropical resort. Finally, letting out a breath, I collapsed back onto the itchy straw, rested my eyes for a second. The calories finally kicked in, giving me just enough juice to push myself up from the dirt. For the very first time since I woke up in this nightmare, I actually sat up and took a good look at my new reality. The sun outside was absolutely blinding, scorching hot like a desert at high noon, heat waves rippling off the cracked earth, and my host body's crib, total disaster zone. We are talking 3 sad sticks barely holding up some crispy straw, and the premium flooring, a couple of dead leaves scattered in the dirt. This was his entire net worth. Back in my world, I had a sweet apartment over 100 square meters. My old balcony was literally bigger than this trash heap. I squeezed my eyes shut. Maybe I should just rage quit this life, I muttered. The underworld has to have better Wi-Fi than this. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Will, are you finally awake? The creepy old chief hobbled over. He disappeared for a second and came back clutching a handful of gross black ash. You should have been up hours ago, boy! The great spirits have declared your recovery. This is their divine blessing. Smear it on. Without even waiting for an answer, the old dude jammed his bony fingers right into my face. His calloused hands felt like literal sandpaper grinding against my skin. It was like a medieval torture device. He kept chanting some weird voodoo blessings, only stopping right before I completely lost my mind. Hunched over like a gargoyle in that claustrophobic little shack, the old man did a bizarre little dance. He hoisted up his crusty wooden staff, his symbol of absolute power, and aggressively waved it over my head like a magic wand. Good boy, he cackled. May the spirits grant you strength. Now, get your lazy butt up and go to work. Wait. Pause. Work? Did he just say work? I immediately flopped backward, playing dead, staring blankly at the straw roof. But the old man just snorted and waddled away, leaving me 0 choice but to shamble after him like a depressed zombie. Oh, believe me, every fiber of my modern, rebellious soul wanted to strike and form a union. But then I remembered the golden rule of this primitive hellscape. No work, no meat for dinner. A shiver ran down my spine. If I starved, I would lose my strength, and they would toss my useless body into the beast pit. Game over. Permadeath. And with my current noodle arms and 0 stamina, I would not last a single second down there. So, throwing all my cool guy dignity into the dirt, I pathetically dragged my feet, following the chief straight toward the tribe's gathering of women. Look who finally woke up. It is Will. Hurry up, slacker. You have been hoarding the tribe's meat rations for 3 days straight. As soon as I stepped into the clearing, my jaw dropped. It was a visual shockwave, a massive, chaotic sea of extremely shiny, pitch-black muscle everywhere. Dark, sweaty, intimidating. Those 3 words flashed in my brain like a neon sign. These tribal women were absolutely ripped, their dark skin practically glowing with intense labor sweat. The blazing sun hit their shoulders, making them shine like freshly polished military combat boots. Add those crazy top-knot hairstyles they were rocking, and they looked like walking advertisements for premium shoe polish. The ridiculous thought made a snort escape my lips. Oh snap! Lee the slacker will just smiled at you. You should totally claim him as your mate. I heard a rumor he might actually be in the running to become the next village chief. A girl giggled loudly. It was a scrawny kid, maybe 11 or 12 years old, gossiping like a high schooler to an older teenager. The teen was casually holding a massive monster bone, aggressively scraping off the meat. "Hard pass," the teen shot back coldly. She did not even bother to look up. Swish, slash. Her stone knife moved like lightning, stripping that bone absolutely bare in 2 seconds flat. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My scalp tingled with pure dread. Watching her psycho killer knife skills, I felt like she was plotting to carve the flesh right off my own bones. Nope. Abort mission. I am not messing with that savage. I quickly averted my gaze, desperately searching for safety among the older tribal women. Let me be brutally honest here. Trying to find a safe, non-traumatizing place to rest my eyes in this crowd, it was like dodging bullets in the Matrix. Their hardcore primitive body art was way too intense for my delicate modern soul. As an ex-real estate agent, this wild jungle aesthetic was completely crushing my mental health. That is right, people. I started washing dishes at 15, hustled in the big city for 15 brutal years. I finally clawed my way to the top, got the car, got the apartment, and became a top-tier property manager. Okay, sure, my corporate title sounded way fancier on my business cards. Senior housing consultant. I always bragged that with my silver tongue, I could survive an isekai drop into any historical era. I thought my max-level charisma stats would let me con my way into the royal courts or scam some wealthy merchants. I was ready to be a mastermind. But in this cursed server, I literally wanted to scream at the sky and laugh like a maniac. What was my grand master plan here? Selling luxury mud hut upgrades to prehistoric cavemen? Is my brain waterlogged? Get over here, Will, and deal with this mountain of flesh. The clan chief shoved his shoulder, pointing at a massive boulder stacked with at least 50 pounds of raw meat. William raised this body's pathetic, twig-like arm, realizing his entire being probably weighed about the same as that meat pile. "Is the universe seriously trying to delete me?" he groaned. Left with zero choices, he crouched down, awkwardly gripping a jagged rock to butcher his new reality. He squeezed his eyes shut, desperately digging for any leftover brain cells from the original owner. Tragically, the guy's entire life was just eating, and a final, freezing memory right before he kicked the bucket. The previous owner literally died of a common cold. He got spooked by a wild hyena, sweated bullets in sheer panic, and blindly jumped into a freezing lake. And just like that, he logged out of this miserable server forever. Meanwhile, William had been snoozing peacefully in his beloved sports car, only to wake up as a homeless teen in the literal Stone Age. Was there even a log-out button? Did he need to catch another epic cold just to respawn back home? Gripping the crude stone blade, William hacked away. His mind went totally blank, turning him into a soulless, meat-chopping machine. He scraped the bones semi-clean, tossing the scraps onto the giant rock to sun-dry. "Will, what the heck are you doing?" "You did not even clean that meat properly," barked the scrawny girl from earlier, glaring at him with eyes sharp enough to slice stone. "Hey, it does not need to be perfectly spotless," William muttered, his lazy teenage soul exposed, feeling super awkward after getting called out. "Excuse me, the hunting party spilled blood for this food. How dare you waste it?" She flipped her stone dagger and marched straight toward him like a boss monster. Swish, swish! The crude blade flashed inches from his nose, nearly shaving his cheek. William scrambled backward, practically tripping over himself. "Whoa, chill. We can boil that bone for soup. It is not a waste." The fierce little girl froze, blinking her massive eyes at him. "Wait, what on earth is soup?" Facepalm, William smacked his own forehead, totally forgetting that in this barbaric wasteland, the culinary arts had not even dropped their first patch update. These cave dwellers thought fire-roasted meat was peak human evolution. Who dared to dream of soup? They probably did not even have the tech tree unlocked for a basic cooking pot. Glancing at her primitive stone tool, he figured this was just the early Stone Age tutorial zone. Soup is just another way to level up your meals. "If I survive this, I will cook some for you to try." William flashed a charming smile, picked up the bone, and started scraping it like a good little NPC. "Nah, get back here." Lee's voice cut through the air like ice, calling the girl back without even throwing a glance in William's direction. "Stay away from that loser." She turned her back, aggressively slicing her own portion of meat with absolute savage precision. In a brutal world where a full stomach was a luxury, slackers were absolute trash tier. "Lee, Will is acting so weird today. He talked about this soup thing and offered to make me some." Nya scurried back, whispering loudly, "What even is a soup?" Lee frowned, shooting William a suspicious side-eye. Sure, he was slow, but that pathetic, lazy aura of his was totally gone. It is probably just food, right? But what if the chief taught him a secret recipe? Wait, is he trying to court me with this soup? No way. I already promised blue hair. When the spring mating season drops, we are totally starting a family. Nya rambled on, completely conflicted. If she rejected William, would she be locked out of the soup questline forever? but she had already eaten Blue Hair's meat rations, so she was basically locked into his route. You want to pair up with Blue Hair? He is super scrawny. Can he even handle giving you kids? Lee asked, totally dropping a reality check. As if. Blue Hair is totally jacked, at least way buffer than Will, Nya scoffed proudly. Hearing this utter disrespect, William's hand slipped. Smack! The stone blade whacked his own fingers. Thank God the edge was dull and his stats were garbage, so it did not even draw blood. Look, kiddo, do not flatter yourself. I have zero interest in an unsprouted beanstalk like you. And let us not discuss my specs, alright? William kept a totally deadpan poker face, staring at these two delusional little brats, wishing he could just fast travel out of this nightmare. Barely 12 years old, and they were already spitting wild, uncensored romance dialogue. But still, they were completely obsessed with the local alpha male. I am going to be Strong Bear's mate, Lee suddenly whispered, her eyes turning all starry as she gazed at the sunset. Just imagining the absolute unit who could one-shot a dire bear made her blush like crazy. The hunters will be back any second. Wrap it up, the older woman barked, throwing her hands into overdrive. Her meat-scraping speed literally left after-images in the air. William's jaw dropped. Holy mother of God. The women in this era are all hidden boss-level fighters. He gritted his teeth, his noodle arms burning as he forced himself to grind for another 2 hours. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, pulling the last golden threads of daylight with it. The tribe spread the processed meat across the scorching boulders. The stone radiated heat like a literal furnace, and the meat instantly began to sizzle and shrink. The prep squad gathered around, igniting the roaring campfires for the evening feast. But the hunting party? Total radio silence. Everyone stared into the creeping darkness. This is super weird. Why are they so late? Did they get wiped out? Did something go wrong? Shut up! That is impossible! Strong Bear is invincible! Nothing can touch him! Lee screamed at the gossiper, her eyes immediately welling up with furious tears. Watching this tough little girl completely break down, William could only shake his head and sigh at the drama. Welcome to a world where a human life is worth literally nothing. Honestly, just breathing and catching a single meal is the ultimate, impossible luxury. Romance? Yeah, right. Try eating that for dinner. The sun blazes like crazy, but blink, and it drops like a rock. Before anyone can even say twilight, boom, the sky goes pitch black. Zero warning, zero prep time. In the dead center of the dirt plaza, a massive bonfire roars to life. The entire tribe huddles around the flames like a giant, miserable drum circle. The old chief steps up to pass out the meat. And get this, it is actually cooked. Peak civilization right there, folks. Honestly, that tiny spark of civilization, it is the only thing keeping the main character, William, from totally losing his mind in this prehistoric dump. He sneaks a peek. The chief slaps the roast onto a rock, hacks it up with a sharper rock, wraps it in leaves, and hands it out. Bust your back working all day? You score a bigger slice. That is the entire dinner menu. This morning, he got a piece the size of his pinky finger. The last few days, basically starved, and before he took over this body, the original owner ate things that make William want to throw up just thinking about it. Now, staring at a hand-sized chunk of meat, he lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Are you kidding me? This is supposed to fill me up? It would barely get stuck in his teeth. Meanwhile, the rest of the tribe acts like they won the lottery. They raise the meat to their foreheads, chanting with shaky voices like it is a divine gift from the gods. Yeah, well, William is built different. He chucks the meat straight into his mouth, chewing aggressively. He planned to just eat and crash, but that pathetic pinky-sized ration earlier, it is seriously weighing on his mind. Maybe he needs to act like every other Isekai hero out there. At least throw one epic rebellion. First, secure a decent meal, then figure out how to get back home. Chief, the hunting party is definitely not coming back tonight, right? Someone blurts out right after licking their fingers clean. It is totally pitch black now, just a creepy full moon and the flickering bonfire keeping the shadows away. The chief squints at the camp entrance, dead silent. He gives a slow nod. Looks like they are camping out. Everyone, hit the hay. The hunters missing in action? That means zero bonus meat tonight. Dinner was officially that one pathetic scrap. The tribe does not even blink. They just go to sleep immediately to save precious calories. Chief, do you think something bad happened to them? A nervous voice breaks the silence. They are literally our only hope. If they go down, we all starve to death. Nonsense. Calm down, everyone. The chief grips his wooden staff, forcing himself to stand tall. Sometimes they just track prey too far. Spending a night in the wild is totally normal. Sure, it is dangerous, but there is safety in numbers. Tomorrow, the whole tribe goes foraging. Now get some sleep. He turns his back, trudging toward his crappy grass hut, but William spots the chief's hand shaking like a leaf. A chill runs down his spine. Please let them be okay. He has not even decided if he wants to play the hero yet. Do not let my only food source get wiped out. Strong Bear will be fine. Lee clenches her fists, glaring at the fire with total teen drama. She is so painfully naive. Pure, innocent puppy love. But seriously? Romance and daydreams do not stand a chance against a solid piece of survival rations. Rubbing his totally flat stomach, William drags his feet back to his own grass hut. He flops onto a bed of weeds, barely thicker than a cheap yoga mat. He laughs bitterly. Hey, by modern real estate standards, this drafty shack probably makes him upper middle class around here. Sure, the wind howls through all four walls, but at least it has a roof. Welcome to the Fire Tribe, a tiny settlement of just over 30 people. 19 of them are young guys. Add up the women and 2 tweens around 11 or 12, and you get exactly 7 girls. The rest, the chief, 2 toddlers, and him, the sick, the old, and the broken. Once you cannot work, they chuck you in the big cave to literally wait for death. The last guy to take that one-way trip was over a year ago. So, the dead-weight ratio is not too terrible. Pretty stable for a primitive squad. But they are so incredibly small, they do not even have a real shaman. The chief just fakes it on the side. Oh crap, did not that old fraud smear ash all over my face this morning, drawing those weird squiggly symbols? Gross! William frantically scrubs his face, but in this pitch-black darkness, he cannot even tell if his hands are dirty. Wait, he has not showered in 3 days. Why does he even care about being clean? Just thinking about his hygiene makes his stomach do aggressive backflips. If I have to rot in this bed for 3 more days, just shoot me straight into outer space. It has to be cozier than this literal hellhole. But then, rustle, crunch, rustle. Footsteps echo outside his tent. In the dead silence, it is absolutely terrifying. Before he can even process the dread, pure chaos erupts. They are back. The hunters are back. Chief, hurry. They are severely injured. Easy. Watch his wounds. Chief, you have to save Strong Bear. Oh my God, there is so much blood. Hurry. William freezes in shock. The hunters actually made it back. He bolts upright, straining his ears. Panicked screams tear through the camp as everyone scrambles out of their huts and sprints toward the plaza. The old chief stumbles forward on his staff, his usual cool, calm vibe completely shattered, and for good reason. The absolute strongest, most vital warriors of the tribe are completely wrecked. Their entire food supply is in critical danger. The real nightmare of starvation has officially begun. Damn it, I am stuck in this primitive tribe too. If we lose our top hunters, I will be starving every single night. That terrifying thought hit William like a freight train. He absolutely could not just sit around anymore, and immediately sprinted toward the village square. The hunting party had finally returned, but they looked absolutely pulverized. Despite being battered and coated in grime, their bulging muscles and ferocious aura still sent epic shivers down William's spine. These guys were true wilderness warriors. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching sob shattered the silence. Chief, Longhair and Grassroot did not make it. Out of the 5 men carried back, 2 were already stiff as boards. Their life force had long faded away. As for the remaining 3, one was missing half his freaking arm, his mangled stump hastily wrapped in mere leaves. Another had a completely shattered leg, his ankle twisted at a stomach-churning angle. And then there was the towering giant. His stomach had been slashed wide open, leaving his insides terrifyingly exposed. Blood was still pouring out relentlessly. Chief, is Strong Bear going to make it? Lee tried frantically to push through the desperate crowd. But all she heard was the chief's heavy, defeated sigh. Panic consumed her heart like wildfire. Yet nobody uttered a single word. The entire tribe just stood frozen, staring blankly at the fallen legends. Absolute despair washed over their faces. One by one, they dropped to their knees, bowing in pure agony around the broken men. Then came the heart-wrenching wails. Ah! A chorus of pure tragedy shattered the night. The raw, unforgiving wilderness sky echoed with their screams, as if pouring out their very souls. They were not just mourning the dead. They were weeping for their own grim reality, a fast-approaching future of endless starvation. Think about it. Even with 19 able-bodied hunters, the tribe was barely surviving. Now, having lost their absolute strongest fighters, their cruel fate was basically sealed. These primitive folks might not know basic math, but they understood one brutal truth. Fewer hunters meant way less food. Starvation would swallow them whole, and the Grim Reaper was knocking at their door. Their guttural screams were completely deafening, yet they sent an icy chill straight to the bone. William felt his own vision blurring with tears. He had absolutely no idea how to comfort them. In this devastating moment, any modern words would be utterly useless. This was the ultimate nightmare of the primitive era. No doctors, no modern medicine. Even a tiny scratch meant leaving your life up to the heavens. But wait, should I actually step up and try something crazy? Sure, I have never performed surgery before, but with my modern big brain knowledge, could I not at least pull off a miracle here? There is nothing we can do. It is the will of the gods. Let us go, child. The chief dropped his stone in absolute defeat, turning his back on the horrific scene. Strong Bear! Lee finally broke down completely, screaming his name through gut-wrenching sobs. Her agonizing wails pierced the dead of night, making William's head spin wildly. Women in this primitive era, even their grief had a terrifyingly raw, savage edge that gave him massive goosebumps. In this pitch-black wilderness, her despairing cries were honestly way creepier than the shrieks of a demonic night owl. Rubbing the chill from his arms, he boldly stepped closer, locking his eyes on the horrific gash across Strong Bear's stomach. At first glance, it was straight out of a horror movie, flesh and blood everywhere. But analyzing it closely, the vital organs actually looked perfectly intact, and the bleeding had already started to slow down. If I can bandage this guy up right now, cheating death might actually be possible. The other two had stopped bleeding as well, making severe infection the only real enemy. Surprisingly, the guy with the shattered leg had it the easiest. Snap the bone back into place, splint it tight, and he would be walking in 3 months. But wait, in this savage era, 3 months without hunting was a massive death sentence. No tribe on Earth would waste precious food on a crippled guy just lying around. These primitives had zero clue about basic first aid. Well, if I want to keep my own stomach full in the future. William's eyes flashed with fierce rebellion. It was time to play doctor. He cleared his throat and crouched down like an absolute boss. Pointing straight at the desperately sobbing Big Dog and Lee, he smirked. Hey, you two, do you actually want to save their lives? Boom. It was like someone hit the mute button. Both of them instantly froze, their eyes bulging out of their tear and snot-covered dirt-smeared faces. Honestly, the sight was so pathetic, William had to pause for a second. You can actually save Strong Bear? Lee was the first to snap back to reality, staring at him with wildly trembling, desperate eyes. I said I will try. I am not promising a miracle here, he fired back. Seeing their faces scrunch up to wail again, William frantically waved his hands. The terrifying memory of their screeching was already giving him serious trauma. He immediately snapped into command mode. You, Big Dog, go fetch water, and I mean a ton of it. Now, Lee, you need to go find some. William opened his mouth to say cloth, but abruptly bit his tongue. Wait a minute. Where the hell would he find clean fabric in the Stone Age? He glanced around at their grimy animal skin loincloths. Yeah, that was a massive infection hazard. His mind raced, desperately trying to find a primitive substitute. Just tell me what you need. Whatever it is, I will find it, Lee pleaded, practically vibrating with anxiety. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. William, look what I brought. Ya came sprinting out of the shadows. In her hands, she carefully carried a massive leaf loaded with a thick pile of crimson mud. Slamming it down, she gasped. Hurry, smear this all over Strong Bear. Lee snatched it up, shooting Ya a look of pure, overwhelming gratitude. Scavenging for red mud in the dead of night was basically a death wish, yet Ya had risked everything for them. Lee's hands shook violently. She had zero clue if this dirt would actually work, but she gritted her teeth and prepared to dump the whole pile straight into his gaping wound. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold the phone! What the heck do you think you are doing? William lunged forward in a total panic, physically blocking the filthy mud from touching the exposed flesh. But this is crimson healing mud! It seals up wounds! She cried out. Lee bit her lip defensively, her voice cracking with desperate sobs. Honestly, she used to think William was a totally useless punk. But when everyone else had abandoned Strong Bear to die, this edgy teenager was the only one stepping up to defy fate itself. Crimson healing mud? William stared blankly at the disgusting, thick red sludge in her hands. Are you insane? Packing raw dirt straight into a massive open wound? You might as well turn the guy into a living clay statue. Seriously, he would just end up as a bizarre fossil for future archaeologists to dig up. He could not bring himself to crush the fragile hope in the girl's eyes. But let her play doctor? Hell no. That was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Right on cue, Big Dog rushed back. He carried a massive leaf sloshing with a tiny bit of precious water. Look, William was no certified surgeon, but as a modern kid raised on the internet, he basically had a PhD in random survival trivia and basic first aid. He flashed back to every intense medical drama he had ever binged. Stitch it up, bandage it, or burn it to hell and back to kill the germs. Sewing was completely out of the question. The bone needles in this prehistoric dump were as thick as his thumb, total garbage for delicate work. And magic healing potions? Please. This was not some fancy cultivation comic. It was hardcore survival mode. Slicing away the rotting flesh and cauterizing the wound with raw fire was their only shot. Gritting his teeth, William stepped up as the ultimate boss. He ordered the crew to wash Zhuangxiong's gruesome wounds. The water supply was pathetically low, so his teammates had to sprint to the stream dozens of times just to get enough. Blood, torn muscle, and literal guts spilling out. He had to meticulously scrub every single nightmare-inducing inch. With every squishy touch, his inner teen screamed, He forced himself to imagine he was just prepping pork intestines for a wild backyard barbecue. Yeah, just some raw pork. His stomach did violent backflips, but he swallowed down the bile. Once the horror show was relatively clean, he stared at the glowing, red-hot brand. Hesitation paralyzed him. Grilling steaks was one thing. Deep frying a living, breathing human being, that was pure supervillain territory. But the crimson tide kept flowing. Screw it, time to make some human kebabs. He locked his jaw and slammed the blazing timber straight into the open flesh. A blood-curdling shriek shattered the air. Even deep in a coma, Zhuangxiong thrashed like a wild beast caught in a trap. William pushed through the sickening sizzle, searing the entire wound shut until thick smoke plumed upward. The bleeding finally stopped. Drenched in a cold sweat, he collapsed onto the dirt, his entire body trembling like a leaf. Got that? Take notes, because class is in session. He pointed at Zhuangxiong's mangled arm and shot a sharp look at Li. Treat this exactly the same way. Me? How could I possibly? Li stammered, completely shell-shocked. In her world, only the chief or the almighty shaman had the right to play God. You have to step up. I am running on 0 battery here. William gasped for air, wiping away his grime-streaked sweat. His scrawny teenage body was dangerously close to shutting down completely. The crowd stared at the stabilized wound in pure awe. A spark of desperate hope ignited in their eyes. Holy crap, William. Please save Ying and Da. If you do not, the Grim Reaper is taking them too. Exactly. We will run marathons to get more water. Just work your crazy modern magic and save their lives. Even the stoic chief stepped forward. His imposing gaze softened with a heavy mix of authority and pleading. Strange boy, if you possess the power, then pull Ying and Da from the abyss. William felt his heart skip a massive beat under that intense stare. Panic spiked in his chest. Was he breaking some sacred shamanic law? Would they suddenly brand him a demonic heretic and toss him into a bonfire? But under the crushing aura of the chief, refusal was not an option. He bowed his head and muttered, "Boss, I will give it my best shot." Pivoting into full-on surgeon mode, he marched over to the guy with the shattered leg. "Listen up, I need straight branches, about this long and this thick." He gestured wildly with his blood-stained hands. "And fetch me the toughest, most heavy-duty vines you can find. I am on it." A lanky dude bolted into the wild like an Olympic sprinter, while the rest scattered to hunt for premium twigs. The guy with the busted leg was fading fast, but William's loud orders anchored him to reality. He blinked rapidly, desperately clinging to this sudden, wild lifeline. William clapped his shoulder with a tough love smirk. "Hey, do not you dare tap out yet. Stay perfectly still while I set up the operating table." Next up was the poor soul missing an entire arm. In this brutal, prehistoric wasteland, losing a limb was a guaranteed death sentence. The guy's eyes were dead voids. His will to live had totally flatlined. "Bite down on something and brace yourself, man. This is going to hurt like a mother, but we have to seal this up right now." William's voice dropped. Stripped of all its teen bravado, the absolute fragility of human life in the face of death sent shivers down his spine. But as long as your heart is beating, the game is not over. So what if you lost an arm? You can still gather food. You can still survive this crazy world. It was a clunky, awkward pep talk, but he pushed the words out anyway. He ruthlessly scraped off the useless red mud they had plastered on the stump. A fresh geyser of crimson erupted. Swearing under his breath, William jammed the white-hot brand directly onto the severed flesh. The sickening stench of barbecue filled the air again. "Sizzle! Ah!" The warrior thrashed in pure, agonizing hell, biting his lip until it bled. It was a brutal dance between life and death, but the horrific wound was finally sealed. William looked like he had just survived a monsoon. His stamina bar was blinking a critical red. He had done his absolute best. The rest was up to whatever cranky gods ruled this universe. "Hey, bro, will this weird jungle weed do the trick?" The lanky teen sprinted back, clutching a massive bundle of wild grass. The fibers looked as tough as industrial-grade zip ties. William gave it a sharp yank. "Unbreakable, nice," he nodded with a rebel's approving grin. Seconds later, the branch delivery arrived. Perfectly smooth medical splints? Yeah, right. They had 0 crafting tools. Thick, rugged tree branches were going to have to do the heavy lifting. Let us be real for a second. William was completely winging it, but back in the glorious modern era, he had tagged along on a hardcore mountain climbing trip and watched a guide set a shattered leg like a total boss. Channeling that memory, he squatted down. He traced his fingers along Daz's shin. The bone jutted out at a sickening, alien angle that would make anyone puke their guts out. Wait, how does a normal leg work again? He patted his own calf for reference. Left, right, compare. Once he mapped out the anatomy in his head, he took a massive breath. He gripped the twisted limb and yanked with everything he had. Crack! The grotesque sound echoed like a gunshot. The rogue bone snapped brutally back into its rightful place, straightening the mangled leg. Da's face contorted as rivers of sweat washed over him. Yet, the absolute madman did not even flinch. He was taking the agonizing pain like a legendary ancient warrior. William wiped his own dripping forehead with a random leaf. He flanked the newly set bone with the sturdy branches, lashing them together with the unyielding jungle vines, loop after punishing loop. He had to get this perfect. If that bone healed crooked, his only option would be to smash it with a rock and start all over. Yikes. Boom. All three tragic casualties successfully stabilized. As he stepped back to admire his insane handiwork, a pale moon began to slice through the darkening horizon. He had survived the bloodbath, but what fresh hell awaited them next? Welcome to the Stone Age, where William was absolutely 100% clueless. Back in the modern world, a quick dose of antibiotics would fix a wound in seconds. But here, he stared hopelessly at the pitch-black sky. He wouldn't know a healing herb if it slapped him in the face. Honestly, even if he tripped over a magical plant, he wouldn't recognize it. He could only do his absolute best and leave the rest to fate. But right as he was stressing out, he turned around and froze. This crazy girl, Lee, she had just finished washing her own bloody wound. Then, without even blinking, she grabbed a glowing red-hot ember from the fire and jammed it straight into her own flesh. Sizzle! The horrible stench of burning meat filled the air. The same little girl who was just crying her eyes out was now staring at William with massive, sparkling, "Not bad," William mumbled, sweating bullets under her intense, unblinking stare. He tossed out those two lazy words, but you'd think he just handed her the winning lottery ticket. Lee was practically vibrating with absolute euphoria. She completely tuned out Zhuangxiang, who was literally groaning in the background, hovering between life and death. Priorities, am I right? Look, to a modern guy like William, this survival stuff was just a quick web search away. Boom, tutorial loaded, problem solved. But in this Stone Age wasteland, that basic logic was classified, god-tier magic, hoarded strictly by the chief and the shaman. No outsiders allowed. Since our boy was the hand-picked golden child to inherit the throne, he got a VIP pass to these sacred cheat codes. By dropping this knowledge bomb on Lee, he basically gave her a direct hotline to the heavens. She was doing the work of the gods now. No wonder she was losing her absolute mind. William rubbed his nose, instantly regretting it. He remembered the chief smearing that gross, pitch-black ash all over him this morning. His skin was literally crawling. He glanced at the sad, pathetic drop of water left on a giant leaf. Yeah, that wouldn't even wash his pinky finger. After sprinting for his life all day, plus a totally uncool 3-day coma, a real, actual bath would be absolute heaven right now. He scanned the room like a tactical genius. Big Dog was clearly the best meat shield to bring along. Zhuangxiang and the squad were practically mummies anyway. Better let them chill in this drafty grass hut and enjoy the natural air conditioning. William gave the chief a quick rundown of his epic bath quest. What else was he supposed to do? Praying the chief's imaginary sky gods had his back, he and Big Dog marched toward the river. "Hey, Big Dog," he called out. "How far is this waterhole anyway?" He knew these guys made the trip a lot, so it couldn't be halfway across the world. But let's be real, judging primitive caveman stamina by modern standards? Total rookie mistake. His borrowed memories were super blurry on the exact mileage. Plus, what if the route was packed with nightmare-level boss monsters? Not far. Just a quick walk, Big Dog grunted, not even looking back. In his eyes, William was basically a fragile princess whose only skill was peeling skins near the base camp. Okay, but is it dangerous? William pressed, his survival instinct screaming. Nah, the giant beasts are sleeping, Big Dog shrugged casually. And if they wake up, they don't really like how we taste anyway. Cold sweat instantly exploded down William's back. Wait, what kind of giant beasts? William stammered. Actually, how about we just go to a zero-beast zone instead? Big Dog stopped and stared at him, absolutely mind-blown. Was the boss actually scared? Well, considering those noodle arms and that scrawny frame, getting terrified was pretty on brand. William caught that look of pure caveman pity, and his teenage ego flared up. Damn it, this pathetic body belonged to the original owner. Back in the modern world, he was a street-smart hustler. Listen up. In my past life, my body was not exactly rocking a legendary 8-pack, but it sure as hell was not some pathetic lump of jello. But look at this tragic mess. This original host is built like a cursed twig. I am talking straight-up spare ribs with zero meat on the bone. I was literally fuming with pure teenage angst. But then, a heavenly sound cut through my rage. The majestic, trickling melody of a river. Seriously, nothing screams salvation louder than a desperately needed bath. I rounded the bend, and boom, a massive river, stretching 30 to 40 feet wide, appeared like an absolute oasis. The moonlight danced across the crystal surface, making the dead of night feel completely magical. Even a rebellious cynic like William could not stop his brain from cooking up some wild, romantic fantasies. I mean, think about it. If I had a cute girlfriend pitching a tent right here, this would be a top-tier cinematic camping date. But reality check, my only companion was Big Dog, a ridiculously crude brute with zero romantic vibes. Will's eye. We made it. So, what is the master plan? Big Dog pointed at the dark current. Do not sweat it. The flesh-eating fish are not biting this season. William practically jumped out of his skin, instantly yanking his foot back from the riverbank. Hey, Big Dog, I stammered, sweating bullets. You have been busting your back all day. Why not take a dip and cool off? Cool off? He blinked. I am not hot at all. The massive guy tilted his head in pure confusion. It is the middle of the night. We have a cool breeze. Why would I be hot? I groaned internally. Dude, you ran all day. Just wash off the grime. You will feel 1,000,000 times better. I scrambled for any excuse to make him bathe. Come on, splashing around is the ultimate comfort. Big Dog stared at me like I had just lost my mind. Then, a horrifying realization hit William. Searching through the original host's memories, there was zero record of this guy ever taking a river bath. Holy garbage! Turns out the absolute madmen in this world passionately hate bathing. If nobody holds a knife to their throats, they will gladly go their entire lives without touching a drop of water. Just thinking about that crusty lifestyle sent a massive chill down my spine. I had to choke back a serious wave of nausea. Thank the heavens I fell into the water a few days ago, or I would be just as filthy. Ignoring Big Dog's intensely judgmental glare, William boldly stepped into the river. The shallows were perfect, just fine sand and smooth pebbles brushing against his feet. I was not about to risk a deep water death, so I stopped right at knee level. Bathing in the moonlight, I crouched down and splashed the freezing water over my face. The icy shock was pure bliss, washing away layers of primitive grime. But my hair? That was a lost cause, tangled up into a beastly, unbrushable bird's nest. Whatever, at least my face was clean. I sank down until the water hit my chest, letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh of absolute relief. Scraping the crusty mud off his skin, Will sighed. A decent bath towel right now could easily scrub off 10 pounds of sheer dirt. Yo, Will, what on earth are you doing? Aren't you afraid of catching a fever? Daegu stared at him like he had grown 2 heads. Soaking in the water like that is a pure death wish, man. Did you seriously forget that you just recovered? Will rolled his eyes. Taking a bath actually feels amazing. You should try it sometime, bro. Feeling utterly refreshed, Will tried to school his primitive buddy. Look, if people around here just kept themselves clean, half the sickness would vanish. Suddenly, Gu panicked. Get out of the water! The man-eating fish are coming! That absolute buzzkill of a sentence instantly nuked Will's relaxing spa moment. He frantically splashed some water on his face, then scrambled up the riverbank like his life depended on it. Hey, Gu, what exactly does a man-eating fish look like? It looks like a fish that eats men, duh. Seeing Will's totally unconvinced face, Gu quickly added some terrifying details. Its jaws are massive. It can swallow a whole person in one gulp. It is pure nightmare fuel. Ah, so it was just a crocodile. By the time they sneaked back to the camp, the night was pitch black. The entire tribe was dead silent, already buried in deep sleep. Only Li and Ya remained by the flickering campfire, keeping a desperate vigil over the fallen warrior, Zhuang Xiong. But exhaustion had completely wrecked them, and both girls were now nodding off. Will, are they going to be okay? Gu whispered, his voice trembling with raw anxiety. Injuries as brutal as Xiong's usually claimed a life within a single day. The fact that this absolute unit was still breathing was nothing short of a divine miracle. But could he actually cheat death this time? Go looked at Will with a wild mix of doubt and desperate hope, because right now, this crazy teenager was their only shot. Gao's heart was a tangled mess of sheer panic. I am not making any promises, Will muttered. I threw together a crazy method, but who knows if it will actually work. Will let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Truth be told, he had only seen this ridiculous survival hack on late-night television back in his world. He had zero clue if it was medically sound, especially in this prehistoric hellscape with zero antibiotics. Right now, Xiong's survival was entirely up to the heavens. Gu's massive shoulders slumped in crushing defeat. To him, Xiong was not just a warrior. The man was an absolute legend, a living idol, an unmatched powerhouse of the tribe. Yet this invincible hero was now on death's door, all because he saved Gu's life. A suffocating wave of guilt crashed over the boy. The village also relied heavily on Ying and Da, their elite hunters. Losing these absolute pillars of strength meant their future survival was looking insanely grim. Remembering the tragic deaths of Chang Mao and Tao Jin, Go's eyes dropped, heavy with a devastating, soul-crushing sorrow. This brutal reality was nothing new. Every single year, the hunt claimed more brave souls. As their numbers dwindled into nothingness, The tribe's grip on survival slipped dangerously close to the edge. Gu's muffled sobs broke the silence, echoing like a mournful night owl crying out in the dark abyss. Hey, do not stress too much. Maybe a miracle will happen by morning, Will said, patting his bro's trembling shoulder before turning back to his own miserable straw hut. After surviving such an absolutely exhausting, chaotic day, he desperately needed to crash and reboot his own system. Drifting into a deep, hazy sleep, Will suddenly heard a relentless ringing. Ding, ding. It was blaring in his ears like an incredibly annoying morning alarm. Groaning in pure teenage frustration, he rolled over, wildly slapping the air to smack the snooze button. Wait, an alarm clock? Did I actually make it back to the modern world? Heavens above. I knew I was the main character of reality. Holy Mother Mary. Buddha, thank you, every single deity in the universe. Ouch! A sharp blade of dry grass viciously stabbed his finger. Will jolted wide awake, his eyes snapped open, only to lock onto a pathetic wooden bowl and a pile of rotting straw. He collapsed back onto the depressing hay bed, violently yanking the splinter out while cursing out every god from east to west. Not a single one of them had stepped up to send him home. Ding dong! Ding dong! That unnatural chime echoed through his mind once again. Will frowned fiercely, scanning his primitive surroundings in total confusion. There was absolutely zero chance anything in this dirt hut could make that noise. It sounded exactly like an electronic notification, something that violently violated the laws of this prehistoric world. Congratulations, Master. Initialization 100% complete. The primitive survival system is now online. Please refer to me as Xiao Yuan. What the absolute heck? Will froze completely in place. His eyes bugged out, turning as stiff as a literal statue in shock. The Xiao Yuan system? Wait. Did he not just get dragged into a hardcore primitive survival plot? Was he actually starring in an overpowered system trope all along? His brain went into maximum overdrive, frantically digging through every single web novel he had ever binged in his past life. Tragically, he had strictly been a fantasy martial arts fanboy. He rarely touched system or survival genres. If he had known this wild destiny awaited him, he would have memorized a dozen wilderness survival guides. Xiao Yuan? Hey, Xiao Yuan, Will called out mentally, holding his breath. If he really wanted to conquer this brutal era, an almighty cheat system would flip the game on easy mode. The very thought of it made a wicked, rebellious smirk creep across his face. His teenage imagination instantly blasted into the stratosphere. Was this a kingdom-building system meant to forge an empire? Or maybe a leisure cheat that would let him drag this tribe on a legendary, worldwide vacation? Honestly, the ultimate jackpot would be a fast travel ticket back to his own bed. Because no matter how thrilling this prehistoric game was, it was absolutely not his turf. Scratch that. This place was a straight-up garbage fire, and he just wanted his Wi-Fi back. Yes, I am here, Master. How may I be of spectacular service today? What kind of system are you? What is your gimmick? I am the primitive survival system. I provide all the crucial blueprints to dominate this prehistoric era. If you wish to review your options, please smash that view button. The robotic voice faded, and a dazzling, high-tech holographic panel exploded right inside his mind. His jaw dropped to the dirt. This holographic interface looked incredibly futuristic. Gaining access to wild skills was like unlocking the ultimate cheat code. Buzzing with pure hype, he instantly slammed the view icon. The screen glitched beautifully, shifting into a grid of 3 rows. Each glowing box represented an essential mastery: farming, breeding, foraging, cooking, weaving, hunting, metallurgy, medicine, architecture. 9 epic categories covering the absolute peaks of survival. Unbelievable. It was like dumping a max-level modern craftsman straight into the Stone Age to dominate the world. With a reality-breaking cheat like this, what was there left to fear? William stared at the glowing holographic interface, his eyes practically sparkling with greed. He tapped the screen frantically, grumbling under his breath. More points! I need more points! Why won't this stupid thing unlock? Hey, little Yuan, what gives? He complained loudly. A robotic voice chimed in. Master, these legendary skills require rigorous, bone-crushing training to unlock. For instance, saving a life today granted you a microscopic fraction of pharmacy progress. Before he could even blink, the digital screen shifted automatically to the medicine-making tab. A sleek progress bar materialized at the bottom, displaying a pathetic 3 blue glowing dots. Are you absolutely kidding me? Only 3? At this rate, I will literally become a fossil before it opens. And what do I even get for unlocking it? William seethed, choking on his own frustration. The system casually explained that every single profession possessed 9 epic tiers, and each tier demanded a grueling 100 points to activate. Once unlocked, the heavens will grant you a randomized divine skill, along with highly valuable skill points. These points are your ultimate currency for the system shop. Instantly, little Yuan flashed a massive, glittering store interface. But with his tragic 3 points, every single god-tier item was grayed out, locked behind a massive paywall. Our magnificent shop is fully stocked with everything you could ever dream of. Premium quality at absolute bargain prices. Rest assured, master, Little Yuan added cheerfully, sounding exactly like a sketchy used car salesman. William ground his teeth, a dark aura exploding around him. So let me get this straight. You want me to grind my life away in every single profession just to earn a few pathetic skills, scrap together some points, and then finally buy something? Is that the joke we are playing here? Affirmative, master. Little Yuan squeaked timidly, immediately vanishing into thin air, utterly terrified of a brutal beatdown. Get back here right now! I swear on my life I will not completely destroy you! William screamed in his mind, his face twisting into a purely villainous, psychotic glare. He wanted nothing more than to drag that AI out and throttle it. This trash-tier system was basically forcing him into a hardcore, ultra-realistic wilderness survival game on nightmare mode. Curled up tightly in his pathetic grass shack, a crushing, devastating wave of ultimate despair washed over him. He had genuinely hoped this was all just a wild, feverish nightmare, that he would eventually wake up safely, returning to his modern, comfortable world. But the sudden arrival of this so-called system completely shattered that illusion. Did this mean his soul was permanently bound to this primitive wasteland, with zero chance of escaping? Was this brutal cosmic karma for scamming too many naive buyers during his real estate gigs? Or maybe the heavens were punishing his ruthless, cutthroat haggling skills? Just what unforgivable, heaven-defying sin had he committed for the universe to exile him to this god-forsaken dump where even the birds refused to poop? Finally, as the golden dawn of his 4th day broke across the horizon, William simply squeezed his eyes shut, letting out a soul-crushing sigh. He finally accepted his brutal fate. This primitive hellscape was destined to be his absolute final resting place. Hey, Will. Brother Will. Are you awake in there? Big Dog's booming, thunderous voice echoed outside the flimsy grass hut at the absolute crack of dawn. After witnessing William casually stop Strong Bear's lethal bleeding the night before, a true miracle, Big Dog looked at him like he was an absolute god of medicine. Because of that divine display, even though he was currently staring at a horribly crooked, drafty shack that could barely survive a stiff breeze. A shack so incredibly pathetic you could literally see straight through the walls. Yet, the hulking Big Dog did not dare barge in, standing awkwardly behind a makeshift door of withered leaves. He called out with ridiculous politeness, rustling the leafy barrier, barely hiding his massive, dirt-caked, muscular legs peeking through the pathetic gaps. William could not care less about the outside world. His ultimate master plan was to rot in bed for another 24 hours, completely cementing his title as the undisputed lazy king of the tribe. Who knew? Maybe if he snoozed hard enough, he would magically respawn back in his modern apartment. After all, this whole twisted nightmare started when he simply went to sleep in his own bed. He had just opened his eyes, and boom, welcome to the Stone Age. For 3 agonizing days, he had played dead, desperately praying for a glitch in the Matrix, but absolutely zero miracles occurred. Just surrender to reality, bro, his logical brain cell whispered. Do not dream of going back. Stand up and conquer this primitive world. No way. Just one more nap. The teleportation lag is just taking a while, his inner slacker aggressively argued back. As this epic internal war violently raged on, William stared blankly as Big Dog's incredibly hairy legs suddenly invaded his personal space. Hold up. Since when did this giant breach my perimeter? William snapped into reality, jolting his head up. Standing right before him was a dude built like a literal mountain, his sheer physical presence threatening to collapse the tragic little grass shack entirely. He instantly sprang up like a coiled spring. East or west, my trashy grass nest is still the best, William mentally screamed, panicking over his fragile real estate. Sure, the hut was a massive dump, but without it, he would be sleeping under the stars as literal dinosaur bait. Big Dog, take it outside! I am awake! Do not crush my house! William scrambled to his feet, holding his breath as the towering giant awkwardly folded his massive frame in half just to exit the fragile, crumbling doorway. Seeing his precious architectural disaster miraculously still standing, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Brother Will, the patients are still completely out cold. Could you bestow your divine healing on them once more? Big Dog ducked his head, his booming voice dropping to a surprisingly respectful, cautious whisper. Lead the way, big guy. William ruthlessly slapped his own cheeks, desperately trying to force his brain online. He had spent the entire agonizing night waging a brutal psychological war against his completely useless cheat system, barely getting a wink of sleep. His temples throbbed like war drums, his mind absolute mush. He cursed his unimaginably rotten luck. Other guys get hit by trucks, cure terminal illnesses, and respawn as overpowered, fate-defying gods of the universe, he ranted internally. They all get absolutely broken golden fingers, infinite magical spaces, god-slaying abilities. And what do I get? A junk tier system that is as useless as a screen door on a submarine. Brother Will, you have arrived. A tribeswoman named Lee instantly scrambled out of his way, parting the sea of people to reveal a colossal, heavily muscled warrior knocked out cold on the dirt floor. It was Strong Bear. The morning sun was blazing now, completely illuminating every brutal detail of the scene, and with just one sweeping, terrifying glance, William's jaw practically unhinged, completely stunned. This absolute unit was pushing easily over 7 feet tall, packing at least 220 pounds of pure, terrifying, primal muscle. Against his own will, his eyes tracked up those wildly hairy, tree-trunk legs, locking dangerously onto the painfully minimal animal skin loincloth wrapped tightly around the warrior's waist. A sudden, incredibly stupid thought about comparing certain masculine proportions flashed through his mind, forcing him to mentally slap himself into absolute oblivion. "What in the world are you doing?" Lee gasped, completely terrified by his sudden internal crisis. "Oh, chill out. My brain just glitched a little," William blurted out, sweating absolute bullets. "Wait, what? Your brain is glitching? Do I need to sound the alarm for the chief?" Lee panicked and practically tackled him. She poked at his head, completely freaking out. Seriously, just a few days ago, she wouldn't have cared if he dropped dead. But after last night's epic flex, watching him pull Zhuangxiang back from the brink of death, and even teaching her some mysterious magic, to Lee, he was suddenly radiating major main character energy. A weird, fluttery feeling sparked in her chest. William frantically waved his hands. "Dude, relax. It was just a joke." Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. These prehistoric folks were way too literal. Modern sarcasm was flying right over their caveman heads. Switching to serious doctor mode, he crouched next to the massive Zhuangxiang. He checked the brutal burns. The bleeding had stopped, thank goodness. But the scorched flesh was puffing up with nasty blisters. If he just left it like this, a killer infection was guaranteed to crash the party. He moved on to check Ying and Da. Both were running a low fever, a massive red flag for inflammation. Man, if his broken system could just drop some IV bags, this would be a total walk in the park. He glared up at that useless gray progress bar. A bitter, heavy sigh escaped his lips. Talk about a useless cheat code. Nope, he had to hard carry this survival game himself. He was no medical genius, but he still remembered some random biology trivia from school. Dandelions. Back in his world, old folks called them grandma weeds. They were nature's ultimate detox and anti-inflammatory cheat code. You could brew the flowers for tea, munch on the raw leaves, or boil the roots into a magic potion. This stuff grew literally everywhere back home. He could definitely spot it. Right on cue, the tribal chief hobbled over with his crew. They looked like literal zombies after pulling an all-nighter. Backs hunched, practically ready to collapse. Their dirty faces were haggard and hollow. The bleeding stopped. Wait, does Will really have a way to save them? Whispers erupted through the crowd. Are they actually going to cheat death? Yo, Will, did the chief teach you that epic magic? Are you secretly a sorcerer now? The entire tribe stared at him, totally mind-blown. Just yesterday, they thought he was a lazy, worthless scrub. Who would have guessed he was secretly an overpowered boss hiding his true stats this whole time? Being the center of attention made William super awkward. He slowly lifted his head to face the mob. As the golden morning light hit his freshly washed face, his sharp, handsome features were fully unlocked and on display. These primitive folks were used to faces caked in chaotic mud paint. Seeing someone this ridiculously good-looking was a total system shock. Some even wanted to pinch his cheeks to see if he was as soft as a baby lamb. Whoa, hold up. William jumped like he touched a live wire, backing up fast as goosebumps exploded all over his arms. Creepy vibes much? Thank the heavens, the chief stepped up to block the crowd, rescuing him from the paparazzi. Will they survive this? The old man's voice was hoarse and desperate. We need herbs, William explained quickly. They have a fever. If we don't heal them now, it is game over. You know of such magic plants? The chief locked eyes with him, staring straight into his soul. William's heart started hammering like a crazy drum solo. Thump, thump, thump. He tried his best to play dumb. Luckily, the big boss decided not to push the interrogation. The chief just knelt down to check on Zhuangxiang's wounds, letting out a super heavy sigh. Name your price, kid. Take to go and a squad to help you. Leaning heavily on his wooden staff, the chief stood up. He hit William with a look of absolute, unshakable trust. Go, do what you must. The spirits are backing you up today. William was completely shook. Wait, did the chief just hand him absolute authority? Talk about an instant promotion. This old guy had some serious guts, risking the sacred authority of the shamans just to save his people. William immediately bowed in deep respect. Rest easy, chief. With the gods as my witness, I will go all out. The chief gave a slow nod, flashing a tired but grateful smile. He then canceled the daily hunt, ordering the entire tribe into full-on gathering mode. Honestly, a genius tactical move. Everyone's morale was totally in the gutter right now. Forcing a hunt today would just invite a total party wipe. William led his new strike team out of the tribal camp. He waved his hands wildly, trying to explain. Okay, squad, have you guys seen a short green plant? Like, maybe this tall? Or maybe this big? It sprouts these bright yellow or fluffy white flowers. That is our absolute main target. The more he babbled, the more confusing it sounded. But seriously, that was the absolute best description his brain could spawn right now. Yo, Will, what exactly are we hunting for? Yeah, suddenly dragged a ridiculously tall, lanky teen over to him. Ask Lang Mao. His nature knowledge is basically maxed out. This kid was built like a literal beanstalk, towering way over 6 feet tall, but skinny as a bamboo pole. His arms and legs were just gangly noodles. His face was smeared with aggressive purple and green war paint. Only his bright, dark eyes gave away his rookie status. He was probably around 18 years old. Even without a bulky, tank-like build, this dude was already an elite sniper in the hunting squad. In this brutal world, you had to level up fast. It was not about being born a genius. It was the hardcore survival difficulty setting. You either grabbed a spear early or you became monster snacks. When checking out at age 30 was the absolute norm, being 17 or 18 was literally your golden age. All right, listen up. William started again. I need a specific weed that hugs the dirt. When it is fully ripe, it transforms into this fluffy white cotton ball. One gust of wind, and bam, it scatters everywhere. William frowned, speaking slowly and sounding totally unsure of himself. Honestly, his botany stats were tragically low. He was completely winging this. If he had known he was going to get Isekai'd into the Stone Age, he would have memorized a massive freaking encyclopedia before respawning here. Thank the universe for those random elementary school science projects. He still remembered the basic cheat codes for dandelions. Wait, are you talking about earth hair? Lang Mao rubbed his chin, looking extremely confused. He tilted his head. Hey, Greenie, is that seriously what you need? I can totally guide you to a massive farming spot for those. But Will, my guy, that white stuff that blows in the wind, are you absolutely sure you aren't just looking for animal fur? What's the point of this stuff? Big Dog's eyes suddenly lit up with a wild realization. He pointed toward the nearby mountain. Yo, look over there! That annoying weed is literally everywhere. Even the wild beasts wouldn't dare touch that garbage. Before William could even process those words, the massive brute grabbed him. He dragged him straight up the mountain slope like a helpless rag doll. This trash is everywhere! If I knew you wanted it, I would have ripped it all up ages ago. Big Dog boomed with laughter, his monstrous strength making William stumble violently with every step. In mere moments, a massive sea of wild dandelions unfolded before his very eyes. Yo, is this the stuff you're looking for? Is this the earth hair? Big Dog jabbed a thick finger at the ground, his face practically glowing with goofy pride. It was only the absolute dawn of spring. The dandelions hadn't even bloomed yet. But since absolutely no one ever picked them, their roots had mutated into massive, ancient tubers. The healing potency of these things was going to be off the charts. William crouched down and ripped one from the earth. The thick roots snapped, bleeding a milky white sap. Bingo. This is exactly it. William nodded, his eyes gleaming with absolute certainty. But that stuff tastes like absolute nightmare fuel. Will, seriously, what are you scheming? Big Dog shuddered, remembering his starving childhood when he'd chew on literally anything. This weed was so bitter it made his teeth go numb. Yeah, it tastes like garbage, but the nastiest medicine always works the best. This right here is going to save lives, William declared, dropping back down to rip out more roots. Big Dog blinked. Wait, save who? The fancy philosophy completely short-circuited Big Dog's primitive brain. He just stood there, staring blankly as William worked. But there was a massive glitch in the plan. These ancient roots were buried way too deep, snapping constantly no matter how hard he pulled. William let out an exhausted sigh. Crap, this isn't working. I need a tool. He frantically scavenged the area, finally spotting a flimsy dead branch nearby. He grabbed it and pushed with all his pathetic might to snap it. Ha ha ha! What are you even doing? Big Dog howled with laughter, clutching his stomach. William had pushed so hard he literally face-planted into the dirt. Still chuckling, the giant stepped up, casually grabbing a branch twice as thick. With a simple flick of his wrist, snap, he proudly tossed the makeshift tool to the humiliated main character, aggressively thumping his massive chest. Listen up, Will. If you need heavy lifting, just say the word. Muscle is the one thing I've got plenty of. William scoffed, shooting him a lethal glare. He silently dusted off his bruised ego, snatched the branch, and turned away. Only his violently trembling shoulders betrayed his absolute fury. Are you kidding me, heavens? Are you seriously letting a rotting stick bully me right now? Just you wait. The second I figure out how to forge cold, hard steel, I am taking a battle axe to every single tree in this forest. And as for you, Big Dog, You dare laugh at my zero stat strength? You are definitely getting blacklisted from the weapon drop. He ground his teeth in pure rebellious spite, furiously hacking at the dirt. Standing right behind him, Big Dog suddenly felt a chilling aura. It felt like that ridiculously long stick was going to magically stab him in the eye. The towering giant shivered, not daring to move a single muscle. The branch was over 10 feet long. Trying to dig with it was an absolute logistical nightmare, but William stubbornly gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. There was no way he was letting that musclehead mock him again. After what felt like hours of agonizing labor, his back was totally drenched in sweat. He slowly looked up. His eyes shot absolute laser beams of pure annoyance at his sidekick. Maybe the giant finally felt guilty, or maybe his single brain cell finally fired. Big Dog rushed over and snapped the awkward branch into a perfect dagger-sized tool. He handed it back with a stupidly apologetic grin. William tested the grip. The balance was finally right. He gave a stiff nod of approval and dived back into the dirt, with a proper weapon in hand and an endless sea of wild dandelions at his mercy. It was a total massacre. In no time flat, the duo had unearthed over 30 ancient roots. They used some tough vines to bind them up into a thick, messy bundle. Before heading back to base camp, they swung by the roaring river to wash the dirt off their loot. Then, they split the party. Big Dog charged off to join the tribe's gathering squad, leaving William to slowly lug the heavy medicinal bundle back home. The journey wasn't too brutal. He just had to look up to see the legendary ancient tree marking the tribe's entrance. By the time he made it back, the sun was hitting high noon, and shocker breakfast was completely canceled. The entire settlement had emptied out for hard labor. Only the 3 heavily injured warriors were left groaning in the central plaza. Some absolute legend had thrown together a makeshift canopy, just 3 sturdy branches and a pile of freshly hacked leaves shielding them from the sky. The foliage was still popping with bright green, just slightly wilted from being set up at dawn. He squinted up at the ruthless blue sky. The sun was an absolute laser beam, roasting the yellow earth until it felt like walking on literal lava. Aside from a single 8-year-old kid pulling guard duty, every single able-bodied soul had been drafted into the fields. Because in this brutal prehistoric survival game, the daily grind wasn't just for tonight's dinner. It was a desperate race against the looming, deadly grip of winter. William dropped to his knees and pressed his hand to the warriors' foreheads. Burning up, they felt like absolute furnaces, and he couldn't even tell if it was a deadly infection or just severe heat stroke. He frantically searched for a mortar to craft a medicinal paste. But wait, this timeline didn't even have basic pottery yet. Finding a decent mixing bowl was literally impossible. Scanning the dirt, he resorted to hardcore primitive alchemy. He grabbed 2 flat stones, sandwiched the magical leaves, and smashed them to a pulp. He scooped up the sticky green residue and slapped it directly onto the gnarly wounds of the warriors. But when he got to the final guy, there was a massive glitch. To apply the paste, he'd have to rip off the wooden splint. In these trash-tier medical conditions, if that bone shifted even a millimeter out of place, the warrior was absolutely doomed. His brain went into overdrive, calculating the risks. Forget the topical application time for an internal buff. He snatched up the chunky dandelion roots, desperately scanning for a pot to brew a potion. Still absolutely nothing. Stone Age problems require Stone Age solutions. He pulverized the roots with a rock, squeezing the foul, hyper-bitter juice drop by agonizing drop into their unconscious mouths. Just the toxic vapor of that sludge almost made him hurl his non-existent breakfast. He could only imagine the horrific taste. Watching their lips permanently stain a dark, swampy brown, William couldn't help but roast them mentally. Man, they literally look like rotting tree bark right now. A flavor profile absolutely nobody in the modern world would dare review. Truly a pristine, prehistoric delicacy. Grumble. His own stomach suddenly let out a massive, embarrassing roar. His entire stamina bar crashed to 0. He flopped onto the scorching dirt, completely defeated. With 0 options left, he plucked a raw dandelion leaf and shoved it into his mouth. A highly aggressive bitterness exploded on his tongue. But hey, the leaf was fresh enough to swallow without choking, tricking his system into feeling full for about 3 seconds. Grumble. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. What kind of main character is forced to starve right off the tutorial? He raged in his mind, but then reality hit him like a truck. The entire tribe was out there breaking their backs on completely empty stomachs. The edgy complaints instantly died in his throat. In this brutal timeline, securing a full HP bar was the only undeniable law of the universe. Hoping for a miracle, he pulled up his system interface, but it was nothing but a depressing wall of grayed-out icons. He angrily spam-clicked every single disabled button. He knew deep down it was totally glitched, but his rebellious gamer soul simply refused to accept this garbage reality. Come on, stupid system. What if it suddenly glitches and drops a double cheeseburger? A guy can dream, right? Too bad there was not a single juicy burger in sight. Just this poor guy, Will, about to literally starve to death. First rule of survival? Fill the stomach before conquering the world. Because sooner or later, he was going to build a glorious empire, eat like a king, dress in silk, and hey, maybe even bag a few gorgeous queens while he was at it. The very thought made Will chuckle like a total supervillain. Dragging himself up, he ventured out for some grub. The sun was absolutely punishing, roasting the earth like glowing red coals. Retracing his steps from earlier that morning, he cautiously pushed forward into the wild. Using a massive leaf ripped from a tent as a makeshift umbrella, he braved gravel so scorching it felt like a prehistoric sauna. Luckily, he remembered spotting some fruit up in the trees earlier. Unless his eyes were playing tricks on him, it was the absolute king of fruits, the durian. That unmistakably pungent aroma meant they were perfectly ripe and ready to devour. Out here in the unmapped wilderness, the tribe had no claim. It was strictly a finders keepers kind of deal. But something was super weird. Why was there a massive stash of fruit untouched by the locals? If this really was durian, he had to be somewhere near the Indian Ocean or Malaysia. Wait a second, could this actually be the legendary Indus River Valley? Ancient India covered South Asia. With that scorching, humid, tropical monsoon climate, no wonder the sun felt like it was trying to melt his face off. Judging by the dudes running around with literal rock weapons, he was trapped smack in the middle of the Stone Age. So, what was this region famous for again? Oh, right, spicy curry rice, chicken curry, all the curry. Just thinking about it had his mouth watering like a damn waterfall. But if he really was in the Indus Valley, his historical knowledge was basically zero. Aside from Alexander the Great and the Maurya Empire, his brain was totally empty. Not that a history lesson was going to save his life right now anyway. Unless he suddenly unlocked some divine cultivation system to live for 1,000 years, history trivia was totally useless. Still lost in his wild fantasies, Will strutted right up to the durian tree. He casually lobbed a rock, knocking a spiky fruit to the ground. It cracked wide open, unleashing that glorious scent. He took a massive whiff. Oh yeah, that was the good stuff. Back in the modern world, a single durian would cost him hundreds of bucks. He could never afford a whole one on his broke budget. At best, he used to splurge on some cheap durian candy to crush his cravings. But now he had an all-you-can-eat buffet. Grinning like a total madman, Will ripped the shell apart and devoured the golden flesh. It was insanely sweet, melting in his mouth like absolute perfection. Before he knew it, he had demolished the entire thing. He was still hungry, but the rich taste was getting way too heavy to stomach. Suddenly, a voice shrieked from behind him. What in the world is that horrific stench? Will whipped around in shock. It was Lee, pinching her nose shut and staring at him like he had just grown a second head. Will, why on earth are you eating the rot fruit? Are you insane? That stuff is completely toxic and smells like death. She bounced around like a cat that just got its tail stepped on, wanting to pull him away but totally gagging from the smell. The rot fruit, she screamed. Will just froze there, looking completely ridiculous, face smeared with yellow mush, hugging a giant spiky ball like a starving beggar who just found a golden treasure. Ugh. Lee violently spun around, clamping both hands over her face, refusing to look at his disgusting feast. What is your problem? Did you eat something weird or what? Will asked, completely clueless to the drama. Before he could even take a single step, Lee scrambled backward in absolute panic, waving her hands wildly. Stay away! Do not come any closer! Look, if you are starving, I have some wild berries I foraged. You can have them all, just please stop eating that cursed garbage. With trembling hands, she unwrapped a large leaf, revealing a handful of rock-hard, sour-looking green fruits, offering them like a peace treaty. Now, in this brutal era, food was literally a matter of life and death. Normally, Lee would never share her hard-earned stash with anyone, but after watching Will miraculously save Big Bear and the hunting squad yesterday, she was more than willing to hand over her precious rations. In her eyes, only a supreme shaman possessed the magic to heal wounds, yet Will had done it so effortlessly. The guy was practically a walking demigod chosen by the heavens. The Stone Age did not exactly have a concept for clinging to a VIP, but her sheer survival instinct screamed that sticking close to this weirdo was the ultimate life hack. Too bad Will was absolutely oblivious to her strategic plotting. Glaring at those pathetic, wrinkled green rocks, he instantly lost all interest. They were practically trash compared to his magnificent durian. Waving her off, he proudly shoved the spiky shell toward her. Hey, this stuff is actually god tier. You want to try a bite? God tier? Lee's face scrunched up into a mask of pure horror. She wanted to scream but hesitated, her internal disgust warring with her reverence for the shaman. Her conflicted, painful stare was so loud, Will literally could not ignore it. Spit it out already. What is on your mind? Will sighed. Taking a deep breath, Lee deadpanned with absolute sincerity. That thing smells exactly like a fresh pile of crap. How can you possibly shove that in your mouth? Her eyes were so incredibly genuine and innocent. She was not even trying to insult him, but that absolutely brutal observation instantly flatlined his craving. Appetite, destroyed. Fighting back a sudden wave of nausea, he dramatically tossed the rest of the fruit into the bushes. Clearing his throat, he put on his best guru voice. For your information, this is a highly nutritious elixir fruit, essential for fortifying the mortal vessel. Dropping that majestic lie, he totally ignored her lingering look of absolute disgust. He swiftly scrubbed his hands in the nearby river and marched back to the camp like a boss. Meanwhile, Lee stood completely frozen behind him, engulfed in extreme psychological turmoil. Staring dead at the menacing durian tree, a crazy, rebellious spark ignited in her soul. Was she actually brave enough to taste the legendary poop fruit? Back at the tribe, the blazing heat was unbearable. Everyone was hiding out in their tents, desperately trying to survive the sweltering afternoon. Well, everyone except the hardcore meat prep squad. A super cool nickname Will had coined just to tell them apart from the regular hunting party. Making the most of the cool morning breeze, they had already butchered the fresh game and slapped the prime cuts onto boiling hot rocks to bake. Half a day under that brutal sun, and the meat was already crisping up. Give it a quick flip by nightfall, and boom, you had premium Stone Age jerky by morning. Sure, it would end up tasting like literal firewood, but it could last forever. A crucial survival stash for the brutal monsoon and freezing winter months. Right now, the squad was finally kicking back for a well-deserved post-breakfast nap. Turns out, Lee had actually gone out to fetch Will on official business. The tribe chief had personally reserved a colossal chunk of prime meat just for him, easily the size of a grown man hand. Even though Will had skipped out on all the brutal manual labor, the guy had literally saved the entire tribe from disaster. This meaty prize was the ultimate boss-level reward from the chief himself. Will, Big Bear hasn't eaten a single bite of meat all day. Is he going to die? Lee panicked, her eyes glued to the massive, motionless mountain of a man. Pure, unfiltered anxiety was painted all over her soot-covered face. William froze. Honestly, it was a miracle he could even read expressions through all that dirt. But the raw panic in her voice was completely undeniable. For these primitive folks, missing meat for a single day was basically a death sentence. Let me check on him. He crouched down, pulling back the leafy blanket. Big Bear was snoring like an absolute chainsaw. Not in a coma, just dead asleep. Watching that giant nose flare and those thick lips flap, William was completely blown away by their insane caveman vitality. How is he doing? Lee inched closer, biting her lip in sheer terror. He should be totally fine. William reached out to check his forehead. Bam! Out of nowhere, a massive hand shot up and clamped around his wrist like a steel trap. Ah! Let go! Let go of me! William screamed, feeling his bones almost snap under the crushing grip. After a terrifying second, the giant hand finally went limp. Cradling his bruised wrist, William stared in absolute shock. Big Bear's eyes were half open, swirling with total confusion. Pure survival instinct had triggered that brutal reflex. But the moment he recognized a tribe mate, his primal guard dropped. His remaining strength vanished, and he crashed right back into the dirt. Big Bear! You are awake! Lee shrieked with absolute joy. Well, not exactly. His mind was still trapped in that deadly wolf attack. His pupils dilated wildly, his gaze completely shattered, before he plunged right back into a deep, dark slumber. Big Bear! Lee screamed in total panic. Luckily, his massive head just hit the ground without doing any extra damage. It is okay. Waking up even for a second means he is pulling through. William quickly inspected the brutal stomach wound. No fresh blood. Miraculously, the torn flesh was already starting to knit itself back together. Except for some nasty blisters, he was healing up. William quickly grabbed more dandelion roots, smashed them into a juicy pulp, and dripped the lifesaver liquid onto the giant's cracked lips. The outside world was a scorching oven. Fetching real water was a suicide mission right now, so this bitter root juice had to do the trick. Keep giving him drops every few minutes. He should be fully awake by tonight. Passing the mashed roots to Lee, the main character turned his attention to Ying and Da. Ying had lost an entire arm. His spirit was completely crushed, drained of all life force. Da was slightly better off, suffering from a severely broken leg, but both were burning up with a terrifying fever, way worse than this morning. Without massive hydration, they were basically dead men walking. Glaring at the blazing sky, William guessed it was easily over 40 degrees. Trekking to the river right now? He would absolutely turn into human barbecue, but if he skipped the water run, these three guys would turn into human jerky. Plus, carrying the water back was an epic puzzle on its own. Giant leaves held barely anything and spilled instantly. William scowled, his gears turning rapidly. I need a real container, something solid. What is wrong with you? Lee asked nervously, watching him stare intensely at the ground. Nothing! Just keep an eye on them for me. With that, William leaped up, slapping a massive leaf over his head, and charged toward the river. The sun was spitting straight fire. Every single step felt like dancing on glowing coals. He had not even gone far before he felt like a roasted pig. His stomach, completely stuffed with durian and tough meat, suddenly churned with a sickeningly sweet wave of nausea. Wait a minute! Durian! A brilliant smirk flashed across his face. How could I be so blind? The spiky shells are literally the ultimate water jugs. Action followed thought. He sprinted like a madman toward the durian grove, hunting down a perfectly dried, rock-hard shell. Scraping out the guts, he crafted an instant prehistoric bucket. Haha, I am an absolute, undeniable genius. Crowning himself the king of survival, he grabbed a few more shells and dashed to the water. Too scared to wade in deep, he quickly scrubbed the shells and scooped up 2 massive portions of water. Trudging back, every spilled drop stabbed him right in the heart, but miraculously, he kept more than half. The second he slammed them down by the shelter, Lee gasped. "Will, you made it back!" She had been hardcore dripping root juice into Big Bear with so much dedication that the giant's chin was dyed completely dark green. That is enough for now. William let out a huge sigh of relief, placing his legendary spiky buckets in the dirt. "Whoa! What kind of sorcery is this?" Lee shrieked, her eyes bulging at the water-filled durian shells. "How is it holding so much water? It is not leaking at all. Wait, no! Is this the shell of the stink fruit? Yup, the very same smelly disaster you guys hate." William casually tipped a small shell toward her. "Here, force feed some to the big guy." "The stink fruit?" Lee snatched her hands back like she had just touched bubbling lava. Her eyes darted wildly at the water. Was she seriously supposed to make Big Bear drink out of the cursed stink fruit? She choked on her words, mentally fighting the absolute grossness of it all. But fast forward through a grueling afternoon of chugging root juice and durian water, Big Bear finally opened his eyes for real that evening. Once again, William was utterly mind-blown. These cavemen had the healing factors of actual superheroes. Ying had groggily flickered awake a few times, only to pass out cold again. Da was the lucky one. He woke up hours ago, paralyzed by the screaming agony of his broken bones, but just being alive and conscious was an epic miracle. When the hunting party returned, they immediately swarmed the patients, but their jaws completely dropped when they spotted the bizarre new gadgets chilling in the dirt. Containers that could hold an ocean of water. But Big Bear? Oh, he was absolutely not having a good time. The moment this towering beast found out he drank from the cursed stink fruit, his face twisted into pure, soul-crushing tragedy. He looked like he would rather fight the wolf again. Never in his wildest nightmares did he imagine consuming such a vile thing. You have to understand, even wild beasts would rather starve than touch that fruit. And the absolute worst part, he was still tragically single. What girl would ever want a guy who stank like that? Big Bear gave Lee the most pathetic puppy dog look imaginable. Only when he saw she was not totally grossed out by him did he secretly sigh in massive relief. Meanwhile, Lee's brain was doing backflips. The stink fruit was the ultimate taboo, but her modern friend had used the brilliant, god-tier wisdom of a shaman to turn absolute trash into incredible lifesavers. Hey, if the big guy in the sky signed off on it, why not? She raised the makeshift shell cup, offering the water to the absolute unit of a warrior. With a look of pure hesitation, he finally chugged it down. The tribe chief ambled over, handing out the midnight barbecue rations to William and the beefy hunters. "Get some serious rest, big guy. The gods have spoken, and your recovery is absolutely guaranteed," the chief declared. "Once you are back in fighting shape, we hunt again." With those dramatic words, the chief smeared pitch-black ash across the warrior's rugged face. Then, he dropped to his knees, bowing to the heavens while muttering a mystical, ancient prayer. The whole tribe held their breath, watching in absolute silence as he gently tapped the warrior with his legendary wooden staff. The tough guy literally burst into tears, utterly convinced that this divine blessing was the only reason he was still breathing. The chief then repeated the exact same theatrical ritual for the other injured hunter, Dat. That massive bruiser started sobbing like a baby. He could not believe the divine spirits actually took pity on his mortal soul. Heavy tears carved tracks straight down his rugged, dirt-covered face. Meanwhile, William sat in the corner, completely speechless. Like, hello? Shouldn't these guys be thanking the main character here? Instead, the imaginary sky spirits were completely stealing his hard-earned thunder. The chief shot a glance at the others, giving a silent, dramatic shake of his head before turning his intense gaze to William. "You did incredibly well, young one," he praised. "Hit the hay early. Tomorrow, we forage. I fear this coming winter will be an absolute nightmare. We need to hoard way more food." A heavy, crushing sorrow weighed down his ancient voice. "Our tribe's numbers are already pathetic, and our hunters are practically non-existent. Now that the hunting party got wrecked, we are seriously short on muscle. The biting chill in the air is already screaming that a brutal freeze is coming. Summer is more than halfway done. If we do not stockpile enough grub, people are definitely going to starve to death. This camp has not seen a newborn in what feels like forever, yet we lose people every single year. At this rate, we will straight up go extinct before the famine even hits. Don't stress, Chief. I will forage like my life depends on it. Please, stop worrying so much. Lee threw her head back, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Such a good kid. You are all the pride of this tribe. May the heavens watch over you. The chief crossed his arms dramatically, whispering an ancient, mystical dialect of the gods. William just let out a heavy, internal sigh. Did actual, literal divine beings really exist in this primitive Stone Age society? Were these shamans actually chatting with the divine? He had absolutely no clue. Sure, back in the modern world he was a hardcore atheist who laughed at this stuff, but honestly, he could not even explain his own insane transmigration into this crazy world. Alright, that is enough drama for tonight. Go get some sleep, and be up before the sun. With that final boss-like command, the chief shuffled away into the shadows. William grabbed a weird-smelling wild fruit and chugged a few mouthfuls of water. Ignoring the super-confused stares from the musclehead and Lee, he casually took his leftovers back to his spot. Crashing onto his scratchy grass bed, William started plotting. Should he pitch a wild idea to the chief tomorrow about scouting for brand new edible fruits? This wild frontier had to be packed with secret food sources. These cavemen just had not leveled up their gathering skills enough to spot them yet. Who knows? He might just become the legendary foraging king of the tribe, but there was a massive catch. Every single gathering mission stuck to the same boring, beaten paths. They only picked the same lame berries every time. How was he supposed to discover epic new ingredients like that? If he actually laid out his master plan, would the chief even let him explore the danger zones? With his brain running a mile a minute, William finally blacked out. But suddenly, a violently freezing sensation jolted him awake. It felt like a pair of predatory eyes was burning a hole straight through him, making every single hair on his body snap to attention. Holy crap! Did a mutated beast break into the camp? He froze like a deer in headlights, desperately trying to keep his breathing stealthy. But the more he panicked, the harder his chest heaved, until he was practically suffocating. Drenched in a cold sweat, he suddenly felt a skeletal, branch-like hand clamp down right on top of his head. Gah! William exploded upward in pure terror, violently thrashing his blanket of leaves in every direction. Whoa, kid, chill out. It is just me. What in the world are you doing? The chief's gravelly voice pierced the dark. William peeled his eyes open, only to see the creepy old man hunched over his wooden staff, staring right at him. Chief? He was still gasping for air, his brain completely short-circuiting from that near-death jump scare. Seriously, kid, what is your deal? Did you think the sun was up already? You looked like you were ready to sprint into the forest and start foraging right now. Outside, it was still pitch black, illuminated only by a chillingly bright full moon. Take a deep breath, boy. Dawn is still hours away. I only sneaked in here to ask you one thing. Where exactly did you learn the miraculous method to save our warrior? The chief gave him a deceptively gentle smile, but beneath that weathered, wrinkled face, a terrifying wisdom radiated out. Those piercing eyes felt like they were x-raying straight through William's very soul. William let out a massive sigh of relief. The invisible guillotine hanging over his neck had finally vanished. I saw it in a dream, he mumbled, dropping his head in a fake show of humility. Jackpot! It was the absolute, undisputed best excuse ever. Perfectly logical for this era, and 100% impossible to fact-check. Every web novel fan knows the holy trinity of plot devices. Truck-coon, convenient amnesia, and mystical dreams. Wait, no, scratch that. The holy trinity of transmigration is amnesia, prophetic dreams, and an overpowered system cheat. He already unlocked his golden finger cheat, even if it was still in the beta testing phase. Plus, the original host's memories were still fully intact inside his brain, so there was zero need to play the dumb amnesiac card. Now, it was time to deploy the ultimate weapon, the mythical divine revelation trope. It was the most overpowered hack in this primitive world, because these guys were absolute suckers for the gods. The chief's voice suddenly dropped an octave. Tell me, what exactly did you witness in this dream? What secrets were revealed to you? William internally panicked. Wait a minute! Nobody told him that using the dream excuse meant he actually had to write a full fantasy lore script on the spot. Was this boomer seriously expecting a 100-chapter epic backstory right now? Suppressing his raging anxiety, he slapped on a perfectly mysterious, zoned-out expression. During my 3-day coma, I was trapped in an endless vision. I saw so many incredible things, but there are certain secrets I absolutely cannot speak of. The gods strictly forbade it. The gods... The chief instantly slammed his knees into the dirt. He began aggressively chanting prayers, staying completely flattened against the ground for what felt like an eternity. When he finally stood up, his eyes were practically glowing with fanatical reverence. Then, what divine command have they bestowed upon our doomed tribe? William's face flushed bright red at the sheer intensity of the old man's reaction. Using these poor people's hardcore faith to run a massive scam on them? Yeah, it honestly made him feel like a massive jerk. But how else was he supposed to explain his modern knowledge? This was the only believable cover story. He quickly sent up a mental apology. Look, big guys upstairs, I am just trying to keep your believers from starving to death. Cut me some slack, okay? Still mentally begging for forgiveness, he put on his best prophet voice and spoke slowly. The heavens have forbidden me from dropping any spoilers. However, they have granted me the ultimate revelation. Moving forward, the moment my eyes lock onto an object, I will instantly know its true purpose and exactly how to use it to save us all. Just like when I saw Strong Bear's gnarly wound, the healing method just zapped right into my brain. He paused. The chief was staring at him like a fanboy waiting for an autograph. Welp, time to double down. He bit his lip and spun his web. The big boss upstairs made a promise. As long as we keep our faith absolute and our prayers loud, he will rain down his divine cheat codes. We are officially crossing starving to death off our schedule. The chief gasped. Oh, holy heavens. Praise be to the almighty ones. The old man instantly hit the dirt, dropping to his knees and mumbling a million prayers a minute. William awkwardly scratched his nose, watching the VIP of the tribe bow like a bobblehead. Okay, maybe that was a massive flex, but was it really a lie? If he actually scored enough grub to stuff everyone's faces later, he was practically a prophet anyway. My boy! The chief's voice cracked with cinematic drama. If the heavens themselves chose you as their compass, then you must take my place. Lead our people to the promised land of food. Plot twist! The old man aggressively shoved the bone-carved chief staff directly into William's chest, the ultimate symbol of tribal power. Take it. It is the absolute will of the gods. William's eyes bugged out. Whoa, hold the phone. Boss, I cannot take the legendary stick. He was totally freaking out. He just wanted to fake a little divine resume, not inherit the whole freaking company. He waved his hands like he was fighting off a swarm of bees. Look, sure, the edgy teen inside him loved the idea of being the boss, but sitting on the raggedy throne of a starving tribe? Hard pass. With his half-baked survival skills, he would accidentally drive this tribe straight off a cliff. Look, Chief, the gods only gave me the VIP pass for foraging. Being the big boss, that is strictly your territory. He practically chucked the heavy staff back into the old man's trembling hands. You handle the boring politics. Just give me a couple of muscleheads as my squad, and I will handle the grocery run. Smooth move, right? He just finessed the ultimate hall pass to roam the wilderness completely unchecked. The chief's eyes shimmered with tears. My boy, I know you are the chosen one. My health bar is flashing red. I do not have many days left on this server. The old man's voice dropped into a super dramatic, gravelly whisper. He had originally planned to dump all his ancient shaman magic onto William's lap, knowing his own game over was fast approaching. If the kid refused the crown, he could at least be the tribe's head wizard to keep these poor non-player characters from wiping out completely. But this direct divine intervention? It was like rolling a critical hit when all hope was lost. The chief was practically throwing a silent rave in his head. He knew it. This teen was an absolute unit of destiny, sent from the sky to drag them out of the Dark Ages. Kid, the heavens' elite tips are absolute. The gods have our backs. Whatever wild ideas pop into your edgy little head, execute them, for your vibes are now the divine law. The chief stared hard at William. He squeezed his eyes shut in intense meditation, then snapped them open, an epic, anime-style glare flashing in his pupils. His trembling lips unleashed a booming cinematic declaration. May the celestial forces bless your grind. Tomorrow at dawn, Little Lee and Big Dog shall be your loyal party members. He paused, letting the epic background music swell in his mind. Once Strong Bear's hit points are full, he will join your strike team too. Whoa, pump the brakes. William frantically mashed the cancel button on that plan. The tribe's hunting guild was practically running on fumes, stealing their top damage-dealing fighters for a random foraging quest he was just making up. Absolute suicide. If his little botanical side quest failed, those hunters were the only thing stopping a total game over. Let me run a solo beta test first. The gods left me on read for now, so a quick scouting mission is all I need. William laid down the law. Understood, my boy, but if the cosmic dial-up connects again, you drop me the patch notes immediately. The old man struggled to his feet, dramatically bonking his staff on William's head 3 times like a holy blessing. May the heavens secure your loot drops. After shoving the dramatic old man out the door, William pumped his fist in pure victory. Adrenaline spiked through his veins. That massive, tangled web of lies he just spun, he somehow glided through it like an absolute ninja. From now on, any weird, impossible crap he pulled off, the gods did it, bro. Literally untouchable. He glanced up at the ceiling, offering a cheeky smirk. Hey, universe, just borrowing your copyright for a bit. Do not strike my channel, please. Buzzing with rebellious energy, sleep was not even on the menu. His mind raced to the random dandelions and that stinky durian he hoarded today. Time to check the stats. He mentally booted up his system interface. The screen was a super depressing shade of gray, but wait. Gathering skill was sitting pretty at level 2, and alchemy just unlocked at level 1. Boom, the crossover event of the century. The experience points actually stacked between the two tech trees. But hold up, he grabbed literally hundreds of dandelions today, and the bar only ticked up by 1 pixel? Oh, no way. The system only counted unique species, not quantity. This game mechanic sucked. Holy garbage fire, he groaned. 9 tiers per skill, 100 points to level up. That meant he had to discover 100 completely different weird plants just to max out. A cold sweat dripped down his neck. Was he going to spend his entire teenage wasteland of a life playing primitive cataloger just to fill up this stupid database? But then, his inner evil genius smirked. What if he outsourced the grinding? If he taught these tribal extras how to harvest, would he leech their sweet experience points? Wait, what the heck is that? A glowing neon blue bar suddenly booted up on the interface. A tiny sliver of progress pulsed inside it. Next to it, bold letters read, Inheritance, and right below, Level 1. His jaw dropped. No freaking way. Did me showing Lee how to not poison herself actually count as passing down knowledge? If he had accidentally unlocked a teacher mode exploit, what was the ultimate payoff? Would his own stats skyrocket just by giving motivational speeches? Classic useless system, giving him 0 tutorial descriptions. Yo, system bug! Little Yuan, get out here! William yelled into the void. Present and ready, boss man! What is the mission? Popping out of thin air like a glitchy holographic soap bubble, the system sprite bounced into view. It was rocking this hilariously stupid, wiggling antenna right on its head, looking exactly like a bootleg mascot on a sugar rush. William cringed hard. He physically turned his head, refusing to acknowledge the cringe. All right, spit it out. What is the deal with this new inheritance stat? It literally just dropped in today's patch, right? Spot on, boss man. This hidden feature only unlocks the second you start spreading your big brain knowledge to the locals. Cool story, but what does it actually do? William squinted at the screen, totally baffled by the lack of tutorials. As the Grandmaster, you absorb inheritance points. Think of it like harvesting the sweet cult-like faith of humanity, initiating dumbed-down protocol. Xiao Yuan, the system AI, paused. She needed to translate this into idiot-proof terms. Faith points? William stroked his chin, striking a ridiculously dramatic anime pose. Wait a second, this sounds exactly like starting a world-dominating religion. You drop some divine miracles, you gather the masses, you drop some enlightenment, and boom, absolute worship. Once you teach them, they treat you like a literal god. You become their ultimate idol, Xiao Yuan explained with the patience of a saint. And that fanatical devotion? That farmable energy turns into legacy points. The light bulb shattered inside William's brain. A wicked, rebellious smirk crept across his face, carrying these prehistoric scrubs through the apocalypse. Was the ultimate ticket to godhood. His teenage delusions of grandeur instantly kicked in. I need an epic title, something legendary and insanely catchy, something that rivals the greatest prophets in human history. Calling myself Will the Rat, he scoffed out loud. Gross. Way too basic for a boss like me. Even my real name lacks that absolute flex energy. What should it be? The almighty sun god? The father of all life? Or maybe the primeval progenitor? Caught completely in his own Chunibu fantasy, he let out a ridiculously creepy, villainous chuckle that echoed in the dark. Heavy anime stress lines dropped over Xiao Yuan's face. Watching her host geek out like a total weirdo, she quietly vanished. She was seriously debating if it was too late to find a new main character. Clueless William had no idea his dramatic daydream almost cost him his cheat system. But hey, modern teens run on stress and sarcasm. You gotta find the humor in this prehistoric nightmare. The adrenaline slowly faded. The crushing pitch black of the primeval forest, mixed with the eerie rustling of giant leaves, started feeling like white noise. His consciousness drifted away. His heavy eyelids surrendered to the total darkness. After a brutal day of surviving by the skin of his teeth, the night finally claimed him. He hit the figurative pillow and passed out hard. But plot twist. He completely missed the glowing system panel floating above him. A sneaky little prompt box had just popped up right next to his legacy meter. Deep in the dream realm, William blindly swatted at the air like he was fighting a prehistoric mosquito. And smack! He totally hit the confirm button by accident. The progress bar instantly drained to 0. A blinding neon blue light exploded into digital particles, swirling like a halo before slamming straight into his chest. His scrawny frame jolted under the sudden power surge. A ridiculously satisfied sigh escaped his lips. He was definitely dreaming about being an overpowered anime protagonist right now. A subtle, magical blue aura pulsed over his skin before vanishing into the night. Even the wild forest seemed to hold its breath. The chaotic winds completely died down. Inside that pathetic excuse for a shelter, our legendary main character slept like a baby, totally oblivious to his massive level up and the embarrassing trail of drool leaking from his mouth. Flash forward to the crack of dawn. The tribal chief summoned Ya Li and Da Gu to the front lines. His absolute orders: stick to William like superglue from now on. This was all part of the master plan they had cooked up. But the real, top-secret reason? That stayed strictly classified. You can't just casually drop the bombshell that they were serving a literal deity. So, to keep things totally low-key, the tribe just assumed the chief was putting the new kid to work. Ya Li and Da Gu were just supposed to be his sidekicks. Meanwhile, the absolute unit known as Zhuangxiong had finally woken up. Ignoring the pain, he stubbornly dragged his massive frame into the formation. His monstrous wounds were barely stitched together. But in this hardcore era, if a warrior could still stand on his own 2 feet, there was zero chance he'd stay in bed acting like a freeloader. To these primitive chads, getting free meals without hunting was the ultimate disgrace. Seeing this raw dedication, a massive wave of guilt smacked William right in the face. Reality check. He had literally played dead in bed for 3 straight days. And the 5 days after that, he just casually splashed around catching fish like he was on vacation. In almost a week, his only actual contribution to society was chopping a single block of meat. Honestly, he deserved a massive slap of self-disgust right now. Slacking off simply did not exist in the primeval dictionary. It was exactly like modern kids facing finals week. You don't fake a fever to skip the biggest test of your life. Out here, nobody fakes an injury to dodge the daily grind. Whoa, are you even healed up yet? William blurted out, face-palming hard. His modern brain kept flashing to those cheesy pharmaceutical commercials. The cringe was violently real. I am perfectly fine, the giant warrior declared. You sewed my torn flesh back together. You pulled me from the jaws of death. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. Zhuangxiong slammed his massive right fist over his left chest. It was the absolute highest gesture of savage loyalty. In this tribe, this oath was second only to bowing before a literal god. To these warriors of the wild, the heart was the very core of existence. Shielding it while facing someone meant one thing. You are now as precious to me as my own life. Yo, Will, so where's our first raid location? Da Gu strutted over. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he saw the massive healing on Zhuangxiong's waist. The gruesome, infected blisters were completely dried up. Absolute mad respect flooded Da Gu's brain. A fatal wound that brutal, and this skinny kid actually healed it like magic? It was decided, if he ever got ripped apart by a beast, William was his personal medic. With this guy around, the Grim Reaper could kiss his primitive butt. Dude, don't go jinxing yourself into an injury, William deadpanned. Let's just do a scouting run around the perimeter first. Honestly, his mind was completely blank on the next quest objective. Out of all the useless trivia stuffed into his modern brain, besides the basic instinct of eating cooked barbecue, 0 survival skills were currently loading in his memory banks. Hey, big guy, he turned to Zhuangxiong. You guys run raid parties out there all the time. Have you ever spotted anything weird? Like specific stuff the wild beasts are absolutely obsessed with eating? William figured he'd just cut the nonsense and ask straight up. There was a solid chance these veteran hunters had stumbled across some rare medicinal herbs. The hulking warrior froze. His face turned pale. Well, his face was too caked in dirt to tell, but his chapped, trembling lips gave away his total confusion. You're asking about the stuff that the meat eats? Wait, are you looking for the tiny meat? Or the beasts? Grass is just grass, you know? A massive migraine stabbed right between William's eyes. This unga-bunga caveman vocabulary was an absolute nightmare. He had to resort to aggressively pointing at things like a frustrated preschool teacher. Look, I need herbs, plant life. The green stuff the monsters chew on. It grows in the dirt. Or on branches, sometimes it's buried. Plants, vegetation. Zhuangxiong's bewildered eyes followed William's flailing finger, finally landing on a cluster of juicy red berries hanging from a nearby branch. Oh, you mean these round things? The big guy grunted. Yeah, they pop out of the dirt too. Or hide underneath. Totally defeated, William just aggressively pointed at a random patch of weeds nearby. Grass? Seriously? Big Strong stared blankly at William. Yep, the dude's brain was exactly as thick as his biceps. Fruit, grass, literally whatever keeps us alive, bro. Have you guys ever seen any epic beasts eating fruit or grass? Where does that stuff even spawn around here? William sighed, tapping into his ultimate patience. He yanked up a weed, pointing at the dirt-covered roots. Stuff like this hidden in the ground? Totally edible. And yeah, there are thousands of small animals munching on it. Because they are tiny, pathetic losers who cannot hunt real meat, so they are stuck eating weeds. Big Strong scoffed with supreme caveman arrogance. William was completely speechless. This absolute meathead literally starved every single winter, yet here he was, throwing major shade at herbivores. So, is there any nearby or what? Whatever. William decided to skip the biology lecture on the food chain. The priority was finding loot to survive the impending doom of starvation. One day, these muscle-brained cavemen would finally get it. Look, if you want food, I will just go hunt a beast for you. Big Strong grunted, looking down at the scrawny teen who barely reached his chin. In the giant's eyes, William was just a pitiful kid, painfully skinny from lacking a proper meat-heavy diet. Crack! William popped his knuckles. A rebellious thought flashed through his mind. If we actually threw down right now, could I drop this oversized gorilla? Are you seriously going? Big Strong hesitated, then went full dramatic serious mode. Listen, eating grass is absolute torture. How about I just share my meat with you later? Dude, do you know where the plants are or not? Just spit it out. William's patience officially left the chat. His fists clenched tight in mounting frustration. Time was ticking, and they were burning daylight. Once the sun hit its peak, foraging would be an absolute nightmare. Sensing the explosive tension, Big Dog frantically jumped between them. Yo, chill, I know a spot, I know. Flashbacks hit him. Childhood memories of desperately digging up roots just to survive another brutal day. He practically had a doctorate in dirt snacks. Perfect, you lead the way. William nodded instantly, totally ignoring the dumbfounded Big Strong. Ya and Lee exchanged nervous glances before hesitantly trailing behind. These girls were strictly used to safely picking berries right next to the tribe. And let us be real, winter berries tasted like sour garbage. Plus, they barely made a dent in that gnawing hunger. But for low-tier members who did not have the status to earn meat rations, those bitter berries were their absolute only lifeline against starving to death. So if William was expecting them to know some magical, secret fruit paradise, they were completely clueless. Honestly, their expectations were rock bottom. But the tribe leader's orders were absolute law. Follow William's command. Hearts pounding with anxiety, the girls joined the chaotic squad. The crew marched out of the tribal grounds, crossing the barren wasteland toward the mysterious forest ahead. And the very first obstacle on their epic quest? A massive, menacing grove of durian trees. William's eyes lit up like he just hit the jackpot. He sprinted over, ripping a spiky shell wide open. Boom. An insanely pungent, aggressively sweet aroma instantly carpet-bombed the entire area. The whole squad recoiled in absolute terror. Big Strong's face turned green. Flashbacks of using this exact stinky shell as a water bowl yesterday hit him hard. His stomach did backflips, nearly hurling right then and there. Will, bro, is that biohazard actually delicious? Big Dog asked, leaning in with wild curiosity. Having survived on some truly cursed garbage in his youth, his iron stomach was ready for absolutely anything. Watching William devour the yellow mush like it was a 5-star meal, Big Dog's inner foodie awakened. Ya's eyes widened in sheer horror, shooting lethal glares at the curious guy. Big Dog, are you insane? That is the legendary stinky fruit. You are not seriously putting that in your mouth, are you? Oh, thank the heavens. She mentally praised the universe that her crush was Lang Mao. Thank goodness her dream guy would never associate with a toxic waste eater. Dude, it is straight fire. Try a bite, I swear on my life. William, face stuffed with fruit, ripped off a chunky yellow slice and shoved it directly toward Big Dog. Bro, this stuff is an absolute cheat code for your body. It boosts your appetite, maxes out your digestion, instantly cures constipation, and optimizes your entire detox system. Back in my day, it was the ultimate health hack for glowing skin. They literally call it the king of fruits. It is super expensive, and the flavor? Absolute perfection. People worship this stuff. What the heck does any of that mean? Big Dog was completely mind-blown. William's modern vocabulary sounded like some legendary, ancient magic spells. A profound wave of respect washed over him. Ah, William choked on his words. How do you explain modern nutrition to a caveman? He sighed, breaking it down syllable by syllable, like a slick car salesman pitching to a toddler. Okay, listen up. Appetite boost means it makes you crave more food. Digestion hack? It means when you eat too much meat and feel like exploding, this magical fruit makes your stomach feel awesome. As for constipation and detox, well, it basically guarantees you take the smoothest, most glorious bathroom break of your life. The moment those words left his mouth, William looked at the squishy fruit in his hand. Suddenly, the vibe was totally ruined. Stinky fruit that makes you go to the bathroom? How is anyone supposed to eat this now? Holy cow. You are not lying. This flavor is absolutely insane. Big Dog bit into the mush, instantly ascending to flavor heaven. Being the ultimate bro, he immediately turned around, offering the leftover half to the terrified squad behind him. Get over here, Big Strong. You gotta try this. This stinky bomb tastes like pure magic. I literally cannot fathom why the wild beasts ignore this epic loot. Stay back. Do not bring that biological weapon anywhere near me. Big Strong shrieked, jumping like a startled cat. In a flash, the giant leaped back over 10 feet. He clutched his stomach defensively, completely frozen in absolute terror. But that explosive dodge came with a brutal price. His newly healing wounds violently ripped open. Agonizing, soul-crushing pain flared up, hitting him so hard he almost passed out. Yet, the physical torture meant absolutely nothing. What truly shattered his soul was the look of pure, unadulterated disgust Lee was shooting his way. If he even breathed near that cursed, stinky fruit, his crush would cancel him forever. Kiss his chances of ever getting a mate goodbye. Hey, but it seriously tastes so freaking good. Big Dog cradled the two durians like precious babies, utterly clueless as to why the trio was treating him like a walking plague. Fine, whatever. Let us roll. William snatched the legendary fruit back and confidently marched forward. Look, even in the modern world, this absolute unit of a fruit was highly controversial. You either worship it or despise it. No need to force-feed the non-believers. Bursting out of the stinky grove, a breathtaking, endless emerald savanna exploded into view. The vibrant green grass stretched toward infinity, rippling like a massive ocean under the whispering wind. A crystal-clear, deep sapphire sky stretched endlessly above, decorated with fluffy, cotton candy clouds drifting in total harmony. Wildflowers painted the earth in a chaotic, brilliant explosion of colors, creating a scene ripped straight out of a legendary fantasy painting. An overwhelming wave of emotion slammed into William's chest. This unbelievable cinematic view totally felt like he had just respawned right in the magnificent Mongolian steppes. Man, if a herd of wild horses came galloping through here, cracking whips under the blazing blue sky, that would be an absolute fantasy paradise. But reality check, this grass is ridiculously tall. It reached his waist, and for little Nya, she was practically drowning in green up to her neck. William turned to Big Dog, raising an eyebrow. Is this seriously the place? Yup. This is the exact stuff those walking stakes, the wild beasts love to chow down on. Little critters and giant monsters alike come here for a snack. Big Dog flashed a goofy, innocent grin. Back in the day, he used to survive by stuffing his face with these weeds. Sure, it was bitter and spicy, but for a starving kid, not dropping dead from poison was a massive win. William shook his head in absolute disbelief. He was not out here to graze on random weeds. He needed real, actual human food. Wheat, rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, the basic carbs a modern guy could grab just by stepping foot inside a convenience store. But identifying wild grass? Give me a break. He was not a cute bunny or a chewing cow. He squinted at the ground, desperately praying for a familiar plant to pop out. But nope, it was just an ocean of green. Grass, and more grass. He vaguely remembered some plant names, but telling them apart out here? Impossible. Right then, Lee quietly shuffled over, crouching down next to him like a timid mouse. Will, what exactly are you looking for? Do you need some backup? I do not even know myself. I will only recognize it when I see it. William let out a heavy sigh, a massive wave of absolute failure crushing his soul. His modern boy pride? Totally shattered into a million pieces. He felt like an absolute useless, non-playable character, eating more than his fair share, but completely failing at basic survival. Exhausted and completely done with life, he flopped backward into the weeds. Staring up at the brutally bright blue sky, the blinding sun practically roasted his eyeballs. What on earth is that dude doing now? Na muttered, totally weirded out by his drama. The tribe leader had ordered them to follow his lead, but for half the day, he had just dragged them in pointless circles. And now, he was just slacking off in the dirt like a total lazybones. It is way too hot for this nonsense, Lee. Let us just ditch him and go back. If we do not chop up some meat today, we are definitely starving tonight, Nya complained, her teen angst flaring up. That was the ironclad rule of the tribe. No sweat, no meat. Just thinking about an empty, rumbling stomach tonight made her glare fiercely at William. Hey, Will, if you want to play dead and skip work, fine, but do not drag the rest of us down with you. Nya snapped fiercely, flashing her sharp, pearly white teeth like a totally angry little rebel. William snapped out of his funk, pushing himself up from the dirt. He was just about to surrender and head back to the shady woods, when suddenly, a mysterious voice called out to him. He flinched like he had been electrocuted, whipping his head around so fast it nearly gave Nya and Lee a heart attack. Did one of you guys just say something? His intense gaze locked onto them like a hawk, scanning every single micro-expression. Nope. Big Dog blinked in pure confusion, while the girls furiously shook their heads. A cold chill shot straight down William's spine. Was this place seriously haunted in broad daylight? Master, it is me. The system spirit, Little Yuan, chimed in out of nowhere. Boom! A holographic screen ignited right inside his brain. It projected a glowing three-dimensional image of a strange herb, standing tall with leaves spreading out like a bright green umbrella. A tiny green flower shot up from the top, while thick, totally robust roots dangled below like alien tentacles. What in the world is this? He stared at the glowing pop-up for an eternity, but there was zero text attached. You have got to be kidding me. A picture without a caption? What does this system want me to become a legendary medicine god and taste test every single poisonous weed out here? He frantically tapped at the invisible interface, but the screen stayed dead silent. Zero response. Is it glitching out? Left with zero options, William had to dig deep into his own brain power. Wait a second. He mentally counted the glowing leaves on the hologram. 7 leaves. Is not that the legendary Notoginseng? The ultimate healing root. Back in the modern world, he used to buy this stuff just to brew fancy tea. Every single part of this plant was pure gold. The flowers made epic tea, and the roots were top-tier medicine, perfect for boosting blood flow, nuking inflammation, and dissolving bruises. Heck, the internet was absolutely flooded with viral tutorials on how to prep it. Did the system just drop a hint that this holy grail herb is nearby? That totally epic realization sent adrenaline rushing through his veins. He instantly dove headfirst into the wild grass like a madman. Dude, what are you hunting for now? Big Dog panicked, trying to block him. Diving into this jungle of weeds under the midday sun was a one-way ticket to passing out. Just tell me what you need. I have practically lived in these bushes my whole life. I might actually know where it is. Sweat poured down their sun-baked faces, and the sharp grass blades sliced at their skin, leaving super itchy red marks everywhere. Everyone was getting incredibly cranky. Na finally lost her temper completely and screamed, Will, what on earth are you even doing? This is worse than hunting giant monsters. Wait, bingo, I found it. William roared in triumph. Right in front of him stood a magnificent ginseng plant over 3 feet tall. The flower was in full bloom. This bad boy was easily 3 years old, packing some insanely potent healing power. Thrilled to the core, he aggressively pointed at Big Dog. Hey, dig this up, right now. But be super gentle. We need the entire root system intact. Do not smash it, keep the flower perfect, and absolutely do not break a single piece. Big Dog activated his brute strength, his massive hands moving at lightning speed. With a few quick scrapes of a sharp stone, he safely yanked out the entire holy herb, giant root ball and all. William cradled it in his palms like a precious diamond. He cross-referenced it with the holographic system image. A flawless match. Ding! The sweet, familiar system chime echoed in his brain, blessing him with a brand new tech point. His mouth instantly curved into a massive, ear-to-ear grin. He looked exactly like a little kid who just unboxed the ultimate holiday gift. Will, is this weird weed seriously what you wanted? Strong Bear asked, tilting his head. You bet your life it is. This is the legendary Notoginseng. It stops bleeding, nukes pain, destroys inflammation, and melts bruises away. This stuff is an absolute game changer for patching up the 3 of you. He passionately pointed at the magical root and commanded, We are going to hunt for way more of this. The more, the better. When you spot one, extract the whole base. Handle it like a fragile bomb. Leave the dirt wrapping the roots perfectly intact. You got it, boss. I am on it. Strong Bear nodded firmly, instantly diving back into the grassy battlefield. Wait, I totally remember seeing one of those earlier. Let me go check. Na glanced at William, her cheeks flushing with serious teen embarrassment. Just a minute ago, she was roasting him for slacking off, but the absolute truth hit her like a truck. He was desperately hunting for medicine just to save their tribe. Let us grab everything we can. But hey, do not wander off. The blazing sun was absolutely merciless. The savannah felt like an oversized oven. You could literally see the heat waves dancing in the air. After scoring over 10 prime saplings, our main character Will signaled the retreat. It was time to bounce from this grassy hellscape. They dug those babies up, roots, dirt, and all. Survival rule number 1, keep the plants alive until they hit the tribe's home turf. But here's the kicker, about an endless ocean of grass. You get lost. Fast. Since Will was playing squad leader, his crew blindly followed his confident strides. Plot twist? The guy had absolutely zero clue where he was going. So yeah, their internal GPS was severely glitching. Bursting through the final patch of grass, the squad froze in their tracks. Boom! A massive, towering jungle blocked their path. And dangling from the canopy, giant, mysterious orbs of destiny. Will took one look and practically burst into maniacal laughter. If his modern brain was right, those bad boys were coconuts. Talk about a legendary stroke of dumb luck. His eyes locked onto the trees like he just spotted ultra-rare loot. Without a second thought, he activated maximum overdrive and sprinted. The sheer speed left big guy Hung completely paralyzed with shock. Wait a minute. Was not this scrawny kid supposed to be weaker than a gust of wind? Yo, Will, have you lost your mind? Why are you zooming like that? Is there a monster? Dog sprinted after him, scanning the shadows like a paranoid ninja. Nope, false alarm. Everything is super chill. I am not running for my life. Will panted out, totally out of breath but grinning like an absolute madman. The dude had literally burned through his entire stamina bar. Moments later, Nya and Lee caught up to the chaotic scene, totally clueless but rolling with the madness. Only Hung trailed behind like a massive, injured tank. He limped along, throwing fierce glares over his shoulder, fully expecting an ambush. He was terrified some hidden beast was tracking them. Meanwhile, Will's internal monologue was throwing a massive rave. Oh baby, my coconuts, my hydration, my future cooking pots, my glorious, sweet-tasting beauties. The guy was half a second away from busting out a full musical number in the wild. Skidding to a halt at the base of the tree, the prize was finally his. He tilted his head back, gazing up at the heavy clusters. His eyes practically formed giant pink hearts. It was true love at first sight. Hello there, gorgeous. It is an absolute honor to meet you, my beautiful princess. What the heck are you mumbling about? Dog stood right next to him, scratching his head like his brain had blue-screened. Will just waved him off and pointed a dramatic finger straight up at the prize. Stop asking questions and just get one down for me. Oh, bet. Dog looked up, squared his shoulders, and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the trunk. Smash! A barrage of coconuts rained from the heavens, turning into heavy artillery aimed right at Will's skull. One step slower, and he would have respawned in the next life. Dog, totally oblivious to the near homicide, casually scooped one up and handed it over. Dude, why do you want this rock-hard thing? Are we going to smash some stinky fuzzies with it? Wait, stinky fuzzies? Will blinked, his brain stalling for a solid 3 seconds. Say what now? Sure, a coconut could totally knock a guy out cold in a street fight, but what in the world was a stinky fuzzy? Then the local lore finally clicked in his mind. Right. They called rabbits by that ridiculous nickname here. Never mind that. How do we crack this open? Try hitting this exact spot right here. Will pointed like an absolute tactical genius at the top of the shell. See those 3 little circles? Pierce that, and you have nature's juice box. Crack the bigger line, and you hit the sweet, meaty jackpot. Back in the modern world, grabbing a coconut was basic weekend vibes. But in the Stone Age, 0 tools. Still, with the sheer monstrous power of these local meatheads, it had to be possible. Following Will's exact target coordinates, Hung drew his massive stone blade. He locked on and brought the weapon down with the force of a meteor. Absolute destruction. The poor coconut instantly exploded into 8 different pieces. Sweet, cloudy nectar splashed all over Hung's massive arms. The big guy just stood there, completely stunned. He barely even tapped into his warrior aura. How did this supposedly indestructible rock shatter like cheap glass? It was a messy disaster, but some precious liquid still pooled in the jagged shards. Will went into panic mode, shoving pieces at his crew. Drink it! Quickly, before we lose the rest! Without waiting for a response, he tipped a jagged shard back and chugged like a madman. It was just a tiny sip, but after surviving an entire morning in the scorching wasteland, that refreshing, electric sweetness hit harder than an iced coffee on a Monday morning. Will practically licked the shell clean. Next phase? Tearing into the pristine white meat with his bare hands. Flashback to his civilized past? He would have been caught dead before eating like a feral beast. Thinking back to all those half-empty water bottles he used to toss out, he seriously wanted to time travel just to slap his spoiled former self across the face. Dog, being the ultimate food vacuum, did not hesitate for a microsecond. He downed it in one gulp. Holy mother of all that is good! Since when did this taste like absolute magic? My entire life has been a lie. I have been throwing these legendary treasures away. The guy was having a spiritual awakening over a piece of fruit. Seriously. How does this thing even crack open? I used to fastball these at the stinky fuzzies all day long, and they never dented. Lee stared at the dripping shell, a spark of absolute trust in her eyes. She had never touched those nasty wild fruits before, but if Will said this was the good stuff, she was all in. Taking a deep breath, she delicately lifted the fragment. She closed her eyes and took a sip of the mysterious liquid. Well, is it good, Lee? Nya watched like a hawk, literally holding her breath. Suddenly, an intense, brilliant light seemed to radiate from Lee. Her eyes sparkled with starry excitement, and a massive smile broke across her face. Naya, it is incredible. You have to try this right now. It is a flavor explosion. Naya hesitated, breaking into a nervous sweat. What if this was a trap? What if it tasted like that demonic sour fruit from yesterday? But looking around, the whole squad was chugging away, like they had found the fountain of youth. Curiosity totally hijacked her brain. She brought the shell to her lips. Bam! A rush of intense, cooling sweetness flooded her senses. She actually choked a little from the sheer shock of it. Her pupils dilated into massive saucers, sweet, with a tiny kick of zest. It washed away all the heat, destroying plain river water in a landslide victory. Oh my gosh. Lee, this is undeniably, insanely delicious. Smash cut to Nya. She chugged the rest of that sweet nectar in one go. Then she straight up clawed out the crispy white flesh inside. Seeing those grubby fingers against that pure white coconut meat? Major vibe killer. No Will stared down at his own hands. Suddenly, his snack didn't look so appetizing anymore. I mean, sure, he took a bath a few days ago. And yeah, he literally washed his hands yesterday. But they were still coated in prehistoric grime. Reality check. Priority number 1 was inventing some actual, decent tools. Lee looked up. Hey, Will, is this some kind of new food? Can we stash it away for the winter? Her big, dark eyes locked onto him with total respect. Since our boy Ngo Will discovered this miracle fruit, he was the absolute boss of what happened to it. But seriously, if they could just sip on this sugary goodness during the freezing months, maybe surviving the winter wouldn't be such a total nightmare. So, can we? She asked, her voice totally shaking. Nope. Ngo Will shot her down instantly. Savage, but necessary. The hope in Lee's eyes instantly vanished. You could literally see the tears pooling in the corners of her eyes, but she stubbornly whipped her head away. No way was she letting anyone see her cry. Meanwhile, Trang Hung was freaking out. He stared at Lee, his mouth opening and closing like a stranded fish. The big guy was totally ready to trade his secret stash of meat just to get her some more of that sweet fruit juice. But wait, he had already promised that exact same meat to Ngo Will as a literal life-saving reward. The words choked right there in his throat. Dude was completely broke. He had zero leverage left to bargain with. All he could do was clench his massive fists, feeling completely useless while his crush was hurting. Will awkwardly scratched his head. Look, this stuff just had a terrible shelf life. It would be totally rotten by the time winter rolled around. It is not like he ever majored in coconut preservation back in the modern world. Throwing them in a giant freezer would have been a piece of cake. But out here in the wild, you had to wait for literal blizzards to get a natural fridge. Wait a second. Blizzards? A crazy realization just struck Ngo Will like lightning. Hold up. Wasn't this geography practically identical to the Indus Valley? Winter here was supposed to be a total breeze, warm and sunny. So why was the whole squad acting like doomsday preppers? Why were they all terrified of freezing or starving to death? It didn't make any sense. Bam! A chaotic flood of inherited memories slammed into his brain. He literally collapsed into the dirt. This insane world didn't have normal seasons. One year was an endless monsoon, the next was an apocalyptic ice age. The sheer brutality of this place? It was off the charts. This sweaty summer heat was like a vacation compared to what was coming. Will, dude, you are seriously freaking me out. Lee panicked. I swear I won't drink any more of it. Just tell me what is happening to you. Tears were literally streaming down her face now. Did this weird round fruit just break his brain? Was hoarding it for winter going to unleash some kind of ancient curse? Ngo Will snapped back to reality. He realized he was just sprawled out in the dirt like a total drama queen. So embarrassing. He wished the ground would just swallow him whole. But whatever. Time to activate cool guy mode. He forced himself to chill out. Hey, he was just an average guy from the 21st century. A little system shock was totally normal, right? But a modern gamer's brain is basically supercharged. He could definitely figure out this survival meta. Relax, team. I just had a major stroke of genius. Ngo Will bounced up and aggressively pointed at the coconut. The juice won't survive till winter, sure. But this thing? This is an absolute game changer for our lifestyle. First off, the shell is literally a rice cooker. We can brew soup in it or use it as epic custom bowls. Back in my day, hipsters would pay top dollar for these as eco-friendly artisanal crafts. I mean, literally just scroll through a 5-second tutorial and you are a master. Trang Hung just stared at him. His eyebrows knotted in massive confusion. Ngo Will was spouting way too much alien nonsense today. It was completely blowing Trang Hung's mind. Was this the legendary, unfathomable wisdom of a shaman? The gap between them was insane. We use it as a pot, guys. Ngo Will tossed a perfectly round coconut in the air, already visualizing himself brewing up some overpowered magical potions. What the heck is a pot? Daika scratched his head, utterly lost. But the girls? They had paid attention to Ngo Will's previous rants. Nya's eyes lit up like sparklers as she shrieked. Oh my gosh! You mean we can make that soup thing? That amazing hot water made from boiling the bones? Bingo. 10 points to the smart little beauty. Ngo Will snapped his fingers with a sharp click, flashing a Hollywood smile. Nya instantly turned beet red and glared daggers at him, forcing him to quickly dial down his charm. Clearing his throat, he went into full professor mode. He explained how this hardcore shell could boil water, cook soup, and stash their survival rations. The utility is absolutely off the charts, people. We are literally upgrading our entire civilization's tech tree right now. He was hyping it up like a late-night infomercial guy selling a magic blender. His entire squad just watched him in awe. 4 cave people, 8 starry eyes locked onto his every word. Then Daikao just let out a goofy laugh. So, it just makes our meat hot and tasty? Sweet. Bam. That caveman logic totally assassinated Engo Will's grand, visionary speech about society. Defeated, Engo will let out a long, tragic sigh. Yeah, bro. It makes hot meat. Daikao pumped his fist. Heck yeah. I am going back up the tree to secure the loot. These bad boys are basically cannonballs. I used to chuck them at the heads of furry monsters all the time. High-tier weapons, for sure. Before anyone could blink, Daikao scrambled up that massive palm tree like a mutated spider. His stone blade became a blur. Swish, slash. A heavy payload of coconuts rained from the sky. Trang Hung was playing catch at the bottom, effortlessly stacking them into a literal mountain of loot. Meanwhile, our main character Nu Will was chilling in the shade, playing supervisor as he taught the girls how to crack the shells open. He took a long, dramatic slurp of his ice-cold coconut water. The gentle summer breeze brushed against his face. Flanked by 2 absolute tribal beauties with flawless, sun-kissed skin. Honestly, this survival gig was turning out to be a massive win. Hey Will, is this enough ammo for you? 'Cause if not, I know another spot packed with these green bowling balls. Daikao yelled from above. He was currently hugging a massive coconut, slurping loudly from a jagged hole he just smashed into it. The crystal-clear juice spilled everywhere, dripping down his chin like a messy teenager. He casually wiped his face with the back of his hand and went right back to chugging like an absolute legend. All right, break time is over. We need to bring these back for the others to taste. Later on, our hunting parties can just grab them on the go. William stared at the pile of 50-something fruits, his brows furrowing in deep thought. Hauling all of this back was going to be a massive headache. He turned his gaze to Zhuang Heng. Hey, big guy, how do you normally drag your massive kills back to camp? We just throw them over our shoulders, Zhuang Heng replied, scratching his head. If the beast is too huge, we team up and carry it. Yeah, that primitive brute force method definitely wasn't going to work on these rolling bowling balls. How about I just run back and forth a few times? Dagu chimed in eagerly, catching the annoyance on Will's face. Don't sweat it, boss. A few sprints and I will have them all moved. Count me in too. Look how many I can hold. Little Ya piped up, clumsily hugging 3 coconuts to her chest and straining to lift them. William let out a pained laugh. Running back and forth like mindless pack mules? That was peak primitive behavior. But he was a modern teen. He survived on brain power, not just leg day. No bags? No problem. Time to invent one from scratch. He casually ripped up some tough, flexible grass. Giving it a hard tug, he realized it wouldn't snap easily. His fingers flew into motion, twisting and weaving the blades. In a flash, a crude but sturdy net materialized in his hands. He tossed a few coconuts inside. A perfect fit. Without missing a beat, he ordered the muscleheads to chop down 5 thick branches. Gathering a massive pile of the sturdy grass, he squatted down and started running a master class on net weaving for Ya and Li. In no time at all, several wide mesh traps were crafted. They tied the woven nets securely to the thick branches, leaving a wide pocket right in the center to stash their tropical loot. Each branch held around 10 heavy coconuts. It honestly looked like a freakishly gigantic cluster of mutant grapes. Under the awestruck, bug-eyed stares of his 4 companions, 5 colossal clusters of fruit were gloriously born into the world. Staring at their afternoon masterpiece, William felt a surge of absolute, undeniable triumph. As dusk fell, the squad marched back to the tribe, bathed in the epic, fading light of the sunset. Every single one of them had a long branch hoisted over their shoulder, dragging a ridiculous trail of hard, round boulders behind them. The coconuts bounced along the dirt like runaway cannonballs. Leading the chaotic parade was Dagu. Before they even crossed the tribe's gates, he started screaming at the top of his lungs. Chief! Hey, Chief! Get over here and check out the epic loot we brought back. The rest of the tribe had returned ages ago. Aside from the chief, absolutely nobody had a clue what this crazy squad was up to. So naturally, no one was exactly sweating over their absence. Only Lang Mao would occasionally glance toward Ya's grass hut whenever he had a spare second. They are back. Quick, everyone, get over there and lend them a hand. The chief, who had been chilling by the central bonfire, instantly leaped to his feet. He completely forgot about the meat he was carving and sprinted frantically toward the returning heroes. All day long, the supposed divine prophecy had been eating at him. He had been on the edge of his seat, praying that these reckless kids had actually tracked down a new food source. The sheer hype racing through his veins made the old man run twice as fast as usual. In just a few explosive strides, he was standing face to face with Dagu. He craned his neck to get a good look, but the moment his eyes landed on those bizarre, hard, round spheres dragging in the dirt, his excited expression flatlined. His fiery enthusiasm completely fizzled out. The chief slowly turned to William. "You crazy kids. Are these just hard-shell nuts?" "Yep, but we only grabbed a few." William was panting like a dying dog, collapsing straight into the dirt. It took him forever just to drag himself back up and help haul the bizarre bounty into the plaza. The long chain of coconuts rolling across the ground looked like a scene straight out of an absurd comedy. "Oh man, is it finally dinner time? Thank the heavens. I am literally about to pass out from hunger." William stared at the sizzling meat over the fire. Drool practically cascaded from his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with desperate, ravenous desire. Seeing the boy's gaze glued to the barbecue like a starving wolf, the chief could only swallow his burning questions. He picked up his stone blade and quickly sliced up portions for the exhausted crew. The second the meat hit their hands, all manners flew out the window. They devoured it like absolute savages. They had been busting their guts all day with nothing but some gross wild fruit and coconut water holding them together. As for Zhuang-Hung, Li, and Ya, their stomachs were literally just sloshing with liquid. They had eaten absolutely zero solid food. The chaotic, animalistic way they were stuffing their faces left the rest of the tribe in utter shock. Even the ones who had already eaten found themselves swallowing hard, suddenly hungry again. Only after the very last bite of meat slid down his throat did William casually grab a coconut and toss it over to Zhuang-Hung. With the flashy precision of a veteran warrior, Zhuang-Hung hacked away the thick outer husk. Swish, slash, the hard, mysterious inner shell was finally exposed. Gripping his stone dagger tightly, he aimed the sharp point dead center and struck downward with explosive force. Bam! The shell cracked open with a sharp pop. Crystal clear liquid instantly geysered out, spilling over the sides because it was packed to the brim. After a whole afternoon of intense practice, the big guy had mastered the ultimate coconut chopping arts. William took the freshly opened prize and presented it to the chief like a sacred artifact. "Go ahead, chief, take a sip. We call this a coconut. That liquid inside is pure nectar. Trust me, the flavor is absolutely mind-blowing." The tribe's people had seen these ridiculous rock fruits before, but in the history of their existence, not a single soul knew you could actually consume them. Watching Zhuang-Hung's meticulous, almost reverent preparation, the chief instantly realized these rebellious kids had stumbled upon something legendary. Nobody ever treated a simple wild fruit with such hardcore respect. That kind of VIP treatment was reserved only for prime cuts of meat. His trembling, weathered hands accepted the shell. Before he even brought it to his face, his lips were quivering so violently he nearly spilled the divine juice. He froze in place, holding his breath to steady his racing heart. Once his nerves finally settled, he slowly, dramatically raised the vessel to his lips. The very first gulp hit him like a lightning bolt. The pure, refreshing sweetness surged through his taste buds and exploded straight into his brain like a cool, underground spring. The sensation was so incredibly overwhelming that he completely lost control, frantically chugging it down in massive gulps. The old chief's sense of taste had faded years ago, but now, being struck by this bizarre, heavenly sweetness, hot tears streamed down his rugged face. His soul was instantly transported back to his infancy. Only the forgotten memory of his mother's milk had ever tasted this profoundly sweet. William was genuinely stunned, seeing the hardened chief weep over a drink. He blinked in disbelief, then exchanged a knowing, triumphant smirk with Zhuang-Hung. In perfect sync, the remaining 4 able-bodied members of the squad whipped out their stone daggers. Swish, slash, bam. They rapidly cracked open coconut after coconut, passing the legendary nectar to the shocked tribesmen nearby. One by one, the ultimate beverage was distributed into the crowd. As the first brave souls took a sip, sheer, unadulterated shock hit their faces. Their eyes flew wide open, shining with the brilliance of a brand new world. Welcome to the Stone Age, where sugar is an absolute myth, and getting a taste of wild honey usually means getting brutally destroyed by killer bugs. Total buzzkill, right? But forget risking your life for a quick sugar rush, because right now, that legendary, mouth-watering sweetness was being passed around like free samples at a mall. Everyone gets a piece of the action. The elders, the kids, the women. Normally, they had to sit around waiting for the hunting squad to drag dirty river water back to camp. And if the hunters ran into trouble, boom! You were practically dying of thirst for 2 days straight. But today, they were chugging their own personal beverages like absolute bosses. And not just any drink. It was pure, glorious nectar. They took tiny, terrified sips, side-eyeing the chief like a bunch of guilty teenagers. If they drank too much, would he snap? Would he cut their meat rations? "All right, chill out, drink up," the chief finally grunted. He saw William cracking open the rest of the stash and gave the ultimate nod of approval. "Look, In this tribe, the chief was the absolute dictator of the dinner table. Nobody touched a single crumb without his say-so. Try sneaking a snack, and you would get completely wrecked. But William, he was built different. The kid was practically a cheat code blessed by the gods, dropping a massive new food update in just 24 hours. Plus, the chief had seen these hard, green orbs lying around the wild before. They were not exactly rare loot. With the big boss giving the green light, the tribe went entirely feral. They chugged the sweet juice in seconds, their minds completely blown that this scrawny kid delivered such a top-tier beverage. A heavy wave of pure respect and awe washed over the crowd. Suddenly, every single eye was locked on William like he was a legendary hero. Kid, this stuff hits different. It is incredible. But can we hoard it for the winter freeze? The chief asked, feeling a rare moment of dad-like pride seeing his tribe actually smile. Winter survival was always the ultimate boss fight. No can do, boss, William replied with a sigh. These things spoil super fast once you pick them. Wait, they go bad? The collective disappointment hit the crowd like a truck. The chief's face instantly dropped. If this stuff could not survive the winter, its value just plummeted straight to the ground. Whatever, the chief reasoned, shaking it off. If we chug this now, we eat less meat. More meat to dry for the winter stash. He was low-key bummed, but still gave the kid mad props. Hold up, big boss. I might have a massive hack for that. William slapped his forehead, grabbing an empty shell and tossing it straight to Big Bear. Smash it along this line, but do not obliterate it. We need it sliced clean in half like a giant bowl. Big Bear caught it, flexing his massive arms. He brutally hacked off the green armor, and with a wild swing of his stone blade, cracked the shell perfectly down the middle, exactly where William pointed. Having literally just leveled up this skill, the huge warrior effortlessly scraped the pristine white flesh from the inside. Check this out, Chief. This is the fruit's meat. It is completely edible, and I bet my life we can sun-dry it for the stash. William tossed the bright white snack to the chief. The boss's comment about dried meat had triggered a massive, big-brain moment. Back in the modern era, dried fruit was literally an everyday snack, right? Throw this bad boy under the blazing sun, and we have got ourselves a winter survival kit. It was a totally foolproof, game-changing plan. A modern mind playing 4D chess in the Stone Age. The chief took a bite. A mild, crazy good sweetness exploded on his tongue. It was chewy, almost like premium candy. The more he chewed, the better it got. Forget tough, stringy beast meat. This stuff was soft, absolutely addictive, and left a killer aftertaste that just lingered. Even the chief, with his crumbling boomer teeth, could chow down on it with zero effort. He nodded slowly, his eyes wide with hardcore respect. This is absolute fire. So sweet. If we can actually dry it, winter survival just got a massive upgrade. He glanced at his starving, drooling tribe. All right, whatever. Everyone grab a piece and taste the magic. Smash, crack, crunch. Do not ever underestimate the raw craftsmanship of primitive cavemen. Especially when epic free food is on the line, their motivation hits levels you cannot even comprehend. Copying Big Bear's heavy-duty moves, they drained every last drop of the liquid gold, then violently smashed the shells by the flickering light of the campfire. A few heavy strikes, and the armor shattered, revealing the gorgeous white treasure inside. They stared at it like it was a holy relic. Nobody dared to inhale it. They broke off tiny pieces, letting the flavor melt in their mouths. Since the loot was completely fresh, the flesh was ridiculously tender. It was as smooth as butter, tasting like the finest, most luxurious cut of meat. Before they even realized it, boom, everyone had totally polished off their portions, leaving nothing but empty, hollowed-out bowls in the dirt. It had been absolute ages since they felt this stuffed, ages since they tasted anything this mind-bendingly sweet. It was that legendary flavor the elders always hyped up in campfire stories. Once you taste it, you are hooked for life. Even the badass Chief Loki blushed when he realized he had practically licked his shell completely clean like a hungry stray. But he snapped right back into boss mode. If they could actually dehydrate this stuff, they just unlocked a massive, legendary new survival strategy for the harsh winter. All right, the show is over for tonight. Everyone hit the hay, the chief barked, waving off the massive crowd of eager, questioning faces. It was getting pitch black out there, and tomorrow's hunting raid was the real VIP mission. As the tribe scattered, some dudes were still clutching their empty shells, way too emotionally attached to let go. Yo, wait up, leave those shells here. We can totally still use that garbage, William yelled out across the camp. Use them for what? The chief raised a heavy eyebrow, deeply skeptical, but ordered the guys to drop their trash anyway. Soon, only William's elite squad remained by the dying flames. The chief stared at the group, a wild, untamed spark of excitement in his rugged eyes. If this scrawny kid could drop a massive food upgrade in just one day, what kind of insane, reality-breaking loot would he find next? For the first time in his long, brutal life, a blazing hope for surviving the winter actually ignited in the old man's soul. So, besides eating it, what is the point of these empty rocks? The chief pointed at the broken husks. Bro, we can use them as water bottles, soup pots, storage containers. The possibilities are literally endless. William smirked, his eyes gleaming with dangerous modern knowledge. I have not even planned it all out yet, but trust me, this little shell is going to completely break the system. Water bottles? Soup pots? The chief stood frozen in absolute shock. These alien, futuristic words were about to start a downright revolution in the Stone Age. The chief's eyes sparked like a sudden plot twist. He stared up at William, his voice trembling with curiosity. Kid, what exactly is all this magic? Beneath those ancient, weathered wrinkles burned the sharp gaze of a true mastermind. He didn't understand the science yet, but he knew this was an absolute game changer. Yeah, the sun's clocked out, but do we hit start on this right now? William hesitated for a second. He didn't exactly have a smartwatch on him, but with the moon hanging that high, it was definitely way past curfew. No sweat, just go for it. The chief gave a slow, dramatic nod. Then, like a light bulb went off, he locked in. Show me what you got. Since the big boss gave the green light, William sent Big Dog to haul those massive shells to the river. Perfect time to scrub down that epic ginseng loot they just grinded for. Strong Bear was still running on low HP. After surviving today's crazy marathon, dude was totally wiped out. Before long, Big Dog hustled back to camp. He was lugging 2 shell halves brimming with water. Way better than that spiky, stinky fruit. These bad boys held a ton of liquid and sat flat on the dirt without tipping over. Best part? No garbage dump smell. That meant the tribe wouldn't instantly reject it. Seeing a legit water tank right in front of him, the chief practically vibrated with hype. If they could actually hoard water like this, it would literally hack the tribe's entire survival mode. William dragged a shell toward the campfire. His brain was buffering hard. How the heck do I mount this? What did those wild survival reality shows do again? Wait, what about those Isekai web novels? Do I craft a wooden tripod and suspend this thing with vines? Bro, where am I getting vines right now? Maybe build a stone stove? But how do you even stack that without it collapsing? He grabbed his hair, his brain completely short-circuiting. The chief watched him freak out, sweating bullets. Ya and Lee were huddled together, totally spooked. Why was their new hero acting like a glitched NPC? Ugh, my head is splitting. William groaned internally. After today's non-stop insane quests, his mental CPU was totally fried. He needed to hit the save point and reboot. Chief, this whole cooking pot DLC needs some extra crafting materials. I'll brainstorm it later. Right now, I gotta check Ying and Da's health bars. This ginseng is a top-tier healing item, perfect for anti-inflammation and stopping bleeds. The chief's jaw dropped at the bizarre vocabulary. Wait, is that the magic paste from yesterday? William just scrubbed his messy hair, too exhausted to drop any more lore explanations tonight. Seeing the kid basically running on fumes, the chief gave him a gentle grandpa-style head pat. Go on, fix them up and log off. You've pushed past your limits. In the old man's mind, the theory was confirmed. This was heavy divine intervention. Anyone downloading that much data from the heavens was bound to burn out their core energy. It was a brutal physical debuff. That's exactly why their tribe's shamans always logged out early in life. They couldn't even hunt. They just sat at base camp, tanking the mental damage of the gods' whispers. Even as the top dog of the tribe, the chief had only ever caught static from the heavens, never a full divine broadcast. Meanwhile, William dragged his feet over to Ying and Da. He smashed the healing roots into a sloppy paste, slapped it right onto their epic battle scars, forced some herbal juice down their throats, then staggered back to his busted grass tent. Dude face-planted straight into his pile of leaves. The chief slowly turned his intense glare onto the rest of the squad. All right, spill it. Where did you all roam today? What kind of crazy loot did you find? The crew instantly started singing like canaries, from chomping down that cursed stinky fruit at dawn to their grand return, leaving zero details out. So, the garbage fruit is actually an edible buff? The chief stroked his chin, absolutely mind-blown. It was official. William was directly plugged into the gods' network. If they kept letting him run the map, they were going to unlock endless cheat codes. Listen up. From now on, you stick to Will Z like glue. He calls the shots. He's the one who will carry this team to endless banquets. The chief's voice suddenly dropped an octave, heavy with absolute authority. If anything sketchy goes down out there, you sprint back and give me the intel immediately. Are we crystal clear? Yes, boss. The intimidating aura had the whole squad shivering. They barked their replies in perfect unison. Good. Go recharge your stamina. The gods will absolutely carry us through the coming winter. The chief hoisted his epic tribal staff. He pumped it at the sky 3 times, then tapped each of their heads like he was handing out level-ups. The crew dropped to their knees instantly, their faces completely flooded with hardcore religious awe. Meanwhile, back at the leaf bed, it was crazy late, but William's eyes were wide open. With a simple thought, he booted up the system interface. After a brutal day of grinding side quests, it was finally time to check the loot screen. He scanned his stat panel. Boom! Foraging skill went up by 2 whole points. A sly, victorious smirk crept onto his face. His gamer instincts were dead right. All he had to do was discover unmapped items to farm experience. Plus, his pharmacy stat randomly leveled up by 1. Just finding that ginseng buffed 2 different skill trees at once. But the craziest plot twist? Cooking went up a point too. Was it just because he messed around trying to craft a water pot? This was totally broken. These skill points could stack and overlap like a total cheat code. Yo, little Yuan! William summoned his system, artificial intelligence, bored out of his mind. Ping received. I am right here, master. The little spirit mascot popped onto the screen, bowing like a pro. Explain something to me. When I grabbed that ginseng today, why did the system drop a literal reference picture? Like, if I get stuck looking for quest items in the future, is the system just going to hand me a picture guide to cheat with? The rapid-fire interrogation left little Yuan totally buffering. Its huge, sparkly anime eyes blinked in pure confusion. It was completely stumped. Master, that was basically just a random drop. It definitely doesn't happen every time. As for the cooldown timer on that feature, and what triggers it, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Master, your system is literally at level 1. Just treat it like a random reward. There are 0 rules here. Random pulls? Great. William laughed bitterly. It was literally just like praying for good drops after a boss fight. He swiped the interface closed, mentally locking in his main quest for tomorrow, figure out the ultimate cooking pot mechanics. It was bound to unlock some crazy advantages. But before the thought even finished rendering, his body completely shut down into a coma-like sleep. The day's grind had utterly drained his health points. He needed a full server reset. And just like that, he blinked, and morning had already arrived. Outside, the crowd was completely losing their minds. Will, get your butt out here! Ying is fading fast! Big Dog's panicked voice shattered the quiet of the grass tent. Wait, what? William bolted upright, but the world violently spun around him. He crashed right back down, taking a solid minute to blink away the dizzying cartoon stars circling his head. Then it hit him like a freight train. Someone just screamed that Ying was dying. Scrambling to his feet, Will sprinted over to Ying. The guy looked like an absolute ghost. Will peeled back the bandages, revealing a festering nightmare of a wound. Yellow pus mixed with the muddy brown dandelion paste. It was pure nightmare fuel. Half his arm was swollen up like a water balloon, ready to pop. Classic signs of a massive infection. Wild beasts had filthy claws and fangs, practically guaranteeing toxic contamination. He had only washed it with water yesterday. No vaccines, no tetanus shots, 0 antibiotics. This was a total disaster waiting to happen. Plus, Ying was older and way weaker than Strongbear. He had completely given up on life. The aura of death was literally suffocating him. Will, can he still be saved? Ya asked nervously, a tiny spark of hope gleaming in her eyes. After yesterday's crazy stunt, her entire view of William had completely flipped. This guy somehow knew everything. Wolfhair shot him a look too, his eyes practically scanning Will for answers. Will froze, his mind racing. In the modern world, this required heavy-duty medical gear and intense drugs. Here, he only had a literal stone knife and some random weeds. How could he possibly guarantee survival? But feeling the heavy, desperate gazes of everyone locking onto him, a weird, heroic sense of duty sparked in his chest. He was their absolute last hope. Let the chief take a look first. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. The chief hobbled over on his walking stick, narrowing his ancient eyes at the brutal wound. He checked Ying's stare and let out a heavy, defeated sigh. You could tell a man's fate just by looking into his eyes. Ying's fighting spirit was entirely gone. Wolfhair, take him behind the mountain. The entire tribe's mood instantly crashed. A patient undergoing treatment had just been handed a death sentence. Scattered, heartbreaking sobs echoed through the camp. Chief! Wait, Chief! Will has not even tried yet. What if he has a crazy master plan? Big Dog refused to back down. The guy was still breathing. Why bury him alive? This kid. The chief turned to William, totally conflicted. Had the spirits actually blessed this boy with divine knowledge? William squeezed his eyes shut. An intense internal war raged inside him for a solid minute until his eyes snapped open. He locked eyes fiercely with the chief. Let me try. With 0 hesitation, he dropped to his knees, analyzing the brutal infection with eagle-like focus. Beyond the sickening pus, the flesh was turning pitch black, total necrosis. The only scientific option was to carve out the dead meat. Just picturing that bloody surgery made him shiver. Since they had not even invented cooking pots yet, he ordered Big Dog to punch a tiny hole into a coconut and drain the juice completely. Next, he filled that empty shell with fresh water, jammed it into a dirt pit, slapped a coconut lid on top, and packed blazing firewood around it. Boom! A makeshift survival kettle. Using that same wild survival technique, he tossed in some ginseng and dandelion roots, boiling up a gritty herbal potion. Strong Bear! Copy exactly what I just did. Brew more of this root water and chug it down. Will shot him a worried glare. Terrified Strong Bear's wounds would get infected too. And share some with Da. You got it, Will! Strong Bear instantly started digging and tossing sparks. Lee aggressively pushed her way in, her eyes shining like literal stars. The moment she heard William was playing savior again, she remembered his epic teachings from before. Maybe she could be the ultimate sidekick. Will, what is my mission? Lee swiftly grabbed a stone knife, locking onto him with desperate, eager eyes. Will did not know whether to laugh or cry. We are treating a patient, not slaughtering a wild pig. Why are you so hyped up? Just crush these up, exactly like you did for Strong Bear's medicine. He handed over the dandelions and ginseng, letting her go crazy on them. Many hands make light work. In an absolute flash, the makeshift surgical station was fully prepped. Will ordered them to lay down a massive, squeaky clean leaf, gently placing Ying's ruined arm on top. He inspected the stone knife, cringing at the dull edge before turning to Big Dog. Can you sharpen this thing? Huh? What do you mean? Big Dog tilted his head in pure prehistoric confusion. Grind it down. Make it razor sharp. Right now. Will aggressively mimed a sharpening motion, and the light bulb finally clicked for Big Dog. He sprang up like a coiled spring, hugging the knife as he sprinted toward the meat storage hut by the cave. Inside sat a massive grinding stone. Suddenly, intense scraping noises exploded from the hut. Shink, shink, shink. Seconds later, he practically flew back, presenting a stone blade that gleamed with deadly precision. It was terrifyingly sharp. Not bad at all, Will muttered, flipping the blade with a satisfied nod. With an edge this wicked, it could slice through that rotting flesh with absolutely no problem. After scrubbing his hands raw, Will waited for his coconut kettle to reach a rolling boil. Soon, thick white steam aggressively billowed into the air. Big Dog's eyes nearly popped out of his skull in sheer shock. His giant, curious head leaned right in to inspect it, just as a massive blast of scalding steam slapped him right in the face. Arg! It burns! Big Dog shrieked, leaping 10 feet backward. He clutched his steaming red-hot eyes, curling up like a terrified little puppy, trembling in the distance. His prehistoric brain simply could not process what just happened. How could a pathetic white cloud cause physical pain? It did not have razor claws. It had no fangs. It was not blazing fire, nor was it the wrathful lightning of the gods. While Big Dog had a total existential crisis, William was absolutely losing his mind with joy. He scrambled over to the roaring fire, kicked away the glowing embers with a stick, and smoothly flipped open the makeshift coconut lid. Let the ancient surgery begin. Holy crap, we have bubbles. We actually have boiling water. The liquid inside bubbled like a furious volcano. Success! It actually freaking worked. William burst into a maniacal laugh, clapping so hard his hands stung, tears of pure, unadulterated triumph welling in his eyes. He smirked. When you are born a literal prodigy, not even the Stone Age can keep you down. Problems? What problems? Will, watch out! It is deadly! Big Dog screamed in absolute terror. The big guy flinched, violently yanking William back by his collar and nearly sending our brilliant main character face-planting into the dirt. The surrounding cavemen instantly panicked, dropping into defensive battle stances at Big Dog's warning. Chill out, guys. This is not a monster. This is pure gold. William grinned so wide his cheeks almost ripped. With this absolute game changer, their days of chewing on dry, nasty meat were over. It was time for some legendary, mouth-watering meat stew. Yo, Chief, hurry up and bring me some meat. I just need a tiny scrap. Even a little piece is enough to create a god-tier delicacy. He pinched his thumb and index finger together to show the microscopic amount, his eyes burning with the savage hunger of a true foodie. Catching William's insanely hyped energy, the chief was totally swept up in the excitement. His bony, weathered hands grabbed William's in a death grip. Trembling like a leaf, he gasped, "Did you receive a direct revelation from the gods?" William stared at the old man's face, which looked ready to pass out from sheer religious ecstasy. Then he noticed every single person in the tribe glaring holes into him with fanatic intensity. She pressed his lips together, swallowing a laugh, and gave a solemn, heavy nod. Yep. The gods just dropped a tutorial on a highly nutritious, insanely delicious new way to eat. Oh my heavens, praise be to the Almighty. The chief totally collapsed to his knees. Like falling dominoes, the massive crowd behind him immediately hit the dirt in a synchronized bow. Bizarre, booming chants echoed across the entire square. William facepalmed hard. "Bro, please get up," he muttered, hurriedly dragging the chief back to his feet. "Chief, saving a life is our #1 priority right now." "Right, yes, saving lives comes first." The chief practically kissed the ground one last time in hardcore devotion to the gods before scrambling up like a madman. "I will get the meat right now." Seeing the coast was clear, William casually tossed his stone knife into the boiling water to sterilize it. He then barked orders at Big Dog to mass-produce more boiling coconut shells. They needed them for both medical sterilization and epic soup making. But honestly, their pathetic stash of coconut shells was nowhere near enough for this grand operation. He ordered 2 burly guys to pin Ying down, then turned his focus to the charred, swollen mess of an arm. His first slice was a bit clunky, but by the second and third cut, he was moving like a seasoned surgeon. He ruthlessly sliced away the rotting, necrotic flesh while constantly flushing the wound with cool dandelion extract. Slice, wash, repeat. He kept at it until every single ounce of dead tissue was entirely scraped off, leaving behind nothing but clean, healthy muscle. Ying was thrashing in absolute agony, hovering between life and death. If the dude had not been weakened from days of sickness, his berserker rage would have totally wrecked the entire camp. Just as Ying was about to mentally tap out, William finally finished the brutal procedure. He slapped on a thick layer of mashed medicinal herbs that Lee had prepared, then wrapped the whole thing tightly with fresh, clean leaves, finishing it off with a totally sick butterfly knot. Boom. Done. William brushed off his hands, admiring his medical masterpiece with immense satisfaction. "Big Dog, check if the ginseng brew is ready. Once it cools down, force feed it to Ying." With the intense emergency finally handled, William's stomach suddenly roared like a dying engine. The heavenly aroma of roasting meat drifted from the bonfires. The meat stew was already working its magic. Across the bustling square, blazing campfires raged, each topped with a boiling coconut shell. Some held pure water, some were brewing foul-smelling medicine, but the absolute legends of the bunch were simmering the glorious meat stew. The rich, intoxicating scent of savory meat wafted through the air, sending the entire tribe into a drooling trance. They literally looked like they were smelling the banquet of the gods. As William strutted forward like an absolute boss, the crowd respectfully parted like the Red Sea, tracking his every move with starry-eyed worship and savage hunger. He strolled up to a roaring fire and used a twig to flick the lid off a coconut shell. Bam! An explosive wave of meaty goodness instantly flooded the area. You could practically hear the collective gulping echoing around him. Gulp. Swallow. The symphony of loud swallowing sounds made William chuckle. Amateurs. This was not even his final form. Chinese cuisine is a deep, endless abyss of flavor. This is just a basic starter pack. Once I get my hands on some real spices, I am cooking up a legendary imperial feast that will blow your primitive minds. Thinking about that god-tier food, even he could not stop himself from drooling as he peeked into the bubbling coconut. "Oh, wait, hold up. Big freaking problem," he gasped. "We literally have 0 chopsticks and 0 spoons. How the heck are we supposed to eat this?" William slapped his own forehead in pure frustration. "Man, I should have crafted those from the start," he immediately hollered. "Big Dog, I need a pair of chopsticks. Go fetch me 2 sticks exactly this long. They have got to be this thick, smooth as butter, and preferably peelable. Watch closely." He aggressively drew 2 perfectly parallel lines in the dirt to demonstrate the exact length. Do you catch my drift? Loud and clear. Big Dog stared at the dirt drawing, his brain working overtime to process the info. "Also, we need a spoon. Take a wide block of wood, hollow out the middle with a stone knife, but do not poke a hole through it. It needs to scoop soup. Got it?" William frantically scribbled a crude diagram of a spoon right next to the chopsticks. Big Dog just scratched his head, looking totally, utterly clueless. The concept was frying his primitive brain. William was so annoyed he practically wanted to crack the guy's skull open to see if he even had a brain in there. "Bro, it is a tool for scooping water, scooping food. Make it small if you want, but give it a handle so the soup does not spill." Just then, a sweet voice chimed in. "Is it like this?" Lee casually strolled over from the side. She squatted down and elegantly added a few strokes to the dirt, a perfect circle, connected to a long handle, with a little bead drawn inside to show the hollow depth. It instantly looked exactly like a real freaking spoon. William's eyes lit up like fireworks. So, this little girl is a straight-up genius. If there was not a whole crowd watching, he totally would have tackled her in a massive bear hug and spun her around in pure joy. Finding someone who actually understood his vibe was an absolute blessing. Yes, exactly that. You supervise Big Dog. Make sure he crafts that spoon first, then bring it to me to check. Will laid down the rules with a deadpan face, but honestly, The dude was deeply moved. As for Lee, being trusted with this epic mission had her practically vibrating with joy. She had already clocked that Will was built differently. He wasn't your average caveman. And now, hearing the chief ramble about divine messages, it totally confirmed her wild theory. Will wasn't just some guy. He was a legit, straight-up shaman. Wait, hold up. If he is a shaman, then all those weird crafting lessons. Was he secretly training her to be his magical apprentice? The realization hit her like a lightning bolt, making her hands shake with pure hype. She clenched her fists, her inner rebel screaming, "I am going to ace this! I will crush every quest he gives me and master all the magic. Then I will be a shaman too. I will chat with the gods, and most importantly, my stomach will never, ever be empty again." Yo, Will, check this out. Did I do it right? Lee sprinted over like she just unlocked a legendary item, proudly shoving the freshly carved chopsticks and spoon right into his face. This was a historic moment, guys. Her first time ever bossing a dude around and actually flexing her own creative genius. The sheer pride made her cheeks burn cherry red, and her eyes sparkled so fiercely, Will actually had to squint against the glare. He grabbed the gear. The chopsticks were stripped bare, perfectly smooth and perfectly even. As for the wood type, Will had literally zero clue. Back in his past life, he only dealt with the fancy, polished stuff, rosewood, sandalwood, or that ridiculously expensive mahogany tea table from that mansion he once sold. On a normal day, he was used to basic, boring materials. You know, pine, elm, the cheap stuff. Mostly just compressed plywood, if we are being real. So, identifying a naked branch was way out of his league. But hey, that did not stop him from hyping her up. These chopsticks? Perfectly balanced. Honestly, top-tier craftsmanship. And this spoon? It could cradle an egg flawlessly. Totally hits the mark. Not bad at all. Will nodded with genuine approval. Hearing that, Lee absolutely lost her mind and almost tackle-hugged him. Will dodged like a pro, smirking. "Hold your horses, kid. Let me beta test them first. If they work, we mass produce." With that said, his gaze locked onto the giant fruit shell acting as their makeshift cauldron. The meat stew was bubbling furiously. A rich, heaven-sent aroma slapped him in the face, making his mouth water like crazy. He scooped up a spoonful, blew on it like a culinary master, and, while the entire tribe watched in dead silence, took a slow, dramatic sip. Slurp! The hot broth slid down his throat. Boom! The flavor was elegant, fresh, an absolute flavor explosion. It honestly rivaled the legendary beef ball soup from his hometown. Gulp! The crowd swallowed hard in unison. Will glanced at his bowl, then up at the tribe. Dozens of glowing, hungry eyes stared back at him like a pack of starving wolves. A chill ran down his spine. Yeah, solo dining was not exactly a thing in this era. Swallowing his regret, he reluctantly passed the spoon to the chief. "Here, old man, tell me what you think." The chief took it with trembling hands, treating the spoon like a holy relic dropped straight from heaven. The entire squad watched his every move, aggressively drooling in the background. Meanwhile, Will whipped out the chopsticks. With a swift, ninja-like flick, he snatched a tender piece of meat and tossed it straight into his mouth. Oh man, in this wasteland, a single bite of meat was basically a Michelin star experience. "Let me try. Give me a sip. Holy smokes, this is godly. I need to eat this every single day. Praise the heavens. Praise the chief. All hail Lord Will." The lucky ones who got a taste literally hit the dirt, bowing to the sun like complete fanatics. The ones left hanging just stared at the spoon, glaring so hard they almost burned a hole in the wood. That magical first scoop of soup made its rounds, until every last drop was licked clean. They waited eagerly for the chief to dish out round two. But plot twist, Will's sneaky meat snatching did not escape the boomer's radar. The chief pointed a bony finger straight at Will's chopsticks. "Seriously? Has this old dude been spying on my food this whole time?" Will groaned internally, but surrendered the chopsticks anyway. Still, a mischievous smirk played on his lips. Look, using chopsticks and reading ancient characters are basically boss-level skills. You do not just learn them overnight. Predictably, the chief just awkwardly stirred the sticks in the pot. He caught absolutely nothing, splashed broth everywhere, and frantically licked his fingers clean, looking devastatingly frustrated. Will burst out laughing. He took back his weapon of choice, effortlessly pinched a juicy slice of meat, and shoved it right into the chief's mouth. The second the flavor hit, the chief's eyes bulged out like massive dinner plates. For a second, Will legit wondered if the meat had secret anti-aging powers. And just like that, the tribe's sad breakfast routine got a massive upgrade. We are talking premium meat stew and tender cuts all around. Everyone scored a massive coconut shell packed to the brim. Right after the feast, Big Dog and Lee were drafted into the official spoon and chopstick production line. Meanwhile, Ya took up nursing duty, spoon-feeding medicine, and that legendary soup to Ying and Da. Was it the meds or the magical soup? Who cares? Ying's deathly pale face actually got some color back, his breathing stabilized. And Da? The guy woke up and actually sat up. But hey, broken bones mean a mandatory 100 days of bed rest. Will switched back to serious mode. Listen up. If you do not want to be permanently crippled, stay absolutely still. But I refuse to be a freeloader, Da rasped, his eyes blazing with rebellious fire. My arms still work just fine. I can help Big Dog carve spoons, Will sighed, rubbing his temples in defeat. Fine, edgelord. Just keep it light and focus on resting. Boom! Da's spirit instantly leveled up. At least now, he was not just some useless non-player character draining the tribe's resources. After patching up Zhuangxiang's battle wounds, our main character, William, dragged his giant buddy out on a dandelion hunt. That patch of dirt was completely loaded with them. Drying them out meant free emergency meds, but that ultra-rare ginseng? Total jackpot. Definitely needed to transplant that stuff. Lightbulb moment. Why not start a badass medicinal herb garden? Hey Will, is this stash big enough? Zhuangxiang lumbered over, clutching a massive bouquet of weeds. The big guy's burn marks were a total disaster zone. No infection yet, but those gnarly blisters looked ridiculously painful and insanely itchy. The green mush in his hands was basically a holy grail right now. Yeah, that is plenty for today, William nodded. We will come back for the flowers once they actually bloom. He knew his herbal cheat codes. This stuff was top tier for cooling the body, clearing out toxins, and restoring energy. Harvesting the full blooms later would seriously buff its healing stats. Oh, all right then, Zhuangxiang grumbled, nodding reluctantly. Let us hit the river and wash off. William scooped up the giant pile of dandelions, making a beeline for the water. The dude had not showered in 2 straight days. Time for a desperately needed scrub down. But plot twist, Zhuangxiang suddenly yanked him back by the collar. His eyes darted around like a cornered beast on high alert. The water violently churned. A sickening, bone-chilling hiss echoed out from the depths. Goosebumps instantly exploded across William's entire body. He had totally forgotten the golden rule of the wild. This was not a luxury spa. Of course, this deadly river was packed with carnivorous monsters. Peeking around the river bend, their jaws hit the floor. Right there, looming like a 50-foot nightmare, was a mega-sized prehistoric crocodile. Its massive jaws were clamped down on a struggling deer. The poor thing's head was completely swallowed, while its 4 hooves kicked in pure, frantic desperation. The savage beast went into a full-blown death roll, snapping bones and shredding meat like paper. William's legs turned to absolute jelly, his brain completely blue-screened. Crocodiles, the ultimate ancient predators, literal apex survivors that had been terrorizing the planet since the age of the dinosaurs, over 200 million years ago. They were basically walking, killing, living fossils of Mother Nature. But let me tell you, the absolute unit standing right in front of them was definitely no dusty museum exhibit. And this was no cheap monster movie. This was a flesh and blood leviathan, ruthlessly dragging its prey down into the murky abyss. Its massive tail smashed against the water like a whip. Razor-sharp teeth sank deep into the victim's flesh. Crimson blood exploded across the river's surface. William was completely paralyzed with absolute terror. Zhuangxiang desperately yanked him backward into the shadows. They held their breath, not daring to make a single peep. And then, snap! A crisp, agonizingly loud crunch echoed out. William had stepped right on a dry twig. Seriously. The giant reptile instantly froze. Those cold, bulging reptilian eyes snapped in their direction. A predatory glare locked right onto their souls. William basically collapsed inward. Mind empty. Panic mode activated. All he could see was that demonic, blood-soaked jaw dripping with pure nightmare fuel. Run for your life. Ignoring his own agonizing burns, Zhuangxiang hoisted William onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and sprinted like an absolute maniac back to the tribe. The wind screamed in their ears. The forest blurred past them in a chaotic rush, bouncing around on the big guy's shoulder. William weakly lifted his head. Those freezing, soulless crocodile eyes were still tracking him, while its monstrous jaws casually shredded the rest of its snack. That terrifying stare practically screamed, "I am letting you punks off the hook today. But sooner or later, you are both ending up on my dinner plate." Pure, unfiltered dread washed over him. It looked at them like they were completely pathetic bugs. "The croc is on the shore. It is on the shore!" Gasping for air like a broken engine, Zhuangxiang finally crashed into the village plaza. He was so totally drained, he accidentally dumped William right onto the dirt. Bam! Instant goose egg on his forehead. But honestly, nobody cared about a stupid bump right now. The tribe's defense squad was a total joke. Just Dagu, Li, and Ya holding the fort, plus the wounded duo, Ying and Da. If Godzilla actually followed them, they were all just an all-you-can-eat buffet. Thank the heavens it probably would not chase them. Their camp sat on high, dry ground. Surrounded by nothing but hard yellow dirt, it was basically a no-go zone for an aquatic murder log. But why the heck was a crocodile out here this early? Degoe heard the commotion and bolted out, quickly dragging William up from the dirt. It is only the start of summer. The rainy season has not even hit yet. How did that freak of nature even get here? He muttered in total panic, looking visibly shaken. Still dizzy, William immediately noticed the guy trembling like a leaf in the wind. Flashing back to the time Degoe's clumsiness almost drowned him, William secretly ground his teeth. That reckless idiot was a total liability. Oh, crap. That massive adrenaline sprint had ripped Zhuangxiong's wounds wide open. Blood soaked his entire body as his monstrous strength completely faded. The muscular giant finally collapsed to the ground. Zhuangxiong! Li screamed in absolute panic, rushing over to gently lay him flat and expose the gashes. Will! What do we do? William took a deep, shaky breath, a huge wave of gratitude hitting him hard. When death was literally staring them in the face, the big guy did not even think about himself. He just risked it all to save his bro. Shaking off the terror, he focused up and inspected the damage. Thank God. The deepest cuts had not fully torn open. It looked like a bloodbath, but once they stopped the bleeding, he would survive. Li, quickly crush those ginseng leaves and apply them, then boil some with the dandelions. We need a healing potion down his throat, now. Giving orders like a boss, he patted his fallen comrade's shoulder with a grateful smirk. I owe you my life, man. Should we report this giant lizard to the chief? Yeah, suddenly helped Ying walk over. Ying's bandaged arm was clearly still throbbing, but he looked way less like a zombie than this morning. Seeing William nod in agreement, a sudden warmth filled his chest. Just earlier today, he was painfully sawing wood with Dagu. Slow, sure, but at least he was pulling his weight. He was not just some useless extra anymore. His whole vibe was finally leveling up. William stared in absolute disbelief. These tribal dudes had Wolverine-level healing, just one morning, and they were already moving around. Aside from Dat, who was still flat on his back, the rest of the crew huddled in the main square. You could cut the tension with a knife. Seriously, what is going on? William frowned hard. His transmigrator memory was sketchy at best, but his modern brain was working overtime. Ying let out a heavy sigh. Every single year, the monsoon floods the river. That is when the giant crocs crawl up hunting for fresh meat. He pointed at the shore. Once the river stones are totally gathered, the nightmare season begins. But bro, it is only early summer. Ying panicked. The Death Gators are already here. Is the monsoon hitting us early? Or maybe it just got the munchies and chased a lost deer, William chimed in. He recalled that heart-stopping encounter. It was terrifying, sure, but it was a solo boss, not a whole raid party. We wait for the chief, someone muttered. If we have to pack up and hide in the caves right now, we will literally starve to death. Ying shook his head, looking totally defeated. Heavy casualties this early in the year, plus premature monster spawns, talk about an ultimate bad omen. So, how long does this epic rain actually last? William asked. The locals blinked at him like he was crazy, but answered anyway. About 2 stone-gathering cycles. William almost facepalmed. Right, counting was not exactly this tribe's strong suit. Okay, what about winter? The moment the word winter dropped, the entire squad looked like they had seen a ghost. Li whispered, her voice trembling. After the monsoon, summer returns. And then winter hits for another 2 stone cycles. But winter is an absolute hunger game. Not everyone makes it out alive. Mind blown. This crazy world only had 3 seasons. Summer, monsoon, and winter. Summer was split in half, while the rain and the cold were equally brutal. Back-to-back survival tests. Summer meant chilling in grass huts. But the monsoon and winter, the whole tribe had to migrate into the dark, damp mountain caves. Huddling together like penguins was the only way to survive. No wonder these guys were so obsessed with hoarding meat. Surviving 2 non-hunting seasons required a massive, epic loot stash. Has the rain ever glitched and spawned this early before? William asked. Never. Big Dog shook his head violently. In all his years, the server had never wiped this fast. Maybe a tiny bit early once, he muttered. But usually we almost finish gathering the stones. Ying scratched his head. Yeah, I remember that one time. But that was ages ago. Usually the sky opens up right when the last stone is picked. This year's timeline was totally broken. But hey, maybe it was just a massive false alarm? Whatever, let us wait for the chief to drop in before we lose our minds. William nodded, scanning the nervous crowd. Yeah, let us hold the line for now. Strong Bear groaned from the dirt. Besides, that giant lizard just inhaled a whole deer. It is probably on a food coma. It will not raid our base today. The sky was still clear. The tribe nodded in agreement and went back to grinding their daily tasks. But every 5 seconds, their eyes nervously darted toward the tribe's entrance. It had only been half a day, but the whole squad was frozen like statues, waiting for their leader to return. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the gate. Boom! The entire tribe sprang to their feet, rushing out to intercept the chief's hunting party. That night, the vibe was absolutely suffocating. Whether you were a high-tier hunter or a low-level gatherer, the news of the man-eating fish dropping early hit everyone like a freight train. It meant only one thing. The dreaded cave lockdown was coming. The days of brutal starvation were right around the corner. Come on, guys. It might just be a solo stray, not a full mob invasion. William tried to inject some logic into the doom and gloom. Suddenly, the chief locked eyes with him. Child of the tribe, have you received a message from the heavens? The old chief stared intensely at William. Desperate hope burned in his ancient eyes, and his knuckles turned white as he gripped his wooden staff. He was praying to every god that the monsoon was not actually early. Because once the skies broke open, the tribe would face a hellscape they were not leveled up for. Whoa, nope. Zero divine messages here, just pure guessing. William waved his hands frantically. Rule number 1 of Isekai survival. Never fake a god's prophecy unless you want to get sacrificed. If the monsoon actually hit without them hoarding enough loot, it would be an instant game over for everyone. Is that so? The light died in the chief's eyes. He let out a soul-crushing sigh, staring blankly into the boiling meat stew. He was completely paralyzed by indecision. Dead silence smothered the camp. Nobody knew how to dodge this massive death flag. Should we evacuate to the caves right now? A random tribesman broke the silence. Are you crazy? Our food stash is pathetic. If we lock down now, we will all starve before the rain even stops. Then why did the man-eating demon spawn so early? Panic was spreading like wildfire. Did we anger the heavens? Is this an admin ban? The tribal women were literally shaking. Is this divine punishment? The mental breakdown was real. Someone in the back actually started sobbing out loud. Enough! The chief's raw roar shattered the panic, cutting off the crying instantly. But then, just absolute, terrifying silence returned. The whole squad just bowed their heads, silently shedding tears of pure despair. William was seriously allergic to this doom and gloom vibe. Back in his modern corporate life, when a massive crisis hit, you called an emergency meeting, brainstormed on a whiteboard, and found a freaking solution. You absolutely did not just sit in the dirt waiting for the Grim Reaper to clock you out. Hold up. If the monsoon hits, will the demon fish actually breach our base walls? William's rebellious modern mind was firing on all cylinders. Was hiding in a dark, damp cave literally their only survival strategy? What kind of trash-tier gameplay was this? He finally dropped the ultimate bombshell. Guys, why don't we just pack up and migrate to a new zone? Record scratch. Migrate. Where? Every single head snapped toward William. Their eyes were wide with pure, unfiltered horror. In the entire history of their primitive server, not a single NPC had ever dared to suggest moving their spawn point. Are you insane? The wild lands are nothing but lethal mountains and monster-infested rivers. Where the heck could we possibly build a new base? Towering peaks everywhere, and rivers way too deep. We're totally boxed in here. A veteran hunter broke the grim silence. Sure, our hunting parties camp out overnight sometimes, but we never dare step past the mountain's edge. Step out of bounds? Boom. You're face to face with colossal beasts that would swat us like flies. Plus, the chief would literally end us if we wandered off. The chief slowly raised his head, his heavy gaze locked onto William for what felt like an eternity, but then he just dropped his gaze, completely silent. His face grew darker by the second. Seriously? Are we just gonna sit here and wait for the Reaper? William furrowed his brows. Survival mode in this hellscape was set to ultra nightmare. We need barricades around the camp, stat. Maybe that'll hold off those freakish monster crocs. But first, we need to not starve. If I could just get my hands on some heavy carbs, yams, cassava, or sweet, glorious potatoes, that would instantly fix our food crisis. But the clock is ticking, and I haven't seen a single one. He turned to the crowd. Hey, have you guys ever seen a fruit that grows underground? Like, roughly this massive? William gestured wildly with his hands. He sweat dropped inwardly. Given how obnoxiously huge everything was in this timeline, a single potato would probably be the size of a whole wash basin. An underground fruit? Bro, how does dirt grow fruit? The head gatherer tilted her head in pure confusion. So, we just smash the dirt open and snatch it? More importantly, does it taste good? Big Dog's eyes practically sparkled with comedic intensity. Yeah, I guess you could say that. William sighed. But seriously, has anyone actually seen one? He rubbed his temples in total defeat. Back in the modern world, he only ever saw them chopped up into French fries. How the heck was he supposed to describe the actual plant? The entire tribe shook their heads in perfect, clueless sync. Strike one. The legendary quest for premium carbs had hit a massive brick wall. William let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. All right, whatever. Just keep your eyes peeled while you're out there. Grab anything edible you can find. Meanwhile, I guess I'll try to cash in a favor with the heavens. He spun around, locking eyes with the chief. Cue the protagonist's speech. The divine spirits haven't abandoned us. If we just trust our own grit and trust the heavens, we will survive this. Boom! The chief's aura instantly leveled up. His weary eyes ignited with absolute fanaticism. He whipped around, thrusting his ancient staff into the sky. Believe in the heavens. The heavens will never let us fall. Thud! The entire tribe dropped to their knees. Arms thrown wide to the sky, they roared in perfect unison. The sheer hype in the air was absolutely off the charts. A slick smirk crept onto William's face. Look at that morale boost. With this kind of hype, they could probably punch through a mountain. I'll leave the hunting raid and food prep to you. William turned back to the chief. Tomorrow, Big Bear and I are going on a scouting mission. We need to check on that demon croc, the man-eater. Yes, but watch your backs out there. The chief nodded, his voice trembling with emotion. Actually, count me in too. Ying, who had been chilling on the sidelines, suddenly chimed in. His color was finally coming back after a solid nap, and those freaky herbal potions were definitely doing their magic. His stamina bar was basically half full again. I can totally be useful tomorrow, he declared. William stroked his chin in deep thought before giving a firm nod. All right, you're in. We'll run recon on the beast and loot any herbs or food we spot along the way. As for our coconut harvesting quest, we're putting that on pause. No way am I letting Ya and Lee handle that crazy mission by themselves. Cool, then I'll just craft some wooden spoons. Da threw his hands behind his head with a grin. The whole tribe was suddenly on extreme grind mode for the rainy season. With everyone locked into their own quests, the impending doom of the monsoons didn't feel so terrifying anymore. Perfect. Ya and Lee, you're on cave cleaning duty. The gathering squad rolled out to farm resources, while the hunting party went full aggro on anything with meat. The chief's raid management skills were honestly top tier. All right, enough talk. It's finally feeding time. The chief barked the order, ripping the lid off a ridiculously oversized fruit shell. Whoosh! An absolute flavor bomb of savory stew exploded into the air. Instant stress relief. Drool was literally waterfalls down everyone's chins. After grinding all day, their hunger meters were completely zeroed out. Lee sprinted over, dual-wielding the freshly crafted wooden spoons. The tribe scrambled, snatching them up like legendary loot. They had to share, but nobody cared. Let the feast begin. Today's special drop? A majestic, long-feathered prehistoric chicken hunted just hours ago. The meat was insanely tender, packed with god-tier flavor. Even if you only snagged a couple of tiny pieces, just one sip of that heavenly broth was enough to trigger pure euphoria. Take that rubbery, factory-farmed modern meat and trash it. This was on a completely different dimension. Infused with the sweet, exotic aroma of the fruit shell, it had everybody's stomachs roaring like dragons. William lifted his makeshift coconut bowl like a holy grail. He gently swirled his spoon, parting the shimmering golden layer of fat to reveal the crystal-clear nectar beneath. He blew on it gently. One sip. Shivers literally violently exploded down his spine. An indescribable magical richness hijacked his taste buds. He gulped it down, and the lingering aftertaste was out of this world. It felt like a straight-up buff, instantly recharging his mana and stamina. William went into full goblin mode. 3 massive spoonfuls and the bowl was completely spotless. He even shamelessly licked the shell dry. Absolute culinary perfection. Flash forward to the next morning. The sun had barely cracked over the horizon, but the entire camp was already buzzing like a beehive. William groaned in sheer agony. It was literally 0:30, and the chaotic racket outside was tearing him out of his dreams. Between the near-death croc encounters and the massive brain drain yesterday, he had completely passed out. He didn't even get a chance to open his glorious system interface. But nope, the universe hates sleep. The stampede of footsteps and booming chatter outside forcefully dragged his consciousness back to reality. The tribe was up way earlier than their usual spawn time. With the monsoon season looming like a boss fight, everyone was hyper-fixated on crafting and hoarding loot. Zero slacking allowed. Plus, ever since they unlocked the sacred art of making soup, firewood had suddenly become an S-tier luxury item. Normally, they wouldn't even think about hoarding wood until peak summer for the winter freeze. But right now, literally no one wanted to go back to gnawing on rock-hard, jaw-breaking jerky ever again. So, the chief deployed even more people to scavenge for firewood. In an instant, tension choked the entire tribe. Everyone was working so frantically, you'd think they were praying to sprout 8 extra arms. Will, what is the game plan for today? Zhuang Xiang had been camping outside William's grass hut since dawn. The second our main character sat up, the big guy fired off his question. William just stretched his aching back and sluggishly dragged himself outside. His first mission? Scout the river from a safe distance to see if yesterday's prehistoric death lizard was still lurking around, and maybe scavenge some decent loot while they were at it. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Wait a second, he asked urgently. Didn't the water-gathering squad notice anything weird yesterday? Zhuangxiong shook his head, looking totally clueless. They completely avoided that death zone yesterday. Everyone knows our tribe has two routes to the river. One leads to that monster's turf, and the other hits the shallow waters. Sure, the shallow end isn't exactly a luxury resort, but it gets the job done when you just need a quick drink. Ah, mystery solved. William nodded with a cool, nonchalant vibe, pretending he totally knew that already. Despite the heavy suspicion burning in Zhuangxiong's eyes, our guy played it off perfectly. Rule number 1 of survival: never let them see you sweat. All right, let's roll out. Just a heads up, the chief totally canceled breakfast this morning. We are officially on a 1-meal-a-day survival diet. Zhuangxiong casually dropped the bomb. Hearing that, an invisible thunderbolt utterly shattered William's soul. He had literally just experienced 2 glorious days of a full belly. Sure, it was mostly just water weight, but a full tank is a full tank. And now they were ripping away his basic human rights? His inner rebel was screaming bloody murder. I protest. This is an absolute dictatorship. No breakfast, absolutely zero manual labor. William dragged his feet like a glitching zombie, his soul having practically left his body. What is the deal with Will? He looks like his spirit just got crushed. Ying, trailing behind them, could not hide his utter confusion. Do not look at me, man. I have zero clue. Zhuangxiong was scratching his head too. The guy was perfectly fine 3 seconds ago, and now he was a walking corpse? Yo, Will, are you malfunctioning or something? William groaned out a pathetic, breathy sigh. Yeah, everything is just peachy. Let's just hunt down some durian. Honestly, I could demolish 800 of them right now. What in the world is a durian? Ying asked, tilting his head. Oh, you guys call it the stinky fruit. Trust me, it is absolute culinary perfection. Ying immediately leaped back 3 feet, his face twisting into pure, unfiltered disgust. That toxic stink bomb? Ignoring the haters, William tracked one down and devoured half of it solo. With his health points barely restored, the trio finally crept into the danger zone near the riverbank. The exact spot where the monster breached yesterday was dead silent. Not a single ripple broke the surface. The water was as smooth and deceptive as a glass mirror. A single, grayish-brown, rotten log drifted lazily along the current, looking like a harmless piece of deadwood. But the vibe was way too peaceful. Alarm bells were screaming in all of their heads. Because in this primal world, absolute silence is usually the Grim Reaper's signature calling card. Crocodiles are the ultimate campers of the animal kingdom. These apex predators can hold their breath for ages, just waiting for some clueless newbie to step into their attack range. A standard stealth dive lasts anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes. Then, they practically ghost their way to the surface, exposing nothing but their nostrils to snag a breath. So, scanning for these beasts leaves you with only 2 hardcore options. 1. Use some poor, thirsty animal as bait. Or 2. Outcamp the ultimate camper by hiding in the brush. The squad dropped into the tall grass, hitting the dirt like trained snipers, their eyes locked onto that suspicious piece of driftwood with laser focus. The blazing sun beat down on them like a merciless blowtorch. Sweat poured down their faces in buckets, but nobody dared to twitch a single muscle. Even as the salty drops burned their eyes like acid, they held their ground. William felt like he was being slow roasted into human jerky. At this rate, forget the swamp monster. He was going to tap out from severe dehydration and heat stroke first. Suddenly, the deadwood twitched. It slowly elevated above the waterline, flashing its terrifying prehistoric scales before freezing completely still once again. The boys held their breath, their hearts pounding against their ribs. After agonizing minutes of zero movement, they finally decided to tactical retreat into the shadows. The second they cleared the river's line of sight, they booked it like their lives depended on it. They did not hit the brakes until they crashed under a massive shady tree past the dandelion field. William gasped for air, clutching his chest. Looks like it is a solo act. It is definitely the same boss monster from yesterday, and I did not spot any backup. Zhuangxiong replayed the scene in his head and gave a heavy nod. Yeah, that is definitely the one. Ying's brows locked together in deep thought. If that is the case, we are dealing with a rogue stray. These beasts only swarm during the rainy season. We are nowhere near that patch update yet, but this guy looks like he has claimed the server as his new home. Will, got any epic strategies to banish this thing? William violently wiped the sweat from his forehead, completely speechless. Fight a dinosaur with 0 weapons? Are you insane? Their only valid strategy was to wait until the monster got bored and moved on. Whatever happens, we have to run another scout mission tomorrow, but dealing with this hellish sun, we seriously need a survivability buff. Mid-sentence, William's eyes locked onto the massive canopy above. Big guy, get up there and harvest those giant leaves. Grab some of those tough vines while you are at it. We are crafting some heavy-duty stealth gear. That is right, baby. Tactical camouflage. William practically high-fived his own brain. How could a modern teen forget the ultimate field survival setup? Channeling their inner survivalists, the trio wove vines and giant leaves into hardcore tactical hats and full-body stealth cloaks. For the first time since dropping into this primitive nightmare, William finally felt like he was leveling up from wearing 2 pathetic loincloth leaves to actual gear. He made a solemn vow right then and there. Once he made it back to the home base, he was going to grind his crafting skills. He needed an entire wardrobe of leafy fashion because catching a breeze in his nether regions every time he stepped outside was getting super old. Ying strapped on his tactical leafy helmet and let out a mind-blown gasp. Whoa, this is insane! Will, what kind of genius brain unlocked this blueprint? With this gear equipped, the sun does not even deal damage anymore. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with hardcore gamer realization. Bro, if we equip this during a hunt, we get absolute sun immunity plus a massive stealth buff. We would not even have to scramble for cover anymore. This has to be a legendary artifact handed down by the gods, right? William just face-palmed, absolutely speechless. His inner monologue was screaming, seriously, you guys? Is there literally anything you will not credit to your imaginary sky daddies? Picture this. 3 dudes wrapped in giant vines, stomping through the dense jungle like some low-budget swamp monsters. Yeah, that is us. In my left hand, a ridiculously massive leaf. In my right, a burnt stick. Welcome to Stone Age GPS, baby. Since smartphones do not exist here, I have to draw this map myself. I am tracking every single step we take, every plant, every rock. If we are going to survive this wild wasteland long-term, we need a master layout. I am talking a full-scale territorial map to scout out every hidden corner and resource. We are hunting for anything edible or craftable. Today's mission, mapping the riverbanks and our base camp to see what Mother Nature is hiding. Target spotted. Massive, straight-back timber by the water, perfect for building a killer fortress. Marked it down on the leaf. Oh, and a whole patch of dandelions. That is premium-grade medicine right there. Suddenly, my buddy interrupts my genius flow. Bro, what on earth are you doing? Ying was staring at my leaf map like it was some kind of ancient, mind-blowing sorcery. You could see the absolute awe in his eyes. He seriously thought I was downloading cheat codes straight from the heavens. Remembering my little joke about talking to the spirits yesterday, he leaned in, totally shook. Did the gods drop a new prophecy? I just smirked. Nah, man, I am just making a grocery list so we do not starve. Then, I started digging up this random patch of dirt. Now, this weed looked completely totally useless. The leaves were tough, the stem was a joke, nothing looked appetizing, but it was growing suspiciously well. I yanked it up, and bingo, a whole cluster of little dirt-covered nuggets clinging to the roots. My jaw dropped. I tossed my map aside and cradled these dirty lumps like they were pure, unadulterated gold. A classic childhood riddle flashed through my brain. A brown house, a red curtain, and a chubby white baby inside. No way. I actually found them. This was the ultimate jackpot. A literal game changer for our survival. Big guy Zhuang leaned over. Yo, what is that junk? Can we even eat it? You want to eat these muddy little pebbles? Are they even good? He grunted. I was basically vibrating with hype. Bro, these are peanuts. This is premium fuel. This is our literal salvation. Zhuang just stared at me, deadpan. He totally thought that crocodile attack yesterday had finally cracked my sanity. You are calling dirt clods food? He muttered. Even Ying stepped back, totally judging me with a massive frown. Watch and learn, amateurs. I cracked a shell open with a sharp snap. Boom! A plump, pristine little white nut sat right there. Feast your eyes, boys. The legendary peanut. Sure, they are a little young right now, but give them time to bulk up. Dry them out, and they last forever. Sweet, crunchy, and ridiculously filling. Zhuang just scratched his head. Dude, I would have to eat this entire field just to stop my stomach from growling. Ying stayed quiet, but his eyes were dripping with absolute pity. He clearly thought I was some traumatized beggar who lost his mind over a tiny scrap of bird feed. I could only facepalm. These absolute cavemen. All they care about is giant chunks of meat. They have zero respect for the culinary arts. Peanuts are the ultimate superfood. You can press them for oil, roast them, boil them, or pair them with a cold drink. This is foundational empire-building stuff right here. I could not resist. I popped one in my mouth. That earthy, sweet, explosive crunch. Absolute perfection. I started mowing them down, and my stomach immediately thanked me. Zhuang swallowed hard, his giant stomach rumbling. Is it actually that good? The dude was starving. Try it yourself, big guy. I tossed him a handful. Pure, unadulterated Flavor Town. I handed some to Ying. Peel it carefully. Do not eat the dirt. He took a cautious bite, and his eyes practically turned into stars. Whoa, sweet and soft. This totally slaps. Zhuang tossed a few back, chewing slowly. It is all right. Still does not beat a fat, juicy steak. I did not even bother arguing. You cannot teach fine dining to a guy whose brain is made of pure muscle and barbecue sauce. All that mattered was the payload. How many were here, and when were they fully ripe? This massive field could literally feed our entire squad. All right, boys, rip up the best ones. We are taking samples back to base. I busted out my leaf map, drew an epic peanut symbol, and stamped it with a massive farming zone label. My master plan was coming together perfectly. 2 medicinal herbs down, and now a legendary food source secured. Yo, boss, is this a big enough haul? Zhuang yelled out. He had bundled up 4 massive heavy stacks of vines. Both of them were grinning like absolute idiots. The ultimate harvest vibes. When you have been starving for days, finding a stash like this hits better than hitting the lottery. Even the big guy was being a softie, saving the premium nuts for his girl Xiao Li. I just smirked, tucked my epic map away, and signaled the march back to camp. The sweet crunch of victory totally wiped out yesterday's crocodile nightmare. A brand new, totally epic era was about to kick off. What is up, my beautiful people? Your hero has returned! I strolled back into camp like an absolute boss, rocking my ridiculously giant grass hat and leaf trench coat. Casually popping peanuts into my mouth, I sauntered forward. But from a distance, I basically looked like a heavily armed, walking shrubbery. The tribe just saw 3 giant, chaotic bushes waddling toward them, yelling absolute gibberish. The panic was instant. Monster attack! It was pure chaos. Everybody dropped their gear and bolted for the tent screaming. Well, so much for my epic, dramatic entrance. Weapons drawn, the hunters gripped their stone blades and wooden spears. They formed a wall of muscle at the tribe gates. Battle formation locked and loaded. Whoa, hold up, bros. It is just me. Seriously, do not skewer me. Will popped his grinning face out from a massive pile of moving leaves. Take a chill pill, guys. Relax before someone loses an eye. Big Dog squinted at the floating head and let out a massive sigh. Bro, it is just you? What is with the walking bush routine? He waved the squad down. False alarm, people. It is just Will. The weapons dropped, but 100 confused eyes locked onto Will. Dude, what are you wearing? Why are you dressed like a salad? Is that supposed to be armor? Why did you bring half the forest back with you? And wait. What are you chewing on? Big Dog stared at Will's moving jaw, completely obsessed. Suddenly, the whole crowd was staring at his mouth. Their mouths began to water instantly. They still dreamed about that legendary coconut water. And that epic meat stew he cooked before? Pure magic. Was this another god-tier snack? These are peanuts, my dudes, Will announced. Xiong and the guys dug up the whole plant. You see this crunchy shell? The gold is inside. Will snapped a shell open with a loud crack, tossing a few pieces to Big Dog. Just pop it like this. Inside is a perfect, crunchy little nut. 0 cooking required. He tossed a handful into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, pure satisfaction. The entire tribe swallowed hard. You could hear a pin drop. All right, clear the path. Let them through. The chief's deep voice echoed across the courtyard. Like the Red Sea, the crowd instantly parted, only to swarm them again near the massive bonfire. Stepping into the light, the trio finally revealed their ridiculous leafy outfits. Pfft. Lee slapped her hand over her mouth, completely losing it. What in the world are you 3 doing? Cosplaying as bushes? Will smirked proudly. Pretty realistic, right? It is called a ghillie suit. Tomorrow, when we spy on that massive crocodile, we rock this gear. The beast will just think we are angry shrubs. Will did a dramatic spin, showing off his tactical leaf armor. That is actually genius. The monster will never see you coming. Lee nodded, eyes wide with amazement. The leafy squad approached the flames. Will ripped off his camouflage hat and cloak. He was sweating like he just ran a marathon in a sauna. Dropping to the dirt, he presented the legendary peanut plant to the chief. Chief, that giant reptile is still out there. But good news, it is playing solo. No squad in sight. Pretty sure it is just a loner. Not a sign of the brutal rainy season. The chief stroked his beard, his weathered face caught in deep thought. He glanced at the dirt-covered roots. And what exactly is this magical weed, boy? Will flashed a $1 million smile. The ultimate snack. His eyes sparked with absolute rebellion. But check this out. We do not just eat it. We farm it. Farm it? The chief blinked. This kid was always dropping wild alien vocabulary. But honestly, the chief was past doubting him. Will was basically a walking cheat code from the gods. Exactly. We dig the dirt, plant the seeds, and boom, we level up a totally endless supply of food. The more we plant, the bigger our loot. Our tribe will literally never starve again. Will punched the air, completely hyped by his own agricultural master plan. But wait, there is more. We capture beasts alive. We pen them up. We let them make baby beasts. Infinite meat glitch unlocked. Every single person gets to eat until they burst. He was gesturing wildly now, literally painting a utopian masterpiece in the air. Next time the hunters catch a feather chicken or a stink beast, hold your blades. Bring them back alive. Once they multiply, it is an all-you-can-eat barbecue every day. Zero hunger. Ever. Period. The entire tribe stood frozen. Jaws literally hit the dirt. A wild, ravenous fire ignited in their eyes. I am going out right now. I will capture every chicken and stink beast in the forest. Give me the meat. Big Dog practically bounced to the moon. Fully hyped for a midnight raid, the chief slammed his staff down. Sit your butt down. It is pitch black outside. Are you trying to become monster bait? Will face-palmed hard. These cavemen were so extra, it was honestly hilarious. The chief is right, guys. We cannot just run around swinging spears forever. We need a system. The chief narrowed his eyes at the little brown shells. Is this peanut thing seriously a game changer? He locked eyes with Will, radiating intense authority. On cue, the tribe's collective gaze snapped right back to the boy genius. 100%! And this is just level 1. Eat it raw, or throw it in a meat stew. Total flavor explosion. To prove it, Will cracked another shell and tossed it back. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp sound echoed perfectly in the silent night. Gulp! The tribe stared at the chief like starving puppies begging for a treat. The old man sighed. You could not fight that kind of peer pressure. He gave a single, dramatic nod. Fine. Let the taste test begin. Jiang jumped into action, passing out the loot. When he got to Li, he smoothly slid his entire stash straight into her hands. Smooth move, big guy. Li flashed a heart-stopping smile, her cheeks flushing pink. Then, I will save my meat ration for you tomorrow. No way! You eat it all! Jiang stuttered, his face turning redder than a tomato, before sprinting away to pass out more nuts. Will watched the romance bloom and snickered. Then he glanced over at Ya and Mao. Wow, total opposite energy. Mao had zero chill, zero romance. He literally dumped his entire handful straight into his own mouth. Chomp, chomp, what an absolute blockhead. Did he even know how to flirt? Will shot him a death glare that could melt steel. Mao froze mid-chew, utterly confused. He looked over at Ya, who was too busy destroying her own snacks to care. Oh my gosh, Will, these crunchy little things are epic. Can we hoard these? Can we eat them when it snows? Ya practically shot sparkles from her giant anime eyes. Will just sighed, a mix of absolute defeat and amusement. Great. He had officially adopted a foodie little sister. But wait, a sudden, bone-chilling glare pierced the back of his head. It was Mao, getting insanely jealous over literally nothing. Bro, you've got the wrong guy, William groaned internally. If you want a girlfriend, go chase Lady Doe. Why are you staring at me with those creepy eyes? He casually tossed a handful of shelled peanuts straight into the bubbling meat stew. Instantly, a mouth-watering aroma exploded across the entire camp. Seeing his absolute genius move, the rest of the group shamelessly copied him. Soon, everyone was slurping down bowls of that heavenly peanut meat goodness. Another backbreaking day finally ended. After slapping fresh bandages on Ying Da and Zhuang Xiong, William dragged his exhausted body back to his grass hut. If you told his past self he would actually crave this pathetic little shack, he would have laughed in your face. But right now, crashing onto this scratchy bed was the absolute peak of his existence. He had been grinding so hard for 2 whole days that he completely forgot to check his cheat skill. The system. Sure, it was basically trash tier right now, but treat it like a virtual pet game, and one day, he would evolve this useless minion into a legendary final boss. Xiao Yuan! Hey, Xiao Yuan! William yelled in his mind, sprawling across his leaf bed. Master, I am here. What are your orders? The system sprite popped out of thin air. But wait, it was rocking a ridiculous antenna on its head. It looked like a walking, talking cartoon character. Dude, what is on your head? Since when do you have transformation magic? It is just for the terrible Wi-Fi, the sprite mumbled. I had to equip an antenna to boost the signal. Xiao Yuan pouted with extreme teen angst. It was not exactly his fault. The network coverage in the prehistoric era was absolute garbage, completely ruining his data downloads. Wait, you need a signal? The truth struck William like lightning. His slacker expression instantly turned deadly serious. Spit it out. You can contact the outside world? Who exactly are you texting? And no one special, Xiao Yuan stammered. I just connect to the main server. The big bosses up there send down my daily quests. The tiny sprite floated backward in sheer terror. Quests? William's eyes narrowed dangerously. What freaking quests? Explain yourself right now. His rebellious blood began to boil. His personal AI assistant was acting totally suspicious, keeping massive secrets from him. William shot the sprite a terrifying death glare. He desperately wanted to teach this little punk a lesson, but how do you physically beat up a hologram? No, master, I was totally wrong. I promise I will not ghost you again. Xiao Yuan shook like a leaf in a hurricane. Their minds were linked. Every violent thought crossing William's brain was broadcasting straight to the sprite. And the worst part? If his master demanded the cheat code for punishment, the system's programming forced him to confess. Holy crap. William smirked like a total supervillain. Are you seriously the most pathetic AI ever? You can actually read my mind? His voice dropped an entire octave. Yes, master. While booted up, your thoughts are practically screaming in my head. Xiao Yuan glitched out from sheer panic. But somehow I cannot read yours? William snapped. I am merely your humble servant. Your will is literally my command prompt. Oh, really? William's wicked grin widened. Then punch yourself in the face. The exact second those words dropped, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the void. The sprite spun out of control. Black smoke poured from its digital body, looking exactly like a busted smartphone ready to explode. Master, my bad, please hit cancel, I will never rebel again. Its robotic voice faded like a dying battery. All right, cut the drama, William commanded. A savage joy filled William's chest. He was the absolute king of this system. Now talk, you little rat. What is this quest feature? Well, master, Xiao Yuan blinked its massive anime eyes, desperately clutching its precious antenna. Thank goodness that accessory did not fry. It cost a whopping 300 skill points. The server drops randomized missions. If you accept and beat the timer, you score massive skill points and epic loot drops. Oh? Like what? William curiously pulled up his status window. Whoa! His healing stat had already skyrocketed to 92. That is insane! A level 1 skill is already practically maxed out. But then his eyes drifted to his available points. 0. A dark, murderous aura exploded from William. Xiao Yuan practically dove for cover. What is the meaning of this? Do not lie to me, or I swear I will format your hard drive. His glare was sharper than a butcher's blade. Master, I confess. The ping was too high. I secretly triggered a quest to buy a Wi-Fi booster. So, when you grinded the healing quest, I kind of spent your points on this antenna. Xiao Yuan's voice shrank to a pathetic squeak, bowing its head in ultimate shame. William furiously swiped through his stats panel. Gathering had leveled up to 5. Cooking and weaving had also gained some solid XP. It was super obvious. Grinding specific jobs leveled up those exact stats, but his hard-earned healing points were completely wiped clean. This absolute scammer of an AI was embezzling his funds. How much of my currency did you blow? T300. Xiao Yuan whimpered from the digital corner. Are you out of your freaking mind? Do you know how hard I grinded for that? 300 points in the cash shop. I could have bought a literal grenade. Actually, 300 cannot buy a grenade. Xiao Yuan corrected him, practically begging for death. William gripped his hair, clenching his eyes shut to contain his blazing wrath. What do you mean not enough? A grenade costs 100,000 points. You are totally broke. Good grief. Then what is even the point of this trash system? You wasted 300 on this junk? Without the signal, I could not download new quests. You would be stuck at 0 points forever. Fine. Whatever, dude. William swallowed his boiling rage, glaring at the sprite with sub-zero temperatures. From now on, 0 secrets. You breathe only when I tell you to, or else. Understood. I swear. Never again, master. Xiao Yuan nodded so violently that the overpriced antenna whipped back and forth like a metronome. All right, spill the tea. What quest did you steal, and how does the UI work? The random drop was, save 3 patients. Master casually hard-carried the mission, curing all 3 for a flawless 300 points. Normally, all available quests spawn right here on the main bounty board. Just open the tab and smash that accept button. Clear it for massive gains, or fail and suffer a penalty drop. Usually, it docks 20 points per failure. Wait, if I have 0 points, does my account go into negative debt? Exactly, Master. William's eyes lit up with gamer greed. This was basically a farming simulator. He could spam quests and grind his way to godhood. Welcome to the ultimate power trip. William swiped down his status screen and his jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, what? His inheritance progress bar had completely glitched out, spiking by 40 whole points. He was already halfway to becoming a living legend. How did I level up so ridiculously fast? Before his system, Little Yuan, could even spit out an answer. Ding! A glowing holographic prompt smashed into his vision. Do you wish to upgrade your physical vessel? It asked. Duh. Who says no to free stats? William smashed that confirm button without a second thought. Boom! A rush of scalding, magma-like energy exploded through his veins. It was the legendary marrow cleansing process. But holy crap, it was pure agony. He spent the entire night suffering like a total boss, since he was completely knocked out cold. The dude honestly could not tell if he was trapped in a terrifying nightmare, or if this nightmare was real life. All he knew was that his body felt like it got run over by an 18-wheeler. The pain was absolutely unbearable. In his mind, he was mercilessly roasting Little Yuan for this cruel and unusual torture. Fast forward a bit, The faint sound of tribal chatter finally pulled him out of the darkness. His head was spinning like a crazy carnival ride. He groggily tried to sit up, but nope. The sheer pain knocked him right back into dreamland. When his eyes fluttered open once again, the entire camp was dead silent. Bright, blinding sunlight stabbed through the gaps in his straw hut. He winced, aggressively rubbing his eyes. Wait a freaking minute. The sun is totally up. Why did nobody bother to wake me? He shot out of bed like a rocket. This was literally the most epic sleep he had gotten since crashing into this prehistoric world. Honestly, waking up at the crack of dawn is for absolute losers. Hitting that snooze button and catching those extra hours? Pure, unadulterated bliss for the soul and body. That is the ultimate teenage dream right there. Peeking out of his little trash shack, he spotted Da way out in the distance, chilling and crafting grass hats. But the rest of the tribe completely vanished into thin air. A massive wave of guilt totally smacked him in the face. Talk about being useless. Everyone else was out there dodging death gators and grinding for survival, while he was snoring away in his cozy little blanket burrito. Feeling awkward, he scratched his nose. But suddenly, oh, sweet mother of mercy, what in the world is that horrific stench? It was absolute biological warfare. We are talking about a public restroom that had not been cleaned in a solid decade. Disgusting. He stared down at his own hands. They were caked in a thick, greasy layer of toxic black sludge. He looked exactly like a grotesque swamp monster straight out of a horror flick. Panic mode activated. Bam! He smashed his forehead against the wooden pillar of his hut. Ignoring the dizzy spell, he bolted out the door like a madman. Destination? The river. Yo, Will, are you finally awake, bro? Da shouted, jumping out of his skin. He stared at the filthy mud demon sprinting past him, utterly terrified. The chief had literally just announced that our boy was resting after communing with the heavens. Nobody warned them that talking to the gods would turn him into a walking toxic waste dump. No wonder shamans are always so frail. Chatting with deities is apparently a filthy, traumatic business. Will, stop right there, man. There are literal man-eating fish in that water. Da screamed his lungs out, but our boy was too grossed out by his own funk to care about some dumb predators. He launched himself off the bank. Splash! A cannonball dived straight into the freezing, rushing currents. The disgusting demonic sludge instantly melted away, revealing flawless, glowing, ridiculously overpowered anime protagonist skin. Will, you idiot! The gator is right there! Get back here! Up on the riverbank, Zhuangheng and Ying were on high alert gator watch. Suddenly, a dark blur cannonballed into their zone. A massive cloud of murky black funk exploded through the water. The two warriors exchanged a bewildered, wide-eyed look. When the kid finally surfaced, their jaws dropped. Are you insane? Get out of there right now! They shrieked in pure panic. Wait, what? Gator? A freezing chill of sheer terror shot straight down William's spine. He blasted out of the water like a torpedo, sprinting for his life. The river exploded behind him in a violent spray of water. Zhuangheng and Ying stood there, absolutely paralyzed. Their eyes were practically bulging out of their skulls in horror. William completely lost his mind. Did that prehistoric beast just sprout legs? Run for your lives! It is coming right for us! He cranked his speed up to maximum overdrive. As he zoomed past the two stunned warriors, he grabbed them both and dragged them into a dead sprint. Well, sprint is an understatement. He was literally towing them like rag dolls. Poor Ying was getting yanked by one arm, flying through the air with zero friction. Hold up! Stop the crazy ride! Zhuangheng desperately clamped his arms and legs around a massive tree trunk. The sudden anchor finally hit the brakes on William's crazy runaway train. Dude, chill! The beast gave up! It is not chasing us! Zhuangheng was gasping for air, clutching his chest. He stared at the scrawny teen in absolute disbelief. How the heck did this skinny kid pull off such an insane feat of superhuman strength? Wait, it is not behind us? William slammed on the brakes, planting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Then why were you two looking like you just saw a ghost? Bro, when you dove in, that massive gator was locking onto you for lunch, Ying sputtered out. But then, it completely freaked out, like it saw the ultimate apex predator and just noped right out of there. Ying collapsed into the dirt, aggressively rubbing his bruised back after getting dragged through the mud. William blinked. He slowly looked down at his own hands, his brain totally short-circuiting. Hold the phone. Did he seriously just drag two fully grown, muscular cavemen across the dirt? Was he really moving at the speed of sound just now? Am I possessed by some crazy martial arts demon? He immediately booted up his internal interface. Yo, little Yuan, scan my vitals right now. What is happening to me? The system mascot happily bounced into his vision. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully survived the beginner marrow cleansing. Strength, speed, and agility are now maxed out. Say what now? William threw his hands up in pure frustration. This glitchy system was always throwing random curveballs. Can a guy get a freaking user manual around here? Stop hitting me with these random surprise updates. Relax, Master. This is just your inheritance evolution tree, little Yuen chimed happily. There are 3 tiers of ultimate badassery. Tier 1 turns you into an absolute superhuman. Tier 2 lets you buff your entire squad. And Tier 3? You literally rewrite the rules of the freaking world. Oh, so what? I am going to become Superman and punch holes in the sky? William crossed his arms, throwing massive shade at the glowing screen. It sounded like total hype. But hey, he could not deny the insane power rush. Master, you literally just flexed your new stats. Little Yuen giggled, completely ignoring his sarcasm. This is only the tutorial phase. The stronger you get, the more inheritance points you are going to need to level up, so you better start grinding those quests like your life depends on it. Trust me, Master, this physical evolution is exactly like those legendary cultivation novels you read back home. You are practically a god in training. Boom! It was like downing a legendary elixir straight out of a comic book. Complete toxin removal, total body purification, and a massive stat boost to boot. Talk about an epic level up. Handing out legacy points? Piece of cake. The main character was not about gatekeeping his skills. If he knew a cheat code, he shared it with the whole squad. Yo, Will. Earth to Will. Ying panicked, waving wildly at Will's frozen face. Huh? Will snapped back to reality, hurriedly closing his system interface. Dude, what was that pitch-black shadow? Ying shuddered. It totally spooked those giant crocs, right? Should we, double-check if we are safe? Oh, that? Will stroked his chin, putting on an award-winning mysterious aura. Just a little miracle. I was just having a quick chat with the gods. No big deal. Thud! Ying and Strongbear instantly dropped to their knees, bowing like extreme fanboys. The gods are protecting us. With the crocs gone, they finally breathed easy. Maybe the rainy season would hold off just a bit longer? The trio hit the road, chatting up a storm. They had chilled by the river for ages, and those scaly monsters were officially ancient history. Let us move out, Will commanded. We have only got 2 stone piles of summer left. We need to hustle and hoard some serious grub. Whipping out his trusty leaf parchment and charcoal stylus, Will looked like a rogue cartographer. Time to map out the wild zones they scouted yesterday. By high noon, the sun was basically trying to roast them alive. The whole mountain turned into a giant oven. Only the tree shadows offered a safe zone. Hey, how long until these peanuts level up to ripe? Walking past the peanut field, Ying was practically drooling. The memory of yesterday's epic soup was still dancing on his taste buds. Man, that flavor was insane. Imagine eating that top-tier loot every single day. Will chuckled. Patience, my dude. It needs another stone pile of time to fully mature. Wait, since when did our modern-day rebel use stone piles to tell time? That long? Ying groaned. And how are we supposed to farm these things anyway? These guys were total noobs at agriculture. They could not wrap their heads around it. Could planting seeds really create a massive cave-covering food supply like Will claimed? Easy peasy, Will smirked, brimming with unearned confidence. Once they are ripe, we just chuck the nuts into the dirt. Bam! Farming. Deep down, a massive sweat drop formed on his forehead. He had literally never touched a plow in his life. His entire farming experience came from watching old folks when he was a kid. But hey, fake it till you make it, right? The core mechanics had to be the same. His scrap of modern knowledge was still a god-tier strategy compared to these cavemen. Plus, he had the ultimate hack, the system. Leveling up his farming skill meant crazy good rewards. All right, squad, we did not unlock this section of the map yesterday. Shall we explore? Will carved a path past the peanut zone. Following his crude leaf map, they pushed forward into totally uncharted grassy territory. Let us grind some loot along this route. Will took the lead like a true raid boss, his 2 loyal sidekicks trailing close behind. Any of you guys spot more peanuts around here? Like, during your hunting quests? Anything? He kept the banter going to break the silence. Finding another spawn point meant a double harvest by midsummer. But looking at the strange weeds, he frowned. Never noticed this grass before. Not even the wild mob seemed to eat it. Ying booted up his memory bank, scanning past locations. Nope, 0 peanut sightings. Guess my radar was just off, boss. Keep your eyes peeled next time. Will grinned. If we find a massive wild field, we can skip the farming grind altogether. Wielding a small stick like a magic wand, Will poked and prodded the dirt. Most of it was useless trash-tier weeds, but a few plants gave off serious secret herb vibes. He felt like the legendary Shenong, the ancient emperor tasting 100 herbs, except he was just surrounded by a sea of random weeds. Without a guide, how was he supposed to know the stats of these plants? He would have to beta test them himself. Yanking out anything weird-looking by the roots, he stuffed them in his arms for future research. His gathering method was total chaos. Within 10 steps, his inventory was completely maxed out. Glancing back, Strongbear and Ying were also loaded down like pack mules. A light bulb went off in Will's head. Crap, we desperately need a basket or some kind of inventory bag. But here was the tragic irony. The great pioneer had absolutely zero crafting skills. Sure, modern people bought cute woven baskets for their living rooms, but a rebellious roughneck like him, no chance. Tying a few grass blades into a trashy net was one thing. Actually weaving a functional bag? Mission impossible. Noticing their leader's sudden brain freeze, Ying slammed on the brakes. Yo, what is wrong? Did you scan another legendary herb? Ying quickly scanned the environment. Nothing but the same basic grass from yesterday. No glowing treasure, no massive fields of loot. Strong Bear just stood there silently, acting as the ultimate gentle giant. He was the ultimate non-player character, perfectly content just following orders. Ying, being the older and wiser sidekick, always bounced ideas off Will. Ugh, my inventory space is full. Will sighed in defeat, exposing his totally uncool dilemma. And I doubt anyone in the tribe leveled up their weaving skill yet. What a massive headache. Dude, that is easy. Ying laughed. Ying slapped Will's shoulder and pointed to a beast of a tree. Look at those giant leaves. We can totally use them as natural backpacks. They have got fruit too, but fair warning, it tastes like bitter trash. Ying had practically worshipped Will as a god, but seeing his almighty boss fail at carrying weeds, it made him feel way more relatable. Will followed his gaze and spotted a canopy of massive leaves. A 3-meter-tall tree. Wait, tell me about the fruit. How bitter are we talking? Is it still bitter even when fully ripe? Will narrowed his eyes, his brain frantically searching his mental database for a match. It grows in these crazy long clusters, Ying explained. Lots of them. Soft and white inside, a bit bitter, and it makes your tongue feel all numb and tingly. Will calculated the distance. With his current leveled up stamina, a quick side quest was a piece of cake. Let us roll! Time to raid those leaves and upgrade our inventory space. But man, the ancients were not kidding. A mountain looks close, but it will run a horse to death. What looked like a quick sprint across the map turned into a grueling half-day march. And they still had not reached the checkpoint. The terrain was a brutal uphill grind. Strong Bear led the vanguard, casually one-shotting pesky bugs and low-level mobs. Will followed safely behind, mapping the zone like a hardcore geological surveyor. Who needs radioactive spider bites to be a hero? Right now, our guy is basically a legendary prehistoric botanist. Look, just up ahead! Ying pointed at the massive foliage. We usually wrap our meat in those leaves. They are incredibly tough. William looked up at the base of the mountain. A magnificent sea of giant, glossy green leaves greeted his eyes. This plant looked way too familiar. It was exactly like the banana trees from the movies. William leaped forward, sprinting toward the giant leaves. Time had passed, yet these leaves remained brilliantly green, bursting with life. Wait, so this is how you eat it? Ying mumbled, his mouth totally stuffed with sweet banana. Turns out, these cavemen had been eating the peel too. No wonder they thought it tasted like bitter garbage. But if you peel it first, pure, gooey, sweet perfection. Haven't you guys ever watched monkeys eat these? William asked, flashing a cocky grin. Usually, primitive people just copy the animals. Whatever the beasts eat, the humans eat. What in the world is a monkey? Ying stopped chewing, totally confused. It is a furry, four-legged animal that climbs trees, has a long tail, and a face like ours, William explained. Wait, a tribe of tree people? Will they attack us? Hearing this, Zhuangxiong instantly panicked. His survival instincts dialed up to max. If they want a war, we need to prepare. Nobody steals our food. Chill out. They are not going to attack. William frantically waved his hands. They are just animals living up in the mountain trees. Have you really never seen one? Ying shook his head. The chief strictly banned us from entering the deep mountains. William blinked. Then what exactly do you hunt? Lately, whenever the hunting party returned, they only brought back pre-chopped meat. William had not seen a single whole beast. Aside from that weird long-haired chicken, there was absolutely nothing. The deep woods are crawling with giant monsters. Ying shuddered. If we go in, we never come out. Our tribe used to be massive. But whoever stepped into those shadows vanished forever. Ying's voice dropped, heavy with sorrow. A one-way trip? William was stunned. It must be a literal death zone of alpha predators. Yeah, so the chief made the rule. Now we only hunt the fluffy chickens. And those fuzzy sheep at the base of the hill. No wonder they starved every single year. The safe zone had zero loot, and obviously, zero monkeys. The deep mountains probably had a massive all-you-can-eat buffet. The monkeys did not even care about these edge zone bananas. These bananas are perfectly ripe. Let us grab a bunch for the squad back home. I will show them the right way to feast. Bananas rot fast, so fresh is best. Zhuangxiong, grab a ton of these leaves. We can use them to heal the tribe. Wait, these leaves are magic medicine too? Ying was absolutely blown away. Hanging with William was like a cheat code. Random weeds were actually legendary healing items. Exactly. They treat burns, cool you down in the blistering summer, and completely neutralize bee sting venom, William explained, scratching notes onto a leaf. He had been stuck in this prehistoric world for a while. Better write it down before his brain deleted the files. Thank goodness he was a massive survival nerd in his past life. What is a bee, and what is venom? Ying asked, totally clueless. Suddenly, a genius idea sparked in William's mind. Ying had lost an arm. He was useless in combat now, but he could be the ultimate herbalist. Ying knew the terrain like the back of his hand. This was a perfect team-up. A bee is a tiny flying bug. It buzzes like crazy, and it packs a nasty little needle, William explained. Ying froze. His face turned beet red with sudden panic. He lunged forward, grabbing William's arm. Are you saying this leaf cures needle bug bites? Wait, so a bee is a venomous needle bug? William twisted away, violently rubbing his left arm. Ying's grip was terrifyingly strong. If William had not recently leveled up his physical stats, his bones would be powder right now. I am so sorry. Seeing William wince, Ying snapped back to reality. He hesitated, cold sweat pouring down his face. My father, a venomous bug, killed my father, Ying finally whispered. The tragic truth hit William like a freight train. The old man was die. That explained everything. The tribe was full of young blood because the older generation had all been wiped out in the deep woods. Kids as young as 14 or 15 were forced to hunt, growing up practically starving. Listen to me. From now on, if anyone gets stung, we wash the wound and apply this leaf. They will survive. William stared dead into Ying's eyes. Me? Ying pointed at himself, completely stunned. Trust him with something this crucial? Even though they had been following William for days, some lines were simply never crossed. Shamans were basically demigods here, untouchable, mysterious beings. Yes, you. From today on, you are my official medical assistant. William locked eyes with him. Are you in? Can I really do it? I am not a shaman. I cannot speak to the gods. Ying stammered, his entire body trembling. Zhuangxiong paused his gathering, watching in awe. You do not need magic to heal. You will be our combat medic. I will clear it with the chief. You might be retired from the front line, but you will master the art of healing herbs. Nobody is ever useless. Sometimes losing a piece of yourself just unlocks a much greater destiny. William's speech struck like lightning. Ying's eyes widened. He did not understand all the fancy words, but he understood one thing. He still mattered. For days, he had been waiting for a chance to throw his life away in a suicidal battle. But now, he had a real purpose. I will do it. I will be the healer, and I will be the absolute best. Ying nodded enthusiastically. His eyes practically sparkled with pure fanboy admiration for William. Meanwhile, the hulking Xiong stayed dead silent, his stoic gaze betraying absolutely nothing. Back at the settlement, the vibe was insanely tense. Every single pair of eyes stayed glued to the village gates. They were practically holding their breath, praying for their resident genius and his squad to return safely. What kind of crazy culinary masterpiece will he bring back this time? The tribal chief muttered. And wait, did Will seriously run out there completely caked in pitch-black mud? Scanning the desperately hopeful faces of his people, the old man dropped his voice to a grave whisper. Has our boy shown his face since he left? The answer was a gut-wrenching negative. Not a trace. When the sun hit its peak, he bolted straight toward the river zone and vanished. Da paused his woodworking, his voice trembling as he leaned in. Are you telling me Ying and the big guy are missing too? Panic started gripping the chief's ancient heart. Over the past few days, William had literally fast-forwarded their entire civilization. He was their ultimate cheat code. If the kid actually kicked the bucket out there, the whole tribe was totally doomed. Still no sign of them. The chief pressed his withered, twig-like hands against his chest, whispering frantic prayers to the heavens. Da swallowed hard, keeping his mouth shut while aggressively carving away at his wooden plank to hide his spiraling anxiety. The usual hype for dinner time completely evaporated. Seeing the chief freeze up instead of prepping the evening feast, the dreadful reality finally hit the crowd. William had gone to scout the prehistoric crocodiles, the deadliest monsters in the river. A horrifying thought echoed in everyone's mind. Did he actually end up as a reptilian midnight snack? Suddenly, Lee dropped her tools and completely broke down. Tears streaming down her face, she looked desperately at the chief. Will, and the big guy, are they seriously gone forever? A suffocating silence choked the village as every tragic gaze locked onto their leader. The old chief halted his prayers. He slowly lowered his trembling hands and forced himself to look at his broken people. His lips quivered, desperately trying to formulate some kind of heroic pep talk. But the words just straight up died in his throat. Defeated, he let out a soul-crushing sigh. Everyone, just get back to your chores. The villagers slumped their shoulders, an ocean of grief washing over the square. These people were hardcore survivors, totally used to staring death in the face. But William was different. He was the spark of a brand new era. They would trade anything just to see him walk through those gates again. Choked sobs echoed through the mud huts. Was their ridiculously short trial period of happiness already getting canceled by fate? Yo, yo, yo! What is up, my beautiful people? Your boy is officially back in the building. William's obnoxiously cheerful voice suddenly ripped through the gloomy atmosphere like a literal sonic boom. The waterworks stopped instantly. Depressed faces snapped into expressions of pure shock and joy. People literally threw their tools into the dirt and sprinted toward the village entrance. Whoa! Why is everyone acting like fanboys at a rock concert? Did you guys magically sense that I brought home the ultimate gourmet stash? William chuckled, genuinely startled by the massive mob swarming him. But the tribe was even more shell-shocked by the trio's ridiculous outfits. The three dudes were practically drowning in massive green leaves and wearing giant yellow fruit bundles as makeshift helmets. They literally looked like three gigantic mutated jungle plants strutting on two legs. The tension instantly shattered into roaring laughter. Bro, you guys dressed up as bushes yesterday, and today you are literally walking foliage. I swear this squad is addicted to the whole botanical camouflage aesthetic. The old chief pushed through the giggling crowd, leaning heavily on his wooden staff. He nodded, eyes tearing up. You made it back. Ying immediately piped up. Chief, you have absolutely zero idea. This new stuff is straight up legendary. Our entire civilization has been doing it wrong this whole time. You actually have to rip off the outer armor before you eat the squishy part inside. Ying practically vibrated with excitement as he dropped this revolutionary knowledge bomb on the chief, his eyes shooting worshipful glances at William. William shot Ying a smooth wink, signaling him to play it cool. He turned to the old man with a cocky grin. All right, boss man. The legends have returned in one piece. Let us drop the emotional drama and get straight to the dinner party. Everyone grab a seat. Tapping his staff against the dirt, the chief marched proudly toward the central plaza and took his rightful throne at the ceremonial meat-carving rock. Their golden boy was alive, and so was the ultimate hope of their tribe. His heart doing absolute backflips of joy, the chief aggressively slammed his blade down, slicing off a massive, beautifully marbled chunk of prehistoric beast meat. Tonight, they were going to feast like absolute kings. He distributed the premium cuts based on who grinded the hardest that day. For the first time ever, the clan members got to choose their own culinary adventure: hardcore barbecue or savory meat stew. The tribal chat was going wild with this newfound freedom. William casually tossed his premium slab into a carved coconut shell, sprinkling a generous pinch of ultra-rare rock salt handed over by the chief. His brain was already running calculations. I seriously need to unlock the herb and spice skill tree soon to upgrade this basic broth, he mentally noted. So, my boy, the chief probed, scooping up a thick ladle of steaming stew. Spill the details. What exactly went down in the danger zone today? William chewed his lip, his mind racing at hyperspeed as he crafted the perfect, foolproof storyline. Finally, he dropped his voice to a dramatic octave. The heavens sent me a direct notification. My quest was to banish the scaled river demons. I armored myself in the sacred black mud, their ultimate weakness, and then I swan-dived straight into their watery abyss. He paused right at the cliffhanger, locking eyes with the captivated elder. And guess what? Those prehistoric death lizards took one whiff of the divine mud and absolutely chickened out. They booked it to the opposite side of the map. The chief gripped his staff so hard his knuckles turned white, then released a shuddering breath. His ancient facial muscles spasmed uncontrollably before he roared, "Praise the almighty skies!" Heavy tears cascaded down his weathered cheeks, carving muddy pathways through the grime. The emotional roller coaster of the day had completely drained his energy reserves, but this epic victory update finally cleared his anxiety. Wait. If the demons have retreated, he mumbled in awe, does this mean the apocalyptic monsoon season will actually be delayed? William internally slapped his forehead. How the heck was he supposed to answer that lore question? Was he really going to admit that his makeshift mud cologne just smelled so atrocious that it literally offended the local wildlife into migrating? Nope, he had to play the mystic card. Deep lore was the only way out. All hail the almighty script, he thought. The heavens operate on a strict code of silence, he declared with utmost gravity. Lowering his head like a seasoned anime mentor, his voice rumbled. This is a divine survival trial. We must observe the signs, strategize our own moves, and execute the plan ourselves, the chief gasped. A sacred trial, he nodded vigorously. It all makes sense now. We received the ultimate heavenly tutorial. We unlocked massive food caches and rare medicinal drops. Obviously, the universe is raising our difficulty level to test our worth. Absolutely brilliant, my boy. You have completely carried this raid on your shoulders. We have received the server-wide broadcast. Our tribe will absolutely conquer this hardcore survival mode. A bead of sweat dropped down William's temple as he forced a smile, feeling a tiny sting of guilt for his massive exaggeration. But whatever. He swore to himself he would grind endlessly to unlock more gourmet recipes for these people. He was going to carry this entire village through the brutal monsoon and the freezing winter updates. So, this weird yellow plant is the newest loot drop you secured? The chief asked, visibly relaxing as he eyed the two massive mountains of fruit stacked behind the hero. Bingo. It is a high-tier consumable. The only glitch is its extremely low shelf life. We have to use the sun-drying technique to preserve it in our inventory. Right now, it is at peak ripeness, totally ready to be harvested and dehydrated. Flexing his modern knowledge, William snapped a perfectly yellow piece off the bunch and handed it to the elder. Remember the golden rule. Strip off the yellow armor and only consume the sweet core inside. The chief took a cautious bite. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. By the heavens, it is like eating pure joy. In that exact second, the elder's entire worldview was completely and violently shattered. Everything he thought he knew about the jungle was a lie. I have totally seen this item spawn in the deep mountain zones where those annoying long-tailed beast mobs hang out. We used to chew on it straight from the tree, and it tasted like bitter, tongue-numbing poison. We were just failing the eating mechanic this whole time. When consumed correctly, it is an absolute masterpiece. And you said we can craft dried rations out of this? Boom. Slice them up. Sun-dry those bad boys for the ultimate survival stash. They might be small, but a massive handful of these slices is prime food, William declared, passing a huge chunk to the chief. The chief didn't even blink. He immediately ordered Wolfhair to pass out the bananas to the squad. These days, William was dropping new food drops daily. No need to stress over the rationing anymore. Everyone gets a taste. Tomorrow I'm deploying a squad to harvest and dry out the rest. The chief swallowed his last bite of banana, instantly peeling another one like a total boss. It had been an eternity since his stomach felt this completely stuffed. Ever since our boy Will tapped into the god's frequency, the tribe's glow-up had been absolutely legendary. Meanwhile, Ying was staring holes into William. His anxiety was spiking so hard, he almost blurted out his thoughts a dozen times. But he bit his tongue, terrified to rush things. Usually the dude was chill as ice, but right now, he was facing the ultimate shaman, the literal lifesavers of the wasteland. We're talking absolute top-tier healers here. A sacred art that even a guy missing an arm like him could master. But only if the shaman took him under his wing. Just visualizing himself saving lives had Ying so hyped, he was ready to do backflips on the spot. Finally, under the crushing weight of Ying's laser-focused glare, William realized he totally forgot to give the guy an official title. Yeah, more like a legit job description. Chief, we need to talk business for a sec. William locked eyes with the chief, then flashed a smirk at Ying. Ying's heart instantly started pounding like a heavy metal drum solo. He froze, completely rigid. He didn't dare breathe, waiting for a divine verdict, terrified of missing a single word. What is the play? The chief dropped his banana leaf, locking onto William with an intensely wise gaze. Look, Ying isn't exactly built for the hunting squad anymore, but we desperately need a master of medicinal herbs over here. So, I want Ying to shadow me. Let's make him the tribe's official apprentice healer. An apprentice healer? The chief's face absolutely glitched out. He nearly launched himself into orbit. If his ancient joints weren't holding him back, he would have tackled William to the dirt. But after that massive shockwave of disbelief, the old man's poker face snapped right back into place. He grabbed his spoon, slowly stirring the soup inside his coconut shell. Clack, clack. The hollow sound echoed through the heavy silence. Every single clack felt like a sledgehammer slamming into Ying's chest. His entire body was wound tighter than a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Thank the heavens. The chief realized he was dragging out the suspense. He gave William a firm nod. Approved. Having someone prep the herbs is a tactical win. Your workload is insane. You need a loyal right hand. Yes, 1,000,000 times, yes. Ying couldn't contain his explosive hype. He dropped to the earth, bowing with absolute respect to the chief. Thank you, chief. I swear on my life, I will follow Brother Will to the end of the earth. I am going to become a legendary healer for our people. Good, good. The chief tapped his staff against Ying's head, muttering some ancient, incomprehensible blessing. It was all William needed to send the entire tribe into an absolute frenzy of cheers. Ying then slammed his forehead into the dirt. Thud, thud, thud. 3 epic kowtows, offering his complete and utter devotion. When he stood back up, tears were threatening to spill. But that dead inside, defeated look, completely obliterated. The guy was reborn. Meanwhile, Lee was biting her lip to the point of drawing blood. Her face was flushed red, and she was twisting her fingers in a massive knot of teen anxiety. She had zero clue what was even happening. Overnight, Ying got promoted to apprentice healer? Sure, she didn't fully grasp what that meant, but working with William and curing diseases, that was basically shaman-level prestige. Wait a second, was William teaching her all this stuff just to leave her hanging? Was she not getting the apprentice title? Then why did Ying get the golden ticket? She glared at William with lethal intensity. She looked at him like he was the ultimate toxic player who just broke her heart. The death glare was so intense, William couldn't even pretend to dodge it. Hold up, you only started prepping herbs so you could play nurse for Big Bear over there. I never planned on making you a formal healer. There are tribal boundaries here. We cannot just throw out the rule book. You are literally practically engaged to the guy, so why are you staring at me like I betrayed your soul? I am not the bad guy here. William panicked internally, sweating bullets. But seeing those huge, watery eyes locked onto him, his stomach did a massive drop. Crap. Did I accidentally gaslight her into thinking she was my chosen apprentice? No way. You are the one sending mixed signals. You always have me grind the herbs, so why am I not the apprentice healer? Look, it is not that I didn't think about it. I just set it up so you could flirt with your massive boyfriend while working. Exactly. And now I want the official title so I can save the whole squad. Big Bear stood there, watching this intense eye contact battle. A furious wave of raw jealousy spiked through his veins. He honestly wanted to smash William through a boulder right then and there. But Big Bear snapped out of it, horrified at himself. Wait, William literally saved his life. He had sworn absolute blood loyalty to the guy. Why was he ready to throw hands? But what the hell was happening with Lee? Bruh, what did you do to make my girl cry? All right, I surrender. Just turn off the waterworks, kid. William shook his head in defeat, pivoting back to the chief. Listen, Lee has been crushing it with the herb prep lately. Let's classify her as an honorary apprentice healer too. It will streamline the medical logistics for the whole tribe. The chief raised a skeptical eyebrow. Female shamans were basically unheard of. If William was just crushing on her, he would allow a VIP pass. But setting a precedent like this could mess with tribal politics. You can slide your crush an extra slice of mammoth meat, but you cannot hand her the keys to the entire food vault. Obviously, it is not just a fancy title, William quickly countered. With all this new food dropping, we need a logistics manager to record and prep everything. Ying and I have to venture out for new crafting materials. We cannot babysit the base all day. We need Lee to be our communications officer and run things here. The tribe only had 30 members to begin with, and now they were down to 28. Having 3 people exempt from heavy labor was a massive drain on their stats. I will upload some basic healing stats into her brain, but her main quest will be processing herbs and managing the food supply. If she needs more skills, I will run tutorials later. Hearing that this wasn't just a nepotism hire, the chief's anxiety vanished. Approved. The chief gave Lee the ultimate nod of approval. She was staring at Will with pure, unadulterated, starry eyes. But hey, it was just massive fangirl gratitude, zero romantic tension. So, the big boss finally chilled out. Rule number 1 in this tribe? No toxic selfishness allowed. Lee went full straight A student, swearing up and down. Whatever Professor Will teaches, I am soaking it up. 100% grind mode, zero slacking. She just kept dropping promises like a hype track. In her head, she knew this was her ultimate glow-up moment. New skills, new status, and an absolute VIP pass to tribal respect. Total game changer. Meanwhile, Trang Hung watched from the sidelines. Seeing her totally on fire for this gig gave him major sour vibes. It felt like watching your favorite indie band go mainstream and leave you in the dust. Lee shot him a look, lips parted like she was about to drop a heavy text message, but she just left him on read. Total, awkward silence. So now Ying and Lee were officially the tribe's mystical medics, and Trang Hung, just a dude standing there. Yo, grab those giant leaves, Will barked, pointing like an absolute general. Smash them up and slap them on the burns. It speeds up the healing. Oh, and brew some of that gnarly root water while you are at it. Ying and Lee did not even blink. Yes, boss, on it. They leaped into action like their lives depended on it. Bam, dinner was served. Will was orchestrating the whole squad like a maestro on 10 energy drinks. Trang Hung stared at him, totally mind blown. Being a magic medic meant working your tail off before you even got a single bite? Big yikes. But whatever, right? As long as his girl Lee was living her best life, he could deal with the drama. Fast forward to midnight. The whole camp devoured their grub and totally crashed. The vibes were immaculate, stomachs packed with leafy goodness and savory meat broth. Everyone was riding that ultimate cozy late-night wave, dreaming in absolute peace. But then, plot twist. Hey, Will? I want to be a cool medic too. Can I mix the potions and heal the squad? Pretty please? Enter Enya. She was literally crouching by Will's leafy mattress, dropping her voice into full-on secret agent whisper mode. She had watched Ying and Lee snag the spotlight all day. Those two were about to be the absolute popular kids of the tribe. Nya was low-key freaking out with major missing out anxiety. Was the magic class really that hard? In her mind, she was just as epic as Lee. Will gave her the heaviest eye roll of the century. Look, girl, the medic roster is totally maxed out. It is just a gig, okay? No job is cooler than the other. Just go to sleep already, Will groaned, looking at her like she was an unskippable ad. The dude was running on 0% battery. He just wanted to pass out and chat with his secret cheat system about some insane body upgrade hacks. His stats had totally spiked today. If he kept grinding this system power, could he literally punch a mountain in half? Epic thoughts only. Wait, what? Nya blinked, completely missing his deep philosophical vibe. She did not care about his weird talk, she just wanted the VIP medic jacket. I want to brew the crazy potions! I want to be your sidekick! She demanded, digging her heels in like a stubborn toddler. Bro, seriously? Will snapped, losing his chill. If you want to study, go bother Lee. I cannot draft another assistant to follow me around. The camp needs people to actually hunt and gather. I cannot have the whole squad trailing me like a fan club. Will was reaching his absolute boiling point. This girl was just not getting the memo. If she weren't a girl, he would have totally roasted her. Plus, a single dude and a girl alone in a dark, empty shack? That is how stupid rumors start. Major red flag. Why am I blocked from the medic squad? Nya literally shrieked, going full drama queen. She was so confused. He used to offer her medicine, and now he was icing her out? Was he being petty because she curved him back in the day? The teenage drama was peaking. Somebody save me! I just want to hibernate! Will screamed internally, but he kept his face deadpan and dropped the hard truth. Listen up! I do not control the medic draft picks. It is entirely up to the big boss upstairs, meaning the gods and the chief. Reality slapped Nya right in the face. She looked totally crushed, slowly backing out of his tent like a sad ghost. Thank heavens! The stalker has left the building! Will totally starfished on his bed. The sheer weight of the day was crushing him. His eyelids were super glued shut, but he still desperately wanted to log into his system. But his brain straight up crashed. Before he could even open the system menu, Will blacked out into a deep coma-like sleep, leaving his cheat codes in the dust. Cue the dramatic shadows. Lang Mao stepped out from the darkness like a brooding anti-hero. He had eavesdropped on the entire cringy exchange. He was mad salty that Na was sneaking into Will's room after curfew. But watching her get totally rejected and heartbroken, that actually shredded his tough guy soul. Lang Mao? Nya aggressively wiped her face, trying to hide her jump scare panic. What are you doing creeping out here? Wait, are you crying? Lang Mao stepped into the cinematic moonlight. Seeing the shiny tear tracks on her cheeks, his fists clamped into tight rocks. Talk to me. Did that jerk Will bully you? No, it is not him. Nya ducked her head, totally mortified that her crush-worthy moment was ruined by this awkward encounter. She felt like an absolute zero. No magic, no status. I am marching in there. I am going to wreck him in a duel. Lang Mao roared, his anger going from 0 to 100. Nya was usually the tough girl who never shed a tear. Seeing her break down over a stupid rejection ignited a raging bonfire in Lang Mao's chest. Stop! Nya lunged and death gripped his massive arm. The dude was built like a tank, so she literally had to tackle hug his bicep to anchor him in place. Do not do it. Will did not do anything, she bawled, going full tragic heroine. It is me. I wanted to be a cool medic, but the gods and the chief totally vetoed me. She always thought she was in the exact same league as Lee, but the universe literally picked Lee and left her on the bench. It is my fault. I am just not good enough. The waterworks went into absolute overdrive. She felt like the biggest failure on the planet, drowning in a sea of teen angst. Whoa, hey, no, you are top tier. Lang Mao instantly panicked. He wanted to pat her head, but his brain short-circuited. Plus, her death grip on his arm was giving him literal pins and needles. He was totally paralyzed. You are amazing. Stop crying. Who cares about some dumb magic job? I will provide for you. I will literally give you all my premium meat. I swear on my life, you will be treated like a Lang Mao was just spitting words at light speed, ready to hand over his entire bank account and soul just to make her smile. Wait, you will give me meat? Nya froze mid-sob. She tilted her messy, tear-stained face up at him, her eyes wide with total bewilderment. Listen up, because things in this primitive world are getting wild. In the past, she had casually accepted meat from Lang Mao. But let us get one thing perfectly straight. This was the very first time he explicitly declared he would provide for her. In this tribal wasteland, those words meant only one thing. He wanted her as his lifelong mate. Wait, was Lang Mao actually proposing right now? She stammered nervously. What? What do you mean? Na bit her lip, asking in a tiny, shaky whisper. Suddenly super shy, Lang Mao gazed down at the girl. She barely reached his chest, her messy straw hair rocking a colorful rooster feather. Suddenly, he gathered every ounce of his tribal courage. Boom! Lang Mao wrapped his muscular arms tightly around Nya. He pulled her in close. Holding her felt just like gripping his favorite hunting spear. Slender, but an absolutely perfect fit. Fueled by pure adrenaline, Lang Mao hoisted her up with one single arm. Wait, scratch that. He lifted the girl until they were totally eye to eye. Staring into her bewildered little face, he blurted out, nah. I will feed you all the meat. Will you please be my mate? Lang Mao, you, me. Nya totally panicked, glancing around awkwardly. But the pitch-black night was completely empty. Only the heavy, rhythmic sound of their breathing filled the quiet air. Please? Is that a yes? he begged with absolute desperation. I am an elite hunter. I promise you will never go hungry. Who knows if it was his total sincerity or just the epic promise of endless barbecue, but a massive smile broke across her face. With deadly seriousness, she nodded at Lang Mao. Lang Mao, I accept. I totally agree to be your lifelong mate. A woo! Lang Mao unleashed a triumphant howl. It echoed through the wilderness like a glorious alpha wolf. He spun Nya around by the hands, celebrating just like he had slain a legendary beast. But in the distance, confused voices started popping off. What is happening? What is going on? Who is screaming out there? What is the emergency? The entire sleeping tribe was jolted awake by Lang Mao's epic roaring. They sprinted out to the main square in total chaos. Nya said yes. Nya agreed to be my mate. Lang Mao screamed his lungs out, flexing his massive victory to every single tribesman rushing over. The whole squad instantly caught the hype. They erupted into wild cheers, heavily congratulating the brand new power couple. Blushing hardcore, Na stood shyly beside her new man. Her heart was absolutely racing with excitement for their future. Plus, hello, unlimited meat to fill her belly. Meanwhile, our main character, Neo Will, had been rudely awakened by the howling. Thinking a savage monster was raiding the camp, he scrambled onto the dirt and dashed outside. But instead of a bloodthirsty beast, he witnessed the whole squad hyping up Lang Mao and Nya, singing and dancing like absolute maniacs. Honestly, he had zero clue what they were singing. And their dance moves? Completely chaotic, like wild gorillas throwing a massive rave. But looking at their glowing, hyped-up faces, it was obvious something legendary had just dropped. Yo, what is the big deal? Enjo Will grabbed Big Dog from the mosh pit and yelled. And he literally had to scream, because the whole tribe was going totally feral right now. A normal voice would instantly get drowned out. Whoa! Pulled back by Engo Will, Big Dog stumbled hard. He wondered, how is this dude so freaking strong? But swept up in the massive celebration, he brushed it off and yelled back. Lang Mao and Nya are officially tying the knot. Dropping that romantic bombshell, he ripped free from No Will's iron grip, diving straight back into the wild dance circle. Wait. Getting hitched? The truth struck Enjo Will like lightning. Seriously? The same girl who just wanted to learn medicine from him yesterday was already wifed up by someone else. But hey, epic news deserves epic celebrations. Here is the crazy tribal math. Out of 7 total women in the clan, only Nya and Lee were still riding solo. With Nya officially off the market, Lee was the very last single lady standing. Instantly, every unbonded dude locked onto Lee, their eyes blazing with fiery, thirsty ambition. Trang Hung could not resist his primal urges. He stepped right up, heavily planting himself directly behind Lee. Sure, he had not officially shot his shot yet, but as the absolute apex hunter of the tribe, he knew damn well he could provide her the biggest meat hauls. The rest of the guys noticed his aggressive power play. They went dead silent for a split second, but nobody was backing down. They all surged forward. One against an entire thirsty mob, Trang Hung's victory was definitely not guaranteed. Meanwhile, Lee was completely clueless about the testosterone war brewing around her. Overflowing with pure bestie energy, she dashed straight over and aggressively grabbed Nya by the hands. Huge congratulations, Nya. This is so freaking awesome. You are pairing up with Lang Mao. From now on, you get to eat till you burst, and you are going to be so incredibly happy. Thank you. Nya beamed with a massive blush. Then, getting totally bold, Lee turned to the groom. Hey, Lang Mao. You better keep your promise and stuff her with all the meat. Wow, this is totally epic, Nya. Hurry up and ask the chief to pick a lucky day. Let us throw a massive wedding party. Lee was hyped from the very bottom of her heart. Tomorrow we are going flower hunting. I will decorate your totally boring tent until it looks stunning, okay? Deal. You are absolutely coming with me to pick flowers. All right, settle down. The chief, deciding the chaotic hype had finally peaked, stepped in to cool the wild crowd. It had been ages since the tribe felt this electric. Even though it was literally the middle of the night, everyone was completely stoked. Back to bed, everyone. Tomorrow night we throw the ultimate bonding ceremony for these two. The chief pounded his mystical staff lightly against the dirt. So, here is the official plan. Tomorrow, Nya and Lee will gather the prettiest flowers. And Lang Mao, your epic quest is to hunt the legendary 5-colored fowl. According to ancient tribal law, the bonding couple had strict romantic quests. One partner had to deck out their living space with gorgeous wild blooms. The other partner had to slay the 5-colored fowl. Why? To replace the girl's old, dusty headwear with a brilliant, brand new magical feather. Luckily, Lang Mao's bachelor pad was already spacious enough. No need for a major renovation, just some fresh leaves and awesome floral aesthetics. Plus, the 5-colored fowl were breeding like crazy this summer. Catching one would be an absolute breeze. Once the massive adrenaline rush wore off, heavy exhaustion hit the squad like a truck. One by one, they dragged themselves back to their tents. Nya and Lee headed out too, totally crashing together at Nya's place for a sleepover. The two besties immediately started whispering their secret late-night girl talk. Watching the crowd vanish, No Will retreated to his own lonely tent. But after that chaotic wake-up call, his sleep drive was literally down to 0. Staring blankly at the dark ceiling, he could not stop replaying that wild scene in his head. It felt exactly like a successful modern-day proposal, full of intense excitement and epic romance. But wait, where was his epic romance? In this dusty, primitive wasteland? The horrific image of shiny, oily, unwashed tribal skin flashed in his mind. No Will violently shuddered. Nope, scrub that thought right now. Since I am wide awake, I might as well check my system interface. Closing his eyes, Engo Will booted up his mental cheat system. Ding! A glowing red notification box aggressively popped up, exploding with dazzling virtual fireworks. The blinding neon colors literally jump-scared him. Then, he read the glorious text on the screen. System alert. Congratulations, host. Your pharmacy mastery has officially leveled up to level 2. Wait, what? My potion-making skill actually leveled up? William remembered the last time. His annoying system spirit, Little Yuen, went rogue, barely pushing his proficiency to 92. But now, just by finding some random sticky resin, he scored an instant promotion. As the flashy system particles faded, William stared at his stats in pure shock. He did not just hit level 2. His mastery points were already at 90. Yo, Little Yuan, get out here! William barked, jabbing a finger at the glowing holographic screen. Did you secretly accept another shady quest behind my back? No way, boss! I swear on my code! Little Yuan shook his head frantically. The system penalty from last time almost deleted him, so what the heck triggered this massive boost? It is because you accepted 2 disciples, boss. You triggered a hidden multiplier. Plus you scored a shiny new level up bundle. Little Yuan squealed, pointing at a glittering loot box floating nearby. Hurry up and unbox it! The suspense is literally killing my circuits. The little spirit was vibrating with excitement, but knew better than to open the master's loot. William smirked at his minion's rare obedience and gave an approving nod. He cracked the digital seal. Bam! Flash! Boom! 3 epic items materialized in midair. The first drop was a small, ancient-looking vial. A Tier 1 antidote. The description read, 50% success rate against basic toxins. Basically a coin toss with the Grim Reaper. Still, it was a solid lifesaver against venomous beasts in this savage wilderness. The second item was an aged parchment. A Tier 1 hemostatic prescription, designed specifically for external trauma. A 50% healing boost? Now we are talking. In a world where hunting injuries meant a one-way ticket to the grave, mass-producing this powder for his tribe would completely flip their survival odds. The final drop was a surprisingly thin, thread-bound manual, just over a dozen pages long. A Tier 1 botanical encyclopedia, it contained 10 foundational herbs and their mystical applications. Holy crap, this was absolute gold. For the first time, William thought his system was not total trash. With this cheat code, he was going to break the meta of this primitive world. He was basically destined to become the legendary god of medicine. Massive congratulations, boss. Catching his master's hype, Little Yuan started spinning in joyful circles. Not bad. The little guy finally pulled through when it mattered. William reached out and patted the spirit's glowing head. Stick with me, and once I farm enough skill points, I will buy you a killer new skin. You are the coolest, most invincible boss ever. William just smiled, keeping his massive ego in check. Getting down to business, he unrolled the bleeding control recipe. It called for 3 specific ingredients: Angelica root, jujube bark, and Panax nota ginseng, along with the precise synthesis ratio. Roast them dry, grind them into fine powder, and slap it straight onto the wound. The process was ridiculously simple, and tracking down these weeds should not be too insane. Sure, he only had the notaginseng in his inventory right now, but finding a jujube tree or some angelica could not be that hard, right? The jujube tree was a total no-brainer. Even if he could not spot the leaves now, he would definitely recognize the sweet red fruit when it ripened. Just imagining those crunchy, sugar-packed berries made his mouth water. But the angelica root? He only recognized the processed, dried-up chunks used in chicken soup back on Earth. And that was from a modern pharmacy. If he tripped over the actual living plant out here in the wild, he probably would not even realize it. William racked his brain, trying to visualize its wild roots and leaves, but drew a total blank. Frustrated, he tossed the thought aside. He shoved the recipe to the side and cracked open the freshly looted botanical encyclopedia to page 1. A snarky chuckle escaped his lips. The very first entry was literally a dandelion. The notes claimed every single part, roots, stem, and leaves, was a medicinal goldmine. You could farm it through root division or seeds. Sweet but slightly bitter, carrying a cooling property. You could stir-fry it or toss it into a soup. It was the ultimate dual-purpose survival weed. brew it for internal healing, or mash it into a potent paste for external wounds. But the best part? It was not just a wall of text, it had full-color illustrations, highly detailed sketches of yellow and white blooming dandelions, perfect for a total botanical noob like him. Riding a massive wave of hype, he flipped to the next entry. Page 2, Noda ginseng. Page 3, broadleaf plantain. Page 4 was literally a freaking durian. William's excitement crashed into a brick wall. If this so-called magic system manual only recorded stuff he already knew about or found, what was the freaking point? That was like looking up the cheat codes after you already beat the boss. Absolute garbage. I already found it and know how to use it. Why do I need you? He grumbled rebelliously, aggressively skimming the text before slamming to the next page. Page 5. Finally, something he had not gathered yet, but the two bold words staring back at him made his eye twitch. Raw ginger. Are you actually kidding me right now? What self-respecting modern human did not know ginger cured a cold? Just boil it with some brown sugar and boom, sickness deleted. Obviously, finding brown sugar in the Stone Age was a pipe dream, but the ginger itself was clutch. Swallowing his pride, William forced himself to read on. After all, he had absolutely zero clue what a living ginger plant looked like. If he walked past it in the jungle, he would treat it like any other useless weed. He squinted at the Ike illustration, noting the long, blade-like leaves. Yeah, no kidding. Without this guide, he would be blind. The actual spicy treasure was buried deep underground. You had to dig to strike gold. For a rebellious city kid who left home way too early, this agriculture stuff was like deciphering alien technology. He was no farmer. This was a totally uncharted wilderness. Lost in the system's database, William swiped through pages until dawn. When the first rays of sunlight pierced his hut, he snapped back to reality. Holy crap! I binged this thing all night! He let out a heavy sigh. No time to check out the skill shop, and no clue how many legacy points he had left. He frantically slammed the logout button. Right before his consciousness left the system, he shot a quick command to Little Yuan. Ping me the second a new quest drops, got it? Now that this cheat system was actually proving useful, he was thirsty for more skill points. He snapped his eyes open. The tribe was already buzzing outside, loudly congratulating Lang Mao on surviving the night. Strutting out of his grass hut like an absolute boss, William spotted Lang Mao walking by. He flashed a cheeky, rebellious grin and tossed the guy a loud, sarcastic congratulations. Lang Mao let out an icy scoff. He glared at William with pure, unfiltered disgust. The tension between them was absolutely electric. Listen up, Wilsey. Nya is destined to be my mate. Back off. Wait, what? William froze, totally caught off guard by the sudden threat. How did he even get dragged into this tribal soap opera? Seriously, only a crazed romantic like him could be that obsessed. Nya was just a no-nonsense, serious girl anyway. Without giving William a single second to explain himself, the jealous rival spun around and stormed off with the other hunters. His master plan for the day? Hunt down the most magnificent 5-colored fowl, pluck the longest, flashiest feathers for his girl, and stack up enough meat to feed his future family. Just imagining a bustling cave full of kids with Nya by his side, a goofy, lovesick grin completely took over his fierce face. Big Dog shook his head. He watched Lang Mao with pure envy, wondering when his own epic romance would finally begin. Sigh! William just facepalmed, unable to actually hate the lovesick fool. But dealing with the extreme jealousy of prehistoric dudes was way too much drama. It was definitely safer to keep a massive distance from Nya. Morning, Wilsey. What is the epic quest for today? Ying sprinted over to greet him with massive energy. Today, Li and Nya were on flower duty. The rest of the tribe was hoarding fruit, so Big Bear was stuck gathering coconuts and bananas with the chief. That left only William and Ying for the real outdoor adventure. Their mission? Check the riverbank to see if that massive crocodile was plotting revenge. William was still sweating bullets after pelting it with toxic black mud yesterday. Let us do this. The dynamic duo crept toward the river. They camped in the shadows until the sun blazed high in the sky. No sign of the scaly beast. They finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. Turns out, human-made biological warfare was no joke. Time to gather some ginseng. Without Big Bear as their tank, they played it safe, foraging only in the grasslands near the tribe. The precious ginseng was perfectly camouflaged in the tall grass. It was a total nightmare to find, but with hardcore grinding, they spotted a few hidden gems. They seriously needed to start an agricultural revolution back home instead of wandering this massive wilderness. Wilsey, check out the absolute size of this root, Ying screamed, yanking a colossal ginseng out of the dirt. Every single inch of this plant was pure gold. William had already taught them that the roots, stems, leaves, and flowers were top-tier medicine. A gigantic root meant it was ancient. Once crafted into a healing potion, its bleeding control stats would go straight through the roof. William sprinted over, staring at a root as thick as a toddler's arm. It was over a foot long, heavy and glowing with an insane brilliance. Wait, it was not the plant. The system interface in his vision was practically flashing neon. Alert, Master! You have discovered the Ginseng King. The system can recycle this legendary item. Reward for recycling, 100 premium healing potions. Do you wish to trade? What the actual heck? The system actually recycles primitive herbs? And what on earth is a Ginseng King? Night fell, and the raging bonfire lit up the entire tribe. Everyone's adrenaline was spiking through the roof. Above them, a million stars flexed their brilliance against the deep, mysterious void of space. Random cries of nocturnal birds echoed like a killer wilderness soundtrack. It cranked up the wild, untamed energy of the evening, perfectly hyping up tonight's ultimate tribal party. Nya stepped out, rocking a custom banana leaf skirt. Her top was an intricate, vibrant corset woven from wildly colorful flowers. 2 massive golden blooms served as her ultimate fashion statement. Her hair was braided tight with indestructible wild vines, topped off with 2 aggressively bright, multicolored chicken feathers. Her face, usually covered in everyday war paint, was now a perfectly symmetrical masterpiece of fierce tribal art. Bold blue racing stripes framed her eyes, making her massive, expressive pupils sparkle like absolute diamonds. With this hardcore glow-up, the tiny, unassuming Na instantly transformed into the undisputed queen bee of the prehistoric prom. Lang Mao's jaw practically hit the dirt. The tough warrior just stood by the fire, awkwardly fidgeting like a total dweeb. Hey, Nya, look, you completely short-circuited his brain. You look totally drop-dead gorgeous tonight. Lee gave her a sneaky little shove from behind, leaving the blushing girl zero room to hide her embarrassment. Glancing shyly up at Lang Mao, Na saw he had leveled up his wardrobe too with fresh banana leaves. His towering frame and powerhouse legs radiated pure alpha energy. His chest completely swole. His face was intricately painted, and a legendary 5-colored feather sat proudly on his head like a crown. Nei's face turned beet red. She looked down, nervously twiddling her fingers as she inched forward. Gather round, you wild kids. Front and center. The chief marched up, slamming his heavy scepter into the dirt. Rocking leaf armor under an incredibly badass beast-skin cape, he wore the white feather of absolute authority. That single feather trembled, syncing perfectly with the racing hearts of the crowd. While everyone else cheered like maniacs, William's eyes went wide. After staring at nothing but leaves for days, seeing an actual animal pelt was a total game-changer. Even though it was battered and torn from some unknown monster, this intel sparked a massive rush of excitement in his brain. Soon enough, he was definitely going to grind for his very own legendary pelt. The 2 nervous rookies silently followed the chief straight into the spotlight. That was when William noticed the danger zone. A massive ring of fiercely single dudes had completely surrounded the bonfire. These unattached guys glared at Lang Mao with pure chaotic anticipation. While their mouths shouted fake congratulations, they mercilessly dragged the groom into the pit and started throwing hands. Dude, what is actually happening? William yanked Big Knight's arm, pointing wildly at the absolute beatdown in progress. Are they trying to steal his girl? Big Knight stared at William like he was a total noob. Then, with a pitying sigh, he dropped some tribal knowledge. Look, even though Nya picked Lang Mao, the server is still open. Any guy who wants her can challenge him right now. It is a final flex to show Nya who the real boss is. Wait, so if Lang Mao gets wrecked, who does she pick? Whoever she wants. Ha ha ha! Honestly, it is just our wild pre-wedding hazing ritual. It helps cool down all the salty singles who just lost the hottest girl in camp. Plus, it is a great excuse to beat the absolute stuffing out of the lucky winner. 7 or 8 guys were relentlessly pummeling Lang Mao, yet he stood like an absolute tank. Clearly, they were not trying to actually steal his honeymoon suite. William watched the chaotic brawl with a huge grin. Honestly, the urge to jump into the mosh pit and smack Lang Mao a few times was incredibly tempting. The only one who actually gave a damn about Mao right now was Nya. Her eyes were swimming with pure panic. As for those meatheads flexing their muscles to look stronger, yeah, she did not care about them at all. When Mao got slammed into the dirt yet again, Nya totally lost her cool and screamed, "Hey, knock it off! I pick Mao! I choose Lang Mao! Haha!" The whole crowd completely lost it, bursting into laughter. The guys jumping, Mao finally backed off and hauled him up. His perfectly neat leaf skirt, yeah, it was totally shredded, barely covering his front dignity. Honestly, that was the result of Mao fighting for his life to protect it. He definitely did not want any embarrassing regrets tonight. Nya sprinted over and stood fiercely by Mao's side. Pushing the other guys away, she gave him a cheeky wink. Then she grabbed his hand and marched straight to the chief. The choice is made. The chief bit his lip, trying so hard not to crack up at these crazy kids. Forming a life bond in the tribe was supposed to be a massive deal. Everyone had been busting their backs from dawn to dusk today, and all their epic loot was brought out for a massive feast. Every single face was totally glowing with pure hype. I made my choice. I want Na. I will treat her right and build a family with her, Mao roared at the top of his lungs. Oh, yeah. The crowd went absolutely feral, their blood pumping with wild excitement. And what about you, Nya? The chief looked at her with absolute warmth. The fierce girl locked her unwavering gaze on Mao and shouted back, I choose Lang Mao. I will build a family with him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Her bold answer sent the atmosphere completely over the edge. Mao flashed a massive, goofy grin, scooped Enya up with one arm, and spun her around like crazy. Once Mao finally chilled out, the chief slammed his heavy staff into the dirt to silence the hype. The bonding ritual had officially begun. A heavy, cinematic silence dropped over the whole camp. Mao and Nya kneeled before the chief, totally quiet and deeply respectful. The chief began to chant. His voice was raspy but incredibly deep, the pitch soaring and diving like a wild bird weaving through the ancient forest. It felt like fish splashing in crystal rivers, blue skies with fluffy clouds, and vibrant red flowers blooming right inside everyone's minds. But the most breathtaking sight, their flushed faces glowing fiercely under the crackling bonfire. William could not understand a single word of the ancient song, but the sacred, completely raw sincerity of the blessing hit him right in the feels. The whole tribe closed their eyes, soaking in the divine vibes from the spirits. After what felt like an eternity, the chief finally stopped and pulled a pure white feather from his headdress. He brushed it over Mao and Nya's heads 3 times. Then, gripping his epic staff, he drew a perfect circle in the dirt around the kneeling couple, sealing them right in the center of fate. The tribe members instantly lined up. One by one, they stepped up to Mao and Na, pouring out their heartfelt blessings. The second the last person walked away, Mao's wild energy totally exploded. He scooped Nya up and bolted straight for his hut. Time to eat some meat. A massive cheer erupted. The whole crew swarmed back around the fire to crush dinner. Today's epic loot: 2 long-feathered wild fowls, 2 colorful birds, and a literal mountain of coconuts and bananas. Everyone stuffed their faces like absolute royalty. No need to hoard half of it for the rainy season tonight. Some chugged chicken soup, some wrecked the barbecue, and others inhaled the sweet fruit. Only William was chilling with a hollowed-out coconut as his personal goblet. He raised his rustic cup to the bright moon overhead, offering a quiet, solitary toast to this crazy new world. Man, time seriously flies when you are surviving in the wild. By the time the peanuts ripened, summer had already blasted through 2 whole harvesting cycles. Dried banana leaves and coconut meat were piled up like absolute mountains. Tons of ginseng and dandelion roots were totally baked to perfection under the sun. Thank the heavens, the brutal rainy season had not crashed the party yet, giving the crew just enough time to stockpile massive amounts of food and meds. Hey Will, what is the deal with these peanuts? Is sun-drying them like this actually gonna work? Ying scratched his head, looking completely lost. William thought to himself, back in modern supermarkets, I only ever bought the shelled ones. The only fresh ones I ate were boiled in their shells at barbecue joints. Just thinking about it made his mouth totally water. It was a massive bummer that they had not found any wild peppercorns or star anise yet. Otherwise, he would have totally cooked up a legendary batch right now. Just dry them out first. Once the shells are crispy, we crack them and dry the nuts again. When everything is bone dry, toss them in leaf baskets and stash them in the cave. After dropping those survival instructions, William strolled over to check on Dat. The dude was finally back on his feet. He could not sprint like a beast yet, but moving around slowly was a huge win. Lately, Dot's crafting skills had been leveling up like crazy every single day. After knocking out a bunch of spoons, chopsticks, leaf hats, and capes, he unlocked a brand new obsession: basket weaving. Using ultra-flexible grass and sturdy branches, he was grinding out baskets in every shape and size imaginable. He even lined them with thick leaves, perfectly breathable, and literally the ultimate gear for drying and hoarding their survival rations. When William walked up, Dat's hands were moving in an absolute blur, weaving branches like a total pro. These were the exact willow branches William had told the big dog squad to harvest. Dat expertly sorted branches of equal length and thickness. He washed them clean, stacked them up, and grabbed 8 prime pieces to form a perfect cross weave. Locking them into a solid frame, he tied it down tight with super tough grass. Once the rock-solid base was done, he spun long willow vines around it in a flawless spiral, building a seriously massive basket. Each one of these bad boys could easily hold over 10 pounds of dried loot. Over 100 of these epic containers were already stacked deep inside the cave, holding not just dried fruits, but hardcore jerky too. Every single day, the chief did a super serious stash check. For every new basket, he proudly placed a tracking stone next to it. Even Nya joined the crafting grind, chilling on the dirt next to Dot. The fierce girl had clearly leveled up after her wild honeymoon phase. That awkward, shy teenager energy was completely gone. Now, When she looked at William, she was radiating total confidence. Zero embarrassment about that old witch doctor misunderstanding. Yo, Dat, with all these peanuts rolling in, we are definitely gonna need a lot more baskets. Are you holding up all right over here? William asked with a chill grin, his eyes scanning the mountain of completed gear. Dat's crafting specs were absolutely top tier. His grip strength was perfect, not a single loose weave anywhere. They were tight, sturdy, and built to survive the apocalypse. No sweat at all, Will. I can pump out as many as you need. Dat flashed a blindingly bright, goofy smile. He was so hyped about their massive food hoard, he honestly felt like he did not even need sleep or breaks. For over a month, he had been totally benched from the hunting squad, and unlike Ying, he could not follow William on epic herb-gathering quests either. So finally having a crucial job to do, it kept his mind from going completely crazy while his body healed. Right now, he felt like the luckiest dude alive. Not only did they drag him back from the brink of death, but the tribe actually kept feeding him while he was down. Because in the brutal old days, any hunter too injured to fight was literally left in a dark cave to wait for death. All right, keep weaving those baskets. I will have Big Dog haul in more willow branches, William commanded, casting a deeply paranoid glare at the sky. Let us get one thing straight. We had barely survived the third foraging run, and this primitive world was already trying to roast us alive. The midday heat was absolutely toxic. The scorched earth was literally cooking us, like being trapped in a demonic sauna. We had scrubbed the cave spotless and stockpiled enough food and firewood to survive an apocalypse. Compared to our past amateur setups, this survival stash was absolutely legendary. Yet, a massive knot of anxiety still twisted in William's gut. Was it just this hellish heat scrambling his brain, or was some epic disaster actually creeping up on them? Taking a deep breath, he slapped on a fake, confident smile. Hey Ying, let us harvest those seeds. But before the words even left his mouth, kaboom! Deafening thunder shattered the sky as ink-black clouds swallowed the sun like a tidal wave. Crap, the monsoon is already here. Ying and Dot stared in pure horror at the raging storm front. It was a monstrous, fast-moving beast, leaving zero time to react. Survival instincts kicked into maximum overdrive. The crew sprinted for the safety of the cave, completely abandoning their precious supplies outside. The heavens literally ripped open. Massive raindrops pelted the earth like heavy artillery. Gale force winds ripped through the camp, and with a sickening crunch, our flimsy leaf tent was flattened instantly. How did it escalate this fast? William violently wiped the water from his eyes. He had foolishly tried to play hero and save the peanuts, only to get utterly drenched. Welcome to the rainy season, folks, where Mother Nature loves jump scares. Ying huddled behind him, eyes wide with sheer panic. Within seconds, the torrential downpour became an impenetrable gray wall. The blazing earth hissed and steamed under the sudden cold, sending literal shivers down their spines. Is this ever going to stop? Someone muttered nervously. How are the hunting squads supposed to make it back in this nightmare? William glared at the apocalyptic weather. It showed absolutely zero mercy. Where the heck was everyone hiding? The only silver lining? The thunder had finally shut up, and there were no deadly lightning strikes. Ying and Dat shook their heads in grim silence. The peanut foraging squad went out with the chieftain today, Dat pointed out. Having that absolute unit of a leader with them was a huge relief. The chieftain was a seasoned veteran against the monsoon's wrath, but the hunting party? Their fate was a massive, terrifying question mark. The endless drumming of the rain felt like physical blows to their sanity. A heavy, suffocating blanket of dread settled over the entire cave. They stood there like frozen statues, until William's legs literally went numb. Then, a miraculous golden ray pierced the gloom. The torrential downpour just shut off, like someone flipped a cosmic switch. Holy crap, the sky is clearing. It is clearing up! The gloomy cave instantly erupted into a massive cheering frenzy. Thank the heavens! The gods have spared us. The storm is over. Our people can finally come home. The blinding sunlight rapidly reclaimed the sky, bathing the flooded earth in a brilliant, cinematic glow. Ethereal mist began to rise from the jungle floor. And then, the ultimate visual effect dropped. A colossal, semi-translucent rainbow materialized. Striking bands of crimson, gold, and violet formed an epic, seven-colored bridge across the heavens. Sure, modern science calls it basic optical refraction. You know the drill from physics class. Sunlight hits suspended water droplets, refracting and reflecting into a perfectly curved, multicolored spectrum. But to this bunch of primitive cave dwellers? Oh boy, they were reading a totally different script. To them, this was a literal divine manifestation, a sacred staircase bridging the mortal realm to the heavens. The gods have descended. The gods are here. Absolute chaos ensued as the entire tribe stampeded out of the cave. They slammed their knees into the mud, throwing themselves into full, dramatic prostration, practically vibrating with religious ecstasy. William just stood there, completely dumbfounded by the overreaction. But before he could ruin the vibe, Ying frantically yanked him down into the mud, forcing him to play along with the divine worship. Eventually, the intense sunlight burned away the mist. The magnificent celestial bridge slowly faded, vanishing like a deleted hologram. Instantly, the worship session ended, and everyone frantically sprinted toward the peanut drying racks. The sheer violence of the storm had absolutely wrecked the camp. Deep, muddy trenches scarred the earth, and their precious unharvested peanuts washed away in a total muddy disaster. Staring at their vital food source drowning in muddy puddles, you could visibly see the tribe members' hands shaking with absolute despair. Blood, sweat, and tears had gone into gathering that stash. Now, it was just soggy collateral damage. A wave of soul-crushing agony washed over the group. One of the female gatherers totally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably into the mud. "Hey, do not panic. Just gather everything back up," William commanded, shifting into main character mode. "The sun is scorching hot. We can still save them." He crouched down to comfort the devastated woman clutching the soggy shells. She was Ah Shu's partner from the hunting squad, a quiet background character usually, but one who always tanked the most brutal grunt work. She and Ah Shu were actually raising a son together in this brutal world, a 12-year-old kid who was one of the only 2 children in the entire tribe. The poor boy stood there, awkwardly trying to comfort his weeping mother. Taking charge, William grabbed a sturdy rattan basket. He started furiously scooping up the mud-caked peanuts. Within seconds, he had a basket fully loaded, sprinting to dump them onto the sun-baked meat-drying rocks. Operation Peanut Rescue was officially a go. Seeing their weird but effective leader leap into action, the rest of the tribe snapped out of their funk and joined the scramble. Digging slippery, mud-coated peanuts out of the muck was an absolute nightmare. But in this erratic, primitive world, Mother Nature had zero chill. Who knew how long this blazing sun would last? It was a literal race against time. Dat shifted into maximum overdrive, his hands a blur as he frantically wove more storage baskets. Soon enough, the relentless sun baked the mud dry again. The humidity skyrocketed, turning the entire camp into a suffocating, sweat-drenched hellscape. But nobody dared to slack off. Not a single person retreated to the shade. They just locked in, moving in perfect, desperate synchronization. The chieftain is back. Out of nowhere, the legendary leader materialized from the jungle, his squad hauling absolutely massive sacks of wild peanuts. "Boss, the storm totally ambushed us," someone yelled frantically. "The drying racks got washed out before we could save everything." William rushed over to help the chieftain unload his massive haul. The big guy was completely drenched. Though, considering his entire wardrobe was just a loincloth leaf and some wild hair, he honestly just looked like he stepped out of a dramatic shower scene. "Yeah, we cleared out the entire patch," the chieftain grunted, wiping water from his eyes. "We ripped up the whole plants by the roots this time. Turns out, our fearless leader actually had some tactical brains. Fearing another flash flood, he bypassed plucking the pods in the field, dragging the entire muddy bushes back to base camp instead. Smart move. How many trips do we have left?" William asked, expecting a solid logistic report. The chieftain squinted in deep thought. We go there once, come back once. Then, we go there one more time and come back once. Then we are done." William immediately facepalmed, his soul briefly leaving his body. He had been so obsessed with hardcore survival that he completely forgot to teach these primitive powerhouses how to actually count past 2. Look, if we overcomplicate this, their prehistoric brains might actually explode. "All right, squad, let's roll out. We are looting every last drop of this stash." "But bro, it is way too sketchy out there right now," William warned the chief, running the survival math in his head. The chief's weathered face instantly dropped into total serious mode. Wait, did the big guy upstairs just send a memo? Is the dreaded rainy season actually here? Uh-oh. William totally wanted to admit he was just spitballing, but staring into those wide puppy dog eyes of absolute faith? No way he could burst their bubble. He just dramatically stared into the clouds instead. Pointing right at a fading rainbow, he dropped the ultimate bluff. "The heavens demand absolute caution." "Yes, sir." The chief barked out orders like a seasoned war general. The whole tribe dropped their gear and bolted. It was a mad dash to harvest the peanuts before the storm hit. With the squad pitching in, they ripped through the harvest in record time. But the real MVP? That was definitely William. Picture this, a skinny dude hauling a mountain of peanuts literally twice his size. He looked like an overpowered ant, stomping forward with zero chill. Ever since his epic marrow cleansing, his stats had totally skyrocketed. He was now flexing right up there with the buffest tribal meatheads. Seeing their scrawny leader go beast mode pumped everyone up. The adrenaline was real. They cleared the entire field in a single epic run. Each plant was stacked with over 10 massive peanuts. We are talking 3 to 4 huge kernels per shell. Talk about hitting the jackpot. The chief almost went back for the scraps, but William hit the brakes on that idea. Look, our boy was no agriculture major. He had zero clue how prehistoric peanuts actually bloomed. But basic science said leftovers rot and become next year's crop, right? Since this batch might just get eaten, they had to leave some behind for the respawn. The crew went to town, cracking those shells, laying the goods out on massive boulders to sunbathe. The whole tribe was on that serious grind all afternoon. By the time the hunting party dragged themselves back, the peanut stash was perfectly crisp. Under a killer starry sky, the tribe huddled around the campfire in dead silence. Epic fail for the hunters today. Thanks to the rain, their loot was basically zero. Dinner? A super depressing pot of boiled peanuts. Sure, it was the best freaking peanut they had ever tasted, but it totally did not hit the spot. A night without barbecue is a tragedy. The heavy, hungry silence made the night feel endless. Breaking the awkward quiet, William let out a massive sigh. Chief, what if we just start a farm? A farm? The chief's brain practically buffered for a second. He stared intensely at William. You mean that crazy idea about keeping those fluffy dino chickens as pets? Can we actually pull that off? William was shook. He had totally thrown that idea out as a joke and got so distracted leveling up that he totally forgot about it. Honestly, I have zero clue, but we gotta try. If we can capture some of those fluffy birds alive, we might just unlock a whole new food source. But then reality hit William like a brick. Chickens need bug meat. Without a worm supply, what the heck were they gonna feed these things? Pivoting like a pro, William added, actually, fluffy rabbits would be top tier. Let us try kidnapping some of those alive instead. If we hack this system, we will literally never rage quit over an empty hunting trip again. The chief processed the risk. It was a total gamble. But what choice did they have? Tomorrow, the hunters go for non-lethal takedowns. As for the animal feed, if we are playing zookeeper, we need fresh greens. We can totally recycle these peanut plants for snacks. But we need a legit VIP pen for them. A spot completely waterproofed from the storm. Once William started info dumping, he totally geeked out and shared every strategy he knew. Boom! The great cave it is! The chief slammed his metaphorical gavel. We clean it tomorrow, barricade the door, and hoard all the grass. Operation Prehistoric Farm was officially a go. While the squad hyped up, William casually swiped open his system interface. His gathering skill was practically inches away from leveling up. Oh man, what insane loot would drop at level 2. Plus, unlocking the farming tree meant huge skill point gains and crazy future upgrades. Could he literally just cash out points for a free goat or a legendary pig? Meanwhile, yesterday's weak rain had been nothing but a fake out, sizzling out like water tossed into a deep fryer. Next morning, total sunshine. The blazing rays had the whole tribe feeling like absolute main characters. The chief split the squad into 2 hardcore task forces. Team Alpha, Peanut Duty. Team Bravo, Operation Cave Cleanup. Real talk? Everyone freaking hated the Great Cave. It was the tribe's old, cursed crash pad that got totally abandoned. Serious horror movie vibes inside. It was a toxic dumpster fire of a mess. But since their other caves were VIP suites for winter, this creepy dungeon was the only valid spawn point for the animals. So, cue the epic cleaning montage. No human had set foot in this creepy dungeon for ages. But once they scrubbed the place down, William whipped out his secret weapon, licorice root and medicinal herbs. This was straight-up legendary loot dropped from his last system quest. Turns out, this stuff spawned everywhere near the peanut zone. He had grinded out a massive inventory, washed off the grime, and sun-dried the whole batch. Listen, licorice is the ultimate prehistoric cheat code for sanitizing. It protects your livestock, clears up lung debuffs, and literally tanks cold damage. In this brutal survival mode, a simple sneeze could mean game over. Having this medicine was basically equipping legendary plot armor. So burning this stuff to purify their new farm base? Absolute pro-gamer move. William stacked the herbs all over the dirt floor. He sparked up over 10 mini bonfires inside the cave. Thick, sweet-smelling smoke exploded into the air, nuking every germ in sight with an epic herbal fragrance. It wasn't just safe for the animals. It was a straight-up buff. Boosted appetite, zero stress, and massive egg-laying multipliers. Even modern mega farms still spam this exact purification trick. Plus, doing a massive sage-burning session in a cave full of creepy tribal ghosts? Let us just say, it brought everyone some seriously needed peace of mind. Yo, main character energy over here. We bagged the ginseng seeds. You seriously thinking we're gonna play farmer next summer? Ying's eyes were wide with pure panic. I mean, agriculture? In the Stone Age? Dude had zero faith in our green thumbs. We'll wing it when the time comes, I told him. Rule number 1 of survival. Hoard every single seed we find and grow our own stash. Unlimited food hacks? Okay, honestly, I was totally bluffing. But hey, never underestimate human ingenuity. Give me some dirt and a little trial and error, and we'd be farming like pros. Infinite food? Ying's jaw basically hit the floor. Suddenly, he was scrambling around, gathering seeds like his life depended on it. Just past noon, the sky decided to pull a fast one on us. Boom, torrential downpour. But whatever, we had the numbers and the muscle this time, snatching up our peanut harvest before a single drop hit them. The whole tribe crammed into the cave entrance. We just stared out at the crazy wall of water washing out the entire horizon. You could practically smell the anxiety in the air. The rain was way too early, completely glitched out weather. Would we even survive until the actual rainy season hit? See, a real monsoon is a totally different beast. We're talking weeks of zero sunlight. Even on a good day, it's a miserable, endless drizzle. On a bad day, absolute apocalyptic flooding and lightning storms. Hunting or foraging? Yeah, forget about it. It's an instant game over out there. Chief, what's up with the sky? Is the monsoon rushing us? The tribe mates panicked. We finally got our base camp leveled up, and now nature was throwing a boss fight at us. Hold your ground. This storm is a fake out, the chief grunted, his eyes locked on the sky. The guy was literally a weather wizard. Right on cue, a massive sunbeam sliced through the clouds. The storm vanished into a light mist, and the sky completely cleared up. A weird, golden hour filter dropped over the entire wasteland. The air turned incredibly thick, wrapping the whole world in this suffocating, damp fog. The chief watched the dark clouds scatter. His gears were turning. It was a cursed omen he had not seen in decades, something his ancient mentor used to warn them about. A freak summer storm. It meant the monsoon was dropping early, followed by a brutal, never-ending winter, the kind of winter that wiped out half the server. His old mentor barely survived that frozen hellscape, only to bite the dust the following summer. The chief carried that trauma, and those stories, his entire life. But the timeline was totally glitched. Would the Ice Age hit right after the floods, or would we get a heat wave first? Nobody knew the patch notes for this disaster. He was just a kid back then. His memory was hazy. But this time they had me. We had been grinding resources like crazy. Could we actually beat the odds? Chief, why the doom and gloom face? I strolled over. The guy's forehead was wrinkled up so tight he looked like a worried bulldog. My boy, if the heavens truly turn against us, do you have the power to drag this tribe through the coming floods and the frozen death? The old man locked eyes with me, scanning my face like a lie detector. He was desperately searching for a sign. Was I the legendary hero the gods sent to save their game? Wait, Chief, are the skies seriously glitching out on us? Is the monsoon hitting early? My brows locked together in a heavy frown. Sure, we had some loot stashed, but we were completely out of the heavy carbs. No rice, no potatoes, nothing that could actually sustain us. The chief did not flinch. His gaze pierced right through my soul, and he repeated, deadpan and terrifyingly slow, "Can you save us?" I froze for a split second. Then, a massive surge of absolute main character energy flared up inside me. I straightened my spine, locked my jaw, and fired back. Chief, relax. I am going to drag every single one of us through that storm and that blizzard alive. Count on it. The chief stared deep into my eyes, then slammed a heavy hand on my shoulder. Good kid. Damn good kid. With a massive sigh, he turned around, watching our tribe mates busting their backs in the mud. Everyone was way too busy grinding out their survival tasks to notice our epic little movie moment. The chief marched straight out of the cave. He started barking orders like a drill sergeant, getting the peanuts laid out to dry and forcing squads to dig emergency drainage trenches. That flash flood had basically turned our main plaza into a swimming pool. If we did not drain that water fast, the dirt foundations under the cave were going to turn to mush. We'd literally be buried alive. The crazy wind had totally nuked our plaza tents earlier. So, the crew salvaged the wooden stakes and jammed them up around the cave entrance. Boom. Instant barricade to keep our mutant chickens and rabbits from making a run for it. Nightfall hit. The entire camp was vibrating with suspense, waiting for the hunting squad to drop their loot. We weren't just hungry for meat, we were desperate to unlock the animal taming skill tree. The hype was incredibly real. Right as the final streak of sunlight died, the hunting party swaggered into camp. And they weren't empty-handed. They were hauling wild mutant fowls and fluffy-legged beasts. 3 mega chickens, 4 furry-legged critters. Our survival odds just spiked. But the chief's darkest nightmare? Yeah, that was about to kick us right in the teeth. Fast forward to day 3. Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive gale ripped through the camp, followed by an apocalyptic wall of water. We were all crashed out in the stone cave that night. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning literally ripped the sky wide open. Then came the thunder, an earth-shattering demonic roar that felt like it was ripping the universe apart. What the heck was that? The whole tribe jolted awake in pure terror. We peeked outside, and it was pure chaos. The rain was violently crushing the earth, carving massive craters into the plains like a monstrous flash flood. Is the monsoon already here? Since when does it rain ocean-sized drops? I yelled, standing shoulder to shoulder with the chief. My heart was pounding like a drum. If this epic deluge did not let up, our little stone fortress was going to crumble into dust. Let's be real, this mountain was a total joke. Our grand stone cave was basically just a glorified pile of rocks mashed together into a pathetic little hill. The jagged boulders looked vaguely sturdy, so hopefully, the whole cliff would not just slide off the map. But there was no denying it now. The rainy season had officially dropped. The chief's face was completely drained of color, looking seriously glitchy and sick. I muttered to myself, even a maximum-level doctor would not be able to diagnose whatever doom was creeping into his bones right now. The apocalypse was way ahead of schedule. The old man just stared into the explosive lightning and booming thunder, his fists clenched tight enough to break rocks. He was silently begging the heavens to fast forward through this nightmare. "The sky is so angry. I am scared." Little Nan squeaked, burying herself so deep into Lang Mao's side that only the very top of her tiny head was poking out. Boom! Thunder shattered the sky like a divine bass drop. The little girl stared out the cave entrance as the heavens straight up aggressively dumped oceans of water on us. Every thunderclap was not just loud, it was a full-blown jump scare straight to the heart. Hey, chill out. We are totally fine. Nothing bad is going to happen. Lang Mao hugged Nya like his life depended on it, chanting his survival mantra on repeat. Honestly, the dude was probably trying to convince himself more than the kid. For real? Nya looked up at him, her huge eyes practically swimming in absolute terror. This was her first time dealing with an early monsoon, and let's be real, seeing the sky puke this much water is pure trauma material. "Relax, the chief has got our backs," Lang Mao declared, trying his best to sound like a badass anime mentor. Meanwhile, the chief locked onto me with a dead serious glare. "You better remember your promise to me." Oh boy, he was staring a hole through me. Do not sweat it, big boss. With me cooking the porridge, our squad will not be surviving on basic tap water." "Say what now?" The chief scrunched his face like he just bit into a lemon, totally lost by my modern slang. "I mean, I will absolutely crush this mission, sir." Fast forward to morning. The sky lightened up, but the rain was still throwing a massive tantrum, going from a drizzle to a downpour like a moody teenager. When I finally dragged myself out of bed, the whole crew was already awake. Rainy days are literally meant for hitting the snooze button and hibernating, but nope, these weirdos were all crowded at the cave entrance, glued to the miserable view. Spoiler alert, there was absolutely nothing out there except more stupid water. Seriously, what were they binge-watching? The Puddle Channel? I let out a massive yawn. Since I was stuck in this prehistoric mess, I might as well make the best of it. They were obviously losing their minds out of pure boredom, so I figured it was time to play camp counselor and hand out some side quests. No time like the present. I swaggered over to the big man himself. "Yo, Chief, what did you guys even do for fun during the rainy season before I showed up?" The chief was busy brewing some wild meat soup in a coconut shell, and the insane aroma had the whole starving squad drooling buckets. Before, we just slept. Sleeping saves our food stash. My jaw practically hit the floor as the original body's memories crashed into me like a freight train. Holy crap, he was not kidding. These guys literally comatose themselves all day just to avoid eating. It instantly gave me brutal flashbacks to the city lockdowns in my past life, sleeping until 10:30 in the morning just so I could casually skip breakfast and save a buck. Wow, the sleep for dinner survival hack is a universal truth. "Chief, staying in bed is a massive waste of time," I argued. "What do you want to do then?" He grunted, looking at me like I was insane. "It is pouring buckets. What else is there to do? We can level up, learn to count, weave baskets." I dramatically pointed at Dat, who had been aggressively speed-weaving baskets since dawn like an absolute machine. "Counting numbers?" The chief blinked, his brain completely short-circuiting at my words. You could practically see the gears turning. Is his god completely different from my god? Nah, that cannot be right. The divine beings are supreme. They would never play favorites like that. He frantically dropped his suspicions, mentally apologizing to the heavens. He figured since he was not a legit shaman, he just was not getting those premium divine notifications like Engo Will was. "Exactly. Look at this rock pile." I hyped it up. "What day of the rainy season are we on? How long does this miserable weather last? How many meals today? How many rabbits did we gank?" There are way too many mysteries, but we are totally clueless because we literally do not know how to count. If we unlock the counting skill tree, life gets ridiculously easy. No more lugging heavy rocks around just to keep track of our loot. The chief's eyes lit up with major interest, urging me to spill the details. "So here is the game plan. We grind a quick math lesson every morning, go back to sleep, then before dinner, Dat runs a basket weaving tutorial. Then we eat, and boom, back to sleep. It barely burns any energy." I hit him with that big brain logic, and it still saves food. The chief nodded in approval. "Deal. You are running the show." Mission accomplished. Before breakfast, I rallied the whole squad together, gave them a hype introductory speech, and kicked off our very first math boot camp. We were starting with the ultimate basic tutorial, Arabic numerals. Originally spawned by the ancient Indians, snatched up by the Arabs, and totally popularized by Europe across the server. I had zero clue if anyone else on this primitive map had unlocked this tech yet. If not, well, I was about to be the legendary godfather of civilization on this continent. I put on my most serious anime protagonist face. Today, my dudes, we begin decoding the sacred language of the gods. What the heck is counting? It is exactly this. I thrust my hand into the air, flashing all 5 fingers like a superhero pose. Behold, this is our hand, and these are our fingers. How many digits are we rocking? Eyes on me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 fingers of fury. I counted them off dramatically, bending each finger until I formed a tight fist. The crowd stared back with wide, unblinking baby eyes, their dirt-smudged faces caught somewhere between absolute awe and total brain freeze. I was not about to give up that easily, so I ran the combo again and hyped up the crowd. All right, your turn. Stick your hands out and start counting your own digits. The crew exchanged totally bewildered looks before awkwardly mirroring my moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Surprisingly, the 2 kids speed ran the lesson way faster than the boomers. A smug grin crept onto my face. My educational side quest was actually working. Yo, Will, what is the point of this? Big Dog, who was lagging behind like an NPC with high ping, scratched his head, completely failing to grasp the sheer power of the number 5. We learned this so we can track our epic loot. How many beasts we hunted, how many berries we devoured, and exactly how many miserable days this rain and winter will last. We can count it all, just like those stupid rocks. To prove my point, I aggressively lined up 5 stones on the ground. Check it out, 5 stones. Le, Trang, Hung, O, Ung. Get over here, front and center. The summoned guys shuffled forward, and I pointed at them like a general assembling a strike team. Look at this, 5 dudes. Next time we need a 5-man squad for a raid, we just deploy exactly 5 people like this. Boom. I went full showman, mixing my lecture with dramatic visual aids. Suddenly, it clicked. The whole tribe started leveling up fast, giggling like they were playing a tabletop RPG. Guys were organizing rocks, swinging sticks, totally forgetting about their growling stomachs. The chief watched us, a massive, satisfied grin on his face. Whoa, doing math actually distracts them from eating. Food saved. The big boss stared at his own rugged hand, slowly bending his 5 fingers down until they formed a rock-solid fist. The very next morning, Dat blitzed through his chores, speed-feeding the long-feathered chickens and rabbits before practically sprinting to the front of the cave. My morning masterclass had officially become the most hyped event of the day. All right, squad, today we are unlocking the dual-wielding skill using both hands. William threw both hands into the air. Watch and learn, rookies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With a dramatic flourish, he dropped one hand. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He lowered his arms like a mic drop. The tribe stared in absolute shock. Their minds were completely blown. Counting past 5? To them, this was straight-up dark magic. William smirked at his captive audience. These guys were hanging on to his every word. A massive wave of smug satisfaction hit him. Man, I am totally a natural-born genius at this teaching gig. Yo, Will! Big Dai waved his hands frantically. I mastered the 10-finger jutsu. Am I a scholar now? Dude, you can't even hunt 2 beasts in one day. 10 fingers is overkill for you right now. But listen up. William's eyes gleamed with ambition. We are going to learn numbers that will shatter your reality. We are going to hunt monstrous amounts of prey. Master the numbers, and I promise you this, our tribe will never go hungry again. Dead silence swept the cave. Then, an absolute roaring earthquake of cheers erupted. To these primitive warriors, counting equaled infinite food. It was the ultimate cheat code to survival. For real? 10 whole beasts? We can bag 10 monsters in a single day just by counting the meat appears? Then give me 10. No, give me dozens. I am going to count until my fingers fall off. The tribe went completely crazy, obsessively flashing 10 fingers over and over like a cult. But the hype was masking a grim reality. For nearly 7 agonizing days, they had survived on nothing but watery peanut soup. And outside, the heavens were relentlessly pouring. Thanks to the intense training arc, everyone could now count to 100. But the ancient art of writing, less than 10 elite members had awakened that skill. The undeniable prodigy of the group, a 12-year-old kid named Ma Yi. This kid was clearing quests daily, even tutoring Big Dai and the elders in his spare time. William knew they needed a major level up. Math was just the tutorial. It was time to unlock the language tree. They needed a written record to build a true empire. He established a masterclass. After the morning general session, he pulled Ying, Ma Ye, and Da into a secret VIP class. They were about to become the tribe's first official teachers. The tribe's morale skyrocketed. The dopamine hit of learning was absolutely addictive. Hey, Will, is this the symbol for the ginseng we eat? Ying stared in awe at the intricate marks on the leaf. He couldn't decipher the code yet, but watching William's fluid strokes was mesmerizing. So many complex runes, Ying thought. Will I ever reach his legendary level of mastery? Nailed it. That is ginseng, William praised, tapping the leaf. Dude, your memory is insane. This leaf is now our official inventory log. From now on, you are the ultimate keeper of the stash. Track every single herb we use. We need to know exactly what is left in the vault. The chief guards the meat. But you, my friend? You are officially the Grand Master of Medicine. William casually dropped this massive promotion. Ying's eyes widened. The sheer weight of destiny settled onto his shoulders. As the tribe's first shaman healer, he could not afford a single mistake. Now, this specific herb right here, Da needs it every 3 days to fumigate the beast pens. Record it flawlessly. 0 errors allowed. William paused, his expression turning deadly serious. Actually, we need to smoke out our main cave every 3 days too. Smoke out our own base? Ying gasped in total shock. That is beast repellent. Are we trying to poison ourselves? We have to purge the corrupted air. When too many people are crammed together, invisible demons called bacteria and viruses will spawn and wipe us out. William was not joking around anymore. I completely overlooked the plague mechanics of a crowded base. We cleanse the cave, or we risk annihilation. Understood. It is written. Ying nodded, accepting the sacred decree. Memorize these specific runes. William carved the characters onto a fresh leaf. Dandelion, peanut, coconut. He aggressively cataloged every single item they owned. You are the vanguard, Ying. Decode these symbols, map them to the items, and then pass the knowledge to the guild. Chinese characters were absolute beasts to tame. The complex strokes required superhuman focus. One slip of the hand, and the magic was ruined. The 28 tribe members were now ranked in tiers. The grunts could only count, the elites could write numbers, and the top-tier youth were already unlocking basic math and character creation. But the endless rainy season was driving everyone insane. Cabin fever was setting in hard. Only the intense grind of studying kept the madness at bay. The sky outside was an absolute waterfall. William had planned a scouting mission during a break in the weather. He immediately scrapped that suicide run. The plaza was completely swallowed by a raging flood. Stepping out meant instant death by drowning. The mountains? Gone. The forest? Erased. The entire world was nothing but an apocalyptic deluge. But the real nightmare lurked below the surface. Massive, black logs drifted ominously in the murky waters. Only, they were not logs. The chief confirmed the horrifying truth. Crocodiles. As the waters rose, the apex predators invaded. They were hunting for fresh meat. Nobody dared to step near the cave entrance, terrified of being dragged into the watery abyss. Will. Ying stared into the relentless storm, his voice trembling. How long is this hellish rain going to last? According to the ancient stone tallies, they had already endured 30 brutal days. But this year, the storm arrived early, and the heavens showed absolutely zero signs of mercy. The chief had hidden their emergency rations deep within the cave, buried under leaves, a heavily guarded secret. Nobody knew how close they were to the breaking point, but the agonizing truth was in their bowls. Every day, less meat, more water. The tribe was turning into walking skeletons. Ya and William were already scrawny. Now they looked like literal chopsticks ready to snap. William's stamina bar was flashing dangerously red. He had no idea how much longer he could survive this starvation debuff. His captive rabbits had not bred. The long-haired chickens refused to lay eggs. He was a total noob at animal taming. He had heard rabbits spawned like crazy. A new litter every 30 days, 10 babies that could be harvested in 4 months. Yet his livestock was completely glitched. No babies, no eggs. Every single day felt like a cruel, twisted torture game. Eat grass, sleep, pray. Would this apocalypse end tomorrow? Or were they only halfway through the nightmare? William squeezed his eyes shut, barely moving, conserving every ounce of energy just to stay alive. Sleep is our only defense now, but do we actually have enough food left? Ying whispered into the darkness. He did not dare speak up and trigger a mass panic, but inside, a suffocating dread was tearing him apart. Ever since he learned how to count, William tracked the chief's food rations like a hawk. The stash was looking tragically empty. Don't panic, William muttered to himself before crashing for the night. If we starve, that fluffy long-haired chicken is going straight into the fryer. Survival of the fittest, right? Everything requires a sacrifice, and tomorrow, the dark times begin. 1 measly bowl of meat broth a day. The chief slammed the coconut shell bowl down, breaking the news. Silence fell over the tribe. Nobody dared to complain. To them, this apocalyptic nightmare was just a Tuesday. Every rainy season, 2 meals devolved into 1, then 1 meal every 2 days. Hell, if things got truly desperate, They fasted for 3 straight days. It was brutal, but they were used to it. Surviving half the rainy season on 1 meal a day, that was basically a luxury vacation for these cavemen. But William, his modern teen stomach was screaming in pure agony. Guilt gnawed at him harder than the hunger. He had promised them an absolute feast, but delivered absolutely nothing. Reality check. Raising prehistoric chickens and rabbits wasn't a cozy farming simulator. It was a total scam. Forget breeding. He hadn't even seen a single, pathetic egg yet. Chief, if we are totally out of options, let us just execute the fluff ball and have a barbecue. Maybe William's threat echoed in the universe, or maybe the freeloader chicken finally felt a shred of shame. Because the very next morning, when Da went to feed the beast, boom, a literal miracle was sitting in the weeds. Will, bro, it dropped an egg, an actual egg. Da lost his absolute mind, chucking the grass aside. Cradling the egg like a holy relic, he sprinted back to the cave. Completely ignoring the agonizing pain in his recently healed leg, Da shoved the pristine white orb right into William's face. Look at it, man. It finally happened. Da's eyes were practically shooting laser beams of pure joy. Was this the epic turning point they had been waiting for? William scrambled over, zeroing in on the egg until his nose almost booped it. Staring at the beautiful little oval, he legit almost cried man tears. 1 whole month of grinding, and finally, loot. Get the chief, right now. The old chief hobbled over on his trembling cane, inspecting the loot with absolute focus. It was the size of a fist, ghostly white with weird little speckles. Honestly, it looked just like the random drops they found out in the wild. It smelled like raw fish and dirt. But in the crushing gloom of the rainy season, this stinky little egg was a blinding beacon of hope. Let me see. By the gods. Is it real? Did that useless bird actually produce something? The chief gasped. It is. It matches the wild ones perfectly. Praise the heavens, we are saved. The entire tribe lost their minds, dropping to their knees and bowing like they just saw a ghost. Right at the edge of starvation, destiny threw them a lifeline. Yo, chief, so, are we eating that or what? Big Dog drooled, his eyes locked onto the egg like a laser-guided missile. To eat or not to eat? That legendary question violently echoed inside William's brain. We could scramble it, boil it, steam it, but there is only one. An epic bowl of egg drop soup is our only play. Well, the chief stared intensely at William. What is the master plan, kid? We feast. Where there is one, there will be more. Let us crack this bad boy open right now, William laughed. They grabbed the coconut shell, got the water boiling, and unleashed the egg into the chaotic vortex. William narrated the recipe, practically drooling a river. This was about to be his first taste of real, civilized food in this savage world. Sure, it was a microscopic portion, but it was authentic, glorious protein. The entire tribe huddled around the tiny shell like it was a campfire. They watched in dead silence as the chief whipped up a legendary steaming pot of egg drop soup. Man, if I only had some scallions, this would be a Michelin star masterpiece. Tragically, no wild onions had been discovered yet. William inhaled the heavenly aroma, waiting for the lava-hot liquid to cool. The rich, gamey flavor exploded on his taste buds. It was pure, unadulterated bliss. He swallowed it like he was devouring the universe itself. Holy cow, that hits different. Who knew an egg could be this legendary? Big Dog groaned in absolute ecstasy, looking ready to lick the coconut shell inside out. After rationing out the liquid gold, the chief rinsed the shell and fiercely divided the egg-flavored dishwater so everyone got a sip. It took 3 rounds of washing before the flavor faded, leaving everyone staring at their empty spoons in sheer tragedy. Hey, will the magic bird drop another one tomorrow? Nya blinked at William with massive, hopeful puppy eyes. Before he could answer, Wolf Hare scooped the kid up. Once the rain stops, I will hunt down all the eggs you want, kiddo. For real? You promise, Uncle Wolf? Nya stared in pure shock. In the wild, eggs were impossible to find and totally a nightmare to carry. Not only were they super rare spawn drops, but these barbarians used to just chug them completely raw. The nasty, slimy texture usually made them gag. They only ever ate them when they were literally about to drop dead from starvation. We will check the spawn point tomorrow. Da had been stuffing the chicken with premium peanuts, and William was banking on a daily egg drop. Even a single drop of protein was infinitely better than chugging plain water to trick their stomachs. You got it, boss. I will guard that nest with my life. Retreating to his dark corner, William mentally booted up his system. His active breeding quest had demanded an egg harvest. He thought it would be a total speed run. Who knew this edgy, rebellious chicken would wait until the literal last second to deliver the goods? The glowing holographic screen popped up. Chicken farming mastery had hit level 85. Quest totally cleared. The system rained down a massive jackpot of skill points. Combined with his insane foraging and gathering grinds from earlier, He was sitting on a mountain of over 300 glorious points. His other stats were slowly leveling up too, except for alchemy, which was totally dead in the water. Staring at his massive point balance, William grinned like an absolute madman. He mentally whistled at his AI guide. "Yo, little Yuan, check this out. Can I trade this massive stash for some steaming hot pork buns? I am literally dying here." "Master, as long as it exists in the system shop, you can buy anything." "No way. Seriously?" I had to choose carefully. A massive feast would be legendary, or maybe a whole roasted sheep. Honestly, even a basic meat sandwich would totally hit the spot right now. The main character was absolutely hyped, but reality hit him like an ice bath. The system shop demanded at least 100 points just to unlock the absolute bare minimum. Besides the potion tab, every single shop was stuck at level 1, meaning he could only grab the most basic garbage tier materials. The farming tab? Just blueprints. The breeding tab? Useless manuals. The cooking tab? Nothing but recipes. Are you actually kidding me? Where's the rice, the flour, the cooking oil? Give me the big 3 survival basics, you useless system. He tore through that virtual menu. But there was literally zero ready-to-eat food. He would have killed for a single grain of rice just to stop his stomach from screaming. So intensely frustrating, he angrily slammed the shop window shut. His eyes shifted to the legacy progress bar at the bottom. Lately, teaching these cavemen how to read made the progress bar absolutely skyrocket. He was sitting on almost 1,000 points, but that random gacha box, not a single drop had spawned. What are the drop rates on this trash? Seriously, you garbage system, are you trying to starve me to death just to steal my loot? But before anyone could dream about a second egg dropping, pure panic exploded. The guards sprinted into the cave, desperately gasping for air. Chief, the crocodiles, they are climbing the mountain." The lookout assigned to watch the rainy season floods had spotted dead wood drifting in the water. But those logs suddenly turned around, crawling straight up the cliffside. Terrified out of his mind, he rushed back to report the nightmare. "What did you just say?" The chief stumbled in pure shock. He jammed his wooden staff into the dirt, barely catching his balance, before leading the terrified tribe to the entrance. Everyone crowded around the cave mouth. The floodwaters below had surged violently, swallowing the land whole. The massive trees guarding their home were completely submerged. Only the highest branches peeked out, fighting a losing battle against the crashing waves. Just below the cave, a few dark logs defied the raging current. They clung to the sheer rock wall, dead silent, completely motionless. But looking closer, those logs were moving upward. The cliff was brutally steep, slowing their deadly advance. Why were the monsters stopping here? Were they not supposed to drift downstream? Whispers rippled through the tribe, voices hushed in pure terror, terrified that even a single breath would draw the beast's attention. They prayed the torrential rain would mask their presence. Do they know we are hiding up here? A woman's voice trembled violently. Her whole body shook like a leaf in a storm. Is it because of our long-haired chickens? Lang Mao suddenly sneered from the shadows. We never raised long-haired chickens before, and we never had giant reptiles climbing to our front door. The main character shot Lang Mao a lethal side-eye. Was this idiot just talking trash, or was this a calculated trap? It felt like a glowing neon target on his back. Since when did these primitive cavemen unlock high school drama skills? Throwing shade through passive-aggressive hints? Unbelievable. But the panic was entirely real. If those beasts breach the cave, it is game over for everyone. Big Dog was sweating bullets. For years, they had only hunted weak, pathetic prey. The last time they teamed up against a single bear, 2 warriors were sent straight to the afterlife. 3 more were crippled, and the bear still walked away. Facing a pack of giant, armored crocodiles now? That was basically a fast pass to becoming lizard lunch. The chief gripped his staff. His ancient hands shook so violently he almost dropped it. Thankfully, the main character stepped up from behind, steadying the old man. The chief's hair was stark white. His face carried the deep, weathered scars of the mountains. Staring down at the creeping death below, a crushing wave of despair hit his chest. Slaying just one was a mythic quest, but 4 of them? Absolute nightmare difficulty. Why was this year so cursed? First, our warriors got severely wounded. Then, the rainy season crashed in early. Now, cliff-climbing crocodiles? Did the tribe commit some ultimate sin? Is heaven striking us down? Lang Mao ignored the main character's glaring eyes, running his toxic mouth again. Strong Bear heard enough. His eyes flashed with raw fury as he stepped up to the line. Lang Mao, what exactly are you trying to say? Big Dog, Eagle, and a few loyal bros were entirely done with this nonsense, marching straight toward the troublemaker. The chief snapped his head toward Lang Mao. His voice was low, but it echoed like thunder in the dead silent cave. The atmosphere in the tribe instantly shifted. That is enough. Do any of you actually have a battle plan? The chief cut off the petty drama, shooting a lethal warning glare at Lang Mao before turning to Strong Bear. Strong Bear, give me a strategy. Do we have a play here? Strong Bear was the legendary apex hunter of the tribe. If he called game over, they were all utterly doomed. Can we try sniping them with spears? The burly hunter paused, grinding his gears. Pinning them at the base of the mountain is our only shot. If they breach the top, we are completely defenseless. But hitting a target at that angle? Extremely risky. The chief's brow furrowed heavily. This was not the first time the beasts had scaled their walls. Back in Grandpa Ah Dai's era, the exact same horror had unfolded. But back then, the hunting squad was massive. A rain of spears was unleashed from above. That battle raged for 24 agonizing hours. 7 or 8 brave souls were slaughtered. They only survived because the floodwaters finally retreated, taking the monsters with them. Chief! Spears will not pierce that armor. The only way to cool the wrath of the heavens is a blood sacrifice. Lang Mao pushed his luck to the absolute limit, screaming his poisonous agenda once again. His eyes locked onto the main character like a heat-seeking missile. Our tribe was perfectly fine until he started messing with everything. That is why the gods are furious. He is right, Chief. This has to be divine punishment. We have never seen crocodiles scale the walls before. Is this cave even safe anymore? Is heaven truly smiting us down? What did we do wrong? Chief, you have to save us. Do we have to feed someone to the monsters? The mob mentality took over instantly. Hearing this absolute nonsense, the main character could not help but laugh internally. A dark, rebellious smirk tugged at his soul. These primitive hypocrites! When he was feeding them, they treated him like a literal saint. The second danger hits. They flipped the script. Lang Mao did not drop a name, but the target on his back was glowing neon. Holding a lethal grudge over some petty drama, a freezing, dangerous aura washed over the main character's eyes. Enough! Bam! The chief's staff slammed into the earth. The whispering crowd instantly froze. You think you know the will of the heavens? He barked. Which one of you is a prophet? Who here speaks for the gods? The tribe shrank back in pure terror, not a single soul daring to make eye contact. The next fool who questions divine will goes straight into the crocodile pit. His blazing glare locked onto Lang Mao. The rival finally backed down, earning a grim nod from the old man. Then the chief pivoted to our main character, William. Listen closely, kid. You are the chosen messenger. Every word you speak is heaven's law. No one will doubt you again. William put on a grateful face. But inside, he was totally smirking. This old fox is super crafty. Real faith or fake, he was using William's messenger status to save their skins. So, kid, got any brilliant ideas? The chief's eyes were practically begging for a miracle. Give me a sec to brainstorm, William muttered. He stared down at the gnashing jaws of death below. Mentally, he slammed the system interface open. System, little Yuan, got any weapons I can buy right now? Your master is about to become gator snacks. Toss me a nuke or something, the system chimed in. No nukes available, host, but I can offer a crocodile survival manual. A freaking manual? William's jaw dropped. He had no idea the shop sold stuff like that. Affirmative, the system replied. The breeding shop contains various guidebooks. Grab the crocodile edition. It just might list their fatal weaknesses. Hey, that actually sounds dope. He pulled up the breeding menu. Page 1, animal feed. Page 2, behavioral traits. Bingo. Row 3, column 2, crocodiles. So they were hiding on page 2 all along. He had skipped this tab before while hunting for snacks. If he had bothered to check earlier, he could have been a master of chickens and rabbits by now. He checked the price tag. 300 skill points? Is this system price gouging me specifically? Mentally flipping the shop the bird, he smashed the purchase button, praying it was worth it. Ding! A thin booklet spawned in his inventory. He frantically flipped it open. 4 major weaknesses listed. 1. Terrified of big cats and hippos. 2. Cannot handle temperatures under 50 degrees Fahrenheit. 3. Extremely vulnerable to eye and nose strikes. 4. Afraid of the color yellow? Afraid of yellow? What the actual heck? William was absolutely stunned. He rubbed his eyes, but the text did not change. Meanwhile, Lang Mao was watching him zone out. Hey, Chief, look at the kid. He is paralyzed with fear. What can he possibly do? Lang Mao totally misread William's system trance as pure cowardice. A sneer of absolute disgust curled on his lips. How could the chief trust such a spineless wimp? And this loser actually thinks he is special? Kid. Hey, kid, the chief whispered, nudging him anxiously. Do not tell me you are actually freaking out right now. Snap. William jolted back to reality. He closed the interface and turned around. Huh? What is it? You have been staring off into space, the chief hissed. Did you figure out how to beat these monsters? The entire tribe held their breath. Their desperate will to live hung on his every movement. "Oh, right. I totally have a plan. I am just figuring out the execution part," William mumbled to himself. A plan was great, but they needed actual weapons to pull it off. "What do you mean by that?" The chief looked totally confused. "If you have a way, just tell us how to drive them back." Suddenly, a tribe member named Ying gasped. "I know! The holy black mud. Just like last time, right?" Ying shouted excitedly. "Throw the holy mud in the water, and the beasts will scatter." "Thank the heavens for this guy." William shot Ying an incredibly grateful look. "Listen up. These monsters have a fatal flaw. Their eyes and noses are super sensitive. If we smash their snouts and blind them, they will retreat." He immediately spun toward Strong Bear. "Can your spear throwers hit those targets?" Strong Bear hesitated, sweat rolling down his face. They had never fought armored water demons before. Hitting such small targets was a total gamble. "We can try our best," Strong Bear roared. "Not good enough, do it now," William commanded. "Form up into squads and track their movements. The second one gets close. Focus all your attacks on its face." William turned to the chief. "Bring out every single rock from the cave. Bombard them when they approach. Get the long-feathered chickens ready. If all else fails, we use them as bait." With no other options, the tribe leaped into action. But weirdly, William did not join the defensive line. Instead, he casually strolled back and flopped onto his leaf bed. Ying's comment about the mud sparked a wild idea. "Wait, could I trigger another marrow washing right now? Little Yuan, how do I spend my inheritance points? I need that gross black mud to happen again." "Host, please remember you are running the primitive society system." The AI's voice echoed with utter seriousness. "That mud was actually the toxic impurities expelled from your own body." The tiny avatar popped up, crossing its arms with a frown. Yeah, I know," William fired back. "I did a marrow wash once. Now let us do round 2. He stared at his bank balance. "Over 1,000 inheritance points. So, how do I trigger it?" "Host, a second marrow wash is available. It will massively boost your strength, speed, and agility. This is the standard physical optimization of the primitive society system." Wait, primitive society system? William's instinct suddenly kicked in. Something felt super fishy. "Hold up, are there other types of systems out there?" "Oh, host, I have absolutely no idea. I am merely your humble little Yuan." Playing dumb, the AI instantly vanished into thin air. William narrowed his eyes. "Whatever, I will interrogate it later. Right now, surviving the monster wave was top priority." He glared at his points, but no prompt appeared. Frustrated, he started furiously tapping the invisible air. "Exchange, buy, upgrade," he muttered like a madman. Suddenly, a glowing blue window popped up. "System alert. Would you like to initiate Phase 2, body optimization?" Whoa, this was the very first time William actually looked at the system prompt. Usually, he just blindly clicked accept, totally clueless about what body remodeling actually meant. "Whatever, let us roll the dice. Maybe this weird black sludge could actually fend off those mutant crocs." He slammed the confirm button and instantly blacked out. Spending over 100 inheritance points was no joke. Welcome to absolute hell. William was tossed into a massive crater overflowing with blazing hellfire and roaring thunder. He thrashed around like a madman. Wait a minute, was not this supposed to be a primitive Stone Age system? Where did the divine lightning come from? He scrambled for cover, but the crater offered 0 safe zones. The lightning storms leveled up, blasting him into a piece of extra crispy human charcoal. Talk about a heavy price. Being eaten alive by crocs suddenly seemed like a sweet deal. If he could hit the reset button, he would rather choose death. Screw this whole body remodeling upgrade. The agony was totally off the charts. William officially rage quit. He stopped dodging, sprawled out flat in the crater, and just embraced his doom. Maybe a stray lightning bolt would just send him straight to the afterlife. Hey, at least he could stop struggling. Bring it on, heavens. If a direct hit was coming, he would just let the flames turn him to ashes. But right before he turned into total dust, the sky cleared up. The brutal storm vanished. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Mid-level marrow cleansing complete. Physical strength, 40. Agility, 40. Boom! William forced his eyes open. Holy crap, he was actually alive. His body felt light as a feather, though he still had no clue how that nasty sludge worked. Man, he better get his money's worth out of that epic torture session. I am carving that pain into my memory. Got anything to say for yourself? William glared at Xiao Yuan with murder in his eyes, waiting for a confession. Master, it is super dangerous outside. You should wake up now. And just like that, the little system guide vanished into thin air. William narrowed his eyes at the empty space before finally logging out of his mindscape. Back in reality. Chief, the guy is still snoozing like a baby, and the gators are literally at our doorstep, Lang Mao screamed in panic. He is covered in that magic mud. Throw him into the water to scare them off. No freaking way! Zhuangxiang stood firmly like a human shield in front of William. Dagu and Yinggang snapped at Lang Mao's insane logic. Toss him in. If the crocs do not run, you are just serving him up as a free all-you-can-eat buffet. William let out an icy snort and sat up. He instantly pinched his nose. His body had expelled a massive amount of toxic impurities, turning the cave into an absolute biohazard zone of stench. My boy, you are awake. What did the gods tell you? The tribal chief, who had been watching his every move, rushed over immediately. He had heard rumors about the gods granting magic mud to repel the beasts, but seeing it firsthand was wild. William was completely caked in pitch-black grime, reeking like a legendary dumpster fire. Man, being a divine messenger is a dirty job, William scoffed sarcastically. What else? Guess I am just croc food now, right? He shot a death glare at Lang Mao, then cracked his neck and marched straight toward the cave entrance. The prehistoric monsters were closing in. The tribe formed a defensive wall, gripping stone spears and rocks. One guy was literally holding a long-tailed chicken as a weapon. Seeing William approach boosted their morale, but that god-awful stench forced everyone to back away in terror. Honestly, with a smell that lethal, it could probably knock out a dragon, let alone some crocs. Rain poured relentlessly outside. The monstrous crocs were scaling the cliff like unstoppable tanks. Everyone braced for the bloody clash. William casually poked his head out, locking eyes right with an apex predator. Now, these beasts were extremely farsighted. Through the pouring rain, all the croc saw was a mysterious, pitch-black life form popping up. The monstrous reptile clearly hesitated. This shadowy blob did not look appetizing at all. But hey, the fresh meat hiding behind it smelled delicious. Aside from the gross black exterior, maybe it was a tasty snack inside. William quickly ran the calculations in his head. If he actually jumped into those raging rapids, he would either get death-rolled or swept away by the flood. Totally not worth the risk, bro. So, he yanked his head back inside. He grabbed a hollowed-out coconut shell and started aggressively scraping the magical sludge off his skin. Mixing it with the heavy rainwater, he treated it like a bizarre, high-stakes mud bath. In a flash, the first coconut was loaded to the brim. Dagu practically tossed him a refill. Both arms and a leg filled 2 entire shells. Add in the chest and back gunk, and this dude literally produced 6 coconuts full of biochemical weapon mud. Dagu and Zhuangxiang held the loaded shells, trying incredibly hard not to gag. But once the grime was cleared, the ultimate reveal dropped. William's skin was now glowing and flawless, smooth as a freshly peeled, hard-boiled egg. The tribe was absolutely blinded by his radiance. His skin looked softer than premium baby sheep wool. It was so perfect that the rough cavemen actually wanted to poke it. Like a boss, William stepped out into the pouring storm. The heavy rain washed away the last traces of his gross transformation. The downpour started to weaken, sending rivers of black water snaking down the cliffside. The scent drove the crocs absolutely insane. Shaking off their sluggish state, the beasts charged up the rocks with terrifying speed. Squeaky clean, William noped right back into the safety of the cave. Fire in the hole! He ordered Zhuangxiang and the squad to dump the loaded shells straight onto the 4 invading monsters. The dizzying, toxic fumes nearly knocked the warriors unconscious. Only pure, savage willpower kept them standing. They unleashed the payload and scrambled backward. The 4 apex predators were climbing like champions until the stinky sludge hit them. Splat! One gator instantly threw itself backward into the rapids. It thrashed around in sheer panic before diving deep to escape the cursed smell. But hold up, one absolute unit of a crocodile completely ignored the stink and kept charging up. What the heck? Dagu was in charge of that specific target. He landed a flawless headshot with the mud, yet the beast was completely unfazed. William, help! This boss monster does not give a single crap! Dago shrieked, trembling as the nightmare beast closed the gap. What in the world was happening? William dashed over. Seeing the unstoppable juggernaut, he was genuinely stunned. He glanced at the empty coconut shell and Dagu's shaking hands. Bro, did you totally miss? No way, man. I swear on my life I hit it right on the dome. Dagu looked at William with massive, teary eyes. He nailed the shot perfectly, so why was it immune? William stared at the extra ammo on the ground. He snatched up a fresh shell overflowing with black magic sludge, locked onto the terrifying beast, and hurled the ultimate attack straight at its face. A massive glob of putrid, foul-smelling mud smashed right onto the monster's skull. It mixed with the pouring rain, creating an absolutely vile sludge. But did this prehistoric death lizard care? Not even a little. It just tilted its massive head, let the rain wash its eyes, and kept crawling up. Damn it all! Our main character froze in pure shock. The coconut shell slipped right out of his hands, bonking the beast perfectly on the snout. Its reptilian eyes locked onto him with pure, unadulterated rage. Suddenly, it shifted into overdrive. Scrambling up the cliff, it closed the distance to just a few meters. Seriously, is its nose broken? How can it stand that toxic stench? Frustration boiled over. He grabbed their absolute last coconut shell. He packed it full of the nastiest mud available and hurled it straight down. Yet, the apex predator did not even flinch. It just kept marching upward, forcing the terrified tribe to stumble backward in panic. "What do we do now?" Big Dog screamed, frantically chucking a rock over the edge. The whole tribe instantly copied him, launching a desperate barrage of stones. The rocky hail finally slowed the monster down, forcing it to dodge and weave along the cliff face. Not wanting to be left out, he snatched up a rock of his own, locked onto the target, and pitched an absolute fastball straight at its ugly mug. Smack! He watched in total disbelief. That single stone sent the massive beast tumbling backward, sliding way down the jagged cliff before finally catching its grip. He stared down at his own hands. His skin looked weirdly smoother than before, but the sheer explosive power he just unleashed, that was absolutely unreal. Wait a second. Was this the hidden payoff of his recent physical awakening? A wild grin spread across his face. Having the time of his life, he started raining down rocks like a machine gun. The panicked crocodile totally lost its footing, plummeting all the way to the bottom. Yet somehow it clung to the rock wall like a stubborn leech. The entire tribe stood completely paralyzed by this legendary display. "Bro, your arm is actually insane." Big Dog finally managed to stutter out. "Did you kill that thing? Is it going to climb back up?" Another yelled. "Hold up," our hero commanded, raising a hand to cut off their panicked questions. He turned to face the crowd. "Who knows what goes through a prehistoric lizard's brain? We are safe for the moment, but keep your eyes totally peeled." "But seriously, is it coming back?" Someone pressed, voicing everyone's worst fear. All eyes instantly snapped back to him. He just rubbed his nose, furrowed his brows, and honestly had absolutely no clue. "Just stay on high alert, guys." Leaving them with that warning, he turned and headed deep into the cave, dripping wet from standing out in that crazy storm. He plopped down right next to the roaring fire to thaw out. Meanwhile, the chief quickly organized a rotating guard detail and finally started preparing the evening feast. They had been starving all freaking day. If they did not eat soon, the crocodile would not even need to kill them. Starvation would do the job first. Slowly, the heavenly aroma of rich meat stew drifted through the damp air, jolting everyone's exhausted spirits back to life. After surviving a hellish day of pure trauma, absolutely nothing beat the promise of a hot, savory meal. But guess what? The tribe was not the only one drooling. That sneaky death lizard, who had been playing dead in the water, started pulling itself back up the cliff. "Are you actually kidding me right now? I thought its smell receptors were totally busted from the mud. Why on earth is it so obsessed with a tiny little pot of stew?" Watching the monster scale the wall again, he gripped his wooden spear until his knuckles turned white. They were completely out of throwing rocks. This spear was their absolute last line of defense. It was time to test the true limits of his newly awakened, bone-tempering power. The beast breached the 3-meter mark. The terrified tribe instantly rallied right behind their hero, raising their own primitive weapons in a desperate final stand. His eyes locked in a death stare with the monster's snout. He narrowed his gaze. He held his breath. The entire world faded away, leaving only the young warrior and the ancient predator. Neither side was going to back down. The crocodile bared its razor-sharp teeth in a demonic snarl. Its massive muscles coiled like a steel spring, ready to launch itself into the cave, crush this puny human, and drag him into a brutal death roll. But our guy was faster. He thrust his spear forward with explosive, mountain-shattering force, burying it deep into the creature's sensitive nose. The beast thrashed in absolute agony, performing its own twisted death roll right off the cliff. It plunged violently into the raging waters below and was swept away by the flood. Letting out a massive breath, he smirked. "Nice try, ugly, but you are 100 years too early to take me on." Holy crap! The cave erupted into deafening, chaotic cheers. The prehistoric nightmare was gone. They had actually won. But the craziest part of it all? Every single person there had just witnessed his jaw-dropping, superhuman strength. Sure, he had brought back food before, but it was always just boring roots and veggies. Back then, they just saw him as a lucky scavenger doing the bare minimum. But this changed absolutely everything. In a world that worshipped raw, unadulterated power, this scrawny, rebellious teen had just unleashed a god-tier burst of violence. They were instantly, absolutely devoted to him. Even the stoic chief was completely overwhelmed. His weathered hands were literally shaking with pure emotion. Watching this young kid solo, a massive beast with nothing but a wooden stick, the old man felt a surge of pride deeper than the ocean. "Come over here, boy," he called out warmly. The chief grabbed his hand, scooped out a massive bowl of the piping hot meat stew, and shoved it right into his chest. Then, the old man grabbed his own shell bowl, loaded it to the brim with prime cuts, and started tearing into it like a boss. Wait, what? Our hero blinked in total shock. The chief was legendary for his hardcore absolute fairness. Rations were strictly distributed based on daily labor. The old man never played favorites, and he sure as hell never gave himself VIP treatment. But tonight, the chief had secretly hooked the two of them up with massive, ultra-premium portions of meat, and they were feasting before anyone else even got a drop. This was wildly out of character. He side-eyed the old leader. The guy was seriously devouring spoonful after spoonful, polishing off every last chunk of meat before finally turning to serve the rest of the hungry crowd. Everyone else got the standard, labor-based portions. Nobody else scored that god-tier VIP meat privilege except the two of them. Was this an unspoken, epic reward for achieving the impossible and soloing the boss monster? During dinner, a few people definitely exchanged confused glances. But honestly, the insane high of surviving the beast outshined their hunger, so nobody dared to complain. The tribe practically inhaled their food. After a day fueled entirely by adrenaline and terror, their energy bars were sitting right at 0%. Since they were totally out of materials for weaving baskets, their only option was to crash early and try to sleep away the lingering, gnawing hunger in their bellies. But just as the exhausted crowd started shuffling toward their sleeping mats, the chief's commanding voice echoed. "Nobody move! Sit down right now! I have a major announcement to make." Dropping that cliffhanger, the chief marched straight into the shadowy corner where they hoarded the food supplies. That specific spot was heavily barricaded with giant leaves. It was essentially the old man's absolute private sanctuary. As he vanished behind the foliage, ominous rustling sounds filled the dead silence of the cave. The tribe exchanged nervous, panicked looks. What wild twist was the chief about to drop on them? Yo, what is happening? Did we seriously run out of food already? Are we about to get hit with the dreaded 1 meal every 2 days rule? Big Dog whispered in sheer terror. Just the terrifying thought of starving for 2 whole days made his stomach twist into painful knots. Looking completely defeated by life, he slumped down into a sad, dramatic squat. The real nightmare was just beginning. Listen up, survival in the Stone Age usually sucks. But hey, maybe we would get some extra eggs soon. A little egg drop soup between meals? That is top-tier loot right there. Bro, we literally just clapped a prehistoric crocodile. Doesn't that mean bonus experience points and an extra feast? Some totally optimistic dude chirped. But William stared at the leaf-covered food. His main character's senses were tingling. The chief was acting way too suspicious today. Is this old man plotting to scam me? Stay frosty, William. Don't fall for the trap. He kept his guard completely up. As the leaf was pulled back, the chief stepped out, flexing his absolute best bee-skin drip. Talk about overdressed. The old man clutched a mysterious bundle of fur. Wait, why is boss music playing? Is some massive server event happening? Hold up, is it already time for a human sacrifice? The whole squad was totally clueless. Why was the chief acting so dead serious? Lang Mao tried to step up and steal the spotlight, but the chief shut him down with a single, icy glare. Lang Mao was practically foaming at the mouth with impatience. Still, you don't mess with the boss. He quietly backed down, claiming the VIP seat right next to the chief. The old man sat before the massive crowd, scanning the room before his eyes locked onto our boy. He waved William over. "You, come here." William eyed the boomer like he was offering free candy from a van. His anxiety spiked. "Yeah, that is a hard pass. I'm perfectly fine chilling right over here, thanks." He flashed a super nervous, awkward smile and immediately used Big Dog as a human meat shield. "Nope, not dealing with whatever this is." The chief just shook his head and chuckled. "Get over here, kid. Don't be a chicken." After getting spammed with invites, William had to save face. He dragged his feet and plopped down next to the old man. The chief unwrapped his mysterious fur bundle. Inside, ancient scribbles and drawings that looked like alien blueprints. Were these chaotic chicken scratches seriously supposed to be words? A bony finger traced the ancient texts, and the chief began chanting some epic, mystical verses. The whole tribe froze in absolute silence, watching him like a movie. He kept spitting bars until his health bar basically hit 0. Pausing to catch his breath, he slowly rolled the sacred scrolls back up, panting heavily. He turned to face his people. "My battery is running low, kids. Soon, the gods are logging me out for good. But before I go away forever, heaven dropped one last quest on me. William, you are getting promoted to the new chief and grand shaman. Chief, no, you can't just delete your account." Big Dog was the first to break, absolutely bawling his eyes out. "Chief, you are the only reason we aren't eating dirt. You can't quit on us now." "Yeah, Chief, we belong in your guild." The entire cave completely lost its mind, ugly crying all over the place. But the old man just smiled a peaceful, legendary smile. To be loved this much by your squad? Yeah, he was definitely a top-tier leader. Meanwhile, William was totally glitching out. "Hold up, how did the plot twist this fast? This was literally a deathbed will. He never signed up to be the VIP. Carrying an entire clan of cavemen on his back? That is way too much responsibility. That completely ruined his vibe of just eating snacks and taking naps. Nearby, Lang Mao clenched his fists, biting his lip in pure rage. Chief, pump the brakes. I am horribly unqualified for this. William gave the old man a desperate look. Being chief meant dancing, singing, and cosplaying as a god. Do I look like a theater major to you? You have got the stats for this, kid. You are the chosen one. The chief grabbed William's hand tightly. Strong Bear has 0 brain cells. Big Dog is a literal puppy. Ying and Da are currently nerfed by injuries. Everyone else is either totally bugged or way past their prime. And then there is Lang Mao. The chief paused, throwing absolute shade at the angry rival. His ego is way too massive. The old man's voice dropped to a stealthy whisper, meant only for the main character's ears. William leaned in closer. Your base stats used to be trash, and I worried. But you solo killed a mega crocodile. The gods literally hit the approve button on you. You have crushed every tutorial stage. Listening to this hardcore breakdown, William couldn't help but respect the old man's insane galaxy brain logic. He had scanned everyone's character profiles flawlessly, but was he seriously tossing the server admin keys to a slacker? Wasn't he afraid William would accidentally crash the whole tribe? Reading his mind like an open comic book, the chief coughed weakly and smirked. I plan to carry you for 2 more seasons. But my health bar is flashing red. Stop the cap, Chief. You are gonna live to be 100. William kept a stone-cold poker face. He was absolutely rejecting this dramatic, tragic trope. The chief just laughed. I know my own code, kid. You are the top-tier candidate. Besides, if someone else takes the throne, I know your lazy self would just want to be a shaman, and you would hate working under them. Damn, this old guy was playing 5D chess. Cue the dramatic villain entrance. Lang Mao stomped forward, absolutely fuming. His eyes were bulging with pure, unadulterated salt. He had been playing the loyal sidekick for years, thinking he was next in line for the crown. Now some scrawny, low-level newbie was stealing his thunder? How could a twig like that lead them to glory? I call major foul on this. I demand a one-on-one deathmatch. Lang Mao aggressively pointed at William, panting heavily as his face turned the color of a raging fire. Bro, what is your actual problem? What is wrong with William taking charge? He secured the loot. He clapped the death lizard. He is literally our #1 damage-dealing hero. Big Dog aggressively vaulted into the arena, body-blocking Lang Mao like a human shield. He was fully locked in to defend his new boss. Strong Bear silently read the room, then casually slid right next to William to form a wall. Lang Mao, chill out. William is literally the admin chosen by the gods. What gives you the right to hit the report button? Ying casually tossed a bundle of mystic herbs into the campfire. Epic medicinal smoke filled the cave, flexing a massive area of effect healing buff to protect the squad from sickness. Not a single player had caught a debuff all year. If that didn't prove William was a legendary tier support, nothing would. Honestly, if Ying's arm wasn't permanently nerfed, he might have challenged for the title too. But ever since the injury, rolling with William showed him the kid's absolute god-tier potential. Only a mastermind like William could drag this chaotic server out of the Dark Ages. Chief, are you blind? We all know his base stats used to be absolute garbage. Today was just a lucky critical hit. I need to fight him one-on-one, right here, right now, to expose his fake power level. Hearing the rival spitting venom, the crowd suddenly remembered the old William, a cowardly, squishy little beginner who used to hide from his own shadow. Sure, he had a bit of a glow-up recently, but he was still built like a wet noodle. Could a twig like that really carry their entire survival run? Oh, if William only knew they were doubting his plot armor. Oh, please, you would scoff too. Who actually gains weight when they are starving every single day? It is a literal survival game out here. When this guy first spawned into this world, his body was literally just skin and bones. Sure, he has grown a bit since then, but standing at 17 years old, he is practically a kid. Is being short a crime now? Hey, he has not even hit 25 yet. There is still plenty of time for a major growth spurt. William glanced around the cave, spotting the pile of rocks next to his leaf bed. That is when reality hit him. He really was tiny. Well, kid, what do you say? The old tribe leader looked at William with such gentle eyes, that sickeningly sweet grandfatherly smile. Yeah, there was absolutely no way he could say no to that. Exhaustion dripped from the old man's frame, yet he stubbornly propped himself up. He locked eyes with William. Then let us settle this with a match. William could not bear to crush the old man's good intentions. The guy looked so frail, like a stiff breeze would make him burst into tears. If something went wrong, it would be a total disaster. So, how was he supposed to fight? William slowly rose to his feet. He stepped right into the center of the cave. The crowd practically parted like the sea, giving them plenty of space. Hey, they were all family here, right? No need for blades or bloodshed. Let us just settle this with our bare hands, all right? William flashed a smile, but his eyes were ice cold as they locked onto Wolf Hair. You have been whining about the leader's throne way too much. Time to teach you a little lesson in respect. Honestly, William had zero clue what his own stats were. His only combat experience, sweating on a gym treadmill. But earlier, when he absolutely wrecked that crocodile, he realized he packed a serious punch. Relying on pure, unadulterated brute force, he actually had a solid shot at winning this. Wolf Hair clenched his fists, veins popping as he launched himself straight at the main character's face like a raging bull. This guy hunted every single day. His movements were lightning fast, packed with explosive kinetic energy. That punch, even the biggest bruisers in the tribe would get flattened. Anyone with half a brain would dodge. But to William, the attack looked almost painfully slow. As the fist closed in, he casually reached up and caught the punch with a single hand. "Watch out!" Big Dog screamed, but the warning was way too late. William had already caught the strike. He stood completely frozen, totally unbothered. The supposedly lethal punch felt like an absolute joke. Wolf Hair's face turned the color of a tomato. His eyes bulged out of their sockets in pure disbelief. He gritted his teeth, pushing with everything he had. He even grabbed his own arm with his second hand to push harder. But William, he did not budge an inch. While the crowd gasped in shock, the teen just smirked and casually sidestepped to the left. Wolf Hair's momentum completely betrayed him. He lost his balance and face-planted straight into the dirt with a miserable yelp. Someone rushed forward to help him up, but Lei yanked them back. "Stay out of it. It is a sacred duel." "Oops, my bad. Guess I let go a little too fast." William did not sound sorry at all. He leisurely stretched the fingers of his blocking hand. Crack, crack. The sound of his knuckles popping echoed like stone grinding against stone, sending icy shivers down everyone's spines. He crouched down, staring at the pathetic mess on the ground. He smiled sweetly. "So, you still want to go another round?" Wolf Hair struggled to sit up, coughing out a disgusting mix of blood and mud. The look he gave William was pure, utter defeat. "I am done. You win. Chief." The second those words left his mouth, the tribe surged forward like a tidal wave. "All hail the new chief." "Whoa, chill out, guys. The old chief is right there." William's cheeks flushed red as he scratched the back of his neck. That terrifying, villainous smirk from 5 seconds ago, completely gone, replaced by the awkward, friendly smile of a total saint. Everyone instantly felt safe around him. The crowd followed his gaze and saw the old tribe leader beaming from ear to ear. He was clearly beyond thrilled with his successor. Their new boss could scavenge for food, heal the sick, and completely wreck their strongest fighter. Fate was finally smiling on them. He was going to lead them to a golden age. The tribe members grinned back at the elder, silently swearing absolute loyalty to their new alpha. William glanced over. The old man was still smiling like a total weirdo, not looking tired at all. "Hey, being the boss is not too shabby," he thought. "I get a whole squad of minions to do my chores. My dream of doing absolutely nothing all day is finally coming true." Seriously though, why was the old guy still smiling like that? It was getting kind of creepy. Before he could finish the thought, William stepped forward and gently patted the old man's shoulder. "All right, Chief, joke is over. You can stop smiling now." "Chief? Hello?" But the moment his hand made contact, the old leader slumped backward into the dirt. Panic hit him like a truck. He scrambled to catch the old man, only to realize he was not breathing. He had passed away with that incredibly satisfied smile permanently etched on his face. This was the first time William had ever touched a dead body. Even though it was someone he respected, being this close to a corpse sent a violent shudder through his entire body. Those glassy eyes still held that gentle smile, but now it felt like they were piercing right through his soul. It was almost like a ghostly warning. "If you break your promise, if you do not keep our people alive, I will haunt you from the grave. Do not worry, old man. I gave you my word, and I am going to keep it." William muttered under his breath, gently brushing his hand over the elder's face to close those lifeless eyes. "Rest easy, Chief." Seeing their beloved patriarch cross over, the tribe members absolutely broke down. Heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the cavern. This man had dragged them through hell and back, protecting them until his very last breath. "Chief! Oh, Chief!" The entire tribe fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. William stood in dead silence. The lazy, rebellious teen act, gone, replaced by a heavy, profound stillness. Just maybe, he could actually pull this off. Maybe he could become the legend they needed. William stepped forward and claimed the ancient scepter, along with the old leader's worn leather pouch. His first official command? Wrap the fallen hero in his own ceremonial beast skin and crown him with the sacred white feathers. You could see the hesitation in the crowd's eyes. Some almost jumped up to protest. "Those relics belong to the ruler." For countless generations, the active leader wore that exact gear to flex their power. But right now, William was the undisputed king of the jungle. The only guy who ever challenged him was currently spitting teeth in the dirt. So the tribe just exchanged nervous glances, biting their tongues and silently obeying their new master's bizarre order. William mentally fist-pumped at their absolute obedience. Let us be real, he did not want to wear that nasty, unwashed animal pelt. Gross. Generations of dead guys had sweat in that thing. Just wearing it felt like dragging around a cursed graveyard of angry ghosts. Just thinking about it gave him massive goosebumps. Once the tribe finished preparing the body, 4 absolutely jacked warriors hoisted the old chief up. Under a gloomy drizzle, they began the solemn march to the back mountain. The back mountain was their ultimate resting place, a sacred burial ground for the entire tribe, just a quick climb from the edge of their cavern base. But fate was cruel. The rainy season had turned the earth into a muddy nightmare. Every single step up that slippery slope was a dangerous battle against gravity. Raging floodwaters roared below. Unseen terrors lurked in the pitch-black depths. It took them agonizing hours to haul the body up the treacherous mountain. By the time they finally returned, the torrential downpour had soaked them to the bone for half the day. Thank the heavens. The relentless storm had finally started to show some mercy. The moment the burial squad dragged themselves back into camp, William barked out his first order. He hauled them inside and boiled a massive shell of meat soup, strictly reserved for the warriors who just risked their necks for the old chief. The rest of the tribe? They only got their single daily ration, forced to watch in silence and gulp down their own drool. William then brewed a steaming batch of ginseng water to warm the squad up. In this blasted weather, even a tiny sniffle could be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. You absolutely could not mess around. Honestly, if the cave was not a terrible place to store a corpse, he never would have let them risk their lives stepping outside. William casually tossed the sacred scepter and the beast skin bag aside. He completely skipped the boring inauguration speech. Who had time for that? He marched straight into the chief's leaf hut. It was time to audit exactly how much loot this old guy had hoarded. But instead of an epic discovery, leaves suddenly came flying out of the hut. The tribe flinched, staring in absolute confusion. What the heck was wrong with Will? Ying, the newly demoted subordinate, rushed forward to check, but the moment he saw William's murderous expression, he immediately took a massive step back. Nope, he was not about to become a human sacrifice today. Where exactly did you bury the old chief? William ground his teeth, his face darker than the storm outside. At the back mountain. One of the burial squad members nervously stepped up, pointing a trembling finger into the distance. Outside, the sky was pitch black. Through the thick curtain of rain, you could not see a single thing. William stood frozen at the cave entrance. The freezing wind slapped his face, snapping him back to reality. He wiped the rain from his eyes and let out a dark chuckle. Fine, since you already kicked the bucket and went to heaven, I will forgive you. Then he absolutely lost it. Damn it, you heartless old geezer. We still have half the rainy season left. How the hell did you inhale over 100 food shells, leaving me with barely 30? Come back to life right now! Get out here! I swear I will not beat you to death! William let out a massive sigh, glaring up at the sky. That cunning old fossil calculated this perfectly. He bounced, leaving this massive dumpster fire for me to put out. He stood there for a minute, forcing his raging pulse to calm down, and started plotting his next move. At this absolute crisis level, sticking to 1 meal a day was not going to cut it. He had to invent a brand new food source. Fast. If they just kept rationing this garbage, his people would wither away into skeletons. But in the middle of this never-ending monsoon, where on earth was he supposed to find grub? Chief, what is wrong? Ying cautiously stepped up behind him. He had no clue if his new boss was deep in strategic thought or just mourning the old guy. Chief? The old chief had a huge smile when he passed. Ying scrambled for the right words, his vocabulary seriously lacking. He was super happy. So, please do not be sad. Oh yeah, he left absolutely thrilled, dumped all his stress right onto my shoulders. William's lips twitched in a sarcastic smirk. He turned to Ying, sighed heavily, and mentally fired up his system interface. He desperately needed a cheat code, or these dozens of misfits were going to genuinely starve to death. It is fine. Go back inside. Throwing those words over his shoulder, William stomped back into the shelter. Ying scratched his head, trailing behind. Was it just his imagination? Or did the new chief seem completely miserable? Was becoming the supreme leader not supposed to be awesome? Back inside, William sparked a small campfire on the ground, ruthlessly auditing his pathetic stash of supplies. Thank God 20 of the shells were packed with dried meat. The old chief had a tiny shred of conscience left, it seemed. Add in 5 shells of peanuts, which could barely fill their stomachs, and the rest was just some dried coconut, bananas, and random fruit. William smothered the fire and glared at the old chief's leaf bed. Nope, the vibes were completely wrong. Dagu! William roared toward the entrance. Someone call me? Chief, what is up? Dagu, barely awake, stumbled over to the leaf curtain. "Chief, what is the emergency?" he mumbled, unleashing a massive yawn. "Take the old chief's leaf bed and swap it with mine," William commanded without missing a beat. "Go grab Da Chiong to help you move it. I need my own bed back before I lose my mind." Finally crashing onto his own familiar bed, William popped open the system interface. Boom! A blinding, glorious golden ribbon blasted down from the digital heavens. What the heck was this? The golden glare was practically burning his retinas. Squinting hard, William read the floating text. "Congratulations on claiming the chief title." Wait, what did that mean? "Congrats, Master. Huge congrats. You bagged the chief title. The system just dropped a mountain of epic loot. Hurry up and open it." Xiao Yuan, the system sprite, popped out from behind the golden ribbon. He was flexing a ridiculously shiny golden cape, radiating enough light to blind William permanently. "Where the hell did you get that outfit? Did you secretly burn my hard-earned skill points on cosmetics again?" With lightning speed, William reached into the digital void, grabbed Xiao Yuan by the throat, and interrogated him. "No, I swear I did not!" "Master, the system gifted it to me. Because you unlocked a new title, the system gave your loyal sidekick a little bonus." Xiao Yuan squeaked, kicking his tiny legs in a panic, terrified William was about to delete him. "Fine. You would not dare steal my skill points anyway." William tossed the shiny sprite aside like a rag doll and ripped open his inventory. Inside sat a massive, glowing loot bag. Not bad at all. The chief title reward was looking seriously juicy. Grinning like a maniac, William cracked the big bag open. Pop! It split into two smaller bundles that dropped into his inventory. The first one was the official chief manual. "Excuse me? You needed a manual to be a tribal boss? What, was he supposed to take a management course right now?" He cracked it open. It was packed with ancient rituals, sacrifice methods, and boring tribal protocols. "Nope." William slammed the book shut instantly. He was the chief now. He made the rules around here. Declaring it completely useless garbage, he shoved it deep into his backpack. Then, he ripped open the second gift. Boom! The Golden Bean Planting Guide, a literal step-by-step agricultural cheat code. Heck yes, we struck gold. We are going to be rich. This chief reward was absolutely top tier. William was throwing a mental frat party. With this bad boy, their diet was about to level up insanely. Boiling bean soup, growing bean sprouts. If he could hack together a stone mill, he could brew actual soy milk and press tofu. Oh man, the future was looking brighter than the system's golden glare. It was getting super late. William logged out of the system, rubbed his exhausted temples, rolled over, and instantly blacked out into a deep, glorious sleep. Outside the hut, a whisper broke the silence. "Seriously? Do we really have to wake the chief up?" "No way. It actually popped out babies?" Hushed whispers pierced the cave. William groaned in misery. His sleep-deprived brain felt like an exploding volcano. He rubbed his aching temples and sat up. Then the absolute nightmare hit him. Today was day one as the new tribe chief. He was officially the guy in charge of everyone's food. Staring at 30 woven baskets stacked in the corner, William let out a massive, dramatic sigh. Guess there is no running away from this. Time to crunch some numbers and ration the grub. If these cavemen eat too much now, we will literally starve to death later. He lifted the leaf curtain, and boom! Ying's giant round face was right there in his personal space. They nearly headbutted each other. "Dude, what is your problem?" William leaped back in pure panic. "Chief, you are finally awake. Chief, I have got epic news." Ying was grinning like an absolute maniac. His smile stretched from ear to ear, looking incredibly creepy. All right, dial it back. Just spit it out. What happened?" William threw his hands up in defense, trying to block that blindingly ridiculous smile. That massive, goofy face was just way too much for a Monday morning. Looking like a giant blooming daisy. "Chief, the rabbit gave birth. The fluff balls are officially here." Ying hyped him up. "Are you serious right now? It actually had babies?" William's eyes lit up like fireworks. He grabbed Ying and sprinted straight for the main cavern. Ying's feet were literally flying off the ground. He was getting dragged like a rag doll. "Chief, you made it. Look at this. See? I told you she was not just fat. She was totally pregnant." Da stood by the cage, gently dropping peanut leaves inside. Under the mother rabbit's belly, tiny white fur balls were squirming around, but they were super hard to see. The mother rabbit was giving them ultimate death glares, totally trying to hide her precious loot. Suddenly, an old legend flashed through William's brain. If you stare at newborn rabbits, the mom might freak out and eat them. He violently yanked Da and Ying backward. "Back off! Do not look at the babies." The two guys blinked at him like confused puppies. "But hey, the chief said it, so it must be the absolute truth." They quickly scrambled to block the cave entrance, pushing back the mob of curious onlookers. "Chief, so when can we roast these guys?" Big Dog drooled like a hungry beast, dreaming of a fresh, juicy barbecue. It had been literal ages since anyone tasted fresh meat. William scratched his chin in deep thought. These critters grow up in less than 6 months, but eating them during this rainy season, they would just be skin and bones. Still, this epic breeding success, it's just sparked a massive flame of hope in the tribe. By summer, we capture more wild beasts. By winter, we feast like absolute kings. To live the high life, they needed a wild monster farm. Everyone gathered back in the main cave. William slammed himself onto the old chief's throne. He scanned his wild ragtag crew, took a deep breath, and let the games begin. He cleared his throat with dramatic flair. Listen up, my people. Since the old chief trusted me with this legendary title, I swear I will lead you to the promised land of full bellies. He paused for cinematic effect. Seeing their hyped faces, his tone shifted to deadly serious. But reality check, guys. We are only halfway through the rainy season. Survival is brutal, and we still have to ration every single bite. The crowd froze in total shock. Panic over starving hit them hard. But if we survive this rain, our farming empire will explode, and we will live like legends. Dropping that truth bomb, William kept going. For now, I am rolling out a temporary task force. We will upgrade the system as we level up. Task force? What does that mean? The tribe whispered, totally blown away. It sounded super confusing but weirdly brilliant at the same time. It means I am bossing you around based on your stats, William smirked. Duh, you are now the Beastmaster. Keep them alive, make them thrive, and log every single detail. Log details? What is a log? Da scratched his head. It means tracking the data, man. What we breed, how many we got, who gave birth, how much they eat, when the next babies drop. Everything. The gears finally turned in Da's head. Boom, enlightenment achieved. He offered a totally serious warrior salute. Consider it done, Chief. I will not fail. Ying, Li, you two are our official medics. Gather herbs, heal the sick, and keep medical records. William locked eyes with his new medical team. You can count on us, Chief. We will be epic, Ying shouted. I will give it my all. Li gazed at William, feeling totally hyped about her new healer class. Ma Ye, you are becoming my personal apprentice. Learn the alphabet, then become our chief educator. William pointed at the 12-year-old kid. Ma Ye looked totally mind-blown and overwhelmed. No way! The chief picked me for a legendary quest? I will study like crazy! Mission accepted! The kid screamed, his voice shattering the cave's silence. William rubbed his ringing ears, motioning for the overexcited teen to sit down. Hua and Ya, you are the official head chefs, but I will prep the raw ingredients first, William strategized, locking down the kitchen duties. No way was he repeating the old chief's massive mistake, slaving over a hot fire every single day, being the ultimate boss but cooking for free? Not this guy. Wait, I get to cook? You jumped up, absolutely hyped. Only the chief ever touched the sacred food stash. This is insane. Chill. I will still handle the master prep and teach you my recipes, William thought to himself. He could not just hand over the food supply entirely. A smart leader controls the inventory. Scanning his chaotic cave crew, William laid down the final law. From this moment forward, Zhuang Xiong and Lang Mao, you two are the security captains. Set up a defense perimeter. Wait, me? Lang Mao stared at William in utter shock. They literally just fought, yet he got a top-tier rank? Yeah, you. Lock this place down tight, mess up, and I will personally end you. William absolutely hated to admit it. But Lang Mao was the only fierce brawler capable of the job. The tribe was totally used to being micromanaged, but William refused to be a glorified babysitter. Everyone had a role to play. What about me? What is my epic quest, Chief? Big Dog whined, desperate to be part of the action. William looked at the lovable, clueless brute. Not wanting to crush his dreams, he smirked. You? You are rolling with me, big guy. Meanwhile, back at the camp, a totally different vibe was brewing. Awesome, Chief. I will follow your lead. Big Dog cheered, grinning from ear to ear, practically buzzing with the thrill of being a trusted right-hand man. The rest of you will fall in line too. Once the rainy season passes, the real grind begins. William waved them off with a boss-level smirk. It is not dinner time yet. Hit the hay and save your energy. Boom, history in the making. This was the very first time the tribe had a legit, detailed division of labor, a massive leap forward for these primitive cave dwellers. We were laying down the foundation, baby. Soon everyone would have specific roles, forging a completely functional, hardcore labor system. And the universe was definitely smiling down on us. Our newly captured rabbit just dropped a litter of 10 babies. Talk about an absolute production powerhouse. The luck kept rolling in. Our long-haired chickens started dropping 2 eggs a day. That meant we had 2 majestic hens, and the slacker not laying eggs was clearly the rooster. Cha-ching! Another epic food source unlocked. Even if our rice and rations hit rock bottom, we could still brew up a killer pot of chicken soup. Oh, the beautiful taste of survival. Let us do the math. 4 adult rabbits, 2 proud mamas, making a grand total of 18 fluffy little furballs. But hit the brakes. A massive new crisis just dropped. Our grass supply was completely tanking. Humans can scrape by on 1 meal a day and sleep off the hunger. But these baby rabbits? They were staring down the barrel of total starvation. Honestly, a roasted newborn rabbit probably would not even taste that great anyway. "Chief," someone yelled out, "the peanut leaves are almost gone. When do the babies start eating grass? How much do they need? Are we doomed?" Daw stared at William, his eyes wide with pure panic. The dude was stressing before the rabbits were even born. Now that the babies were here, he was stressing even harder. Talk about an incredibly sweet but absolutely crushing burden. William scratched his head, totally clueless. He had never raised tiny, fragile pets before. His only experience with rabbits involved a sizzling pan and a heavy dose of spicy, numbing seasoning. "Look, just prioritize the mamas," I ordered like a true commander. "Cut the rations for the male rabbits and the rooster. The hens are our golden egg layers, and the mamas need the calories to nurse the babies. Pamper them like royalty." "Yep." William mercilessly threw the deadbeat dads under the bus. "Survival of the fittest, baby." "Understood." Daw saluted. Chief Daw scrambled out, charging toward the main cave to ruthlessly separate the males from the females. "Cannot let those hungry dudes steal the VIP food." Watching him leave, William smirked and fired up the ultimate cheat code, the system panel. Ding! Thanks to the epic arrival of the baby bunnies, my breeding skill experience bar had skyrocketed. We finally hit level 2. Through intense gamer observation, William cracked the code. Taming basic, run-of-the-mill wild animals gave seriously trash-tier skill points. You had to capture a massive horde just to see a tiny bump. But if you busted your back farming and actively raising them, the skill points rained down like a jackpot. And the holy grail of experience points? Inventing brand new things. That gave off-the-charts rewards. Last time, the system's level 2 breeding reward was locked. Today, William was ready to claim his legendary loot. He ripped open his digital backpack. Inside sat a rugged beast skin package. He cracked it open, revealing a single, epic item. Makes sense. You probably only get this insane bonus the first time you hit level 2. Every other milestone is a one-and-done deal. Inside the loot box was a super thin, vintage-looking manual, roughly 10 pages long, looking like some ancient herbal grimoire. The cover boldly flaunted 4 heavy words: General Breeding Master Guide. One glance, and you knew this was the ultimate Bible for raising beasts, packed with hardcore survival hacks. I flipped it open, and boom, detailed illustrations and stats for everything. Long-haired chickens, fluffy rabbits, 5-color pheasants, horned rams, chewing goats, and hunting hounds. It had all their secret habits and behaviors. Every single beast got 3 pages of glorious lore. The final page, a hardcore scientific feed formula. We are talking precise ratios of crushed beans, corn mash, fish meal, and the exact bone-to-meat ratio. My brain instantly melted. Formulating a completely scientific animal feed diet in the Stone Age? That is way too insanely complicated for a teen rebel. Welcome to the ultimate survival wasteland. There is zero gourmet food out here, but just looking at this crazy scientific feed mixture is enough to make a guy's stomach violently rumble. Honestly, I cannot even tell if this is meant for the beasts or for us. Out here, humans are starving for basic nutrients too. William flashed a wicked, ironic smirk. The realization hit him hard. He was actually craving rabbit kibble. He shook his head in disbelief. Old habits die hard, man. Back in the day, I would not even touch moldy bread. And now, I am literally drooling over animal chow. With a casual, rebellious flick of his wrist, he called out, "Get over here, little Yuan. I am gifting you 50 skill points. Go buy whatever the heck you want." "Oh, thank you, master. You are absolutely the best, the most devastatingly handsome boss in the world. Serving as your personal system is my ultimate honor." Little Yuan fired off the flattery like a desperate, rapid-fire machine gun. The praise hit William right in the ego, and it felt fantastic. He lightly tapped the system's head with a teasing grin. "You absolute kiss-up. Keep crushing it, and I will throw even more points your way. You always have to toss them a bone to keep the loyalty strong. Otherwise, a mutiny in your own backyard is a total disaster waiting to happen." Surviving the cutthroat corporate real estate world had taught William a thing or two about climbing the ladder. Managing subordinates, playing this little system was like taking candy from a baby. He flipped through the hardcore rabbit breeding manual. The catch? He could not take the physical book outside. He had to memorize every single brutal detail before passing the knowledge down to Daw. The secret was finally unlocked. Baby rabbits could munch on tender grass after just 15 days, but it had to be flawlessly clean and soft. One blade of rough weed, it would completely shred their fragile little stomachs. Stepping out of his zone, William immediately spotted Ya and Am. They were fiercely guarding the bubbling meat stew. Ever since he took the throne of this tribe, the rules of survival changed. Heavy meals moved to high noon. Dinner was just watered-down broth, spiked with wild ginseng to keep their vital energy pumping. They were far from full, but their spirits were blazing bright. At the very least, their blood was hot and their strength was not draining away into the dirt. They had been hoarding eggs like precious gems. That watery egg drop soup was just a tease for the taste buds, carrying zero real power. His master plan? Save up enough so every single warrior could sink their teeth into a solid, hard-boiled egg. In this camp, the chief controlled the lifeblood. If the chief did not eat, nobody dared to complain. Well, except for Big Sphere, who stalked Da like a shadow, drooling insanely over the egg stash. "Chief, the meat stew is hitting the boiling point." Seeing William approach, Ye sprang to his feet, urgently offering up the wooden ladle. "Keep it, you are doing fine." William rejected the ladle, dropping onto a nearby rock. Micromanaging is for losers. You have to inject absolute trust into your crew if you want them to unlock their true potential. Welcome to my glamorous life. The endless downpour was finally cutting us some slack. Sunlight actually threatened to peek through the miserable clouds. Lang Mao swaggered in, shaking off his ridiculous leaf hat like a wet dog. "Hey, Chief," he grinned. "Looks like this cursed rainy season is finally clocking out. Last year, it totally fizzled out after a few heavy days. Those golden rays piercing the gloomy abyss, that was our blockbuster movie cue. The great deluge was finally packing its bags. But knowing our terrible luck, this freak storm crashed the party early. Who knew if it would actually leave on time?" I stood at the cave entrance with Lang Mao, squinting at the eternal drizzle. "All right," I sighed. "It is light enough. Let's raid the mountain for rabbit grub. But first, round up the squad for chow time." I tossed the cooking duties to Ya. The menu? A 5-star coconut shell of watery meat soup. Spoiler alert, it was 99% water. Everyone slurped it down like absolute savages. The cave echoed with atrocious gulping noises. The speed eaters basically inhaled their bowls in one breath. The slow ones babied every single drop, terrified their next meal would literally just be flavored mud. "Trang Hung," I barked. "Grab 5 meatheads and go harvest grass. The rabbits are starving." "You got it, boss," he boomed, instantly assembling a squad of our beefiest dudes. "Lang Mao," I ordered, pointing a stern finger. "You stay here and play security guard for the base." The guy immediately pouted like a rebellious teen denied a joyride, but seeing Trang Hung's loaded squad, he totally backed down. "Yeah," I called out. "Brew some ginseng soup for when we get back." "Consider it done, Chief." Mission briefed. I slapped on my totally uncool leaf hat, threw on my makeshift raincoat, and marched out into the wild. Look, being a teenage chief is not exactly a walk in the park. You cannot just chill like the old geezers. If I wanted these hardcore hunters to actually respect me, I had to get my own hands dirty. Time to show them my main character energy. My elite squad of 5 trailed behind me in Trang Hung. We navigated the treacherous ridges, heading straight toward the mountain's dark backside. The front path was an absolute disaster zone. The floodwaters were insanely high. That giant tree by our gates, completely swallowed by the raging tide. Thank heavens for the high ground out back. The water had mostly drained away, but it left behind a chaotic nightmare of slick mud. Every step felt like walking on a greased tightrope. Eventually, we stumbled upon a decent patch of greenery. I locked my arm around a massive trunk, anchored my boots, and tested the grass. Okay, not terrible. As long as we hugged these trees like our lives depended on it, we would not end up surfing the mud. "Listen up, idiots!" I yelled over the wind. "Hold on to the trees! Do not let go!" The wet weeds were insanely stubborn. "One hand on the wood, one hand on the grass," I commanded. "If you slip down that cliff, you are absolutely toast. Nobody is catching you." "Chief, this garbage is glued to the earth," Dadai complained. He was wrestling with a single clump. These mountain roots were hardcore, practically woven into the giant tree roots. Sure, the rain turned the dirt to mush, but with zero traction, it was like trying to win a tug of war on an ice rink. My guys were elite hunters, absolute beasts with insane reflexes, but trapped in this slippery, muddy hell, they were moving like glitched-out NPCs. Having maxed out strength meant nothing against a tiny blade of grass. The sheer frustration was boiling over. Ah Shu wildly hacked at the weeds with his stone knife, getting absolutely nowhere. Rage flashed in his eyes. He raised his arm, channeling every ounce of his brute strength for one catastrophic strike. "Die, stupid plant." Big mistake. His balance shattered instantly. The stone knife shot from his grip, plummeting down the fatal slope and vanishing into the murky depths below with a sickening, muffled gulp. Pure panic hit him. His anchor hand violently slipped off the trunk. Suddenly, Ah Shu was plunging down the death slide, wildly thrashing his limbs like a desperate drowning man. "Ah Shu!" Dadai screamed, jumping up to help, but his own feet wiped out. He violently slammed back into his tree, stomping the mud and helpless, screaming terror as his friend fell. My brain totally shut off. Forget the warnings. I released my iron grip on the tree and blindly dove straight into the abyss. The wind screamed past my ears as I surfed the mud avalanche. I thrust my hand forward. Shu, terrified out of his mind, violently clamped onto my arm like a steel trap. His massive weight violently yanked me down. We were accelerating toward a messy doom. In a split-second reflex, I kicked my boot deep into the earth and blindly snagged a passing tree trunk. But this idiot would not stop thrashing. His frantic swinging was tearing my shoulder from its socket. We were inches from dropping off the cliff. "Freeze, you moron!" I roared over the storm. "Stop moving right now." The absolute fury in my voice finally snapped him out of it. Realizing he was not dead yet, his body instantly went limp, hanging completely paralyzed over the drop. My lungs burned as I gasped for air. "Grab the tree on your left," I grunted. "Do it now." The bark was coated in slime. My grip was failing fast. He had to anchor himself before we both totally wiped out. Trembling, Shu slowly extended his arm. He swiped at the air. Missed. Swiped again. Missed. Oh, this was bad. I could literally feel my fingers sliding off the wet wood. Panic hijacked his brain again. He violently dug his nails into my arm, dragging me another fatal inch toward the edge. "Reach the damn tree," I bellowed. "Hurry up." I ground my teeth so hard I thought they would shatter. The veins in my neck were bulging, practically screaming under the impossible. Rain lashed mercilessly against my eyes. Through the blur, I watched him agonizingly inch to the left. I bit my lip so violently that the metallic taste of blood flooded my mouth. My arm was literally turning to jelly. I furiously dug my boot into the muck, desperate for friction. Finally, a miracle! Shu's hand slammed against the bark. He threw his whole arm around the trunk, let go of my wrist, and clung to that tree like it was his one true love. The crushing weight vanished. I whipped my free arm around my own tree, locking my hands together. Exhausted, I slowly rolled my battered body against the slope. Taking a massive, ragged breath, I channeled the absolute last drop of my stamina. With one explosive yank, I hauled myself upward, shimmying around to the safe side of the massive trunk. I completely collapsed against the bark, gasping like a stranded fish. I tried to shake out my arms, but they were totally numb, like they belonged to a ghost. Seconds felt like hours. Then, Dadai's trembling voice broke the silence from above. "Chief! Shu, are you guys still alive?" Trang Hung was already scrambling wildly around the ridge, rushing to secure my position. "Boss, are you hurt?" he yelled in panic. I viciously wiped the freezing mud from my face. "I am fine," I wheezed out. "Just need a second to reset. Then we finish the job. And hey," I glared up at the squad. "No more dramatic near-death experiences, all right?" "Thank you, Chief," Shu stammered. The shock was wearing off as he awkwardly shuffled his way back up. He was usually a quiet, solid dude. Now, he was practically bowing into his own chest, totally too ashamed to make eye contact. "Forget about it," I sighed, waving him off. "Just get back to work." Honestly, diving after him was pure instinct. When you have got modern morals hardwired into your brain, playing the absolute hero is not a choice. It is practically written in your DNA. Look, when things go south, saving a life is pure instinct. If you stop to calculate the risks, you are just putting on a cheap show. Seeing Shu practically in tears of gratitude, William finally let out a heavy breath. At least the guy was not ungrateful. "Zhuang Xiong and Shu, you two team up. Ye Da, you are with me. The rest of you, pair off." One pulls the weeds, the other holds the tree. With William barking out the new formation, the crew aggressively dove right back into the daily grind. The rain was not heavy, but it stung like freezing needles. Caught in the whipping wind, it was a total nightmare, completely blurring their line of sight. But working in perfect sync, the duos ripped through the weeds at breakneck speed. The sky began to darken ominously. Just how long had they been out here? Why was the sun tapping out so insanely fast? William snapped his head up and squinted into the distance. The last shred of daylight was utterly swallowed by an advancing wall of pitch-black clouds. Oh crap, a massive storm is about to hit. He instantly sprang to his feet, reality crashing down on him. A torrential downpour was literally seconds away. "Move it, everyone! Fall back to the cave, now!" The absolute second the words left his mouth, the heavens ripped wide open. The squad scrambled frantically toward the safety of the cave. The rain turned into a brutal waterfall, instantly erasing the trail home. Thank goodness they had not ventured too deep. Shoulders brushing, they fought their way back, step by agonizing step. "Hold your ground! Do not slip!" William roared over the deafening storm, desperately keeping his crew focused on their footing. Pulling off a heroic rescue in this chaotic flood would be completely impossible. "Zhuangxiang, how much farther?" William glanced back, but the menacing black clouds were totally obscured by the blinding rain. He had lost his woven leaf hat while saving Shu. Now, the savage rain battered his face like flying gravel. It was practically impossible to even keep his eyes open. We are almost there, Zhuang Xiang's muffled shout echoed through the downpour. Stumbling and sliding, they finally threw themselves into the cave just as the apocalyptic clouds crushed everything behind them. Splash! The sky straight up exploded like a busted fire hydrant, dumping an endless ocean from above. Visibility outside dropped to absolute zero. One wrong step would have meant a deadly plunge. It was a pure miracle he got his crew back in one piece. Da, make sure to dry this grass by the fire before feeding the beasts. The soaking wet squad practically collapsed, instantly dumping their heavy baskets onto the cave floor. William tossed the massive haul of fresh greens straight to Da. 6 fully loaded baskets. That was more than enough to keep their monstrous pets fed for a while. But handing those soaked, rain-drenched veggies directly to the beasts was a rookie mistake. They definitely needed some serious prep work first. You got it, boss. Da grabbed the grass and piled it near the roaring fire. Meanwhile, Ying rushed over with a steaming bowl of herbal brew. Chief, you need to drink this Panax potion right now. Everyone was drenched to the absolute bone, but William's back was a total horror show of bruised green and bloody red. His adrenaline had completely masked it outside, but now, a blistering, fiery agony was tearing through his nerves. William chugged the bitter herbal brew in one epic gulp. Sweat instantly exploded across his forehead, but man, did that magical stuff take the edge off? He tossed a quick order to the squad, trudged over to his makeshift bed, and signaled for Ying to fix up his trashed back. Ying carefully washed away the gruesome green slime, revealing William's surprisingly smooth skin. Thanks to his recent mud bath cleanses, the guy was glaringly paler than the rest of the tribe, making the brutal gashes pop like crazy. Most of the scrapes were totally minor, nothing a quick sprinkle of herbal powder could not fix. But there was one massive, terrifying gouge from a rogue branch. Even after a scrub down, the blood just kept oozing. Chief, this nasty cut refuses to stop bleeding. Should we, sear it with fire? Ying glanced nervously toward the blazing campfire. Sure, the chief had used that hardcore cauterization trick on the others before, but Ying had absolutely zero experience playing with fire on living flesh. William violently shot up in bed, causing fresh blood to spurt from his back. Are you out of your mind? Who in their right mind wants to get roasted alive? Without proper scar cream, I will end up looking like a giant centipede crawled over me. He vividly remembered the hideous, rope-like scar on Zhuangxiang's waist and fiercely shook his head. No way. That completely ruins my aesthetic. Forget the fire, just hit me with the powder. He aggressively slammed himself back onto the bed, completely shutting down the idea. Arg! The sudden impact sent a shockwave of agony straight to his brain, practically squeezing tears out of his eyes. But he instantly clamped his jaw shut, swallowing his pathetic groan. He was the badass chief now. He had to protect his cool guy image at all costs. All done, boss. The powder is applied, but it is totally still bleeding. Ying stared blankly as the magical herb powder turned into a bloody paste. He scratched his head, totally confused. Why would the chief skip the fire trick? One quick sizzle and he would be good to go. So simple, right? Do not sweat it. It is just a flesh wound. You go check if Ah Shu caught any damage. William waved him off like an absolute boss. It stung like crazy, but it was nothing fatal. The bleeding would clot eventually. Right now, his energy bar was critically low. One solid nap, and he would bounce back to full health. Shoving Ying out of his space, William crashed hard into a deep, heavy slumber. Ah, Da, you better thank the chief from the bottom of your soul. He literally pulled you from the jaws of death. I already thanked him, okay? Ah, Shu's honest, goofy voice drifted through the air. That is absolutely not enough. The chief bled for us. We have to nurse him back to health. Ma Ye's dramatic declaration echoed loudly. Dragged violently from his sweet dreams by the noisy chatter outside, William rubbed his throbbing temples. He felt like he had been hit by a freight train. This physical avatar was seriously pathetic. Despite all his glorious upgrades, catching a little rain and taking one solid hit had his entire body screaming in agonizing pain. Who is making that racket out there? William croaked out. Chief, it is just me and Ah Da. Ma Ye chirped excitedly from beneath the leafy partition. With zero options left, William gritted his teeth, forced his aching body up, and stumbled out. He spotted Ma Ye glued to Ashu's side, staring up at William with massive puppy dog eyes. Oh, mighty chief. Rumor has it you got brutally injured saving my Ada. It is literally nothing, just doing my duty. As the absolute leader of this tribe, keeping you all alive is my main quest. William kept his expression stone cold and serious. He had to maintain that flawless, unreachable aura of authority. One slip-up, and his legendary reputation was toast. Hook, line, and sinker. Ma Ye's eyes practically exploded with starry admiration. Chief, since you are so horribly wounded, you absolutely have to let me nurse you back to health. She gazed at him with an intense, sparkling intensity, looking like she was about to tackle him into a hug. Whoa, chill out. It is just a scratch. You have your own daily quests to grind. If you want to help me out, just make sure everyone masters their alphabet every day." William gently patted Ma Ye's wild, untamed hair, laying on the soft, charismatic mentor voice. "Yeah, be a good kid. Go drill those lessons into their thick skulls. Once this nightmare monsoon season ends, we are going to be grinding non-stop. There will be absolutely zero time for studying. But Chief, you bled to save my Ada. I have to. No need, no need. I already claimed Ma Ye." "Wait, what?" Dago charged out of absolutely nowhere. He aggressively planted himself like a brick wall right between William and Ma Ye. Talk about an epic jealousy alert. Like hell, some puny extra is going to steal the chief's throne. "As long as I am breathing, I have got your back, boss." Big Dog practically bruised his own ribs, thumping his chest, pledging his undying loyalty. Ma Ye shot Chief William these super intense puppy dog eyes. The kid was totally desperate to ride or die with our fearless leader. "Knock it off and get back to base," William ordered. "Drill my teachings into the clan's thick skulls. And yeah, there will be a pop quiz. Consider yourselves warned. If even one lackey fails my test, it is your heads on the chopping block. This mission is top tier, boss. I swear I will get it done." Ma Ye's eyes lit up like freaking stadium lights. "Thanks, Chief. Let me be your personal nurse." But before Ashu could even chime in, William completely shut them down with a single wave. "Cut the dramatic crap and hit the sack. We have got a hell of a grind waiting for us tomorrow," William stated, his tone dead serious. Shu had no choice but to drag Ma Ye away. Meanwhile, every single twitch made William's fresh wounds scream in pure agony. He practically crawled back to his bed, gasping to Big Dog, "Fetch Ying. I need a hardcore patch-up." Big Dog bolted like an unchained beast, literally dragging Ying back into the cave by force. "Boss, I brought the medic." He stoked the dying embers until the whole cave lit up like a blockbuster movie set, letting Ying investigate if the chief's battle scars were bleeding out again. "Boss, are you absolutely sure we shouldn't cauterize this with fire?" Ying panicked, staring at a massive gash that was oozing crimson. "Hell no," William rejected, completely unfazed. Totally helpless, Ying dumped more herbal powder on the strike zone. He slapped crushed dandelion paste over the damage to fight off infection. It was a badass survival hack the chief himself had invented. Slathering dandelion juice around the critical hits brought the crazy swelling down. Once the gruesome patching was done, William's agony finally dialed back a notch. Big Dog whipped out enough jerky rations for the six-man squad, Ning Cheng threw it into a wild meat stew, and the crew absolutely chugged the epic feast. Only the hardcore members who scavenged grass all day earned the right to this protein. William pointed dead at the meat bowl. "You work hard, you feast hard. That is the absolute law. Zero effort equals zero reward." It was the brutal truth of this wild world. The skies then puked endless rain for 2 straight weeks. By the time the final ration dropped to 0, William was practically superglued to his bed, completely drained of stamina. And he was not the only one crashing hard, except for Duo, who kept the beasts tamed, and Ya, who handled the pathetic cooking duties. The entire clan was in hardcore power-saving mode, literally playing dead to conserve every single drop of energy. "Duo, execute one of the roosters tomorrow. We are feasting." The rain was endless, but the jungle heat was stifling. Any raw meat would instantly rot in this oven. Better to gorge on an epic meal now than let it go to waste, and buy ourselves a few more days of absolute rest. "Understood, boss." Duo carefully stashed the day's eggs into the woven basket. Just 10 measly eggs left. Talk about a dangerously low supply drop. As for the rest of the captive beasts we had not butchered yet, yeah, they looked like they had 1 foot in the grave already. William gritted his teeth. Sacrificing a chicken might just buy them 3 more days of life. This cursed apocalyptic storm had been raging for 3 insane months. It had to hit its finale soon, right? If it did not. Forget starving to death. The freaking floodwaters were practically knocking on their dungeon door, and their grass reserves, basically non-existent. He threw a desperate glare at their livestock stash, praying these pathetic animals would carry his squad through this nightmare monsoon. The food anxiety was absolutely eating him alive. If he wiped out all the male rabbits and roosters, the squad could tank through 5 more days. Just 5 days. Would this apocalyptic sky clear up by then, or were they completely doomed? That night, the clan absolutely obliterated a massive pot of chicken stew. It was so freaking delicious, Big Dog literally burst into hardcore, dramatic anime tears. "Boss, is this our final boss battle meal?" he sobbed. William seriously wanted to slap the drama queen. They still had backup beasts in the corner. With some extreme rationing, they could drag this out for another 2 weeks. He just shot Big Dog a lethal, eye-rolling glare and completely ignored the kid's pathetic meltdown. Once the epic feast was wiped clean, it was back to hibernation mode. Conserve energy, save stamina. In 3 days, a rabbit was scheduled for execution. Staring down his motley crew, William declared this brutal new rule. One massive binge every 3 days. Boss, seriously, I can shrink my own portions. Ma Ye piped up, offering his own coconut shell bowl of legendary chicken stew right back to William. His eyes were shining with that annoying, pure-hearted protagonist energy. You need the calories way more than I do. You are the chief. You literally cannot die on us. Honestly, the kid's ride-or-die loyalty hit right in the feels. Survival instinct usually turns people into absolute savage monsters. But choosing to hand over your last lifeline to someone else, willingly watching your own life drain away, unless you are their flesh and blood, that takes a god-tier level of absolute devotion. This lanky brat was only 12, the exact age where a hungry stomach feels like a literal black hole. William reached out, delivering a solid, manly pat to Ma Ye's shoulder. Keep your food, kid. You are still growing. You need the fuel. Eat up, Ma Ye. I have got the chief covered. Big Bear suddenly crashed the scene, aggressively dumping his premium meat straight into William's bowl. William had pulled this massive tank from the jaws of death earlier. Bear had sworn an oath to surrender all his meat as payback. Whether it was a life debt or pure clan fanaticism, he was determined to funnel his resources to the boss. Big Bear, are you kidding me right now? William glared at the mountain of extra meat, totally rejecting this tragic hero nonsense. Locking eyes with the hulking warrior, he snapped, "You eating this is a direct order. I literally did the math to keep us all alive for 3 days. Stop playing the martyr, eat your assigned share, and get back to sleep." William viciously shoved the prime cuts right back into Bear's bowl. He shot him a killer side-eye. Shove it down your throat now. With your ridiculous muscle mass, you need crazy amounts of meat just to survive. Despite throwing major shade, his hands moved like lightning, tossing yet another massive chunk of meat into Bear's stash. "I said eat!" Big Bear stared at his leader as manly, uncontrollable tears totally betrayed his tough guy face. Biting his trembling lip, he finally bowed his head and inhaled the food in giant, savage bites. William instantly shut down anyone else trying to be a self-sacrificing hero. He speed ran through his own portions and chugged the broth like an absolute beast. Then, he swaggered right back to his bed of leaves. "Chill out and go dark, guys. We wake up for breakfast in 3 days." Tossing a lazy wave over his shoulder, he crashed onto the bed and immediately checked out of reality. When the morning sun failed to show, William stayed glued to his bed, perfectly executing his extreme stamina-saving strategy. But a sudden, chaotic uproar outside the cave totally ruined his vibe. His brows locked in deep annoyance. What the hell is this circus? Did one good meal make these extras lose their damn minds? William rolled over with a heavy scoff. "Keep acting like stubborn fools," he muttered into the dark. "When your stomachs start roaring tonight, you are going to regret this big time." Wait, did the sky just stop crying? Is this sick joke of a wet season finally over? Holy crap, look up. The sun is literally peeking out. We actually survived. No way. Is it really over? William shot up like a rocket, ripping open the leaf curtain to face the outside world. What is going on out here? He stared at Big Dog, who literally looked like a clueless golden retriever grinning from ear to ear. "Chief, you are awake. The endless rain is dead. Look at that sunshine." William followed his pointing finger. Epic golden rays were piercing through the blue sky, lighting up the whole world. The flooded ground was glowing. It looked like a massive ocean of sparkling silver. The floodwaters were draining insanely fast. The tribe's tree canopies were already popping up. At this crazy speed, we will see dry land in half a day. This planet's weather is completely bipolar. The rainy season is literally a non-stop waterfall. And summer? It is a bone-dry, flesh-roasting oven from hell. The sun was barely out, but it was already blasting them with a brutal heat wave. "Chief, you did it! Nobody starved to death this time! We even stuffed our faces last night!" Ying was jumping around like a hyped-up kid. He had survived countless nightmares of rain, but this was the first time without a single casualty. Plus, their livestock stash was still fully loaded. Ying had always been like a reliable big brother. Seeing that goofy, innocent smile made William feel like an absolute boss. "I guess I kept my promise to the old chief. I actually kept this chaotic tribe alive." But the game was not over. He had to exploit this ridiculously short summer to make these guys hoard food for the brutal winter. Survival mode was still locked on hard, but they had 18 baby rabbits now. By winter, they would be fat and juicy enough to feast on. "We are going to tame even more beasts. Our tribe is about to level up massively. It is going to be a total meat paradise." "Big Dog, grab 4 of those eggs. We are getting an epic upgrade today," William ordered. "Whip up some egg soup. Tomorrow, when the flood drops, we are scrubbing the tribe square clean. The miserable rain is dead. Everyone gets a bonus meal today to celebrate. First rule of surviving, never fight on an empty stomach." "Heck yes!" Big Dog bolted into William's storage stash, snagging the 4 most massive eggs and tossing them straight to Ya. "Make a huge batch. I am chugging egg soup until I explode today, Big Dog cheered. You got it! Ya was literally glowing with joy. An extra meal was pure, unadulterated bliss. Because she had claimed the chef role, her food rations had gotten a serious buff. For the first time ever, she did not cry herself to sleep from starvation. This was officially the most epic rainy season ever. But out there, the flood had left a disastrous, muddy wasteland. Time for a hardcore post-apocalyptic cleanup. William stood at the mountain peak, staring down at the total wreckage. His heart sank. It was literally just a sea of trash, mud, and dead branches. He let out a massive sigh. The grind to build a civilization was going to be a brutally long quest. Upgrading their base, hoarding winter supplies, even just figuring out what is for dinner. Everything was an absolute priority. He desperately needed a long-term master plan. Zhuangxiong, take a squad and clear out that sludge. Pile all the mud in one spot. On it, boss. Big Dog, snatch up every single fish trapped down there. Wait, Chief, what about those freaky spike fishes? Do not even think about eating them. They are straight-up toxic death, Big Dog grimaced, staring at the weird mutants flopping in the muck. The scorching sun was already baking the ground dry. The fish were desperately drilling into the mud. Capture them all. Dig a massive water pit, dump them in, and build a straw canopy to block this killer sun. Got it. The chief had already sent another squad to chop branches. We need to craft a proper fortress for our chickens and rabbits. Yes, boss. Ying, get over here. I need your intel. William barked out orders, pulling Ying aside. What is up, Chief? Ying looked a bit bummed. Being down one arm meant he could not flex his work skills like the other guys. Usually, he ignored it, but right now, it totally crushed his vibe. If we construct epic wooden cabins up on this mountain peak, how would you feel about bunking up there during summer nights? William scanned the upper ridges above their cave. The trees were super tall, perfectly spaced, with thick grass below. If they built a literal treehouse base, the next flood would not even touch them. A wooden. What now? Never mind. Are there any savage beasts up there? William pivoted like a pro. Nope. Since we claimed this cave, all the monsters got completely evicted. Our hunting squads patrol this turf daily. We do not let anything creepy crawl in. Okay, but what about bugs? The nasty, blood-sucking kind? William was dreading a massive mosquito invasion. Sometimes, if we crossed the high grass, the old chief used to smear that freaky green juice on us. Ying had zero clue where this was going, but spilled the details anyway. That mysterious green juice. The old chief had kicked the bucket way too soon to explain it. Wait, was that stuff nature's hardcore bug repellent? A flashback hit William like a truck. He remembered the old guy slapping some foul-smelling dark slime on his face. It was a ridiculously deep green. So that was the secret anti-bug potion. Seeing the light bulb go off in William's head, Ying kept rambling. Yeah, there is this weird oval-shaped green weed by the river. The old boss used to hoard it and smear it all over our mugs. Bingo, that magic weed was totally a mosquito killer. If we build the ultimate treehouse, we can plant it underneath or paint the walls with it. Listen, a wooden cabin is when we clear space between trees, lay down a solid timber floor, stack wooden walls, and slap a leafy roof on top. We chill up there during the scorching summer, then retreat to the cave for winter and the cursed rains. Say goodbye to our pathetic straw roofs getting washed away. William dropped the knowledge bomb and pointed at two massive, legendary-looking trees. Clear the brush between those two bad boys. We are laying down hardwood floors. We stack the walls high and craft a totally waterproof canopy roof. Ying's brain practically short-circuited. Floors? Walls? Roofs? What kind of alien tech was this? He had never heard such insane words in his life. But avoiding another apocalyptic mud flood, never having to rebuild a garbage straw hut? Chief, you are a genius. It is way cooler up there anyway. Ying let out a super awkward chuckle. Honestly, back when I was a kid, I used to sleep in the branches to dodge the heat all the time. A towering treehouse would be totally sick. But let's be completely real here. Without modern tech, building one is a straight-up death trap. A solid log cabin is the ultimate survival move. Wasting zero time, William grabbed Lang Mao and Ying, hunting down the perfect real estate far from their gloomy cave. Crashing the roof of their own cave? Yeah, that's a massive fail we are skipping. He pointed like a conquering king. From this exact spot, all the way to that massive tree over there. Boom. We have got enough prime land for our epic new base. Following William's master blueprint, the squad jumped into heavy labor, clearing brush and chopping wood. But reality check? Their absolute best tool was a literal rock tied to a stick. Hacking down trees with stone knives was straight-up torture. Taking down just one beefy tree burned through half the day, and that took two guys tagging in and out like a sweaty wrestling match. Looking at the massive plot, William claimed, he realized they had to cut corners, just hack through the thickest jungle in the center, and focus all that sweat on leveling the dirt. Ying led the cleanup crew like a boss, piling up annoying branches and shrubs. They chucked the tall grass straight down the mountain, setting up a future monster taming pen. Thanks to the brutal rainy season, the soil was practically pudding. Scraping away the nasty mud was surprisingly a breeze. Armed with oval and rectangular stone blades, they scraped off the topsoil layer by agonizing layer. Then, they went full construction mode, smashing the earth flat with heavy wooden clubs. Half a day of grueling, back-breaking work, and they only cleared 5 measly meters. Lang Mao finally finished dealing with the monster-sized trees, huffing and puffing as he swept away the leftover debris. Fencing in a massive crib for 27 hungry cavemen meant they needed an insane amount of wood. Luckily, nature hooked them up. They scored tons of lightweight branches, plus a mountain of floodwood washed up by the heavy rains. Hey boss, what is on the menu today? The sun was already blazing high in the sky, hitting that universal caveman lunch hour. Yet trotted over, staring at William with massive puppy dog eyes. Oh snap! William suddenly remembered his tribe was essentially a bottomless pit of hunger. Base building could wait. Surviving starvation was priority number 1. He marched straight down the mountain to see what Dagu was cooking up. With Ya and Manhwa trailing right behind him, William descended the muddy slope. The absolute stench of rotting sludge squishing under their toes was enough to make a grown man hurl. Normally, the mud situation was never this catastrophic. But this year's endless rainy season was a total glitch in the system. Zhuang Xiong was shoveling the sludge to the side, watching the blazing sun bake it into solid, concrete-like chunks. Following William's genius life hacks, he smashed those hard boulders apart, revealing incredibly rich black soil. Once the cleanup was done, Zhuang Xiong neatly piled the uncovered straw and brushed off to the sidelines. Spotting his glorious leader rolling up, Zhuang Xiong hustled over with a massive grin. "Boss man is here," William nodded smoothly. "Good work. Take your time and stack that premium dirt as thick as humanly possible. This isn't just gross swamp mud. It is a god-tier mix of floodwater, mountain earth, and compost. It is bursting with nutrients, absolutely perfect for launching our farming empire." "You got it, Chief." Zhuang Xiong paused his heavy lifting. Plunging his massive hands straight into the sludge, he felt something wildly wriggling around, a giant muddy loach. He casually chucked the squirming fish into the designated clear zone. Over on the side, Dagu had engineered a sick little water trap. It was already flooded, so he tossed the squirming loach right in before diving back into the mud to hunt for more loot. William flashed a devilish smirk as he stared at the completely packed water pit. "Looks like lunch is officially secured." Dagu had actually dug 2 separate pools. One VIP section for the slippery loaches, and another for the absolute units of fish. These aquatic beasts were no joke. The heavyweight champions clocked in at over 20 pounds, while even the runts were pushing a solid 7 or 8. William had zero clue what species these prehistoric monsters were. But fish is fish, right? Just because it is not in a modern textbook does not mean it cannot go on the grill. "All right, squad, let us go see our boy Dagu." William swaggered over to the muddy excavation site, his 2 loyal shadows right behind him. "Oh, Chief, you made it. But seriously, why are we catching these things? They are completely useless, and they taste like absolute garbage." Dagu stared at his massive aquatic haul, his face practically melting with dramatic despair. The tribe had canceled fish from their menu ages ago. Rumor had it, some poor guy once choked on a bone and literally died. Nobody dared to touch them after that epic fail. Plus, wrestling them in the water was a nightmare, and they barely had any meat. Total waste of stamina, especially after the brutal rainy season. These things were coated in stinky, toxic-smelling sludge. Normally, they were straight up trashed without a second thought. Are you kidding me? These bad boys are straight up treasure. For the next few days, our survival completely depends on them. Ignoring Dagu's tragic whining, William grabbed a long pole and effortlessly scooped up 20 chunky fish, hauling them straight toward the riverbank. Hold up a second. Is the riverbank actually safe from monsters right now?" William shot Dagu a questioning look. Had the deadly waters retreated enough? Were those prehistoric crocodiles finally gone? "Totally safe, Chief. When I fetched water earlier, the river had massively dropped. The banks are clear, and those nightmare reptiles bailed as soon as the rainy season ended." With the green light given, the fearless foursome grouped up, lugging their squirming, scaly loot straight down to the water's edge. The riverside vibes were totally immaculate. Retreating waters had exposed massive, smooth boulders, acting like nature's very own sanitized cutting boards. Utilizing the crystal-clear current, William's squad aggressively scrubbed the mud off dozens of fish. Staring down into the basket, the slimy beasts were violently thrashing, desperate for an epic escape. But William just smirked, gripping his trusty stone knife like a true master chef. Wham! A brutal, precise strike to the skull instantly flatlined the fish. Slicing smoothly beneath the gills, he pinched and yanked out a gross, thin black vein. This was his ultimate secret weapon, a pro hack he unlocked back in his restaurant days. Remove the cursed vein, and that nasty, muddy taste instantly vanishes. Who would have guessed that even bizarre prehistoric swamp monsters shared the exact same anatomical weakness? After a hardcore gutting and cleaning session, William ordered his troops to march the fresh meat back to base. Zhuangxiang had already prepped a row of massive sun-baked boulders, creating the ultimate prehistoric drying rack where they proudly displayed their loot. William grabbed a handful of legendary salt fruits and vigorously massaged them into the tender fish. These magical fruits were a legacy from the previous tribe leader. Growing on stubborn little bushes, they transformed from boring green to a blazing, vibrant red every summer. Right before summer crashed to a halt, a weird, powdery frost would magically coat their skin. That was the absolute perfect signal for the old chief to trigger a massive harvesting raid. William had literally zero idea what a botanist would call this mutant plant back in the real world. But who cares? It perfectly replaced table salt, and the insane yield was like hitting the culinary jackpot. Honestly, this spicy little cheat code was the only reason the tribe could survive in this brutal wasteland. With the fish heavily seasoned and skewered on sharp branches, Dagu sparked up a roaring campfire. It was time for William, Ya, and Manhwa to start the ultimate prehistoric barbecue. In a perfect world, simmering a rich fish stew would be god tier. But considering their tragic lack of extra spices and decent cookware, flame roasting was definitely the smartest survival move. Acting as head grill master, William perfectly charred the first massive catch. Staring at the insanely juicy, flaky meat, he nodded like a proud sensei. He carefully tore off a steaming chunk and tossed it in. An absolute explosion of savory flavor hit his senses. That intoxicating, smoky, charred aroma blasted across the camp, instantly awakening the inner starving beast within every single tribe member. All right, listen up, rookies. Watch how I eat. And whatever you do, avoid the massive spine bone. You can crunch the tiny bones for extra calcium, but you have to bite parallel to them, and zero talking while chewing. Unless you seriously want to speedrun choking to death, William laid down the strict dining laws for the incoming feast. Yeah, it is your job to drill this into everyone's skulls. Make absolutely sure nobody impales their throat. Do you read me? Loud and clear, boss. Ya and Manhwa immediately took over, managing the epic mountain of cooked meat. With the blazing noon sun trying to melt them alive, William commanded the entire filthy tribe to hit the river and scrub down. Every single caveman froze, their eyes bulging out of their skulls in sheer horror. Chief, are you completely insane? Why the heck do we have to wash? Dagu squeaked, totally unable to compute this alien logic. They had lived coated in crusty filth their entire lives. To these wild survivors, scrubbing away their protective mud armor was a fate way worse than literal death. Dude, we have been showering in the rain for over half a year. What else is there to wash? William stared at his squad of literal dirt monsters, completely speechless. Zip it and get in the water. Scrub yourselves from head to toe and use your hands, people, William grumbled, stepping into the river. Honestly, he had no idea how he survived smelling like a walking garbage dump for so long. The freezing water hit his skin, and holy crap, it was pure magic. A sigh of absolute bliss escaped his lips. You coming in? Big Dog hesitated. Nobody bathed in rivers. Even without gators, it felt like a total death trap. Da used to warn them, step in the river and you are dead meat. Ying gritted his teeth and took the plunge. The cool currents washed over him, instantly wiping out the blistering heat. Oh man, this is epic. Get in here, guys, it feels freaking amazing. With Ying taking the bullet first, the rest of the crew slowly waded in. Thankfully, the water barely reached their knees. William led his chaotic squad through a hardcore scrub down. No soap? No problem. They just clawed the mud off like wildcats. Their hair was still a bird's nest, but they felt like $1,000,000. Post-bath, the squad huddled up, each gripping a roasted fish. They stared at each other, totally shook. With the dirt gone, they actually had normal skin tones. William blinked in absolute shock. It was like watching a bunch of teenagers at a wild summer bonfire. Gone were the filthy cavemen. Now, they looked halfway decent. Sure, they were scrawny and sunbaked, but their eyes, sparking with innocent, unfiltered joy. And right now, those massive, shining eyes were locked onto the food like heat-seeking missiles. Yo, this stuff slaps! Eat it like this, watch me! Big Dog shouted, instantly dragging William back to reality. Big Dog is still a total meathead, scrubbed on the outside, totally empty on the inside. Wolf Hair frowned at his meal. Are these spike demons even edible? I am so not risking this. It is super good, just eat it. Ya pushed the roasted fish toward Wolf Hair. Seeing his clean face, she suddenly blushed hardcore and muttered, You look really cute when you are clean. I am gonna go wash up too. Cool. Wolfhair took the fish, totally flustered. Maybe, I can go with you later? William stared at his roasted fish, suddenly losing his appetite. Who the heck said primitive people were innocent? They were literally flirting right out in the open. Where were the adults? Out of the whole peanut gallery, only Lee was completely obsessed with Strong Bear, totally ignoring the drama. If William stayed the chief of this tribe, he was destined to die a lonely, single loser. No freaking way. He refused to just sit here. First, he had to secure food and clothes. Then, he was busting out to find a better base camp. And, more importantly, find himself a seriously awesome girlfriend. One epic roasted fish feast was all it took to turn the squad into seafood lovers. Night Big worked like a total maniac, tossing the last surviving mudfish into their water pit. They had scored a massive haul, easily weighing over 200 pounds. But with the sun still blazing, the crew went into overdrive, gutting the fish, scrubbing them with fruit salt, and slapping them on rocks to sun-dry. The heat was brutal, and the dirt pit was way too tiny. If they slacked off now, the whole stash would rot by morning. Night Big, Ya, and Dark Flower grinded for the entire afternoon just to get the fish laid out. The absolute unit-sized fish got chopped up and tossed onto makeshift branch racks. Once dried, they did not just shove them in a corner. They skewered them on twigs and hung them from giant shady trees like gnarly wind chimes. When night fell, round 2 of the seafood buffet began. This time, a legendary fish stew, boiled right inside massive coconut shells. They let it simmer until the fish literally melted in their mouths. The broth turned a rich, milky white, smelling absolutely divine. The secret ingredient? A weird green leaf. Ying remembered the old chief rubbing on their faces by the river. William called it immediately. It was pure, fresh mint. Mint had that punchy aroma that completely wrecked mosquitoes and bugs. Toss it in the air, and boom, instant bug repellent. But tossing it into the fish stew, that was a masterstroke. The mint totally vaporized the nasty fishy smell, replacing it with an icy, refreshing kick that cooled their boiling blood. Surviving a hardcore summer just got easier with a bowl of this legendary icy hot stew. Right as it finished boiling, they showered it with those bright green leaves. The vibrant green floating on the creamy white broth looked straight out of a 5-star anime restaurant. It was impossible not to drool. Mind blown. The tribe had never tasted anything this insanely good. Suddenly, the idea of eating fish every day felt like an absolute jackpot. Post-dinner, the crew huddled around the campfire, waiting for William to drop the quest logs. Running a tribe meant an endless grind of daily tasks. Back in the Dark Ages, stepping out of the cave meant one thing: go hunt or die trying. After surviving a brutal rainy season, all they cared about was stuffing their starving faces. But the new chief was built different, and his master plan was wild. Stepping out today meant zero hunting and pure construction mode. Building wooden cabins? The tribe was totally shook about what the future held. Yet, somehow, they did not hunt, but still feasted like kings. The old strategy was basic: sweep the plaza, slap together some grass huts, and sweat through the summer. But the moment winter hit or a massive storm rolled in, boom, the huts got completely wrecked or washed away. It was an endless, annoying loop of rebuilding the same trash huts every single year. William locked eyes with his squad. Listen up, rough it out on the dirt tonight. I am planning a legit wooden fortress on the mountain. Build it once, and we survive the rain and winter without lifting another finger. Grabbing a stick and some leaves, William sketched out a genius blueprint. 3 days, that is all we need to finish the main cabin. By then, everyone would have a roof over their heads. If his mental math was right, winter was crashing down in exactly 3 months. 3 months to stockpile massive amounts of food and firewood, plus they had to start farming peanuts and wrangling livestock. The clock was ticking and slacking off was absolutely forbidden. Day 1 requires maximum efficiency. No screwing around, he pointed dramatically. Wolf Hair, you are the lead architect for the wooden cabin. First phase, slam down a hardcore branch barricade. Then craft a solid floor using wood and leaves. Get it done. William watched Wolfhair intently. The kid had been grinding construction all day. His leveling speed and crafting skills were off the charts. He was definitely the right man for this epic quest. Heck yes, Chief! Wolfhair was absolutely stunned to get a high-tier quest so soon. His heart was racing. Honestly, he was already totally addicted to the thrill of base building. Listen up, Da. We are not living in the Stone Age anymore. Build those animal enclosures right now. Keep the monster chickens and the horned rabbits completely separated. The summer heat is absolute murder. Leaving them in that giant cave is a suffocating death trap. Expand our base operations, because our hunting squad is about to capture absolutely everything that breathes. Yes, Chief. Da's eyes literally sparked with chaotic energy. The promise of hoarding more livestock totally fired up his primal instincts. He wanted to breed an absolute army of beasts, reaching that insanely massive number the main character had taught him. If he could just hit that legendary milestone, would the terrifying shadow of starvation finally be banished from their tribe forever? Meanwhile, Ying and Li were dispatched on a hardcore gathering mission. They needed to scour the mountains for medicinal herbs and test out new farming soil. William's expression turned dead serious. "We are going to need a massive stockpile of medicine this year. Because if my insane master plan works out, I am leading every single one of you out of this wasteland. And that means crossing those treacherous, sky-piercing mountain ranges. The unseen horrors lurking in those peaks were a total mystery. But in this brutal, unforgiving, primitive society, one tiny mistake could mean instant game over. Even a pathetic little cold could literally wipe out half the tribe. He desperately needed to unlock new botanical resources, especially blood-clotting agents. He had the ultimate survival blueprints in his head, but his inventory was tragically empty. Time was running out to gather the necessary loot. Then, William scanned the remaining crew. Who could handle the ultimate logistics quest? He practically scratched a hole in his head before calling out, "Ma Ye!" The kid, who was practically vibrating with anticipation, instantly bolted upright like a loyal soldier. William flashed the kid a wicked smirk. "From this exact second onward, the highly critical missions of butchering meat, sun-drying the jerky, and logging our entire food inventory belongs to you. Grab a squad of ladies and get to work. Now." Ma Ye was only 12 years old. And sure, tribe kids were basically put to work the second they could walk, but to William, he was still just a brat. But William had learned a harsh truth over the past few months. These primitive folks were decent at following basic commands, but absolutely terrible at independent strategy. Little Ma Ye, however, was a total genius. His brain moved a mile a minute, and he swore on his life to complete the mission. Ma Ye was practically vibrating with pure joy. This was the Elder Chief's sacred duty, and now he held the power. As for Ya and Manhwa, they were stuck with the totally unglamorous tasks of cooking and scrubbing the base camp. "I plan on starting a peanut farm." "A what now? Plant peanuts?" "Chief, we do not know the first thing about that." Ye stared at William like he had just grown a second head. These people had never planted a single seed in their entire lives. Farming was practically alien magic to them. Honestly, William had zero clue either. But a true boss never shows his weakness. Faking it until you make it is the golden rule. Luckily, his overpowered mental encyclopedia system had all the cheat codes. He just needed to follow the step-by-step tutorial, and boom, instant farmer. "Relax, just dig up the dirt and prep the soil. I will personally teach you the secret arts of agriculture," William declared with absolute terrifying confidence. Ya and Manhwa instantly breathed a huge sigh of relief. "As for the rest of you, you are coming hunting with me." William glared at the tribe's warriors. Subtracting the logistics team, he only had 14 combatants left. 14 hunters feeding 17 mouths? The survival pressure was absolutely crushing. "Zhang Xiang, later on, you are going to brief me on your exact hunting tactics." William had never actually been on a raid before, so their combat strategies were completely unknown to him. He needed Zhang Xiang to drop some knowledge first. You cannot lead a raid without studying the meta. Watching his exhausted tribe finally pass out, William felt a strange sense of peace settle in his chest. Everyone finally had a specialized class and a quest. Securing a stable food supply was the ultimate priority. Only then could they start leveling up their entire civilization. Plus, there were still so many uncharted territories on the map, endless undiscovered plant species waiting to be looted. He was absolutely certain he could stockpile enough rations to survive the brutal winter, never repeating the nightmare of the rainy season. The very next morning, after demolishing their remaining egg rations for breakfast, the strike team geared up for deployment. But right before they marched out, William whipped out the legendary chieftain's staff and started circling the bewildered hunters. He even started chanting some bizarre foreign language pop song under his breath. He was completely faking a mystical buffing ritual, leaving the entire squad staring at him like he had lost his mind. After finishing his ridiculous performance, he shoved the staff into Ma Ye's hands, grabbed a stone blade and a long spear, and led his warriors toward the savage hunting grounds. Normally, the squad hunted in the endless grasslands at the base of the mountain. But the rainy season had just ended. The grass was still completely submerged. As the blazing sun climbed higher, the evaporating moisture turned the entire valley into a massive, suffocating meat steamer. Just walking to the mountain base took a grueling 2 hours. They had rolled out at 5 in the morning. Now it was only past 7, and the heat was already an absolute nightmare. By the time 11 or 12 rolled around, they would have to find shade immediately. Otherwise, the savage sun would literally roast them alive out in the open. Reaching the foot of the mountain, William stepped back and let Zhang Xiang take command of the raid. With zero combat experience, our main character needed to observe and download their hunting techniques. Zhang flawlessly split the squad into two flanking units. They locked down a massive perimeter in the tall grass. One squad moved left, the other squad pushed right. They closed in on the center in a lethal pincer movement, viciously stabbing their spears into the thick brush. Suddenly, a massive, long-furred chicken exploded out of the grass, flapping wildly. The very second that beast revealed itself, Zhang's spear brought down the hammer of judgment. It smashed directly into the mutant chicken's skull. With a heavy thud, the creature crashed back into the dirt, twitching violently before its health points hit zero. Zhang casually hooked the loot with his spear, tossed it into his basket, and kept pushing forward. Moments later, another long-furred chicken launched itself from the opposite flank. Big Dog frantically hurled his spear, but this monster clearly had higher agility. Spotting the incoming projectile, it tucked its wings, dodged perfectly, and vanished back into the jungle of grass. Big Dog could only curse and retrieve his weapon. The hunting squad relentlessly pressed their advance. This grassy zone was an absolute goldmine for long-furred chickens. Just this morning alone, 6 or 7 had broken cover. But after 3 months of no hunting, the beasts had recovered their stamina. The squad only managed to score critical hits on 3 of them. 2 were instant kills, while the third suffered a severely crippled leg. Showing off his ultimate resourcefulness, William quickly crafted a splint out of wild grass and twigs. By high noon, the raid team dragged themselves to the mountain base, collapsing under the shade of a colossal ancient tree. The sun was basically firing laser beams at this point, turning the ground beneath them into a scorching frying pan. Staring at the white heat waves radiating off the grass, the warriors slumped against the massive roots. Some sprawled out, others sat heavily, but all of them were eagerly clutching their coconut shell canteens. Man, this gear is absolutely top tier. Before this, we had to survive the whole raid just to get a sip back at base. Big Dog practically shouted, instantly chugging his entire coconut shell dry in a single breath. After 3 months of sitting completely idle, the squad's combat mechanics were seriously rusty. Their stamina bars were draining way faster than usual. It was painfully obvious that survival skills required constant, non-stop grinding. "Is there any water source around here?" William asked, his eyes practically gleaming with curiosity. "Nothing close by. We would have to push straight through this grassy hellscape and cross over to the dark side of the mountain." Zhang pointed heavily toward the south. Lying just beyond that treacherous terrain was a massive, roaring river waiting to be explored. Yo, do the beasts actually head down there for a drink, like even the mountain monsters? William rubbed his chin, his brain going into full tactical overdrive. Could we set up some traps? Every survival comic says the same thing. Watering holes are the ultimate gotcha pools for hunting. If we camp out there with traps, isn't that just free loot? But wait, mountain beasts do show up, just not that often. The river flows straight down from the peaks, meaning those guys already have VIP walk-access up high. Strong Bear scratched his head, totally bursting the bubble. Well, that plan is a bust. No beasts means no traps, right? But hey, all the wild critters from the plains got a drink there. Plus, 0 crocodiles means 0 danger. We could even grab a sip ourselves. As Strong Bear rambled on, William's eyes lit up with a wicked, rebellious gleam. The plains were literally crawling with prey. If they rigged a massive pitfall, it would totally beat running around blindly. "Hold up," William asked, snapping his fingers. "Are there any other watering holes around here?" "Yeah, over the mountain." Strong Bear pointed north, into the distant horizon. "Cross 3 peaks, and you will hit a low mountain ringed by a river. That water is super sketchy, but the mountain beasts totally drink there. 3 mountains away? That was at least a 3-hour hike. If they hunted over there, making it back to the tribe before dark would be literally impossible. There is one more spot, but it is absolute nightmare fuel. Swarming with killer crocs." Big Dog suddenly chimed in, shuddering at the thought. William gave Big Dog a hardcore side-eye. How did this clumsy dude stumble into a death trap and actually live to tell the tale? Blushing like a caught kid, Big Dog rubbed his neck. "Okay, so, I was chasing this rabbit like a maniac. I got super thirsty deep in the mountains and found this massive pond as big as 3 caves. I leaned in for a gulp, and this weird log floated up. Bro, it had massive, terrifying eyes. I literally teleported backward and sprinted all the way to the tribe without breathing. The memory alone had Big Dog shaking like a leaf. That cursed mountain pond, definitely a straight-up crocodile spawn point. Honestly, his survival was pure plot armor. It probably was not feeding time, and the croc definitely did not expect a random dude to crash its hidden pool party. Alright, the croc pool is permanently banned, William decided. But the other 2 rivers? Totally viable. Upgrading their hunting game was the only way to level up the tribe's efficiency. Making a quick call, William split the party. "Strong Bear, you lead the hunting squad. Big Dog, you are with me. We are scouting the river." He had to see the terrain with his own eyes to plan the ultimate ambush. Chief, you gotta watch your back out there. Strong Bear looked genuinely stressed. The big bosses might stay up high, but wolves and hyenas still throw wild, deadly parties at that watering hole. If you run into a pack, it is game over for just 2 guys. Chill, we are just doing recon. William waved him off, flashing a confident main character grin to calm their nerves. For the afternoon hunt, try to capture them alive. And grab every egg you see. We might be able to hatch some baby chicks. Hatch? Is that a new cooking style? Better than chicken soup? Big Dog was already drooling a literal waterfall. Their crazy new chief had just unlocked the ultimate primitive foodie skill tree. No, you dummy! Hatching means turning eggs into birds. Then we raise them and unlock an infinite legendary menu of chicken dishes, William explained with a sassy smirk. Sure, he had zero clue how to actually hatch an egg, but whatever. Worst case scenario, epic omelets. Just thinking about it had his own mouth watering. Trekking across the sun-baked plains for half an hour, a sweet, babbling sound finally hit William's ears. Are we at the checkpoint? He glanced over at his massive sidekick. Almost there, boss. Just around this corner. Big Dog picked up the pace, his head literally dripping with sweat like a broken faucet. This prehistoric heat wave was absolutely brutal. Walking under the blazing sky felt like being slow-roasted in an open, blazing oven. The merciless sun beat down, threatening to scorch their skin right off their bones. Chief, can we please hit the water for a bath? Ever since William introduced the concept of bathing, Big Dog had unlocked a brand new obsession. The guy was basically a giant, furry, water-type monster now, refusing to leave the river. In this crazy, oppressive heat, a cold plunge sounded like absolute heaven. Hell yeah, we are taking a dip. William was practically melting in his own sweat. Plus, he needed to test the water's depth anyway. Finally, the epic oasis came into view. Rounding the bend, a glorious 5-meter-wide river revealed itself. The water was crystal clear, totally ditching that muddy rainy season aesthetic. Tall reeds and wild grass flanked the banks. Amidst the green jungle, there was one tiny gap. A perfectly worn-down animal highway. The crushed grass formed a winding trail. This was it, the ultimate ambush zone. Without a second thought, Big Dog yeeted himself into the river. Cannonball! He sighed in pure, watery bliss. For years, this giant dude had been terrified of water. Now, he was living his best life like a majestic, oversized sea creature. William followed right behind. Watching Big Dog splash around in calf-deep water was like watching an oversized, goofy goose. It was pure, undeniable comedy gold. Stepping into the shallows, an icy rush of energy zapped through his veins. Oh man, that chill hit straight to the soul, resetting his entire system. Chief, bathing is literally top tier. Why did the old boss ban us from doing this? Big Dog asked, his eyes wide with childish wonder. Because deep, rushing water equals a quick game over if you slip. William splashed some water on his arms, then straight up sprawled out next to Big Dog. Time to hit pause and soak in the epic vibes. Plus, aquatic monsters could totally jump scare you. You gotta stay frosty. But seriously, this felt insanely good. Imagine unlocking this spa day every single morning. Rolling onto his stomach, Big Dog stared at the glowing pebbles scattered across the riverbed. Bro, these are actually so pretty. Yeah, William muttered, flipping over. His eyes were locked on that single animal trail. If he dug a massive pit trap right in the middle, would they catch an epic haul? Yo, when do the beasts usually pull up for a drink? Dawn or dusk, usually. Big Dog was busy hoarding shiny river stones, thinking they would make awesome, edgy cave decor. Honestly, ever since William taught them basic math, they did not need to carry heavy rocks around just to track their inventory anymore. At 23 years old, William was totally done with that primitive Stone Age accounting. Dawn and dusk. The golden hours. With the temperature dropping, that was exactly when the prey would make their fatal, predictable move. The blazing midday sun was an absolute death sentence. Only the weakest, most desperate prey dared to hunt for water right now. It was the ultimate tactical window to avoid predators. Enter our target, a highly paranoid rabbit. Chief William stayed perfectly still in the muddy river, watching the furball twitch its ears and violently scan the bank. Yo, Chief, are you? Big Dog started to blabber, but William instantly flashed a tactical hand signal. Shut it and freeze, he whispered. We have a target approaching. William slowed his breathing down to a crawl. The gentle babble of the river was the only sound masking their deadly presence. Big Dog turned into a literal stone statue. He forced himself to blend with the current, his heart hammering as those tiny paws crept closer. Do we strike? He mouthed silently, terrified of blowing their cover. Hold your horses. Let it get closer. William slowly sneaked his hand down into the riverbed, blindly feeling around until his fingers wrapped around a solid, heavy rock. But this rabbit was playing insanely hard to get. It lingered near the edge, refusing to take the bait. Big Dog's muscles were absolutely screaming from the tension. He was on the verge of losing his mind. The giant guy slightly shifted his cramped legs under the water. Instantly, the rabbit's radar ears locked onto the ripple. It froze, ready to bolt at light speed. William was rapidly burning through his patience too. Craning his neck just above the surface was pure torture. Was this stupid furball going to take a sip or what? Big Dog was completely tapping out. Hiding in the tall grass was one thing, but holding a half squat in a flowing river? One wrong move and he would be gulping down a gallon of muddy water. Finally, the rabbit broke the intense standoff. It hopped forward with a sudden burst of speed, probably deciding the coast was clear, or maybe just desperately thirsty. Just a few steps later, it hit the water's edge. Seeing the two massive, unmoving logs in the river, it completely dropped its guard and ducked its head to drink. The transformation was almost comical. Its twitchy ears flopped down instantly, and its tense little body turned into a totally relaxed puddle of fur. Boom! That was the signal. William exploded from the water like a torpedo. Before the rabbit could even process the splash, he was right in its face. Panicking, the critter spun around, desperate to dive into the brush. But William was already winding up his pitch. He hurled the heavy rock with sniper precision. Smack! The stone crushed the rabbit's hind leg, completely disabling it before William snatched it up by the scruff. The captured prey was absolutely furious. It hissed and snapped its jaws, trying to bite its captor's hand off, but suspended by its ears, all it could do was spit angry air. Holy smokes, Chief! That throw was insane! Big Dog staggered out of the river, his legs wobbling like jelly from the freezing soak before he finally caught his balance. Your hunting skills are totally off the charts. Even Strong Bear could never land a trick shot like that in a million years. Seriously, those little guys are basically speed demons. You blink once, and they vanish into thin air. William flashed a cocky smirk at his struggling prize. Ever since his physical awakening, the world had completely changed. To him, the lightning-fast rabbit had moved in agonizing slow motion. He casually grabbed some tough grass and hog-tied the beast. He tossed the secured loot over to Big Dog. This was his very first unassisted kill in this world, and the rush of adrenaline was absolutely intoxicating. Who even needed complicated traps anyway? A good old-fashioned river ambush seemed to do the trick. Big Dog quickly double-knotted the grass ropes to secure their epic dinner. Chief, should we jump back in the water? Think another one will show up soon? I totally want to try catching one now. Big Dog was practically vibrating with excitement over their new hunting meta. Not yet. First, we secure the passive income, William declared, stepping onto the dry bank. He tracked the rabbit's footprints like a seasoned detective, finally pinpointing the ultimate choke point for their master plan. This exact spot right here, this was going to be the glorious foundation of their lazy, labor-free future. The riverside soil was surprisingly tricky, though. Despite being near the water, the surface was tough and dry, yet loosely packed underneath like coarse yellow sand with absolutely zero roots to hold it together. William and Big Dog armed themselves with thick wooden poles, their tips crudely carved into jagged spearheads with stone knives. Following the chief's blueprints, the duo began their epic excavation, but digging a trap pit with mere sticks was absolute torture. Each brutal strike only penetrated less than an inch into the dirt, barely scratching a pathetic little trench on the surface. The two took turns aggressively hammering away at the ground. Their muscles bulged with every thrust, and within minutes, they were dripping sweat like a broken faucet. Without modern excavators or power drills, this prehistoric crafting system was a total nightmare. At this snail's pace, who knew what century they would finally finish this trap? But there were no cheat codes to be found here. Even with his newly awakened stats, William's stamina bar was draining incredibly fast. His original frame was small and completely unaccustomed to manual labor. The friction from the wooden stick made his palms burn like they were on fire. "Chief, go chill in the river for a sec. Let me handle this." Big Dog insisted immediately, looking down at William with genuine panic in his eyes. Ever since William claimed the chief's throne, his overwhelming aura of leadership had made everyone forget one crucial detail. He was physically still just a frail teenager. That tiny body had never faced the harsh wilderness before. Thanks to his marrow refinement, his skin was as smooth as porcelain, but now it was scorched angry red under the sun, and the stinging sweat felt like pouring literal salt into open wounds. "Fine, I will take a quick dip," William conceded, realizing his stubbornness would get him nowhere. He tossed his stick and slipped back into the cool river, letting the icy water soothe his burning muscles. He let out a long, blissful sigh. From the water, he watched Big Dog hammering away at the dirt. The guy might have rocks for brains, but his insane work ethic was truly legendary. In fact, Big Dog was digging like an absolute madman, tearing through the soil even faster than when they were working together. After recovering his health points, William waded into the reeds, harvested a massive bundle, and laid them out on the bank to dry. Returning to the work zone, he picked up the stick. My turn. Go take a bath before you pass out. Big Dog blinked in a complete daze. His face was totally drenched, and the heat stroke was starting to hit hard. He had just been digging on autopilot, completely forgetting he could actually take a break. William practically had to drag the giant into the water. The moment the cold hit his face, Big Dog snapped right back to reality. He stared at William for a second before sinking completely under, bubbling up with a huge sigh. Oh my God! This is heaven! I was literally melting out there. Splashing around like an overgrown golden retriever, Big Dog finally peeked his head above the ripples and gazed back at the sandy shore. There stood a scrawny kid who barely reached his shoulders, a kid whose arms were literally thinner than the wooden stake he was wielding with all his might. His porcelain skin was glowing cherry red from the scorching sun, his small face dripping with sweat, yet he swung that heavy stick with terrifying, unstoppable determination. The trap pit was already calf-deep. Big Dog found himself utterly mesmerized by his chief. The kid radiated an undeniable, magnetic aura of pure leadership. Fired up by the legendary sight, Big Dog scrambled right back out of the water, ready to dig until his hands bled. Summer days dragged on forever. The sun practically crawled across the sky, hanging just inches above the jagged mountain peaks. Finally, our two guys finished digging a massive pit over 4 feet deep. Chief William slumped beside it, totally clueless if this trap would actually work. The survival guides he read back home swore by adding lethal wooden spikes. One wrong step, and boom, the prey is stuck forever. But William second-guessed it. Wouldn't the scent of fresh blood just invite bigger, badder monsters from the mountains? Better to play it safe and test the basic version first. Chief, the sun is dipping. We gotta bounce. Dagu stared at the darkening peaks. Once night fell, this wild savanna turned into a total death zone. All right, let's pack it up. William grabbed the stiff, sun-baked reeds they had been drying all afternoon. He carefully camouflaged the massive pit. A layer of reeds, a dusting of yellow dirt, and a quick sweep made it look exactly like a normal dirt path. Chief? Is this what you call a trap? Dagu scratched his head, staring at the perfectly hidden dirt, absolutely mind-blown by the concept. We will see. If it flops, we upgrade it later. William dusted off his hands. He was sweating bullets over the size. Too small, nothing falls in. Too big, they just climb out. Only one way to find out. The duo washed the grime off in the river, grabbed their freshly caught rabbit, and swaggered over to meet Zhuangxiong's squad. Chief, you guys finally made it back. Zhuangxiong practically sprinted toward them, looking like a totally overexcited golden retriever. His crew had finished hunting ages ago, just chilling and panicking as the sky grew dark. Yep, and we scored a rabbit too. William flexed the furry loot, peeking into Zhuangxiong's woven basket. So, what is the damage? Let me guess, those long-feathered chickens were too slow today? Heck yeah, I even nailed 2 of them myself. We are feasting tonight, boys. They had bagged 12 massive chickens, keeping 3 completely alive. Zhuangxiong shoved the basket toward William. The 3 survivors only had busted legs. Absolute perfection. William nodded like a proud mob boss. Live birds meant breeding, and breeding meant infinite food. Epic loot today, guys. Let's head home. He waved his hand, leading the triumphant squad back to the village. The 2-hour trek out here had been brutal, but walking back felt like floating on clouds. Exhausted? Yes. But their bags were overflowing with victory. A massive feast was waiting for them. So, you guys just chuck spears for everything? William strolled beside the hulking warrior, tapping the tall grass with his own spear to scare off sneaky snakes. Pretty much. For the feathery ones, yeah. Rabbits just get a rock to the dome. But the long-haired sheep, we gotta gang up on them, then slice them with a stone knife, Zhuangxiong boasted. With his massive, tank-like build, he was always the designated executioner. Just talking about hunting those woolly beasts puffed up Zhuangxiong's chest with total alpha pride. The epic sunset bounced off his insanely shredded muscles, making William zone out for a second. No wonder the village girls were absolutely obsessed with this guy. It totally made sense why Li was falling for him. He was dripping with pure, unadulterated masculine energy. Those glossy, rock-hard arms were forged by years of hardcore savage survival. William looked down at his own sunburnt, squishy skin and sighed. Just give me 3 months of this summer heat, he promised himself, and I will be a dark, ripped beast just like them. Back at base camp, the 12 chickens were sorted. The 3 live ones and the lucky rabbit were tossed into the breeding pen. Instead of letting Mo Ye hoard the remaining 9 birds, William split the stash. Half for tonight's absolute banger of a dinner, 4 whole birds roasting on the roaring fire, plus a massive pot of savory chicken stew. The remaining 4 were saved for tomorrow's breakfast soup. Ever since William took over as the big boss, he flipped their weird eating schedule to a solid morning and evening routine. No way was he letting his squad work on empty stomachs. After scrubbing the meat and chopping it up, he sent Mao to raid some coconuts. "Tonight, we are dining like kings. Coconut chicken soup is on the menu." William sat back like a master chef, barking orders at his culinary team. Ya obediently diced the poultry, hit it with a sprinkle of precious salt, and let it simmer in the sweet coconut water. This legendary dish was a total nutrient bomb. Back in the modern world, influencers swore by this stuff. They claimed it boosted energy, cooled the body, and gave you that flawless glowing skin. Of course, this prehistoric version was a total knockoff. Their only seasonings were crude salt and a handful of wild mint to kill the gamey smell. But even so, the tribe devoured it like they had been starving for a decade. "Chief, this sweet soup is insane. Can we please have it again tomorrow?" Dagu practically cried tears of joy, his words totally muffled by a mouthful of tender meat. "You bet! Fetch more coconuts at dawn and Ya will whip up another batch. Just remember, coconuts go bad fast. We gotta use them fresh." Meanwhile, the roast chicken was hitting different, marinated in mint water, salted to perfection, and wrapped in giant leaves. Every bite was an explosion of savory goodness and wild herbs. The feast was an absolute, undisputed triumph. With their bellies stretched to the limit after a hardcore day of manual labor, the whole tribe passed out almost instantly. But then, "Chief, I cleared the mountain plot, but we have a massive bug invasion. What do we do?" Lang Mao ran up, totally freaking out. He had found an ocean of creepy crawlies swarming the fresh dirt. And these were not the big ones you could just kick away. They were zigzagging everywhere, tunneling straight into the soil. Just imagining those nasty things crawling into their sleeping bags sent shivers down his spine. William snapped out of his food coma and hiked up the ridge with Lang Mao. The newly cleared black soil was finally drying out nicely. William scanned the shadowy ground like a tactical genius. "Light a fire right there," he commanded, using the flickering flames to expose the enemy. The mountain was crawling with bloodthirsty mosquitoes and tiny pests, especially after ripping out the damp weeds. But the sudden blast of heat sent the bugs scrambling in absolute terror. A light bulb went off in William's head. "Perfect. Tomorrow, we light massive bonfires all over this plot, torch the ground, then scatter wild mint everywhere." "You got it, boss." Watching the pests flee from the flames, Lang Mao's panic completely vanished. Once again, he was absolutely floored by his chief's god-tier brainpower. No wonder the old chief picked William as his successor. After totally hyping up the chief to Ya during last night's dinner, Lang Mao let all his petty grudges just melt away. He knew deep down he could never lead like William. Meanwhile, our main character was completely oblivious to Lang Mao's sudden fanboy moment, and frankly, he could not care less. Strolling up to the cliffside, William jammed the sharpened wooden stakes into the dirt, smashing them down with a massive boulder. The mountain soil was soft enough. He could easily finish hammering these in by tomorrow, right before paving the ground. "No rush on the roof," he ordered. "Tomorrow, you are helping me build the fence. One guy holds, the other guy smashes. Way easier." After assigning the grueling labor, William marched back down the mountain with Lang Mao. Even a man made of steel would be crushed by this daily grind. William dragged his dead-tired body to his leaf pile and just completely collapsed. Right before passing out, he fired up the system interface. Wait, his hunting boss skill was actually racking up points? Snatching up that rabbit with his bare hands totally paid off. On top of that, his architecture stat had hit level 30, but his alchemy stat was still sitting at an absolute 0. Alchemy was a nightmare. Where was he supposed to find ore? And even if he did, he had zero clue how to smelt it. Was he just supposed to bake rocks in a dirt hole to get liquid iron? Scrolling through the shop, he saw he could only trade for instruction manuals. Books were totally useless right now. What he desperately needed were actual farming tools. Seriously, when was he going to escape this miserable Stone Age? Clinging to that impossible dream, William fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. Come daybreak, his entire body was screaming in agony. His arms felt like absolute lead. After groaning and rolling around in misery, he finally forced himself up. "Morning, boss. Good morning, chief. Are we still doing that epic coconut chicken soup today? I already harvested a ton of coconuts." Big Dog came running up, flashing a goofy, brilliant smile. "Awesome. Eat up," William mumbled, finally waking up. He dragged himself to the river for a quick splash. In this primitive nightmare, he had to chew mint leaves instead of toothpaste. The flavor was a weird mix of sweet and violently spicy, but after rinsing his mouth, he felt surprisingly refreshed. Suddenly, a thought hit him like a truck. He still had not found any soap pods for washing up. What did those things even look like? He pulled up the system menu. He had passed out before checking it thoroughly last night. The shop had unlocked a massive new row of items, and his gathering skill was only 3 measly points away from level 2. The system had been completely ghosting him lately. No quests, no alerts, just pure silence. After scrolling forever, he finally spotted the word soap pod. 200 skill points just to unlock it. That was absolute robbery for some basic washing supplies. What a scam. But then William touched his aggressively greasy hair. Ugh, fine. Just take my points. He made the ultimate sacrifice. He slammed the purchase button. A blinding white light flashed, and a tiny scroll dropped into his inventory. He unrolled it, expecting a masterpiece, but it was just a sketch and a few sentences. The drawing looked super familiar, like something he had definitely walked past before. He needed to keep his eyes peeled. The text read, "Soap pod seeds boost digestion. The inner kernels soften the gut and cure constipation. For cleaning, you can literally just use the raw pods. Or, you can wash them, dry them out under the sun, toss them in a jug of water, mash them into a crazy paste, and dry them in molds to make actual soap." Reading this, William was absolutely blown away by ancient genius. How could one tiny plant be so ridiculously overpowered? Botany was a terrifyingly deep magic. This thing was a literal national treasure. Muttering his praises, William swaggered back into the village. It was crystal clear now. He needed to grind way more skill points. If he unlocked the entire system like an encyclopedia, he might actually find blueprints for epic weapons. Once he mass-produced hunting ammo, he could finally just chill forever. Right in the middle of his lazy daydream, Lang Mao's long legs suddenly came sprinting right at him. Drenched in panic sweat, the guy grabbed him and screamed, "Chief, it is a disaster. Ya is bleeding. What the heck happened?" William yelled back, being violently dragged away by the frantic warrior. Bleeding is no joke in this era. What is going on? Did she slice her hand open while chopping up that chicken? I have no clue. There is just so much blood pouring down her legs. Is she going to die? Lang Mao was absolutely losing his mind, shaking violently as he dragged his boss along. Bleeding from the thighs? William froze in pure shock. If she took a massive hit to the thigh, that meant a severed femoral artery. How on earth could he save her from that? Wait, did you tie a tourniquet above the wound or below it? He had to stop the bleeding. His brain was completely short-circuiting. First aid knowledge was flying out the window of his panicked mind. Sprinting back into the camp, he saw Ya collapsed on the dirt floor. A frantic group of women surrounded her. Her legs were completely soaked in dark, terrifying crimson. The gruesome sight sent massive shivers straight down his spine. Tracking the trail of red, William's mind practically exploded. Was this a miscarriage? Had she been secretly pregnant this whole time and lost the baby? Yeah, was just a naive teenager. She probably had zero clue about what was happening to her body. William's hands shook uncontrollably. Was it too late? Had she bled out already? Could he even save the baby now? What was the medical protocol for this? What kind of god-tier medicine did he need? Absolute chaos consumed his thoughts. The more he panicked, the deeper his logic spiraled into darkness. The world around him completely muted out. He desperately screamed into the void of his mind. System! Little Yuan! What do I do? What herbs stop a miscarriage? Tell me the emergency protocol right now. Master, I have literally no idea how to fix this. But you can scour the digital shop. Maybe there is an ancient remedy in there to save the child. Even the artificial intelligence was freaking out. But it was just a gaming system, not a magical gynecologist. He had to rush the shop menu. William desperately summoned the shop screen, but a sudden, massive shove violently yanked him out of the digital space. Boss, what is wrong with you? Lee was aggressively up in his grill. Her gigantic face jump-scared him so hard, he instinctively stumbled backwards. Record scratch. Freeze frame. Yep, that is our fearless leader, currently dying of awkwardness. He cleared his throat. Do not panic, Nya. This little situation might just be, well, William was sweating bullets. Losing a baby is a devastating blow for any young couple in the tribe. He had no clue how to handle a prehistoric pregnancy. Seeing him freeze up like a broken statue, Lei completely misread the room. Hey, do not sweat it. Lei nudged him. Let Ah Hua explain the details. Wait, explain what details? Is the baby safe or what? William demanded, eyes wide with panic. Ah Hua just smiled gently. Chief, Nia has simply become a woman. She stepped forward with total respect. She is finally ready to bear children. William let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank the heavens the baby survived, he blurted out, still completely lost. Cancel all her chores immediately. Protecting that child is our top priority. The entire tribe gasped in shock. Skipping work? In this brutal Stone Age economy? No way, boss. Naya waved her hands in pure panic. Give me 2 days of rest, and I will be back on the grind. No work means no dinner. The tribe's new food was insanely delicious, and she refused to miss a single meal. Bleeding or not, a girl has got to eat. Are you out of your mind? William scolded her like a strict parent. You almost lost the baby. You are on strict bed rest until delivery. Under my rule, pregnant women do not lift a finger. Nya blinked, absolutely clueless. Wait, what baby? She stared blankly at Ah Hua. Did turning into an adult magically spawn a child? Ah Hua suddenly connected the dots, suppressing a massive smirk. Oh, Chief, you sweet, clueless idiot, her eyes seemed to say. Naya's not pregnant. She just hit puberty. It is her time of the month. The crimson tide has arrived. It just means she can eventually have kids. A monthly blood sacrifice? The realization hit William like a freight train. He finally got it, and he instantly wished the earth would swallow him whole. His face burned with legendary levels of embarrassment, but the entire tribe was just staring at him, waiting for orders. Channeling every ounce of his cool guy energy, he awkwardly pivoted toward Lang Mao. Quick, build a cozy grass shelter over there. Stuff it with the softest, cleanest leaves for Nia. Lei, warm up that coconut chicken broth. Ah, Hua, you are on cooking duty today. William finally took a good look at the tribal women. He usually avoided staring, keeping a respectful distance from the ladies. But after today's epic misunderstanding, a new decree was absolutely necessary. Listen up. Whenever the crimson tide strikes, you get an automatic 2-day vacation. Free chicken soup and 0 chores. Got it? But the women just stared at him like he was crazy. In the past, they were treated like bad luck charms, forced into isolation to avoid cursing the hunters. They still had to break their backs working or face brutal starvation. Chief, please, we are tough, they protested. Do not take away our jobs. Ah, Hua stepped up, panic flashing in her eyes. Girls, back me up. We do not need a break, right? Exactly. We are perfectly fine, they chorused. I can still cook perfectly fine, Nyai insisted stubbornly. She gritted her teeth, wobbling to her feet. Absolutely not. Chief's orders, William roared. 2 days of mandatory fish or chicken soup. I will not let the women of my tribe suffer. Maye, write this down. This is official tribal law now. No exceptions. He glared with an overwhelming alpha presence. The women instantly silenced, while the meathead guys just shrugged, completely unbothered by the new rule. And just like that, history was made. The very first ironclad law of this primitive world was a hardcore feminist protection act. Ma Ye scribbled furiously with his charcoal. Mandatory 2-day soup vacation, he muttered, grinning as the crowd finally accepted their fate. All right, enough drama. Time to eat, William commanded. Then we hunt. Dagu practically skipped over, handing him a coconut bowl. Boss, this magical broth is legendary. Drink up, buddy. Today we are capturing a mountain of wild chickens for an epic feast tonight. William devoured his meal like a true king. His ultimate survival philosophy: do not hoard your resources, invest them to conquer more. Fueled by pure, glorious protein, the hunting squad marched out again. He even ditched the traditional tribal chants. He was the boss, the law, and the ultimate trendsetter. Sprinting toward the riverbanks, William's heart was thumping like a bass drop. This was his very first attempt at setting ancient traps. Would his genius modern tactics actually work? Chief, you think anything fell into our super pit? Dagu trailed behind like an excited puppy, practically vibrating with sheer anticipation. Catching premium meat without throwing a single punch? That was the ultimate cheat code. He would gladly dig holes for the rest of his life if it meant infinite barbecue. Let us check the loot before we celebrate, William muttered. Honestly, he was sweating bullets on the inside. But a true leader never shows weakness. Faking total confidence, he marched ahead like an absolute boss. Seeing the chief pick up speed, Dagu scrambled to keep up. Boss, if this works, we could build an empire of trap holes, an infinite meat glitch, right? The dense guy had zero ability to read the room, constantly yapping with starry-eyed dreams. Shh. William pressed a finger to his lips, shifting into ultimate stealth mode as they neared the zone. They vanished into the tall reeds like phantom assassins. Dawn was still breaking, and a magnificent beast was sipping by the water, a legendary long-haired ram, Jackpot. Their eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Boss, say the word and I will summon the heavy hitters. Dagu rubbed his hands together, his hunter's blood boiling for action. Listen up. It had been an absolute eternity since the squad tasted premium long-haired goat. These beasts were basically speed demons on steroids. Normally, only our top-tier muscle, Strong Bear, could even dream of taking one down. Forget the big guy, William smirked, shutting down the idea instantly. By the time he waddles over here, our dinner is gone. Gripping their stone blades and wooden spears, the two rebels dissolved into the tall reeds like shadows. Suddenly, the glorious beast froze. Its survival instinct screamed. It snapped its head up, scanning the area with razor-sharp focus. False alarm. The majestic dinner lowered its head to drink. William and Big Dog held their breath, their lungs burning. They only dared to exhale when the beast dropped its guard, their eyes locked on the ultimate prize. All right, listen closely, William whispered, dropping tactical hand signs. You flank left. I hold the front line. If our strike fails, we herd this sucker straight into the pit trap. His eyes gleamed with absolute determination. The moment I crush my fist like this, we unleash total chaos. Got it? Big Dog nodded like a madman. Oh, he understood the assignment. This was the exact same epic hand signal Strong Bear used when they ambushed those crazy long-haired chickens. Shifting into stealth mode, Big Dog melted away without a single sound. He circled the perimeter like a ghost, locking down the opposite flank. William's gaze pierced through the dense reeds, locking onto the target. His mind raced. Was that pit trap they dug yesterday actually going to work? Had some clueless critter already fallen victim to it? Whatever. He shoved the thought aside. Bagging this ultra-rare goat today would be a legendary victory for the squad. If the universe blessed them with a live capture, boom, infinite meat glitch unlocked. They would be living like absolute kings. But hey, let us not count our unhatched chickens just yet. This magnificent beast was rocking a pure white coat, accented with edgy black fur around its neck. It boasted a thick build, an elongated spine, and a gloriously chunky belly. Just looking at that majestic chonk made his mouth water. Its legs were pure muscle, but the real threat? Twin horns curved back like wicked scimitars. This thing was built for war. Honestly, William had zero clue if this boss monster was male or female. He only knew one thing. Its aura was absolutely terrifying. This was not going to be an easy raid. The moment Big Dog hit his mark, the deadly duo synchronized their movements. Inch by agonizing inch, they crept toward the riverbank. The wind howled through the reeds. William and Big Dog became one with the shadows, but the beast possessed a sixth sense. A shiver of pure danger ran down its spine. It jerked its head up, eyes wide with panic. Its flight response kicked into maximum overdrive. The target was about to bolt. Now! William flashed the kill signal. The two teens exploded from the brush like uncoiled springs. Their wooden spears ripped through the air, hurtling straight toward the panic-stricken beast. But this goat had insane agility stats. It kicked up dirt and vanished in a blur of white. Bam! Bam! Both spears completely whiffed, violently burying themselves into the muddy riverbank. Oh, hell no! William roared, his competitive spirit igniting like a wildfire. He blitzed forward, brandishing his stone blade, desperately hunting for a critical opening. Big Dog flanked hard from the right, a flawless pincer maneuver. But the demonic goat completely ignored their formation. Instead of retreating, it lowered its wicked horns and bulldozed straight toward Big Dog. Its front knees dipped, its spine arched into a lethal bow. Those twin scimitars locked onto their target, while steam practically blasted from its nostrils. Big Dog swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his face. He gripped his stone blade, bracing for impact. But from the shadows behind, William descended like an avenging angel, bringing his blade crashing down. Pushed to the brink, Big Dog slashed wildly from the front. Caught in a devastating crossfire, the boss monster could not evade. Slash! A brutal strike connected perfectly with its hindquarters. A blood-curdling shriek shattered the morning silence. Its charge broken, the wounded beast staggered wildly off course. Big Dog, force it toward the death zone. William screamed, his lungs burning with pure adrenaline. He pushed his body past its absolute limits. Big Dog kicked into overdrive, his legs blurring as they formed a flawless, inescapable triangle of doom around the trap. The critical hit was taking its toll. Agony spiked through the monster's veins, slashing its speed stats. Its proud gallop devolved into a desperate, pathetic limp. But the beast absolutely refused to yield. Blinded by panic and survival instincts, it sprinted directly toward their hidden abyss. William shot a desperate glance at the trap zone. Crap! The camouflage was completely wrecked. Someone or something had already torn through the grassy cover. Who knew what nightmare was lurking at the bottom? The goat's survival radar pinged. It slammed on the brakes, refusing to dive into the crater. Don't let it turn, William roared, pushing his screaming muscles into a final, explosive sprint. Swiping his dropped stone blade from the dirt without losing momentum, William locked onto the target. Just as the beast leaped to clear the gorge, he launched his blade like a freaking missile. Bullseye! The heavy rock pulverized its launching leg. A tragic, deafening bellow echoed across the entire riverbank. Crash! The mighty boss monster lost all momentum, plunging violently into the abyss below. Boom! Boom! Carried by their own insane momentum, William and Big Dog wiped out spectacularly. They tumbled across the rough dirt in a chaotic mess of bruised teenage limbs. Big Dog laid spread eagle, panting like a dehydrated puppy. But his eyes? They held absolute euphoria. This two-man raid was infinitely more thrilling than their boring group hunts. His heart was hammering like he had just run a freaking marathon. Boss, did we actually just pull that off? Big Dog stammered. Entirely mind-blown. Shaking off the dizziness, he scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the crater's edge. William winced, furiously shaking his throwing arm. That critical strike had practically dislocated his shoulder. Massaging his aching muscles, the young leader swaggered over to inspect their loot. The camouflage was utterly obliterated, revealing a steep, terrifying drop. Peering into the darkness, William spotted the epic chonk thrashing and wailing in the dirt. But wait, was it sitting on top of something else? Whatever it was completely lifeless. Had it died of fall damage last night, or did their giant, chunky goat just crush the poor thing to death like a falling anvil? Thanks to their explosive, action movie-level chaos on the riverbank, the entire watering hole was locked down. Not a single critter dared to show its face for the rest of the morning. The dynamic duo paced around the crater, scratching their heads. Boss? How exactly are we supposed to extract the loot? Jumping down there was practically a death wish. That enraged fluffball would gore them instantly. The combat arena was way too tight for dodging, but if they stayed up here, the prize would rot in a pit over 4 feet deep. Big Dog, sprint back to base and summon Strong Bear right now, William commanded. This raid is getting way too sketchy for our level. There is zero reason to gamble our lives. An injured boss monster is 100 times more lethal. Now move. Yes, sir. Big Dog did not hesitate for a single second. He bolted so incredibly fast, the dude practically left after images in the dirt. William busted out laughing, watching his sidekick vanish. If they held the Olympics out here, that kid would absolutely sweep the gold medals. Give a teenager the promise of an epic feast, and he will literally break the sound barrier. With absolutely zero epic quests on the agenda, he grabbed his spear and stone knife. He stood where he could keep an eye on the base and started hacking away at the reeds. Half a day in this blazing sun, and these stalks would be crispy perfection. By the time Zhuang Xiong and the squad rolled back into camp, the ground in front of William looked like a total reed massacre. Chief, are you chopping all this down to build more traps? Big Dog's eyes practically sparkled with dollar signs, already calculating their massive loot drop. Nope. William wiped the sweat off his face. The sharp reed leaves had sliced up his arms and cheeks, and the salty sweat stinging those cuts was pure, unadulterated torture. These have a totally different purpose, but I will explain that later. Right now, we need to go check on that woolly jackpot. Stretching his aching back, he marched forward with Zhuang Xiong. Chief, are you absolutely sure a basic pit trap caught a long-haired sheep? Zhuang Xiong was shook. Those beasts were notoriously impossible to catch. It usually took an entire mob of hunters to corner one, yet William and Big Dog supposedly bagged one solo? Right down there. Zhuang Xiong craned his neck over the edge. Holy crap, it was real. A massive long-haired sheep lay at the bottom of the pit, its sides weakly heaving. It was down, but definitely not out. And man, this thing was insanely thick. Just looking at its bulging, wool-packed belly promised an absolute feast of premium mutton. Zhuang Xiong poked its horn with his spear. The beast lazily cracked an eye open. Its eyelid fluttered for a split second before heavily slamming shut again. It looked totally drained, like its health bar was flashing red. Chief, is this thing critically injured? It probably just busted its hip or hind legs in the fall. Nothing fatal, right? William frowned. The beast looked utterly exhausted, way weaker than a simple fall should cause. Did it take massive critical damage on impact? Judging by its massive frame, it easily weighed over 300 pounds, an absolute unit of an elite mob. Gripping his stone knife, Zhuang Xiong looked back at William. I am going down there to check. Watch my back. If it aggroes, knock it out cold. William tightened his grip on his weapons, ready for combat. The moment Zhuang Xiong's feet hit the dirt, the sheep desperately tried to force itself up. William immediately aimed his spear at its throat. Zhuang Xiong raised his blade defensively, but the beast just let out a heavy, rattling gasp and crashed back down into the dirt, zero stamina remaining. It started making these pitiful, wheezing sounds. Every breath looked like an absolute struggle. William tossed down some heavy-duty vines, and Zhuang Xiong quickly went to work, hog-tying all 4 of its hooves. As he pulled the knots tight, Zhuang Xiong noticed something hidden beneath the massive beast. 3 perfectly squashed rabbits. Chief, we got 3 dead rabbits down here. Free bonus loot. All right, let us haul this woolly tank up first. Zhuang Xiong shoved from below, while up on the rim, William grabbed the head and Big Dog took the legs. They braced their cores and pulled. The beast suddenly thrashed wildly, nearly dragging them all back into the abyss. William dug his heels in and yanked with everything he had, finally dragging the massive creature over the edge. Its heavy body slammed onto the solid ground, belly first. The sheep let out a completely devastating, soul-crushing shriek. Literal tears pooled in its giant eyes. Every whimper sounded like pure heartbreak. What the heck is wrong with it? Zhuang Xiong climbed out with the bonus rabbits, looking totally confused as William checked the tiny corpses. The bodies were still warm, definitely crushed to death by the falling sheep. He tossed them aside. All 3 guys stared intensely at their main prize. It was groaning non-stop now, its enormous belly spasming aggressively. Zhuang Xiong reached out to feel its ribs and stomach, and his face instantly turned pale. Chief, I think this sheep is pregnant. Wait, what? William immediately squatted down and pressed his hands against its swollen stomach. The second he touched it, the sheep violently convulsed in agony. Its cries turned frantic. Even a total rookie could tell something was catastrophically wrong. Crap, what do we do now? Panic mode engaged. I have never seen a sheep give birth in my life. I do not know the first thing about delivering a baby. It was sprinting like crazy earlier, and then it took massive fall damage. It must have triggered premature labor. I do not even know what level the fetus is at. Will it even survive? Man, if I knew what was carrying, I would have nerfed the trap. Big dog, fetch some water, now! William desperately booted up his mental interface. Little Yuan, system, I know I got a long-haired sheep farming manual. Pull it up, fast! A glowing inventory screen popped open. He found the breeding guide he won from the last level up and frantically swiped through the virtual pages. It had incredibly detailed stats on feeding, taming, and resource yields. Turns out, these sheep were ultra-high-tier producers, ready to harvest in 4 months. Breeding age at 6 months, dropping 2 litters a year. Gestation period of 150 days, popping out 2 to 6 babies per spawn. Sometimes even a crazy 8-drop combo. An absolute goldmine of a species. But there was one massive glaring problem. The guide had 0 instructions on actual delivery. System, why is this so useless? I need an emergency midwifery tutorial stat. A robotic voice chimed in. Host, this is merely the trial edition. For the premium delivery guide, please unlock it in the system shop. No refunds. You absolute trash tier pay-to-win system. William cursed the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he slammed open the system shop. There it was. The long-haired sheep delivery skill book. Cost. 4 whole skill points. Absolute highway robbery. Muttering endless curses, he rage-clicked the purchase button. A glowing digital scroll dropped into his inventory. He ripped it open. Finally, the delivery mechanics. The text read, pre-labor signs include rigid legs and intense vocalization. Well, this sheep was already broken and paralyzed, so checking the legs was useless. Next step, check for swelling and clear fluid. Palpate the abdomen to locate the fetal head. Hands shaking like a leaf, William reached out to feel its stomach. The instant he pressed down, the beast spasmed violently and bucked him away with a brutal kick. All right, I quit. I am a survivalist, not a freaking veterinarian. Chief, water! Big Dog rushed over with half a coconut shell brimming with water. William quickly motioned to lift the mother sheep's head. Utterly dehydrated, she chugged the whole thing in seconds. He grabbed a handful of premium tender grass and offered it. The beast stared at it for a heartbeat, then slowly began to chew. Her health points seemed to stabilize slightly. Seizing the opening, William slapped some makeshift bandages on her injured hip. He rapidly constructed a makeshift windbreaker out of the dried reeds. Finally, he collapsed onto the dirt, letting out a massive, exhausted sigh. Big Dog stared at the panting animal. Chief, is she actually going to survive this nightmare? Listen up. When the sun dips, the real work begins. Campfire blazing. Ladies chilling by the flames. Meanwhile, my boys Lang Mao and Ying, sweating buckets, driving heavy wooden stakes into the mountain. Smash, smash, in the flickering light, every brutal strike shook the earth. Seriously, how much more of this? Ying heaved another massive log. Looking at the giant pile left, he groaned to Lang Mao. One more pile and we are golden. But Lang Mao froze. He hesitated, then dropped the question. Bro, is the chief seriously not back yet? You think things went totally sideways out there? No way, man! Ying fired back, though his voice totally cracked. Probably just stuck in forest traffic. The rainy season just ended. Big beasts are not exactly cruising down the mountain yet. He slammed the stake down, trying to play it cool, getting back to the daily grind. But Lang Mao gripped a massive boulder. Smash! His eyes burned with unspoken words, but he swallowed his pride. I am hunting tomorrow. Lang Mao dropped the bomb out of nowhere. Ying almost jumped out of his skin. He whipped his head around. Dude, what? The chief literally ordered you to build cabins. The dirt floor is not even leveled. I want to hunt. You and Da can handle the dirt. Keep Ah Shu here if you need backup. Lang Mao's voice was absolute steel. He looked down, hesitating for a split second before spilling the truth. The chief is a total rookie. If a giant beast rolls up, he will not even know how to dodge. Wow, the ultimate plot twist. The tough guy actually cared. Ying smirked. Oh, are you worried about our fearless leader? Lang Mao snapped his head up, glaring daggers. I care about him staying alive. He is the chief. He should just stay home, supervising the ladies. Oh, really? But is not the chief supposed to lead the hunt? Ying watched Lang Mao hammer the stakes like an absolute maniac. He yanked his hands back in panic. Whoa, watch it. You almost smashed my fingers. The chief. He is a good guy. Lang Mao grumbled his final verdict. He chucked the rock, turned his back, and stomped straight down the mountain. Typical stubborn, tough guy. Ying just shook his head, killed the fire, and tagged along. Ying knew the absolute truth. Lang Mao used to totally look down on William. He always thought he was the rightful alpha. But plot twist? Our new chief had totally conquered this rebel's heart. Suddenly, absolute chaos erupted. Hurry up! Stoke the flames! Da kicked the barricades wide open. Where is the grass? Get the grass! Yo, somebody get out here! Let's see what epic loot they scored today. The wild noise echoed through the night. Ying stopped dead in his tracks halfway down the mountain. He looked down. A massive, shadowy squad was marching up. The hunting party was back. But wait, something was way off. Every single dude was hunched over, crushed under some ridiculously heavy loot. They were literally leaning sideways. You could only see shadows moving. Nobody could tell who was who. Ying sprinted down like a madman. He tossed a log into the fire, lighting up the whole epic scene. And boom! The glow revealed the crazy truth. Everyone was lugging massive bundles of tall grass. But in the back, two guys carrying a giant wooden stretcher. Did things go south? Is someone dying? Lei, get the med kit right now! Ying bolted for the tribal gates in absolute panic. Lang Mao and Da were frozen, blocking the path. They stared in pure shock. No way. The chief? Ying's heart totally flatlined. His brain completely short-circuited. Chief! What happened to the chief? Move, Da! Get out of my way! Da snapped out of his trance, yanking Ying out of the way. He led the stretcher crew straight toward the animal pen. Ying stared, his jaw dropping to the floor. They dumped a massive, fluffy white blob into the enclosure. Wait a second. The chief does not have white fur. Ying was totally tripping. Ah, Shu just got a scratch. Go patch him up, man. That voice! Ying whipped around. William stepped out of the shadows, holding a bamboo basket, carrying a mountain of reeds on his back. Chief, you are alive? Yeah? Why would I not be? William blinked, totally confused by the absolute melodrama. Ah, Shu cut his arm. Go do your medic thing. Our fearless leader casually dropped his massive loot onto a clean patch of dirt. The squad had literally hauled back a small mountain of reeds. William casually set down his basket like a total boss. Ma Ye! Front and center, chief! Ma Ye sprinted over, glancing at Ah Shu. Just a tiny tree branch scratch. Some bleeding, but nothing fatal. He breathed a massive sigh of relief, though the stress was real. Ah Shu grinned like an absolute idiot, waving his good arm. I am chilling, bro. The chief is calling you. Go. Ma Ye hid his panic and faced William. Chief, did you guys eat yet? What is the menu? I told the squad to eat the fish soup. It got late, and I did not know when we would be back, so I played it safe. Smart move, boss. I will whip up another batch of soup and grill some extra fish. The boys are exhausted today. Copy that. Ma Ye dashed off to find the moms, securing the ultimate post-hunt feast. Ying finished patching up Ashu and practically glued himself to William. Chief, seriously, are you 100% okay? Bro, I am practically invincible. Stop stressing. Oh, by the way, I bagged a pregnant long-haired goat today. You and Da keep an eye on her until she pops. A long-haired goat? And she is knocked up? Ying's eyes practically bugged out of his head. Before he could even process the epicness, the animal pen erupted in absolute cheers. Are we seriously getting baby goats? Does this mean unlimited meat hacks? The ladies were absolutely losing their minds. This beast is massive. Are we actually ranchers now? What if she breaks out? William and Ying strolled over to the hype zone. Da and Big Bear were already smashing heavy stakes into the dirt. They had already hooked up a sweet new leaf-roofed shelter, complete with a cozy hay bed. The long-haired beast had finally snapped out of it. It lay on the grass, letting out pathetic little groans. Dat twisted some tough vines into a makeshift rope, tethered the horned troublemaker to a post, and served up a VIP meal of fresh water and tender shoots. Listen up, Dat. This furball took a massive hit, and she is carrying a baby in that belly. Who knows what kind of wild card we are dealing with here? You better keep your eyes glued to her round the clock. Giving birth is hardcore, just like human women. Ahoa has been through the ringer, so hit her up if things go south. Engo Will laid down the law, though honestly, he was totally clueless about playing midwife. He secretly flexed a cheat sheet, bought with 400 precious skill points. He rattled off the basics to Dat, scratching the ultimate survival tips onto a giant leaf. Just take a chill pill and wing it. Treat this as your rookie tutorial in beast taming. If the stubbornly dramatic goat kicks the bucket, we just upgrade our dinner menu. No Will slapped Dat on the shoulder, trying to deflate the kid's massive anxiety. It was all about building this empire from scratch. Sacrifices are the name of the game, and starting with this goat is not half bad. All right, Ma Diep, listen up. We scored 3 rabbits and 2 fluffy chickens to feast on tomorrow. Strip and dry the rest of the loot for the brutal winter. Oh, and keep 1 live chicken breathing. Hand it over to Dat for his petting zoo. You got it, Chief. Ma Diep stared wide-eyed at the overflowing bamboo basket. 3 plump rabbits, 8 fluffy chickens, plus a whole long-haired goat. Today's loot drop was absolutely legendary. He was buzzing with crazy energy, hauling the heavy basket while giggling like a maniac. Chief, I am joining your elite hunting squad tomorrow. Lang Mao glared at the epic pile of loot. A fierce, rebellious fire boiled in his veins, and his battle-scarred hands twitched for some action. Did you finish the wooden cabin already? Engo Will blinked in pure shock. Building a base is hardcore mode. No way he speed ran that quest. Not yet. Athu got busted up, so leave him on bench duty. I am taking the front line. Lang Mao locked eyes with Engo Will, his voice echoing with stubborn teenage defiance. A cold, dramatic smirk crossed Engo Will's mind. Are you trying to test my absolute authority again, punk? Denied. Just grind out the cabin building tomorrow, and maybe we will talk. Dropping the mic, he turned his back on the rebellious warrior. Fast forward to the dead of night. A frantic bleating suddenly shattered the silence from the animal pen. Dat bolted upright like he was struck by lightning. He practically tripped over himself sprinting to the pen. Ripping the gate open, he found the mama goat thrashing on her grass bed, screaming her lungs out. What is happening? Where does it hurt? Is the baby coming right now? Dat panicked like a total rookie, his trembling hands hovering in the air, way too terrified to actually touch the screeching beast. Stop screaming and give me a sign! What the heck is wrong with you? Dat finally slapped a shaky hand onto the goat's head, his voice cracking with pure dramatic despair. He could feel its catastrophic agony. Why else would it wail like the world was ending? His heart was in an absolute knot. He practically wanted to take the damage for the poor animal. Meanwhile, Ung scrambled to spark a fire. Enjo Will kicked the doorframe as he barged in. Seeing Dat sobbing over a farm animal, he could not hold back a frustrated groan. He barked at Ung to crank up the flames. In this pitch-black darkness, they were completely blind. Was the goat knocking on death's door, or was this the ultimate miracle of birth? Dai Cow, go drag a Hoa here right now. Go Will commanded, storming into the chaos. Why are you crying, you absolute moron? Step aside. He shoved Dat out of the drop zone with a heavy smack on the shoulder. You have barely played Zookeeper for 5 minutes, and you are already this attached? You certainly did not shed a single tear when we were devouring those fluffy chickens. Chief, I swear I am not crying. This crazy goat just roundhouse kicked me straight in the eyeball. Dat sniffled dramatically, rubbing his bruised face. During his emotional petting session, he took a blind spot critical hit from a flying hoof. He pulled his hand away to reveal a blazing red left eye. Was it the legendary kick, or just him rubbing it like a baby? No Will yanked the kid toward the roaring campfire. Under the flickering flames, the chief ran a quick damage assessment. The eye socket was completely bruised red, but the eyeball itself had 0 blood vessels popping. Definitely not a fatal debuff. Chief, a Hoa is on the scene. Dai Cow sprinted in with the village's only medic mom in tow. Athu and Ma Diep trailed right behind them, sweating bullets and wondering what kind of epic disaster required a Hoa's backup. Boss, what is going down? Why are you summoning my little sister in the middle of the night? Do you need my awesome skills? Ma Diep zipped to the front line like a hyperactive ninja. He scanned Engo Will from head to toe with absolute suspicion. Back off, you brat! Dai Cow swatted the kid away with a massive hand. This little ankle biter was scheming something shady, desperately trying to steal the title of the chief's ultimate sidekick. Hey, big dog, what is your problem? Ma Diep fiercely talked back, fighting tooth and nail to break the front line. But Dai Cow was an unmovable tank, blocking him completely. Chief, you called for me? A Hoa was a bundle of nerves. She squeezed her hands together, staring at No Will with absolute shy panic. Ahoa, do me a huge favor and analyze this situation. Does this screaming beast look like a woman about to drop a baby? Engo Will asked, scratching his neck in total awkwardness. It was a desperate move. In this entire ragtag tribe, only a Hoa had unlocked the motherhood achievement. The other kid, Amak, had lost his mom ages ago. None of the other girls had any clue about spawning newbies. Thanks to endless cycles of hardcore starvation, the entire village roster had only managed to produce 2 living kids. Ma Diep and Amak were basically ultra-rare drops. Bottom line, a Hoa was their only maternity expert. On it, Chief, a Hoa let out a massive breath of relief, rushing straight to the thrashing mama goat. Athu, run defense! Do not let that crazy animal land a critical kick on a Hoa. Ngo Will suddenly remembered Dat's epic black eye, shouting a warning. Relax, boss. I am on it. Athu answered and rushed to the front line. Meanwhile, a familiar, rebellious voice chimed in. Chief, you have got to let me join the raid tomorrow. Lang Mao glared at the writhing beast and aggressively shot his shot. If we just farm a bunch more of these wild goats out there, nobody would be losing their minds over this single one. Engo Will shot him a look of absolute confusion. Did you actually finish the base building quest? You want to hunt when Ung and Vat are barely making progress? We are not exactly speedrunning our move-in date. I am going on that raid to drag back an entire herd, Lang Mao cracked, taking a dangerously aggressive step forward. What the heck is your problem? Ngo Will instinctively dashed back, his eyes blazing with warning. Are you trying to trigger a boss fight right now, huh? Lang Mao froze in his tracks. He was utterly baffled as to why the chief thought he was throwing a punch. Did the chief still hold a massive grudge against him in his heart? Lang Mao stared at Ngo Will with heavy, crushing disappointment. He had swallowed his teenage pride and bowed to the chief. Was that ultimate sign of respect still not enough? Back in the day, the legendary old chief had practically promised him the throne. Meanwhile, No Will used to be a pathetic, low-level weakling. That wounded emo kid glare sent an absolute shiver down No Will's spine. It made the chief feel like he was the actual villain of this story. Listen up, Lang Mao. If you really care about the chief, just do your actual job. You do not need to act like a total fanboy begging to join his hunting squad 24/7. Ying stepped right up, rolling her eyes at the clingy dude. Boss, Ahua needs a word with you. William gave his overly attached subordinate a weird look, then quickly walked over to Ahua. What is the situation? Is the baby goat coming out? Not quite yet, boss. But the mother goat definitely took a hit to the belly, Chief. Could the heavens drop a divine buff right about now? A divine buff? You mean my ridiculous fake shaman dance? William's eyes twitched. Singing some random pop song is one thing, but dancing will do absolutely zero damage control here. Sure, the placebo effect works wonders on humans, calming their tribal nerves. It is basically free mental therapy. But a goat? He did not exactly speak the language of livestock. Still, William looked at Ahua and decided to just wing it like a desperate gamer. He raided Ying's herbal stash, grabbed a handful of dandelion leaves, smashed them into a gooey green paste, and mixed it with sweet coconut water. Holding the questionable potion, he approached the injured animal. He started belting out a tragic English ballad, rolling his eyes toward the sky. Deep down, he was dying of laughter. He felt like the ultimate con artist playing a fake holy monk. Singing a dramatic ballad to a goat was pure madness. But to the primitive tribe, it was pure magic. Hearing the so-called divine language, they immediately hit the dirt, praying with absolute devotion. William felt a sudden twinge of guilt. Ever since his first day playing the almighty sorcerer, he had completely skipped his ceremonial duties. No wonder his people were so on edge. No matter how insanely overpowered his survival skills were, to them, a divine healer was a completely different tier of legendary. Until he could literally become their god, he had to keep up the theatrical act to maintain his absolute authority. Ending his song, he shoved the bowl into Dat's hands. Make her drink this. Tonight, feed her some grass and brew a potion of white attractalodes. Do not even touch the ginseng. That stuff stimulates blood flow, and we do not want a disaster. The white root boosts energy, and the dandelion kills inflammation. Let us hope this crazy combo works. Yes, boss. Dat carefully fed the bitter green sludge to the goat. Shockingly, the creature chugged it down like a champion, totally ignoring the nasty taste. Ahua immediately got to work, brewing the second herbal potion, letting it cool before the next feeding. But the goat completely refused to touch the fresh grass. Was her appetite totally dead, or was she just full from a 3-day binge? Dat was sweating bullets. His anxiety was off the charts, not just for the mama goat, but for the tiny life inside her. If this birth was successful, their tribe's animal husbandry skill would officially level up. Trembling with nervous energy, Dat turned to William. Chief, I am pulling an all-nighter right here. If anything goes wrong, I will sound the alarm instantly. William glanced at the pitch-black sky. He had a massive to-do list for tomorrow, and waiting for herbs to kick in was not on it. You hold the fort here. Alert me the second anything shifts. With that command dropped, the chief led the rest of the crew out of the barn. As they walked away, tension hung heavy in the air. Everyone was silently praying that the heavens would protect their very first livestock. Who knows if it was the sketchy magic potion or just a solid night of rest, but by the break of dawn, that mother goat was prancing around like she owned the place. She looked like she had regenerated her entire health bar. I am sitting out the hunt today. When William dropped that absolute bombshell, the entire tribe gasped in shock. For days, he had been hard carrying their hunting raids. Thanks to his insane tactics, the whole village had been feasting like royalty. Without their overpowered leader, would they just end up as monster bait? Lang Mao, you are taking the commander role today. Lead the strike team. William barked out the order. Lang Mao thought a glorious chance like this was an impossible dream. Now, the leadership crown had literally fallen into his lap. He was literally in the middle of doing grunt work, holding a heavy wooden log for the cabin floor. Sir, yes sir, I am on it, boss. Snapping out of his absolute daze, the fanboy tossed the log aside like garbage, sprinting frantically to equip his long spear and stone dagger. If he had known he was hitting the front lines today, he would have totally maxed out his weapon sharpness. Meanwhile, Strong Bear watched him run off. His eyes were icy cold, his jaw clenched tight in pure, salty resentment. For the longest time, he was the ultimate sidekick, always riding shotgun on the chief's hunting raids. Why on earth was that rookie Lang Mao getting the spotlight today? Strong Bear. Hey, Strong Bear! William yelled his name twice, but the huge dude was totally zoning out, lost in his own ocean of jealousy. Earth to Strong Bear! The boss is talking to you! Big Dog shoved him hard in the ribs. Strong Bear finally snapped back to reality. He stared at William for a long second before mumbling, "Yeah, boss? What is the play? You and Big Dog are off the main assault team. I need you two on a stealth mission. Check all the snares and scout out prime locations for new traps. Do not clump them together like an amateur. Spread them out across entirely different sectors. Direct combat is cool and all, but trapping our loot passively, that is how we truly break the system. Boss, say no more. We will turn this forest into an absolute minefield." A massive grin exploded on Strong Bear's face. The chief was not benching him at all. He was handing him a top-tier covert operation. His silent, goofy smile said it all as pure hype surged through his veins. Lang Mao, lead the vanguard, and do not forget to farm those daily reeds. I will guard the base and watch the livestock. Once the situation stabilizes, I will rejoin the front line. Orders deployed, William grabbed his wooden scepter, ready to unleash his absurd foreign pop song once again. Finishing his epic vocal performance, he pointed dramatically at the heavens 3 times, then aimed his scepter directly at the hunting squad. Move out! Claim victory! The hunters roared like absolute beasts. Fired up with legendary morale, they marched into the wild. William watched the base camp crew and let out a heavy, tired sigh. After confirming the mother goat status was still stable, he grabbed his tools and joined Da and Ying to grind out the rest of the cabin floor. Boom! Thanks to Lang Mao's epic wood hoarding skills, laying the floor was a total speed run. We crushed it in just half a day. Picture this. A hardcore wooden fortress blocked off by massive stakes. We jammed the gaps with wild bushes and even kept a few giant trees standing right in the middle. Total boss move. Our main character, No Will, flexed his big brain, turning those trees into natural pillars. No roof? No problem. We had this towering leafy canopy acting as our ultimate all-natural force field. Yo, Da, go hack down some more of that bendy grass, Ngo-Will ordered with supreme confidence. I'm about to invent sleeping mats and fishing nets. Da just blinked. Mats? Nets? What kind of alien tech was this? Look, mats are for sleeping. We can't just crash on crunchy leaves like total noobs. Ngo-Will smirked. And nets? They equal infinite fish glitch for the winter. Now Chop Chop, go get that grass and the master will teach you. Dropping that mic, Ngo-Will strutted over to the giant pile of reeds. With a dramatic flick of his wrist, he started peeling off the tough outer bark. Flashback time. He suddenly remembered a seriously boring corporate retreat back in the modern world at White Sheep Palace. He had actually tried weaving these things by hand. Who knew that random side quest would save his life? Rule number 1. Winter-dried reeds are top tier. But desperate times call for desperate hacks. They had to use the sun-dried ones. Yo, Amhoa, pay attention. You strip the core out exactly like this. Ngo-Will dropped into pure sensei mode, flexing his flawless technique while barking out instructions like a drill sergeant. The tribe's women had literally just finished a brutal meat prep marathon. 0 break time? You'd expect total rebellion. But nah, not a single sigh or eye roll. They were actually hyped. Why? Because grinding nonstop meant a massive feast later. Lately, they'd been eating like absolute royalty, experiencing god-tier flavors. Besides, these prehistoric ladies were totally buff, crushing the manual labor with 0 sweat. Ma Diep, and you too, sneaky nya. Split these reeds, but don't go full clumsy and slice your fingers off, he yelled with dramatic concern. Fat ones get split in 3, skinny ones in 2. It's a precision game, perfect for you little brats. Then he pointed sharply. Grab that massive rock and steamroll these things flat. That beast of a rock lugged down the mountain yesterday? It was the ultimate prehistoric steamroller. Yo, Chief, is this flat enough for you? Hollered over the noise. Even missing an arm, channeled his pure, unadulterated strength. He used his feet to roll that boulder like a pro skater. Nailed it. Keep crushing them. Flatter than a pancake. Ngo-Will cheered. A few heavy rolls later, the reeds were perfectly squashed. Prime material for a super tight weave. Cue Da, marching back like a boss with a mountain of bendy grass. Perfect timing. The first batch was locked and loaded. Chief, what's the master plan here? We making baskets or what? Da asked, eyes wide. Nah, bro. Watch the magic happen. Ngo-Will grinned, cracking his knuckles. 3 across, 1 down. Boom, just intertwine them like a boss. Ngo-Will demonstrated with flashy hand movements. Da instantly mirrored the technique, totally dialed in. No, Will always knew this kid had god-tier crafting stats. He just needed a tiny tutorial prompt, and boom, his skills were instantly unlocked. Exactly as predicted, Da speedran the process, weaving a flawlessly smooth mat. Meanwhile, No Will's looked like a totally cursed, lumpy mess. Whatever. Crafting is way too basic for an alpha male like me anyway. Engo Will scoffed, trying to hide his bruised ego. Rage quitting on the spot, No Will tossed his tragic mutated mat onto the dirt. You guys just keep grinding at it. I'm making this a mandatory class for the whole tribe. Oh, and surprise. These reeds can level up into storage baskets too. He shot Da a serious look. Tag, you're it. You are the official instructor now. We need exactly 40 single-player mats, one for every single person. The leftovers, we slap them up as room dividers. Whoa, this is insanely practical. We can drag these into the caves when winter hits. Right, Chief? Da had already crushed his first complete masterpiece. He gave it a few aggressive test slaps, totally marveling at the insane durability. Heck yeah, these are officially top-tier tribe loot. If we move, the mats move with us. Staring at the finished product, No Will felt a sudden, dramatic wave of emotion. This was literally their first major piece of civilized furniture. A total milestone. Oh my god, it's so aesthetic. I want to make one. Nya squealed with absolute delight, snatching up some reeds to try her hand at the crafting game. Engo Will hit her with a totally wicked smirk. Hey Nya, why not craft a supersized double edition? You know, so you and Lang Mao can snuggle up? The second that teasing dropped, Nya's eyes lit up like massive fireworks. A totally giddy, shameless grin broke out on her face. Heck yeah, that's genius. I'm making an absolute king-sized mat. Listen, these ancient humans were naturally born with max-level crafting stats. They just never had the creative patch notes. But with Engo Will dropping modern world spoilers, one tiny hint was enough to trigger a massive, mind-blowing tech evolution. Dibs on a double mat. Me too. Count me in. Suddenly, all the coupled-up girls were rushing the crafting zone. Some of the super artsy ones went totally try-hard, weaving these insane, aesthetic little flower patterns with just a few flicks of the reeds. Absolute show-offs. All right, Da, playtime is over. Get over here and let's unlock the fishing net blueprint. The net's mesh was slightly wider than their storage baskets, but strictly tight enough to trap those slippery suckers. And the actual nets? They were absurdly massive, way bigger than any sleeping mat. You tie a killer knot right here, like this, Engo Will directed, his fingers flashing through the complex motions. Da squinted at the prototype. Are these giant clunky knots actually gonna work? Da asked, his brain already analyzing the physics. They'll work perfectly, just make sure you yank them insanely tight, or the boss-level fish will totally glitch right through. Say less, Chief. Daya's hands turned into a total blur as he caught the rhythm, his speed leveling up by the second. But seriously, Chief? Quote, is this floppy string thing actually gonna trap a fish? Bro, let's just test it in the field and find out. Honestly, Engo Will was sweating bullets. He wasn't entirely sure himself, but if this crazy net hack worked, they could totally upscale it to trap wild beasts later. In that exact, dramatic moment, No Will looked like a legendary, all-knowing sage. As he watched Da speedcraft the net, his eyes radiated this insane, mysterious aura of absolute wisdom. Sure, they'd eventually get used to their chief's broken, overpowered brain, but right now, they were totally fanboying over his god-tier genius. Chief, how do we even deploy this weapon? In an absurdly short amount of time, Da had completely spawned a full-sized net. It was unbelievable. When it came to crafting, this kid was literally a one-man factory. All right, squad, let's go hunt some aquatic prey. No Will threw his arm out in an epic command pose, leading Ma Diep and Ung straight to the river battleground. The recent storm had totally scrubbed the riverbank clean, leaving behind just a scattering of dead driftwood as nature hit the ultimate reset button. The water was pathetic and shallow, completely transparent over the gravelly bottom. Only totally useless, tiny minnows were swimming around. Chief? The big bosses definitely aren't spawning here. Ung deadpanned at the tiny fry. Bro, our net holes are way bigger than those guys. We gotta migrate to the deep zone. Engo Will's brain went into overdrive mode. If that crazy monsoon flushed down a massive wave of fish, then logic dictates the river is still packed with epic loot. They just needed the ultimate choke point to cast their trap. Let's scout downriver. Keep your eyes peeled for a brutal bottleneck. Wait, a bottleneck? No Will violently face-palmed as pure genius struck him like lightning. He just remembered the absolute god tier of fishing hacks. The legendary oval-shaped bamboo fish trap. Yo, Da, weave those vines into a massive oval. Taper the end right here, make it curve like a human neck. Yeah, just like that. William quickly sketched the master plan in the dirt. Got it, Chief, Da yelled, pumped up. The rest of you rookies, follow me. Armed with their brand new nets, William led his squad upriver. They hit a tight bend with a narrow current. Jackpot. "This is the spot, boys." He ordered the crew to deploy the heavy net. Weigh the bottom down with rocks. Pin the edges to the bank. They formed a perfect V shape. William and Ying anchored the sides, while Ma Ye swam upstream like an absolute madman. The current here was wicked fast and totally blind. "Ying, lift your side higher! Lock those rocks down, bro!" Upstream, Ma Ye thrashed around, churning the water into a muddy mess. William directed every single move, his eyes darting like a hawk. No way was a single fish escaping his trap. "Ying, heads up. They are swarming in." The water exploded with movement. "Ma Ye, get your butt over here and help Ying. Pull that net up and hold the line." "Yeah, drag it all the way up. Now yank it out of there." Absolute chaotic madness erupted in the river. Finally, William screamed the ultimate command. "Haul it in." The three dudes strained their guts out, hoisting the net above the surface. Dozens of pounds of thrashing fish went totally berserk. They nearly dragged the boys back into the raging river. Ma Ye pulled with every ounce of his savage strength. This was his very first taste of the hunt, even if it was just fishing. "Chief, this thing is freaking massive. What is it?" Suddenly, an absolute monster appeared. "Holy crap, is that a soft-shell turtle?" William stared at the net and let out a wild gasp. Tonight's menu: epic freshwater turtle soup, the ultimate, legendary stamina booster. Simmering this bad boy balances your yin and yang perfectly. It is a massive health potion, warding off sickness and basically granting you an insanely long life. But more importantly, it gives a legendary boost to a man's, well, vitality. Fast forward to bedtime. The mats were rolled out, but instead of sleeping, William was surrounded by rocking beds and swinging curtains. The couples were going completely wild. The scandalous, non-stop moaning totally assassinated any chance of him getting some shut-eye. Tossing and turning for the 10th freaking time, William muttered curses under his breath. Putting everyone in one giant wooden cabin was a massive mistake. The old saying was dead right. Full bellies and warm beds equal raging hormones. That does it. "I am cutting their dinner rations tomorrow," he vowed, though he could not help but smirk at the pure absurdity of the situation. The next morning, William dragged himself out of bed, looking like a zombie with massive, dark raccoon eyes. "Chief, the fish are here. There is an insane amount of them." Da had been up since dawn, checking the traps. 3 massive baskets were practically exploding with fish. They dumped them into the watery pit Da-gu had dug, watching the slippery suckers splash around like crazy. The pit echoed with wild, chaotic splashing. Sure, it was not as dense as a mammoth carcass, but this required zero sweat. Just drop the net, pull it up, and boom, free food. It literally felt like the heavens were raining fish. An absolute god-tier cheat code for survival. Between yesterday and this morning alone, they had filled an entire crater with fresh meat. "Ma Ye, gut them and hang them all up to dry today." William stared at the overflowing baskets, a wicked, triumphant grin spreading across his face. Winter was coming, but with endless fish stew, his tribe was going to feast like kings. But watch your fingers around the ones with fangs. Do not let them take a bite out of you. "Wait, fish can actually bite people?" Before William could even answer, Da-gu leaped backward in shock, craning his neck to peer cautiously into the pit. "No duh, genius. If it has teeth, it wants to bite. You gotta treat these freaky river monsters with respect." William squinted at the weird, scaly beasts for a solid minute, totally clueless about their actual species. They looked like some mutated mix of modern catfish and snakeheads, which meant they were definitely bad news. Stay sharp while you work. Do not just grab them. Smash their heads in to stun them first, then gut them so you keep all your digits. Mid-lecture, a light bulb went off in his head. He had completely forgotten to craft a scoop net. Crouching down, he violently scratched a new blueprint in the dirt. Build this thing. Tie it to a long pole for Ma Ye to use. Scoop them, bonk them, then chop them. With the grunt work delegated, William rounded up his elite hunting squad. The captive ewes were chilling, so his mind was at ease. Today, they were pushing past their limits, venturing deep into the wild for an overnight raid. They packed heavy: roasted fowl, dried fish, and fresh coconut water. The local long-haired fowls were completely traumatized by now. Their numbers were tanking hard. You cannot just farm the same spawn zone forever. They had to expand their territory. Sure, their daily traps were still snagging rabbits and fowls, netting them a pretty solid loot drop for this starter area. But William was not satisfied with small fry. He wanted an entire herd of long-haired goats. He absolutely needed to capture a few more ewes and a dominant ram to start his breeding empire. As for the other mysterious beasts lurking out there, he was itching to take down a massive, high-level boss monster. Bagging just one of those big boys would feed the tribe for weeks. The vegetation situation, however, was a total drag. All they had scavenged so far were lame, basic medicinal herbs. Not a single trace of decent spices, and definitely no glorious, life-saving rice. The severe lack of heavy carbs left a gnawing anxiety in William's gut about surviving the brutal, frozen winter ahead. Yo, Chief, how far into the unknown are we pushing this time? What is on the hit list? Dagu swaggered right beside William, absolutely buzzing with adrenaline. Rolling with the chief meant every single day was a wild, mind-blowing adventure. In just a handful of epic days, they had unlocked the secrets of crafting deadly traps, dominating the river with massive nets, and weaving insane fish baskets. Every morning brought a crazy new exploit. They were farming insane amounts of loot without even breaking a serious sweat. The haunting dread of starving in the winter was gone. Now, they were stuffing their faces to the max every single day. Heck, Dagu was pretty sure he was even packing on a little extra weight. They marched relentlessly toward the uncharted northern riverbank, eyes peeled for whatever savage beasts dared to cross their path. But the main quest objective? Finding edible carbs. William scanned the wild foliage like a human radar, snatching up any bizarre or suspicious plant that caught his eye. Sure, he was totally clueless about what half this junk was right now, but that did not faze him one bit. Once he grinded enough skill points, he could just hit the system shop and unlock the ultimate botanical guide. First up, let us go loot yesterday's rabbit traps. If we leave them hanging, some random predator will steal our hard-earned loot. Better we roast them for road snacks. They had rigged 4 lethal snares in this zone, but only one managed to snag a struggling, furry captive. After resetting the trap lines, the squad resumed their hardcore northern trek. This route was totally untouched, an overgrown, desolate wasteland of towering weeds. Zhuangzhong took the vanguard, violently jabbing his long spear into the thick brush to hack a path. Lang Mao held down the rear guard, constantly snapping his head back to check for bloodthirsty stalkers. The squad of over 10 guys was grinding through pure agony. The scorching sun battered them from above, making the intense body heat rise off their skin like they were a bunch of steamed dumplings trapped in a bamboo basket. After a grueling, hour-long battle against the brutal jungle, they finally broke free from the tall grass. The entire crew collapsed in a collective, heavy sigh of absolute relief. The road ahead was a total mystery, but the ground was a sea of fresh green grass and low-hanging brush. Tiny, emerald green berries hung from the branches. Jackpot! William felt a massive rush of dopamine. If his gamer senses were right, this was a god-tier seasoning. He took a deep breath, snapped one off, and tossed it straight toward his mouth. Chief, stop! That is deadly poison! Smack! Zhuangxiong panicked, slapping the berry right out of William's hand. He shoved him back, pointing a trembling finger at the shrubs. One bite of that demon fruit, and your tongue goes completely dead. Wait, what? Did you actually eat one? Is it really toxic? William blinked in shock. I mean, it literally looks like a Sichuan peppercorn. He leaned in, taking a cautious sniff. The aroma is spot on. There is no way my modern foodie brain is mistaking this. I am totally serious. You cannot eat that. Zhuangziong locked onto William's wrist with a death grip, terrified the chief might try for round 2. Chief, I am begging you. Do not mess with this. That stuff is straight up lethal. His mom ate one once. Her tongue went completely numb, so they chopped it off to cure her, and she bled to death. Dagu dropped the traumatic lore bomb. Zhuangxiong clenched his jaw, drowning in dark memories. That was exactly why the big guy was freaking out. If their chief bit the dust, the whole tribe would plunge straight back into the starvation zone. He absolutely refused to let that happen, not when they were finally eating 3 square meals a day. Tongue went numb, so you chopped it off, and she died? William fired off 3 rapid questions, his brain completely short-circuiting. Holy crap, the sheer horror of primitive ignorance. It is just a spicy peppercorn. You drink some water and you are fine. Who in their right mind jumps straight to amputation? Bleeding out from a do-it-yourself tongue surgery? That is just brutally tragic. He shot Zhuangxiong a look of deep pity, briefly second-guessing his botanical skills. You know what? Let us just call it poison. If Zhuangxiong found out the truth right now, his mental state would completely shatter. All right, let us move out. William tossed the berry, clapping his hands to lead the squad. Wait, why was he stuck? He glanced down. Zhuangxiong was still gripping his hand like a vice. William slowly looked up at the giant's face. His sun-baked features were intensely rigid. His burning gaze was locked onto his chief. Look, man, let us just go. I am not going to eat it, William muttered awkwardly, trying to yank his arm free and keep moving. But the absolute unit refused to budge. He just glared with stubborn intensity, his eyes turning bloodshot. Chief, he croaked out, sounding like he had swallowed glass. Is this thing really poison? Staring into those violently pure eyes, William lost all his snarky comebacks. He gave a heavy, solemn nod, completely unable to maintain eye contact. Chief! Zhuangxiong roared out of nowhere. His massive muscles visibly trembled. Crap, was the illusion breaking? How did this guy suddenly get so sharp? William frantically looked at Dagu. The clueless sidekick just blinked, awkwardly waddling over to the drama. Yo, Zhuangxiang, the big boss said he will not eat it. Let go of him, man. William facepalmed hard, mentally groaning. This loyal meathead was just too purely stubborn. All right, listen up. To you guys, eating this by mistake is absolutely toxic. It can only be used through divine revelation. William threw out some mystical nonsense, prying the guy's fingers off. Now march, we need to scout the next zone. Chief, Zhuangxiang choked back a sob, his voice utterly shattered. It was my fault. I let that demon berry mix with my mother's food. When her tongue went numb, I was the one who cut it. I killed my own mother. It was all me. You guys did not know any better back then. I am so clueless about this world. If I have to test everything myself, I am definitely going to die from poison someday. William spun back around. The raw devastation on Zhuangxiang's face was brutal. He hated seeing the guy tortured by this fatal, primitive mistake. Back in those dark ages, they did not have a transmigrated guide. They had zero clue this stuff was a culinary treasure. A single, tiny peppercorn had claimed a human life. In the face of Mother Nature, survival was a violently cheap commodity. If only they had this genius chief back then. Wait a minute, the chief was there. He watched the amputation happen. So when exactly did he become this all-knowing genius? Suspicion suddenly flared in Zhuangxiang's eyes. He squinted at William like he was a total stranger. William's heart skipped a beat. The caveman was putting the pieces together. Time for the ultimate bluff. I am the chosen one. The moment the heavens marked me, I was granted absolute cosmic knowledge. It is totally normal that your mortal brains cannot comprehend it. Because honestly, I used to be just as clueless as you. William delivered the speech with godly charisma, staring right into Zhuangxiang's soul. He whipped around to face the squad. Listen up. This sacred item is called the Sichuan peppercorn. Remember the exact location. We are harvesting all of it on the way back. We are going to make legendary spicy rabbit stew. It is a top-tier medicine, too. Just never eat it raw. Heck yeah, Chief. Wait, can you really make spicy rabbit meat? Is it actually good? What the heck is a spicy? Will my tongue actually fall off? Dagu's foodie instincts activated, bombarding the chief with annoying rapid-fire questions. Meanwhile, Zhuangxiang lingered in the back. He wiped his face with a massive, calloused hand. The chief is right. I cannot blame myself for what we did not know. Back then, the concept of seasoning simply did not exist. Moving past the legendary spice forest, the horizon violently exploded into a massive, endless savanna, colliding with a jagged, monstrous mountain range. The jungle foliage was insanely dense. It was an impenetrable fortress of towering, overgrown ancient trees. Staring into the deep woods felt like looking into a black hole. And the plains were not just peaceful green grass. Dead, twisted trees jutted out like skeletal fingers, their brittle branches ready to snap at any second. Hidden underneath were vicious, low-hanging bushes, heavily armed with razor-sharp thorns. One wrong step out here, and you would be torn to absolute shreds. Stepping into this tall grass felt like walking straight into a cursed graveyard. This was strictly off-limits territory. Back in the day, only the most hardcore ancestors dared to hunt near the pepper trees. Welcome to the heavyweight division, the ultimate monster turf. Definitely not a playground for a bunch of rookies. Legend has it, Strong Bear's old man actually soloed a massive bear right here. That epic kill is literally how he earned his name. The guy was an absolute unit, the undisputed hunting champion of the entire tribe. So naturally, his kid inherited that heavy metal title. Suddenly, Wolfhair slammed the brakes, his eyes locked onto the sea of green ahead. The grass was twitching, but completely ignoring the wind. His hunter's instinct was screaming red alert. Something was horribly wrong. What is the holdup, Wolfhair? William noticed the sudden freeze. He instantly threw up a tactical hand signal. Everyone drop. Fan out and secure the perimeter. You spotting ghosts out here? William slid over to his side. He traced the veteran's intense glare into the brush. Okay, yeah, that gave him major creeps. Wolfhair pointed a shaky finger at the swaying field. Right in the middle of the moving green waves, there was a massive, flattened trench. Something heavy was crushing it down. What the heck is lurking in there? William squinted hard. Judging by the absolute dread on Wolfhair's face, this was not some cute little bunny. The air literally smelled like impending doom. Just my sixth sense acting up, Wolfhair muttered. The pure survival instinct of a veteran. Then nobody moves a single muscle, William ordered. He trusted that gut feeling 100%. Out here in the wild, that invisible radar was the only thing keeping you alive. Wolfhair shot him a look of pure shock. The new guy actually believed his crazy hunches. Honestly, he could not even explain the sheer terror creeping up his own spine. You and Strong Bear take the front. Creep up slow and steady. Me and Big Dog are going to pull a hard flank to the left. The rest of you, hold the rear line. William snapped into tactician mode. He gripped his spear tight. Then he and Big Dog melted into the shadows on the left flank. Taking down a boss monster required next-level patience. You have to wait for the perfect trap to spring. Once the target steps into the kill zone, that is when you strike. Predators out here have extreme tunnel vision. They lock onto one target and never let go. If Wolfhair felt eyes burning into his soul earlier, congrats, man, you are officially on the menu. But flanking changed the whole game. As long as they stayed ninja quiet, the mystery beast would completely ignore their blindside ambush. Crazy enough, William was actually hyped. Finally, some real freaking action. He was so sick of chasing lame rabbits and fluffy goats. Yeah, sure, he might die, but one giant monster equals a mountain of epic loot and premium steak, totally worth risking his neck for. Hey boss, how far into the danger zone are we going? Big Dog was completely stressing out. Why were they hiking 1,000,000 miles to the left? They were about to lose sight of the whole squad. Just a bit further, then we cut sideways. If we get too close, we become instant monster chow, William whispered harshly. He motioned for the massive dude to glue himself to his back. Look, William might be a total rookie at tracking, but his gamer reflexes were top tier. If things went sideways, he could dodge on a dime. But Big Dog, the guy might be a lovable idiot, but he had years of hardcore survival experience. Seeing the rookie's sloppy stance, Big Dog instantly yanked him backward into the dirt, left hand gripping the spear, right hand locked on a razor-sharp stone knife. Every footstep was calculated, eyes scanning like a radar. The goofy giant had literally transformed into a lethal weapon. Big Dog quickly tapped William on the shoulder. He nodded toward Wolfhair's position across the field. The veteran was frantically waving his hands around, trying to send some kind of desperate signal, but they were way too far across the map. It looked like an intense game of silent charades. Obviously, Wolfhair was not dumb enough to shout. He exaggerated his mouth movements. William squinted, trying to read those desperate lips. Wait, did he just mouth the words Meat King? What the heck is that? Meat King? Big Dog's legs instantly turned to absolute jelly. He collapsed into the weeds, literally paralyzed by sheer, primal panic. Shut up! William had zero clue what a Meat King was, but judging by his buddy's total meltdown, it was apocalyptic bad news. He lunged over, clamped a hand over Big Dog's mouth, and flattened them both into the mud. Big Dog was built like a brick wall, but man, his courage stat was in the negative numbers. The dude panicked at everything. What is a freaking Meat King? William hissed. His eyes were glued to the shaking grass. The Meat King is the ultimate apex predator. It eats everything. It chews through humans like potato chips. Big Dog's voice was violently vibrating. Cold sweat was literally pouring off his massive frame like a waterfall. The giant was absolutely terrified out of his mind. William rolled his eyes hard. So unhelpful. Give me some actual stats, man. What does the boss look like? What kind of noise does it make? Big Dog stared blankly at him for a second. Oh, right. The new guy had never been on a real raid before. He had zero knowledge of the local lore. It has sick golden stripes, long fur, built like a tank. The mouth is pure nightmare fuel. Oh, and it has a weird symbol painted right on its forehead. And it roars like an earthquake. Big Dog tried to whisper a tiny roar, then immediately slapped his own mouth shut, terrified of drawing aggro. William's brain did the quick math. Golden stripes, giant cat, forehead symbol. Holy crap, it is a freaking tiger. Realizing he was up against the literal king of the jungle, William bit his lip, and his confident smirk instantly vanished. He wanted a big hunt, sure. Maybe bag a cool wild boar or something. Not start his hunting career fighting the final boss. Sweating, he peeked over the grass at Wolfhair and flashed some frantic hand signs. How many enemies? 1, 2, 3? He flashed his fingers like a madman. Wolfhair caught the drift and slowly raised a single finger. Okay, just one. Thank the heavens this was not a mob spawn. William threw up another desperate sign. Is it a baby or a full-grown nightmare? This was way harder to act out without actual communication. But surprisingly, the veteran sniper translated the flailing perfectly. He held his hand way up high. Fantastic. A fully maxed out adult. They were in for a ridiculously brutal bloodbath. But running away was not an option anymore. The predator had officially locked onto its prey. There was no escape zone. The beast's invisible crosshairs were dead set on Wolfhair's skull. It was not going to just let them casually log out and walk away. It was do or die time. William shot one last, fierce look at Big Dog. Seeing the guy finally stop shaking, Will shoved his shoulder and pointed straight ahead. You flank around that side. I will hold down this spot. It is just one overgrown cat. The four of us are going to push forward together. With the strategy set, Will stepped into position. But he did not forget to drop a dead serious warning to Dai Kao. You better watch your back. The squad advanced in unison. The plan was simple. Box the beast in before it could launch the first strike. As they closed the gap, the final boss revealed itself. A massive tiger with blindingly vibrant stripes sitting tall on the dirt mound. At first, it laid low, front paws stretched out, glaring with eyes like blazing copper bells. Sensing their ambush, this absolute unit dropped the lazy act and slowly rose to its feet. Planting its massive paws on the slope, it raised its head, locked its deadly gaze right on Lang Mao, and let out a bone-chilling growl. Dai Kao completely lost his cool. His legs turned to jelly, and his hands shook violently. Ngo Will roared at him. "If you chicken out now, you are practically volunteering as Tiger Chow." I am totally fine, Chief." Dai Kao tightened his white-knuckled grip on his weapon, pushing forward on pure adrenaline. Trang Hung stared down the beast, getting brutal flashbacks of their last bear encounter. That random mountain bear had left 3 warriors wounded and 2 dead. If they had just stood their ground back then, would it have been such a massacre? He let out a heavy sigh, stomping forward with ironclad resolve. Grr! Seeing the squad refuse to back down, the tiger shifted its gaze from Lang Mao to scan the whole group. It narrowed its eyes, calculating if crushing these 4 little bugs was worth the effort. It lowered its front stance, dragging razor-sharp claws through the dirt. Then, it prowled forward like a king surveying his turf. Every step oozed arrogant majesty, treating the 4 warriors like absolute garbage. Seeing the aggro shift away from him, Lang Mao let out a massive breath. Cold sweat had completely soaked his back. Being paralyzed by fear for that long was exhausting. Having the Grim Reaper breathing down your neck is definitely not a fun vibe. The beast coiled into a strike stance, hind legs primed like springs, spine arched, head lowered. It stared them down, calculating exactly who to delete first. No Will threw a tactical hand signal to Trang Hung. The squad instantly scattered into a 4-point flank. The tiger let out a low rumble, completely ignoring the guys in the back, and launched itself straight at Lang Mao. Lang Mao felt his soul leave his body. He flinched, but survival instincts kicked in, and he blindly thrust his spear right at the beast. "Hurry up!" No Will and Trang Hung sprinted like madmen, wildly jabbing their spears into the tiger's blind spot. Seeing this, Dai Kao also raised his weapon, but the beast pulled a sick juke and swerved right at his face. No Will screamed, sprinting toward Dai Kao with his stone knife raised high. The gap was closing, and No Will was moving as fast as the wind. Dai Kao's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. The beast was already in his personal space, jaws wide enough to swallow a bowling ball aimed straight for his face. He could see every jagged tooth and that glowing red tongue, his brain completely blue-screened. Despite years of scraping by against wild mobs, he had never gone face-to-face with an alpha predator like this. If it were not for that chaotic bear fight last time, Trang Hung would not have even needed to save him. He desperately wanted to move, to do literally anything. But all he saw was an incoming tiger skull and massive paws the size of 2 Trang Hungs combined. Staring at those giant claws, his only thought was, wow, getting smashed by that is going to hurt. "I cannot die yet. I have not even tasted that spicy, sizzling rabbit meat. I wonder how good it is. Move your feet, you idiot." Ngo Will heroically plunged his stone knife right into the tiger's rear end, tackling Dai Kao as they both hit the dirt. Getting stabbed by the weakest-looking bug in the room? That was the ultimate disrespect. The king of the jungle had completely ignored No Will. Who knew this tiny pest could actually deal damage? It was just a scratch, but it totally triggered the beast's absolute fury. Giant paws smashed down like meteorites as Ngo Will and Dai Kao frantically barrel-rolled away. The tiger snapped its jaws, razor teeth flashing. It was a hair's breadth from slicing their throats. 1 microsecond slower, and they would have been a midday snack. Trang Hung and Lang Mao clutched the assist, 2 spears thrust violently into the beast's back. The tiger had left its rear totally exposed while obsessively hunting No Will and Dai Kao. But an apex predator is not going down without a fight. The beast launched itself. Its massive 2-meter frame cleared right over Ngo Will and Dai Kao, dodging the back attack. It landed facing forward, jaws wide open for the kill. "Chief!" Trang Hung yelled in pure panic. A weak spear throw could never jam those jaws. The foul stench of blood assaulted No Will's nose. He wanted to curse out loud, but there was 0 time to hesitate. Only 2 options remained, fight or die. Just as the jaws snapped shut, No Will swung his stone knife straight into the tiger's teeth. Crack! Vibrations wrecked Ngo Will's arm. He could barely hold onto his weapon. Looking up, he saw nothing but a massive maw full of totally shattered fangs. Roar! The beast was absolutely stunned and let out an agonizing shriek. Taking the opening, Ngo Will dragged Dai Kao out from under the beast's belly. He chucked him aside with one hand, grabbing a dropped spear with the other. "Get out of the strike zone. Stop standing around like a noob." Ngo Will had 0 patience for Dai Kao's mental breakdown. A second of lag meant becoming tiger food. Trang Hung charged in like a tank, slamming his spear down on the beast. The toothless tiger tried to retreat, but seeing the spears aiming for it reignited its blazing rage. It locked its eyes dead onto Ngo Will, scraping its front paw against the earth. Its eyes screamed with pure killing intent. I am going to remember this until my bones turn to dust. No Will played it cool, backing up against the hillside. Suddenly, the tiger launched into orbit, aiming straight for his throat. The sheer force warped the air around it as the giant shadow engulfed him. Ngo Will thrust his spear up to block. Snap! The weapon was instantly cleaved in two by a single, devastating swipe. The deadly claws were literally inches from his eyes. Ngo Will desperately gripped the paw with one hand and slashed his knife with the other. But the raw power was way too much. Even with his block, the massive strike crashed brutally into his left shoulder. "Chief, watch out!" A bone-crushing impact sent Ngo Will flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire right side going completely numb. Just seconds ago, his stone blade had torn into the beast's flesh. The crimson spray and that heavy metallic stench of blood, it totally hijacked Ngo Will's brain, flipping his primal berserker switch. His eyes glowed a murderous red. Hands trembling with pure adrenaline, he twisted the blade deeper into the tiger's gut. But this oversized murder cat was quick, instantly leaping back to create space. Trang Hung and Lang Mao were not just standing around. Seizing the moment, they drove their spears right into the beast's spine. "Chief, are you still breathing?" Dai Kao stared in absolute horror. Seeing Ngo Will completely drenched in gore, he could not even tell if his leader was fatally wounded. His vision blurred with panic. Gripping his spear with shaking hands, he glared at the monstrous feline. If he had not chickened out earlier, if the chief had not taken the hit for him. No more running away. It was time to man up and fight. Zero hesitation this time. Dai Kao let out a battle cry and charged straight at the roaring demon. The tiger flinched as its back wounds flared up, unleashing its pure, untamed fury. Completely ignoring the three sidekicks, it locked its deadly gaze squarely on Ngo Will. Did this mutant cat figure out who the boss was? Or was it just petty and out for brutal revenge? Either way, it tanked the incoming attacks and lunged straight for our boy. The sheer wind pressure from its massive paws forced Ngo Will to squeeze his eyes shut. Relying purely on his battle instincts, he barrel-rolled out of the danger zone. In a desperate counter, he shoved his splintered staff right toward the beast's glowing eyeball. The tiger's momentum was way too reckless. By the time it noticed the jagged stick, dodging was completely off the table. It swiped away the weapon, only to get jumped by the squad again. Howling from the agonizing pain in its spine, the beast snapped. It blitzed Ngo Will, sinking its massive fangs right into his thigh. Argh! Caught in a literal death trap, Ngo Will screamed in absolute agony. But he did not quit. He wildly smashed his stone blade into the tiger's skull, painting its furry face with a fountain of crimson. The beast finally released his leg. Thankfully, the frantic bashing had blunted the bite force. It hurt like hell, but the bone was intact. Adrenaline overriding the pain, Ngo Will kept raining down brutal strikes. Roaring in absolute misery, the apex predator crashed into the dirt. With three spears jutting from its body, it thrashed around like a lunatic, wiping the thick blood from its eyes. The monster glared at these tiny humans. For the first time, the king of the jungle felt real fear. It let out a nervous growl and actually started backing away. Do not let it escape. Seeing the coward trying to run, Ngo Will dragged his mangled body forward for the kill. Dai Kao was totally fired up now. Fear? What fear? He charged like an absolute madman, wildly swinging his spear at the giant beast. In the chaotic frenzy, maybe 1 or 2 out of 10 strikes actually landed. But hey, it was enough to trap the monster in place. Trang Hung patiently waited for an opening. Realizing the head was its only weak point, he brought his spear crashing down on its skull. The tiger snapped its neck to glare at him, but maliciously kept its jaws aimed right at Ngo Will. This stubborn cat had completely lost its mind. It ignored every single wound, hyper-fixated on tearing our main character apart. Ngo Will dodged by a hair, but a massive chunk of his shoulder got ripped off. Bone flashed white under the gruesome wound, and the sheer weight of the tiger's paw pinned him down. The cavernous jaws opened right in his face. Staring straight into the eyes of the Grim Reaper, his vision spun. He desperately tried to break free, but his body was completely paralyzed with exhaustion. Hang on, Chief! Dai Kao officially entered his hero era. Leaping onto the monster's massive back, he drove his spear straight down into its spine. Ngo Will felt his pinned arm fracturing under the pressure. Gritting his teeth against the soul-crushing agony, he forced his right arm up and hammered his stone knife into the tiger's skull. The beast went completely ballistic. It bucked and thrashed, trying to shake Dai Kao off like a rodeo bull. Right on cue, Trang Hung and Lang Mao joined the final clash. Ignoring the insane danger, they unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes to the beast's head. The tiger convulsed wildly. Brains and blood sprayed everywhere, turning the battlefield into a sickening, abstract painting. The lifeless mountainous body began to collapse. Seeing the massive pile of meat falling toward him, No Will used his absolute last breath to roll his battered body out of the drop zone. Holy crap. Ngo will let out a ragged, trembling exhale. The immense tension finally shattered as the colossal beast slammed into the earth, dropping 500 to 600 pounds of dead weight. Sprawled out flat on the bloody grass, No Will did not want to move a single muscle. He just closed his eyes to soak in the fact that he was still breathing. His entire body felt like it had been run over by an 18-wheeler. Even a tiny breath sent lightning bolts of pain through his chest. "Chief, are you still with us?" Dai Kao slid off the massive corpse. Covered head to toe in a gross mix of sweat and gore, he looked like a swamp monster. "I am fine," Enjo Will wheezed, his voice barely a raspy whisper. He broke into a violent coughing fit, sounding like he was about to hack up a lung. Thankfully, it was just a few specks of blood, not a fatal internal hemorrhage. Looks like his organs were still doing their job. In the distance, the rest of the tribe watched the apex predator fall. Exchanging bewildered looks, the bravest ones crept forward, only to freeze in pure shock at the bloody aftermath. "What the heck just happened? Why is no one moving? Wait, did our guys actually win?" Lang Mao, who had barely survived the cardio workout of a lifetime, was the first to sit up. He waved weakly at the gawking crowd, signaling them to hurry up and bring some water. "Lang Mao, did you guys actually slay the tyrant? This monster is gigantic. How are you even alive? Strong Bear, Dai Kao, speak to me." "Wait, where's the chief? Oh my god, chief, your arm!" The first villager rushed past the exhausted trio, completely losing their mind when they saw Ngo Will lying dead still. For the record, our guy was not unconscious. He was just dealing with critical battery depletion and enjoying 5 seconds of closed-eye peace. But before he could even take a nap, the dramatic wailing started. Chief, no, shut up," No Will croaked, weakly glaring at the crybaby. "Ah, Thursday, just hand me the medicine. Strong Bear, Lang Mao, get the guys to clean up this mess. Smear mud all over the beast's wounds so the scent does not attract company." Gulping down some water, No Will finally scraped together enough stamina to force himself upright. "Everyone pack it up. We are heading back to the tribe, right now." "Yes, chief." Because this murder cat was built like a tank, Strong Bear had to recruit 3 other muscle-bound dudes. They used heavy-duty vines to tie up its massive paws, getting ready to haul their epic loot home. They smashed down some massive branches, ripped them straight through the binding ropes. Now this ragtag crew was hauling a monster like some giant furry treasure chest. Sure, it was a total clunky mess. Big Dog propped up Boss Wu, with one leg splinted by a crude piece of wood. Wu was so numb with agony, he couldn't even tell if his bones were completely shattered. His shoulder, an absolute horror show. Mangled flesh and exposed white bone. Just looking at it would send shivers down anyone's spine. If they didn't patch this up, and fast, he was going to bleed out. Immediate game over for the boss. Finally, Wu whipped out a top-tier hemostatic potion. He smeared the thick paste over his devastating wounds. Boom, the bleeding stopped instantly, like pure magic. He cashed in a king ginseng from his system for this. Talk about an ultra-rare drop. They had only ever dug up one of those bad boys in history, and it only yielded one single bottle. But man, the stats on this thing were insanely overpowered. Way better than searing the wound with blazing fire. Nobody has time for that medieval torture. The only bummer? His inventory was now completely dry. Wu desperately needed to start a massive farming quest soon. Target loot, Angelica root, and jujube bark. Because if they hit another epic boss battle without that King Ginseng, they'd be totally out of luck. And completely out of heals. The squad rushed frantically back toward the tree line. That heavy stench of blood was basically a giant neon sign for predators. Hugging the dark mountain, they had to wonder, did this dead tiger have some angry roommates nearby? Sure, the ancient proverb says 2 tigers can't share one mountain, but what if they were a deadly power couple? You never take chances with elite mob spawns. Crossing the wild pepper field, Big Dog totally ignored Wu's strict orders. He stuffed 2 massive bundles of spice onto his back anyway. Typical teenage rebel. Get this, when he was literally inches from becoming Tiger Chow, all Big Dog thought about was spicy roasted rabbit. Coming home without that premium seasoning? To him, that was a fate way worse than death. Boss Wu totally got it though. Big Dog had been paralyzed with sheer terror today, but he still stood up and charged a freaking tiger. The kid had serious guts. Mark his words. One day, Big Dog was going to evolve into an absolute, fearless beast of a warrior. By the time they cleared the pepper fields, the sun was dead and gone. The last crimson clouds faded into pitch black. Only a pale, sickly moonlight managed to pierce through the heavy clouds above. Zero visibility meant the path ahead was a total nightmare. Hiking blindly into the night, that was basically a suicide mission. You never know what nightmare is waiting in the shadows. But crashing out here in the open, With a giant, bleeding tiger strapped to them, even caked in heavy mud, that scent of death was going to leak out. It was a total death trap either way. Boss, what's the play? We setting up camp or pushing through? Bear and the crew threw panicked looks around. Every single one of them was drenched in cold, terrified sweat. Speedrunning wasn't exactly an option right now. Not when you're lugging a monolithic beast of a tiger. Their muscles were absolutely screaming. At this brutal pace, they wouldn't hit home base until dawn. Everyone was secretly praying they'd just drop the loot and sleep. But nobody makes a move without the boss's call. Bear, do wolves run these plains? Wu's anxiety was spiking. Wolves were the true mob bosses out here. One tiger was a lucky break, but a wolf pack? That was an instant squad wipe. Total annihilation. Wolves operate in massive, deadly raid groups. Their tactical coordination is terrifyingly brilliant. You aggro one single wolf? You just invited the whole killer gang to the party. Even if you survive, their vicious vengeance is legendary. Once you get marked by the pack, you are walking dead. Bear swallowed hard, looking totally unsure. Maybe? We've never actually mapped this wild zone before. After the last catastrophic event, their guild numbers were devastatingly low. The old chief strictly banned roaming too far, 3 days of grinding in these plains, and 0 wolf sightings. But nighttime? Totally untested, deadly waters. They practically never camped out in the wild. The risk-to-reward ratio was absolute garbage. The old chief only allowed resting in the Rocky Mountain terrains. But that safe zone was light years away from their current coordinates. Oh, they're out there. Wolf stepped up, his eyes dead serious. I guarantee you, there are wolves. My grandpa tangled with one back in the day. That's literally why they named me Wolf. Oh, so you get named after your ultimate kill? Wait a second. What about Big Dog? Boss Wu threw him a massive side-eye. Big Dog puffed out his chest, looking insanely proud. My grandpa wrecked a humongous hyena, right as I spawned into the world. He was so hyped, he slapped the name Big Dog on me. Wow, flex much? But honestly, no one had seen those beasts in years. Wolf shook his head. Lately, it's just been low-level mobs around here. The mountain elites rarely drop down into the plains, but just because we don't see them doesn't mean they aren't lurking. Maybe this map is just too trash for them to bother visiting. Boss Wu's eyes hardened with absolute resolve. We move. Straight back to base camp. No stops. If a massive wolf pack ambushes us on open ground, we don't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Swap out the carriers. Double time it. Wolf, take the vanguard. Scout for any glowing eyes. You got it, boss. Wolf swept his spear through the tall grass like a pro radar. Pausing, listening to the haunting whispers of the wind, his brows locked tight as he scanned the pitch-black horizon. Big Dog, quit babysitting me! Fall back and cover our 6. Watch out for backstabs. Boss Wu forced himself to stand. Feeling power flow back into his leg, he pushed forward alone. But boss, your HP is still flashing red. Big Dog panicked, rushing forward. I said I'm fine. Back off, Wu snapped. Keep your eyes peeled. Anything moves in the shadows, you sound the alarm. Shaking off all help, Boss Wu limped forward with pure alpha energy. Bear rallied the heavy lifters. They hoisted the massive tiger and kicked it into overdrive. Their stamina bars were dangerously close to 0. If another random encounter triggered, they were completely dead meat. B-Boss, can we eat something? It was Rooster, the short guy, stuttering wildly as the nightmare of an all-nighter sank in. Usually Rooster was as silent as a ghost, but the sheer agonizing hunger was totally overriding his social anxiety. They hadn't touched a single crumb since server reset at dawn. Throwing down with a mega boss tiger had jacked their adrenaline so high, they literally forgot they were starving to death. Boss Wu felt his own stomach screaming in fierce protest, but hitting the pause button now was off the table. He tossed out the cold grilled fish they packed this morning. Eat on the move. Swap out when you're done. Firing up a cozy grill for the wild rabbits and fowls? Not happening. Every single ticking second was critical. It was a desperate race across the death zone to reach their safe haven. The fish rations were pathetically small. Not even 1 full drop per player. But getting just a tiny bit of fuel into their systems, it was enough to trigger a desperately needed stamina buff. The moment the carriers swallowed their last bite, they shifted into absolute top gear. Like roaring wind beneath their feet, they blazed a frantic trail straight through the darkness. The dead of night was totally silent, just the stars blinking down at us. Every beast was fast asleep. But then, a screeching wildcat pierced the dark. Absolute nightmare fuel. We marched through the pitch-black abyss. Felt like an eternity. Finally, the first light of dawn broke the horizon. In the distance, camp smoke started rising. The familiar chatter of our tribe echoed through the morning air. The chief is back! Our chief has returned! The sun was fully up now. The night crew had finally made it back home. The whole village was already up, hustling to make breakfast. People poured out of their mountain cabins one by one. Some started sweeping the yards. Others got the cooking fires going. A few teenagers were busy flipping the morning grass harvest. Gotta dry off that dew, you know? Sick bunnies equal total disaster, and nobody wants that kind of drama. Meanwhile, the mama goat had been super picky lately, so Da carefully picked the freshest, tenderest blades of grass, special delivery, just for her highness. Hey Da, do we need to brew that special herbal water for the mama goat today? Was busy pulling weeds up in the mountain garden, sorting out the good stuff for the rabbits. He casually grabbed a chunk of medicinal root. We usually burn this to smoke out the pens, but if you need it boiled, I can go grab more. Chief William was a total neat freak about this stuff. He demanded the pens be scrubbed every single day, and smoked out every 2 days. Gotta keep those nasty viruses and bacteria away. Let us be real. We had zero modern medicine here. If the little critters got sick, they were totally doomed. Prevention was literally our only survival strategy. But today, Da totally ignored and his herbs. He just tossed his basket into the dirt and sprinted right past like an absolute maniac. Yo, what the heck is wrong with you? Spun around, totally spooked. Then he saw the squad rolling in through the main gates. He instantly took off running, screaming at the top of his lungs. The chief is back! The chief is back! We thought they would be gone until sunset, but rolling up at the crack of dawn? Did something horribly go wrong? Panic hit like a truck. He sprinted even faster. A few massive leaps, and he was right at the front of the pack. What on earth happened out there? Why are you guys back so early? Spit it out. Who got hurt? Scanned the frontline fighters. Not a single scratch on them. He peeked toward the back of the group, and what he saw literally made his brain short-circuit. He stumbled backward and collapsed hard into the dirt. What in the absolute world is that? Was paralyzed, his eyes bulging out of his skull. 4 dudes were hauling the terrifying Meat King. They called it the Meat King for a reason. The absolute apex predator of the wild. If you crossed its path, you were basically already dead. None of us had ever seen one in real life. It was just a scary bedtime story from the elders. And now, our hunting squad just dragged one home? Da finally caught up, panting heavily. He saw trembling on the ground and panicked, thinking someone was dead. No way! Chief! Are you okay, Chief? Da rushed forward blindly, almost crashing face first into Big Hung. Watch where you are going, man! Big Hung grabbed Da by the collar, frowning hard. We leave for one single day, and everyone loses their minds? Did the village get attacked or something? Seriously, what is going on here? Da, why the heck are you crying? Big Hung dragged the blubbering teen out of the way. Gotta make room for the guys carrying the massive tiger corpse. The haulers were dead on their feet, running purely on adrenaline and sheer willpower. If they dropped that beast now, they would never get it back up. Hey, move that monster over to the side. I need to figure out what is happening here. Big Hung glared down at Da. Talk to me. Did something bad happen at camp? The village is... No, wait. Da tried to speak, but his eyes locked onto the colossal striped beast. His brain completely malfunctioned. He dropped to his knees, sitting in the dirt right next to the Meat King. Is that really the legendary Meat King? What alternate reality are we living in right now? Da pointed a shaking finger at the tiger, then at Big Hung. His jaw hung wide open. No words came out. He was literally scared speechless. Da, what is your deal? Why are you hugging the dirt? Chief William limped forward, leaning heavily on Big Dog. His body was completely wrecked from the brutal trek. He was only standing because his bro was holding him up. Chief, holy crap, are you injured? Da snapped out of his trance and leaped up like a ninja. He rushed over to support the exhausted chief. Then he screamed at his buddy. Yo, get your butt over here, right now. The chief is bleeding. The chief took a hit. Heard that and shot up from the ground like a rocket. His jelly legs were instantly cured by sheer panic. He sprinted toward William like his life depended on it. Boss, are you okay? I am fine, guys. Chill out. William rubbed his throbbing temples. Right now, he just wanted to stuff his face and pass out for a week. Every single muscle was screaming in agony. His head was spinning like a top. Enough questions. Seriously. Just cook us some massive portions of food. We have not eaten a single thing since yesterday. William totally shut down their interrogation. The boys practically carried him over to the roaring campfire. Chief, how did you get so messed up? Lee came running at top speed, her hands full of medicinal herbs. Huge, dramatic tears were already welling up in her eyes. She stared at William in absolute shock. The usually sharp, energetic guy looked like he had wrestled a swamp monster. He was caked in crushed green weeds, dark red blood, and thick mud. He had literally bathed in dirt just to hide his scent from predators. Lee was trembling so hard she shoved the herb pouch right into Ng's chest. Then she bolted off, rushing back with a massive coconut shell full of fresh water. Thanks. William grabbed it and chugged the water like a man dying of thirst. The cool liquid hit his system, and his tense muscles finally let go. The brutal anxiety faded away. Sitting there by the fire, reality finally set in. They were home. They did not have to look over their shoulders anymore. Thank the heavens, we actually made it back alive! Big Dog flopped onto the ground, chugging the leftover water like a beast. The entire trip back had been pure psychological torture. He was terrified some random wolf pack would track their bloody trail. He was utterly drained. But looking at that massive, dead king of the jungle, totally worth it. So freaking worth it. Lang Mao flashed a huge, goofy grin at Na. Na shyly handed him a coconut overflowing with cool water. Seeing his proud face and that monstrous mountain of meat, the whole village erupted into absolute euphoria. Lang Mao, you are incredibly amazing. The rough hunter blushed furiously at her sweet smile. He could not hold back his feelings anymore and swept Nya up into a massive bear hug. Surviving that wild night was a literal miracle, but nearby, the romantic tension between Lee and Big Hung was getting super awkward. It felt like forever since Lee had looked his way. Big Hung had missed her like crazy, and now he was finally back. Oh, Big Hung, are you all right? Did you get scratched up out there? Lee suddenly snapped out of her panic, realizing her huge crush was standing right there. She immediately sprinted toward him. Big Hung watched her close the distance, looking totally confused. He casually lifted his arm and sniffed his own armpit. Nope, he did not smell that bad. Why on earth was she running at him like that? Big Hung, this is my breakfast. You need to eat this right now. Lee forcefully shoved her freshly poured bowl of chicken soup right into the big guy's massive hands. Tears practically streamed down Trang Hung's face. Aside from his mom, nobody had ever served him food like this. But before he could even utter a dramatic thank you, Lee was already handing a second steaming bowl straight to our main character, No Will. Drink up, Chief. This is freshly brewed chicken soup, she insisted, her eyes full of admiration. I will brew some herbal tonic next. You took a heavy hit out there, so you need to eat up. Sure, the chicken soup wasn't exactly a 5-star gourmet meal, but in Trang Hung's chest, a wild storm of emotions brewed, hitting him with an indescribable mix of sweet and spicy feelings. That is the spirit, Noel declared. Cook up a massive batch and let the girls help out. Everyone is completely drained today. Eat your fill and hit the hay. The hunting raid is officially canceled for today. Gulping down the warm broth, a deeply satisfied smirk crossed Engo Will's face. Now this is the true taste of survival. Ma Diep, I need you to harvest the meat from this tiger drop. Keep the pelt completely intact and wash it spotless. And do not even think about tossing a single bone. Even after finishing his meal, exhaustion weighed on New Will like a mountain, but sleep would have to wait. A true leader's work is never done. After all, a boss-level tiger is a walking treasure chest, and that legendary pelt is the ultimate loot. Crafted into a thick, ultra-soft winter cloak, it would be an absolutely priceless artifact. A top-tier tiger skin like this was definitely going into Engo Will's personal inventory. It completely crushed that pathetic, shredded rag the former chief used to wear. Sure, the beast's back was riddled with spear holes from their epic raid, but with a little crafting magic, it would be the ultimate gear for surviving the brutal winter, not to mention the perfect flex for tribal ceremonies. You got it, Chief. Do I process this just like the rabbit pelts? Ma Diep asked, his eyes shining with absolute hero worship. In his entire life, the kid had never seen a monster of this magnitude. And it was not just the kid. Even his hardened veteran dad, Athu, was staring at the massive beast in pure disbelief. Anyone who had crossed paths with a predator like this in the past was dead meat. Their chief was basically a living legend. Exactly like a rabbit, No Will instructed. Soak it to soften it up, wash away the grime and blood, and scrape off every single ounce of fat and sinew. Leave nothing behind, then rinse it repeatedly in warm water until it is perfect. If they had unlocked natural soap, crafting a soft pelt would be a breeze, but since they had not found any yet, basic salt and warm water would have to do the trick. This primitive crafting method only produced rawhide, which was a nightmare to maintain and practically a magnet for bugs during the rainy season. To get modern-era quality, he would need to unlock a whole new tech tree. Thanks to their booming rabbit farm, Ma Diep had been grinding his leather working skills every time they had a meal. Engo Will's memories of the freezing winter were a bit fuzzy, but he knew one thing for sure. Walking barefoot in the snow and ice was a one-way ticket to a game over. They desperately needed basic cold resistance gear. But right now, the ultimate priority was hoarding a mountain of food. Only when their rations were maxed out would he focus on winter fashion and survival clothes. He swore to himself that one day he would upgrade this entire settlement so nobody would ever freeze or starve again. Understood, Chief. Should I dry out these bones under the sun? The absolute best move would be brewing epic tiger bone wine, but their base camp did not even have a drop of alcohol yet. Grinding tiger bones into powder created high-tier medicinal pills, perfect for boosting blood flow and energy. Clean them up, dry them out, crush them into powder, and deliver it to Ung for crafting healing potions. With his final orders issued, No Will's health points hit 0. He weakly waved his hand. Get to work. Dragging his heavy feet, he forced himself up the mountain to the main wooden lodge, a massive base divided into 4 zones. One for single guys, and one strictly for medicinal herbs. This was the exact zone where Lee was stationed. The 3rd zone was for couples, complete with little privacy fences. The final, grandest section belonged solely to Chief Engo Will. It was surprisingly spacious, split into an inner vault for their food hoard and an outer sanctuary for his sleeping quarters. Food was the lifeblood of the tribe. Anyone caught raiding the stash without the chief's explicit permission was asking for absolute disaster. Every single resource was micromanaged by Engo Will himself. Reaching his room, he face-planted onto his sleeping mat. He did not even have the energy to groan about his battle damage before instantly blacking out. The night's chaotic raid had completely drained their stamina bars. Keeping their guard up against the wild had taken a massive toll on everyone. Every returning hunter crashed hard. Engo Will was out cold too, but his mind was dragged into a wild dream, dropping him straight back into an endless emerald savanna. The sprawling plains were bathed in an eerie, pale golden light, like a sky trapped in eternal twilight. In this nightmare, No Will's body was wrecked with critical damage. One leg was completely numb, dragging dead weight behind him. The tiger facing him was not the boss he defeated today. It was smaller, but still a 200 to 300 pound killing machine. Way beyond his solo level cap, he frantically reached for his weapon inventory. Nothing. Empty hands. No spear. Not even a basic stone dagger. Panic spiked through his veins. What was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to magically channel his inner martial arts legend and punch a tiger to death bare-handed? Staring down the beast, No Will had no clue if it was out for revenge or if he could somehow use diplomacy. But the flash of razor-sharp fangs and the sickening scent of blood answered that question real quick. All logic flew out the window. Engo Will threw desperate, wild punches straight at the monster, but the beast's skull was like solid steel. It did not even bother dodging, just tanking over a dozen frantic blows. As his fists went completely numb, a horrifying realization hit him. The tiger was actually mocking his pathetic attack power. What? What are you trying to do? He stammered. Driven by pure terror, No Will unleashed a frantic flurry of strikes against its body, head, and limbs. But even at max effort, his physical damage was practically 0. The tiger held its ground, taking a menacing step forward. It sneered at this low-level human who dared to slay its kin. Done playing games, the apex predator unhinged its massive jaws, lunging straight for Engo Will's head. Ah! Engo Will screamed, bolting upright from his mat. Chief, what happened? The terrified tribespeople rushed in, throwing open the doorway and staring at him in sheer panic. Drenched in a cold sweat, No Will sat paralyzed on his bed, gasping for air like a drowning man. Through his blurred vision, he saw his people surrounding him. Ung and the early risers were already on the daily grind, but the loyal healer had stayed right outside his door. Earlier that morning, when Engo Will first crashed, Ung had come to apply first aid. Seeing the chief's health dropping from a dangerous fever, he had immediately administered a dandelion potion. He had been standing guard all morning, and it was already past noon. You had a massive fever earlier, Chief. Is your status stable now? Ung asked, trembling with worry. Yeah, I am fine now. Engo Will wiped his brow, finally feeling the debuff lift. His body still ached with phantom pain, but his energy bars were finally regenerating. No wonder he was completely traumatized. It was his very first time aggroing a real-life tiger, facing a giant beast where life and death were separated by a single pixel. Anyone would have lost their mind. Blowing all his stamina just to lug that monster back and survive the raid was nothing short of an absolute miracle. The sheer terror of almost becoming a tiger's midnight snack. That near-death experience was exactly what triggered William's blazing fever. But more importantly, it slammed him face first into the brutal, blood-soaked reality of this prehistoric world. Catching a wild chicken or goat was child's play. The real war against apex predators had just begun. Next time, he would be taking down bears. Maybe even wolves. Cowardice, not in his vocabulary. He pushed himself up, his eyes locking onto Ying with absolute resolve. I am fine. Come on, let's go feast on that tiger. I bet the meat tastes absolutely legendary, right? Ying stared at him in utter shock. Something about the chief's aura had completely transformed, though he could not quite put his finger on it. But within seconds, his mind was hijacked by the thought of food. He had never tasted tiger steak before, and that striped pelt was going to look ridiculously cool. After totally destroying their epic lunch, a rare, chill afternoon finally rolled around. William strolled over to inspect the peanut field that Ma Ye's crew had planted. This was their very first attempt at playing farmer. Forget Ma Ye. Even William was totally clueless about how to actually grow things. They basically just copied the wild peanut patches, burying the seeds at perfectly spaced intervals in the dirt. Fake it till you make it, right? The soil quality was absolute garbage, mixed with gritty yellow sand. But hey, it looked close enough to the dirt where the wild ones survived. That was William's brilliant strategy. Mimic the harsh wilderness conditions, and maybe, just maybe, these stubborn seeds would actually sprout. Chief, it has been 10 agonizing days since we planted them, but there is absolutely zero sign of life anywhere. Ma Ye, the tribe's newly appointed crop manager, sounded completely stressed out. 10 whole days, and not a single green leaf has popped up. William squatted down like a true professional, grabbing a handful of the earth. It was super sandy, but surprisingly moist. Ma Ye's squad had been religiously watering the field every single morning and night. As for why nothing was growing, William had zero idea. City boys do not know farming. Why do we not just dig one up and check? Do you even remember where you buried them? He asked, looking up. Of course I do. Ma Ye marched over, pointing fiercely at the slightly sunken craters. These exact spots hold the seeds. I personally water them every day, so I have every single location memorized. William stared blankly at the peanut field. It was not exactly massive, but it was definitely not small either. We are talking at least 3 acres of dirt. Hauling water for that every single day was backbreaking labor. On top of her tribe duties, this kid was pulling double shifts like an absolute beast. Right around here, huh? William asked, pointing at a random little pit. Exactly, there is one right under there. Ma Ye crouched beside him, her anxiety going through the roof as William started clawing at the dirt. Wait, Chief, what are you doing? You're not trying to rip it out, are you? It has not even sprouted yet. You cannot eat it. She lunged forward in pure panic, grabbing his hand, terrified that her precious seed was about to be murdered. Relax, I just want to see if it is alive down there. William gently shook off her grip and scraped away a bit more soil. Suddenly, a tiny peanut shell revealed itself in the earth. The shell had cracked open, giving birth to a fragile, bright green shoot. It was still curled up, lacking the brute strength to punch through the surface. Wait, it actually worked? Tears of joy practically welled up in Ma Ye's eyes as she stared. Is that the peanut sprout? It is so incredibly beautiful. But why is it so tiny? Will it even survive? She whispered like she was looking at a sleeping baby, terrified that a loud voice might shatter the fragile plant. William just smirked. Chill out. These things are incredibly tough. They could pierce through solid rock if they had to. Back in the modern world, science proved a sprouting seed could literally crack a human skull open. That is the terrifying, unstoppable power of nature's life force. But did we just kill this one? Ma Ye stared at the exposed seedling with devastating regret. If we had just left it alone, it would have broken the surface in a few days. Bury it back, quick! Maybe it can still make it. Honestly, William had zero guarantees, but he carefully placed the tiny warrior back and covered it with dirt. So, that is how peanuts are born. Huh? Seeing him safely tuck the sprout back into its earthy bed, Ma Ye let out a massive sigh of relief. Every single seed in this field held a piece of her soul. All right, listen up. In a few days, weeds are going to invade this turf. You guys have to rip them all out, or they will choke our crops to death. William racked his brain for farming basics. Planting, fertilizing, weeding, and bug spray. Well, fertilizer and chemicals were a massive nope in the Stone Age. Ruthless weed assassination was their only strategy. You got it, boss. I swear on my life, not a single weed will survive. This territory belongs strictly to the peanuts. Ma Ye promised with fiery determination. Awesome. Just be extremely careful not to accidentally execute our peanut babies. You memorized the grid, so do not mess up the friendly fire. No way. I would never. Ma Ye shook her head rapidly, looking hilariously offended. Damaging their sacred food supply was the ultimate sin. Good. Stay sharp. This is our grand experimental farming zone. If we secure a victory this year, we are expanding the empire next season. Not just to feed our people, but our winter livestock are going to need these premium greens too. Mission accepted, Chief. Sleep easy. I will guard this field with my life. William surveyed his 3-acre domain. It was a long way from his dream of becoming an ultimate wasteland farm lord, but it was a pretty epic starting point. Yo, boss! What is on the menu for tonight? The second William and Ma Ye stepped back into the camp, Big Dog came sprinting up, dropping an incredibly suspicious wink. What is with the face? Are we roasting that tiger or what? The tiger meat was still crazy fresh since they literally just skinned the beast this morning. When you hunt a legendary predator, you absolutely have to feast on it immediately. The leftovers were destined for the jerky racks. This single apex feline was worth 100 of those fluffy wild chickens. That morning, the tribe had crunched the numbers on their future jerky supply. Starving this winter? Absolutely canceled. No, not just regular meat, Chief. Are you not going to use that special stuff? Big Dog drooled, his eyes locked dead onto the Sichuan peppercorns they had brought back. numbing spicy tiger steak. He had been obsessing over it all day, knowing that insane flavor combo was going to break the internet if they had one. Yo, Chief, let's make that spicy tiger meat, William just facepalmed. This dude was totally obsessed with his stomach. Hey, Maye, tell Ya and the crew to soak those wild peppercorns. We are going to baste that glorious tiger steak with some explosive spicy water. Keep brushing it on while it roasts. It is going to smell insane. Lacking other spices, William had a genius idea. Crush up some peanuts into dust. It will make an epic dipping powder. I am on it. Say no more. Big Dog was absolutely hyped about this combo. He practically sprinted to the drying racks. Grabbing a massive handful of peppercorns, he tossed them into a coconut shell with water. Bam! The liquid instantly turned a radioactive murky green. Chief, what the heck? Why did it change color? Is this poison? Big Dog panicked, shoving the shell in William's face. Chill out, man. Green peppers make green water. It is perfectly fine. One whiff of that intense, zesty aroma, and William knew he had hit the culinary jackpot. Just the smell alone made mouths water. It was giving off major late-night spicy barbecue vibes. Absolutely mouth-watering. Are you sure about this, swamp water? Maye stared at the pungent green liquid. He had serious doubts about brushing this on their hard-earned meat. Heck yeah, let's get grilling. Big Dog was losing his mind, his stomach roaring like a beast. He refused to look away from the prize. William swaggered away with a smirk. Peppercorn-crusted tiger steak? That was Michelin star-level dining in this primitive wasteland. This numbing spice was their first real seasoning. Even when their tongues went completely numb, not a single person could stop shoving it in their faces. The explosive heat hijacked their taste buds. It was an addictive rush of flavor that left everyone craving more. By nightfall, William had tried to save a massive chunk, but nope, the tribe devoured absolutely everything. So, he ordered Ya to brew some wild mint tea. Eating too much mystical beast meat causes a crazy energy overload. Nobody needed internal heat stroke. Mint tea was the perfect cool-down hack. After that epic feast, William called for a midnight council. It was time to talk strategy for their next big hunt. Boss, are we going after more giant beasts? If we drop a few more of those titans, we will be kings this winter. Big Dog was sprawled on the dirt, totally food drunk. He patted his massive food baby, looking like the happiest guy on earth. The squad turned their eyes to William. Sure, it took 4 guys to raid boss that monster, but their chief had carried the team and taken the heaviest damage. The tension in the air was thick. Were they hungry for more danger or terrified of pushing their luck? The vibe was completely unpredictable. William scanned his crew with a piercing gaze. The real question is, do you guys even have the guts to go back out there? He flipped the script on them. Monster hunting was a total adrenaline rush, but one wrong move meant instant game over. Count me in, Wolfhair shot to his feet. The dude was a battle junkie. Tasting giant monster blood had totally awakened his inner predator. A real man slays titans. Think of the badass names I can give my future kids. Chief, I am totally down. I want to slaughter more beasts. My family deserves meat on the table every single day. Wolfhair glanced over at Ya. With all this premium protein, she was literally glowing up. Thicker, healthier, and totally stunning. Hearing his alpha declaration, Ya burst into happy tears. She dropped her tools and practically tackled him with a hug. A badass warrior and endless food? That was the absolute dream. Lee smiled watching her friend. They were practically relationship goals. Then another voice broke the silence. Chief, I am in too. Strong Bear stood up, flexing his massive frame. I want to hunt bigger monsters. The whole tribe is going to feast on my watch. He talked a big game about the tribe, but his eyes were completely locked on Lee. She froze for a second, her eyes sparking before she shyly looked down. Classic romance. Strong Bear was about to drop a smooth line, but Lee hurried over to William with herbal powder. Chief, the healing paste is ready. Let me patch you up. William offered his wounded arm, letting the soothing powder do its magic. He smirked at the rest of the crew. What about the rest of you? Me? Hell yeah, I am going. I am done being scared. I am going to body slam a monster and name my kid something terrifying. Big Dog puffed out his chest, trying to look tough. With the veterans hyping it up, the whole squad caught the battle fever. Especially the rookies. They hadn't seen the actual nightmares outside. They only saw the epic loot and premium meat. Boss, take me with you. I want to slay a titan. I am so sick of catching those lame, long-feathered chickens. Let me fight. Chief, I claim next dibs. Bro, I want to jump on a tiger's back and go crazy with my spear. Put me in, coach. Seeing the absolute hype in the room, Doc could not hold back anymore. He jumped up and rushed straight to William. At first, he was totally cool being the tribe's beast tamer. Feeding cute rabbits and weird chickens gave him serious zen vibes. But farm life was nothing compared to a raid battle. The sheer adrenaline of swinging a spear at a giant boss. Da's blood was literally boiling. Wait, you want to fight too? William frowned hard. Da was their main beast tamer. If he joined the raid party, who would run the farm? The tribe needed a balanced meta to survive. William wanted to reject the kid's request. But seriously, what guy could resist the call of an epic boss fight? He was totally torn. Chief, if Da wants the smoke, let him go. I will manage the livestock. Ying stepped forward, seeing the chief's hesitation. With one arm missing, I am not cut out for frontline combat anyway. Da, are you seriously bored of playing zookeeper? You really want to join the suicide squad? William looked at Da with a knowing smirk. We are running a democracy here. If you want out of farm duty, we can swap. I only benched you before because of your busted leg. No need to swap completely. I still love my cute little beasts. I just haven't seen action in a while, and I am terrified my stone blade is losing its edge. Watching the crew bag massive beasts just makes my blood absolutely boil with excitement. Dat stared at his shoes, suddenly acting totally shy. But William read the kid's mind like an open comic book. You think staying back is for slackers? Bro, wake up. These captive beasts are our winter lifeline. Every single one of them is worth 10 wild catches. The tribe leader glanced toward the pens. It was pitch black outside, with zero visibility. But hearing those sleepy animal noises, instant peace of mind. This was their ultimate survival hack. Soon, they would become master beast tamers. No more endless hunting, no more risking their necks in the wild. Say less, boss. I am on it, Dat bragged. We are rocking over 30 rabbits right now. 2 mamas are expecting, so the bunny army is about to explode. We could hit 100 by winter. The kid was practically vibrating, waving his arms like a maniac. Plus, the long feather chicks are hatching soon. That is 30 more. An egg a day keeps the hunger away, man. William just smirked, watching the kid totally geek out over his expanding farm empire. Dat's wild urge to hunt instantly evaporated. Wait, the mama goat is popping soon. I definitely cannot leave. What if there is an emergency? He gasped, nearly forgetting his top priority patient. Hard pass on the hunt, boss. You guys go on ahead. I am staying right here. My goat midwife skills are urgently needed. Wow, so you do not trust me to watch them? Ying muttered, clearly offended. Heck no. You just force-feed them weird white mouse water. Never anything tasty. Are you blind, bro? The goats totally hate that stuff. Dat fired back. Ying choked on his own comeback. Grabbing his medicine bucket, he stomped off like a moody teenager. Whatever, early bedtime won. Meanwhile, the main squad geared up, marching north toward the river for an epic monster hunt. William watched his crew hyping each other up. A massive, smug grin spread across his face. The tribe vibe had been way too chill lately. Ever since the rabbit-catching era, they had totally lost their hardcore warrior edge. He needed to stir the pot. Hyping up this crazy raid was the ultimate cheat code for boosting their hunting stats. Reality check. To drag these misfits into a golden age, they needed raw, unstoppable power. Weakness would not protect their turf or their crazy little family. Looking at their fired-up faces, William felt like an absolute boss. They were practically dancing in the palm of his brilliant, charismatic hand. Later that night, he pulled up his system interface. Holy jackpot, taking down that massive tiger dumped a ton of experience points. His hunting skill instantly evolved to level 1. 90 skill points in the bag. Level 2 was practically knocking at his door. But swiping over to the quest tab, absolute ghost town. 0 new missions. Xiao Yuan, hey system sprite, why is the quest board completely dead? William sighed dramatically. He was itching to grind more points. Master, there are no quests available right now. Xiao Yuan squeaked, sounding suspiciously nervous. Plot twist. The little sprite had secretly messed up and caught a massive penalty timeout, hence the total quest drought. But confessing that to William? Suicide mission. If the boss found out, Xiao Yuan would get flattened into a 2-dimensional paper scrap. What is your deal? William raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning absolutely lethal. Did you break the system again, you little gremlin? No, master, I would never. Xiao Yuan panicked. I am working on it. Fresh quests dropping soon, I swear. The sprite furiously shook its head, faking a casual vibe while practically sweating digital bullets. Chill out, master. I will patch this up soon. Ignoring the sprite's desperate yapping, William dug through his inventory, just some basic scrolls. His herb collection was still totally pathetic. Bored out of his mind, he slammed the menu shut. Time to go touch grass and forage for some real materials. Next morning, a dozen warriors hit the trail. Everyone was strapped with gear and loaded up on barbecue jerky. This was not a quick speed run. They were taking the scenic route up north, mapping out the wild zones. Ma Ye, guard the base. Any drama happens, consult Dat and Ying. William tossed the kid the ultimate responsibility. The boy was small but sharp, total prime material to become the tribe's acting manager. Hitting the dusty trail, they checked their trap lines first. Out of 4 snares, they only caught 2 measly bunnies. Sure, The random number generator could not be lucky every day. But 2 days for 2 drops? The spawn rate here was officially garbage. William frowned in disgust. He signaled to reset the traps and marched the squad deeper north. They crossed the old ambush zone. The blood had washed away, but the chaotic scars of battle remained. Weirdly, not a single beast track in sight. Boss, the map ends here! Scout Lang Mao sprinted back, completely breathless. Massive cliff drop ahead. It is a total dead end. The path was completely sliced off. Time for a crazy detour. They were in uncharted territory now, running only on ancient elder legends. Let us check it out together, William commanded. The squad took a breather. William, flanked by Lang Mao and Dagu, pushed 50 meters ahead. They hit a nasty, tangled slope. Total jungle nightmare. No wonder mobs never spawned here. Thorny vines zigzagged everywhere. The trio went full stealth mode, dodging spikes like absolute ninjas. Suddenly, smack, a random projectile nailed his forehead. William flinched, rubbing the stinging bump in absolute confusion. He glared straight up. Wait, red jujubes? He had been grinding for these forever. And boom, the legendary loot just dropped right on his head. Ignoring the scratches on his legs, William dashed forward. Ding! System alert! Quest triggered. Craft 1 dose of hemostatic medicine. Reward, 500 skill points. Xiao Yuan's voice chimed in his brain. Master, a wild quest appeared. Do you accept? William paused, then swaggered forward with a cocky grin. 500 points? Who in their right mind would decline that? The timing was absolutely flawless. He had the Jujube tree, which meant bark access. Just gotta find some Angelica root, and the bleeding cure potion is in the bag. Quest accepted! Yay, Master! Xiao Yuan cheered, relieved from its penalty terror. The mission was on, and the magic tree was officially secured. Jackpot! William scaled the peak, and his eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Before him stood dozens of massive apple trees. Tiny, vibrant green apples weighed down the branches, looking ridiculously cute and entirely appetizing. Chief, Lang Mao called out, the spring cuts off right here. If we want to head down, we've got to take the long way around. He pointed at the jagged cliff face. A sheer drop of several dozen meters plummeted into a narrow gorge. Honestly, if this were a video game, it would be the absolute perfect choke point for an epic ambush. Just beyond the foothills roared a massive, untamed river. The violent rapids surged from the opposite peak, stretching out so far that the end completely vanished into the horizon. This was definitely the treacherous northern river Lang Mao had warned them about. Since scaling down the sheer cliff was a death wish, their only shot was heading west. Lang Mao gestured toward a much more forgiving, gentle slope ahead. Hey, big dog, how are your tree climbing skills? William asked, staring up at the leafy giants. Climb? Big Dog tilted his head, eyeing the 10-meter beast of a tree that was practically overflowing with green loot. I have to scale this thing? And wait, why are we calling them apples? Can't we just call them sky snacks? He muttered, scratching his head in sheer confusion. Shrugging off his heavy gear, Big Dog wrapped his massive arms around the trunk. With a few powerful kicks, he shimmied up the bark with terrifying speed. For these tribal warriors, scaling a vertical tree was as easy as strolling down a sidewalk. In a flash, he had already conquered the canopy. William pointed up at the clusters. Grab one of those green ones. Take a bite and let me know how it tastes. You got it, Chief. Big Dog yanked a fruit free and tossed it straight into his mouth. Crack! He instantly clutched his jaw, his face twisting into a hilarious grimace. Chief, this thing is like a rock. Are you trying to break my teeth? William blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Dude, chew it gently. There is a hard pit inside that you absolutely cannot eat. Just gnaw on the juicy outer flesh. But Big Dog was a total savage. Pit or no pit, he chomped down with reckless abandon, swallowing the whole thing in 2 massive gulps. His eyes widened in pure bliss. Chief, this is insane. It is ridiculously sweet and exploding with juice. He instantly grabbed 3 or 4 more, frantically stuffing them into his cheeks like a giant, muscle-bound squirrel. Who cares about the pit? He mumbled through a mouthful of loud, aggressive crunching. Down below, William literally face-palmed, half expecting his strongest warrior to shatter all his teeth. Since he had not brought up a basket, Big Dog just started plucking the apples and raining them down on the group. Chief, you have got to try this. It is absolute perfection. William caught one of the bright green drops. It felt firm, definitely still unripe, but one bite revealed an explosion of sweet, crisp juice that instantly washed away the exhaustion of their long trek. Chief, this is next-level delicious. Can we stockpile these for the brutal winter? Big Dog practically drooled at the thought. If they could chew on these sweet treats while freezing in the snow, it would be an absolute game changer. These are not even fully ripe yet, William grinned. Once they mature and we sun-dry them, they will easily last us through the harshest season. But as William stared up at the massive branches, a cunning, borderline villainous smirk crept onto his face. But honestly, the fruit is just a bonus. What we really need is the bark. Big Dog froze mid-chew. The bark? Are you kidding me right now? Crafting medicine from this specific bark was like mastering a beginner-level alchemy skill. You simply harvested it, left it to bake in the sun, and then ground it down into a fine, potent powder. Its medicinal value was absolutely off the charts. It was a god-tier cure for severe stomach ailments and brutal bacterial infections. But its ultimate hidden stat? When properly dried and pulverized, it became a legendary blood-stopping agent. Sure, throwing the raw powder on a wound worked wonders on its own. But if you combined it with rare herbs like angelica and noda ginseng, the healing buff multiplied exponentially. This was the exact secret formula William had unlocked earlier. While ordinary bandages merely stopped the bleeding, this epic bark actually triggered rapid cell regeneration. It soothed the maddening itch of new skin forming and pushed the body's natural healing speed into overdrive. This hidden synergy was the exact reason why that premium medicine William had traded from the system possessed such mind-blowing, miraculous healing properties. Now, obviously, a DIY version would never quite match the system's overpowered stats, but for minor skirmishes, it was an absolute lifesaver. Big Dog stared at the trunk in pure panic. Chief, if we peel this big guy's skin off, it will literally die. What about our epic winter snacks? The gentle giant looked at the towering tree with heartbreaking sympathy. To him, stripping a tree this magnificent felt like skinning a wild beast alive. It would be an instant game over for the poor plant. I know we need the healing items, Big Dog pleaded, but let me just go scalp those other ugly trees over there. Spare this one. William just let out a low, mysterious chuckle. Honestly, explaining advanced botany to a guy who ate apple pits was a lost cause. Enough drama, William commanded with a sharp wave of his hand. Get down from there and signal the rest of the party. We are establishing our base camp right here for the night. The elevation offered a massive tactical advantage. With 0 beast tracks in sight, it was the ultimate safe zone to respawn their energy. If they planned to grind in this area for a few days, locating a hidden cave would be the absolute dream scenario. However, a quick scan of the immediate perimeter yielded 0 results. And let us be real, if there was a cave, it was probably already the boss room for some terrifying apex predator. Lang Mao, Strong Bear, what is your tactical assessment of this spot? William was a modern-minded leader, not some tyrannical dictator. When it came to wilderness survival, he always consulted his veteran rangers. Strong Bear stomped forward, his sharp eyes calculating the terrain. He noted the impenetrable cliff guarding their backs and the sweeping slope acting as their front lawn. Flanked by the towering apple trees, the location offered elite defensive stats. Any approaching hostiles would be spotted a mile away. Chief, this defensive line is solid, he grunted in approval. As Strong Bear nodded, Lang Mao stayed completely silent. Like a shadow, he vaulted into the canopy to activate his eagle-eye vision. The opposite bank was a chaotic mess of tangled vines and dense timber, completely obscuring his line of sight. To conquer that distant peak, they would have to brave the raging torrent below. The waters were violently wide and terrifyingly fast, and testing the depth right now was basically asking for a watery grave. Scanning the rocky shores choked with wild weeds, he found absolutely 0 paw prints of beasts coming to drink. After a meticulous threat assessment, Lang Mao slid down the trunk like a seasoned ninja. Area is clear, Chief. Threat level is 0. We are green to make camp here. William smiled, deeply impressed by his scout's flawless paranoia. Since the vote is unanimous, let us set up the base. Ah, shoo. Take 2 guys and start hoarding firewood like your life depends on it. Grass, chicken, grab your squad and bulldoze the debris under these mighty trees. Since William planned to turn this spot into a multi-day farming zone, clearing the terrain was an absolute must. Plus, the massive loot drop of wild apples needed a massive, clean surface to sun-dry properly. Strong Bear, assemble a team. I want you hacking away any chaotic, overgrown branches sticking out of these trunks. These colossal beasts had been growing wild for who knows how many centuries, turning into a chaotic jungle of tangled wood. In the modern world, pruning these bad boys was an art form, strictly divided into hardcore winter and summer sessions. Winter cuts happened after the massive leaf fall, right before the spring rebirth. Summer pruning kicked in right before the fruit spawned, to maximize the ultimate yield. Back in his past life, village elders swore that aggressively stripping the thick bark was the ultimate cheat code for a massive harvest. Whether you executed the winter strat or the summer strat, slicing into that tough outer armor was a guaranteed buff to the tree's health. The golden rule was to strike while the tree was dormant or in full bloom. But William had exactly 0 patience for nature's slow burn timeline. They had just spawned into an unpredictable, high-level danger zone. Who knew if they would even survive long enough to ever see this spot again? If the epic loot was right in front of them, they were bagging it today. Big dog, start grabbing all the severed branches and fallen fruit. And while you are at it, peel that precious bark right off the scrap wood. Let us set the scene. The wild is no joke, and survival is the ultimate game. Lang Mao went full stealth mode, scouting the dirt path down to the river. He kept his eyes peeled for lurking beasts and rigged a quick test trap just in case. The rest of the crew immediately grinded to work. But our main character, William? He stared dead ahead at the opposite bank. The heavy, mysterious silence of the dark woods gave him major chills. He narrowed his intense eyes, trying to pierce the shifting shadows. His gut was screaming that something was totally off. The unseen dangers were seriously messing with his head. After a tense standoff with the mysterious bushes, he finally sighed and gave up. No ropes meant absolutely no crossing anyway. Whatever nightmare fuel was hiding over there, it was stuck on the other side. Suddenly, Daegu sprinted over like his pants were on fire. "Chief, these apples are totally busted." He held up a soft, bright red fruit, looking seriously betrayed by nature. "Why is it mushy? Did the wild break it?" William just grabbed the fruit, chuckled at the deep red skin, and shook his head. "Chill out, man. It is just super ripe. The longer they sit out here, the redder they get." He casually tossed the apple right into his mouth, and boom, a massive wave of pure sweet flavor exploded on his tongue. Daigu's eyes lit up. "Say less! Let us loot all the red ones!" The big guy scrambled back, digging through the bushes like a madman on a treasure hunt. Meanwhile, Taoji and the squad went straight to work. It barely took them an hour to completely clear the entire patch. They violently piled up the weeds and low branches into a massive heap. Let the blazing sun bake it, let the fierce wind dry it. By nightfall, they would have the ultimate bonfire fuel ready to burn. William grabbed the heavy timber chopped earlier by Ashu. He perfectly arranged it into a rock-solid fire pit right in the center of camp. The whole crew huddled up, soaking in the epic survival vibes. By the time Lang Mao returned, the base camp was absolutely lit. They chucked their tribe's dried meat straight into massive coconut shells to brew some epic stew. Tonight's menu, 2 totally different legendary flavors. One bowl was packed with face-numbing peppers, straight up Daigu's alley. The other was absolutely loaded with those sweet red apples. The crisp fruit melted into the boiling broth, making the meat insanely fragrant and rich. They also prepped the 2 wild rabbits they caught during their morning raid. Since tomorrow's loot was a total gamble, they played it incredibly smart. One went straight over the fire, while the other was hung up to dry for backup jerky. "Chief, the river trap is officially locked and loaded. Let us see if any clueless beasts fall for it tomorrow." Lang Mao mumbled proudly through a giant mouthful of roasted rabbit. The meat was kind of tough, but that explosive spicy pepper totally saved the dish. He wiped his mouth and got dead serious. "I saw 0 footprints and no beast droppings near the water. That spot is definitely not a local watering hole." William slowly nodded, taking in the scout's tactical report. "Got it. We will just have to check the trap tomorrow and hope for the best." William narrowed his fierce gaze toward the raging river winding at the mountain's base. The world had plunged into pitch black, terrifying darkness. The moon hung in the sky, half-eaten and jagged. Its pale light danced on the water, hiding way more secrets than it revealed. "Zhuangxiong, you are on night rotation duty. Set up shifts and guard that fire with your life. The wilderness at night is an absolute death trap. Only the blazing flames will keep the hungry wolf packs away." "Yes, sir." The hulking warrior raised his coconut bowl and chugged the fiery meat stew in one epic gulp. "I will take the very first watch, Chief. You guys get some sleep." With that bold claim, Zhuangxiong grabbed his lethal spear and heavy throwing rocks, stomping off to secure the perimeter. The night deepened its icy grip on the camp. The exhausted crew wrapped up their chores and crashed out right there on the dirt. The summer earth still radiated a comforting, sun-baked warmth. Completely drained from grinding out levels all day, they knocked out almost instantly. Heavy, peaceful snores soon echoed into the dangerous darkness. Zhuangxiong glanced back at his sleeping comrades secured inside the ring of fire. Then, he locked his intense, predator-like gaze onto the distant, shadowy mountains. The flickering flames painted his stoic face. He looked totally chill, but inside, his warrior instincts were screaming. The campfire blazed fiercely against the endless wild savanna, but lurking just beyond the protective light, a terrifying pack of shadowy beasts stood frozen in the tall grass. Eerie, glowing green eyes locked dead onto their distant campsite. The very moment the campfire flickered and began to slowly die down, the nightmares hiding in the grass finally made their bold move. Step by silent step, the deadly predators closed in on their helpless prey. Totally unaware of the creeping doom, Zhuangxiong checked the moon's position. Half the dangerous night had already vanished. He marched straight back to the sleeping pile and violently shook Daegu awake. He casually tossed a fat log onto the dying embers, forcing the flames to roar back to life. Hey, big guy, you are officially up. Keep your eyes wide open and do not slack off. The second Daigo stumbled to his feet, the hulking guard crashed into his warm spot and passed out instantly. Groaning loudly, Daigo violently rubbed his heavy, sleepy eyes. He grabbed his long spear and stone blade, dragging his heavy feet toward the guard post. The world around him was suffocatingly, terrifyingly quiet. Only the occasional, creepy screech of a night bug broke the absolute dead silence. It was the kind of eerie, spine-chilling calm that completely messes with your head. Stressed out? Nah. He just popped a mini apple right into his mouth. The chief literally said it was an all-you-can-eat fruit buffet today. You already know our boy stashed a massive bunch in his pockets for emergency midnight snacks. Out in the terrifying darkness, the rustling grass suddenly froze dead. The sinister green eyes immediately vanished, sinking straight back into the endless shadows out of pure fear. Daigo casually scanned the dark tree line, chewing aggressively loud. Hearing absolutely nothing, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He yeeted a few more giant logs right into the fire pit. Boom! The blazing inferno lit up the entire grassy plain like it was broad daylight. The terrified green lights instantly flattened themselves against the cold earth. A few blades of grass trembled weakly under the sudden, intense heat. Daigo totally glanced right past them, completely clueless, and just kept munching away. And just like that, the snacking, rebellious guard unintentionally became their ultimate, legendary savior. He kept violently throwing wood onto the fire whenever he got slightly bored. The roaring flames relentlessly completely purged the darkness from the wild plain all night long. Finally, the epic eastern sky cracked open with glorious dawn. A stunning pink glow washed over the dangerous savanna. Against all terrifying odds, the deadly night had passed without a single scratch. The squad stretched out, yawned loudly, and began packing up their survival gear. Daigo naturally took charge, leading the crew straight back to the apple grind. Time to harvest sweet fruit and spread out that rare bark to dry. Meanwhile, William strapped on his heavy weapons and locked determined eyes with the scout. Come on! Let us go check that riverbank trap. Following yesterday's stealth trail down the steep slope, the strike team moved out. Yet, they did not encounter a single living creature on the way. This grassland was way too horribly dead. It was giving off major ghost town, haunted energy. Where in the world were all the long-tailed chickens? They should literally be everywhere. William rubbed his chin, absolutely deep in tactical thought. If no human had ever set foot in this untouched territory, then this place should absolutely be crawling with low-level prey. Usually, right after a heavy rainy season, their old hunting grounds were literally overflowing with fat birds. But here, it was super weird and intensely unsettling. Walking for miles without spotting a single beast, even Lang Mao was totally creeped out by the massive dead zone. It did not take long before the epic roaring sound of the river hit their ears. Lang Mao suddenly bolted ahead of the pack like a crazy hunting dog. He pointed frantically at a massive patch of tall grass. Chief, the trap is completely untouched. Not a single animal had tripped the deadly wire. Bummer. The disappointed squad just circled past the useless trap and hit the rocky water's edge. Giant boulders literally littered the muddy riverbank. A few massive rocks jutted out into the rushing current, forming an epic, natural stone bridge. But sadly, it abruptly stopped halfway across, leading straight into a highly mysterious, dark forest on the other side. The opposite bank had its own giant, imposing boulders too, but the raging, chaotic rapids made it totally impossible to see clearly. The water was crystal clear, yet zero fish were in sight. William dipped his bare hand in, and a shocking, icy chill immediately shot up his arm. Wait a minute. Is this a hidden underground mountain spring? William's eyes went wide with pure, hyped surprise. The freezing water felt insanely, incredibly refreshing. He violently splashed his face, and boom. His tired brain went from sleepy to 100% locked in. A mountain spring? What the heck is that even supposed to mean? Lang Mao tilted his head, utterly confused by the fancy terminology. But whatever. He splashed himself too, grinning like an absolute maniac. This freezing water was straight up incredible. Man, it wasn't this freezing yesterday, William shivered, poking his wooden spear into the murky depths. Any fish down there? Hello? Not a single one surfacing? Nope, empty yesterday too, Lang Mao grunted, shaking his massive head. Suddenly, William's eyes flashed. He pointed downstream. Zhuangxiong, take a squad. Scan the riverbank for fish or beast tracks. Move. You got it, Chief, Zhuangxiong barked, rallying his crew down the muddy path. William turned, a wicked grin on his face. As for us, Lang Mao, we're heading upstream to hunt. Grab a few good men, William commanded. We are marching right along the water's edge. The sparkling current grew violently fierce the higher they climbed. The winding path twisted, turning into a treacherously narrow choke point. William signaled for a single file formation. Suddenly, the brush cleared, revealing a 4-meter wide trail spilling right into the river. Bingo! A majestic herd of deer was drinking right there. Snap, the deer flinched at the sound. They threw their heads up in pure panic, their terrified eyes locked dead onto William's hungry hunting squad. For a split second, time froze. Then chaos! Water exploded everywhere as the majestic beasts bolted, the fawns scrambling frantically behind them. Caught totally off guard, the squad could only watch their dinner vanish into the woods. Chief! That was walking meat! The tribesmen drooled, their eyes wide with desperate hunger. Such massive beasts, and an entire herd of them. If they could score that catch, they'd feast like absolute kings. Hell yeah, William smirked, his hunter's instinct flaring. The fact that they're drinking here means we hit the absolute jackpot. A brilliant, scheming smile crossed William's face. Lang Mao, listen up. This is our new ambush zone. We study the terrain, we set the ultimate traps, and if we bag those deer, our tribe is officially rich. Lang Mao's face lit up with savage joy. A scout dropped to the dirt, analyzing the trampled mud. Chief, look, it's not just deer. This place is a massive beast highway. If this wild gamble actually worked, they would survive the brutal winter in total luxury. William and Lang Mao scanned the zone like battle-hardened generals, locking down 3 perfect kill spots. The rich, black soil here was way softer than the opposite bank. Form squads of 3, William barked. In an instant, 3 tactical strike teams began digging like absolute madmen. A few curious critters actually wandered near the construction site, but one look at the sweaty, wild-eyed cavemen sent them scurrying for their lives. By the time Zhuangxiong's squad marched back, the deadly pit was nearly finished. Since they were targeting heavyweight monsters, they dug a massive 2-meter abyss. They carefully layered tall grass and loose dirt over the top, creating the ultimate invisible death trap. Chief, we marched for miles! Zhuangxiong panted, out of breath, but we didn't find a single decent beast track out there. However, the hulking warrior slowly opened his massive hand. But I did find this weird stuff. Chief, is this that locust thing you were rambling about? William blinked, totally stunned. Locust? What the heck are you? He zoomed in on Zhuangxiong's palm. They were green, bean-shaped pods, bulging at one end, curving sharply at the other. Some were dried out, turning a deep reddish-brown where the swollen seeds rested inside. The moment William laid eyes on those magical pods, a lightning bolt of pure realization hit his brain. He remembered rambling to his tribe about the legendary soap locust before. He had secretly hoped his hardcore hunting squads might have stumbled across them in the wild, but he never imagined this meathead would actually remember and bring it back. Zhuangxiong, you absolute legend, William yelled. I can't believe you actually found the Holy Grail. Snatching the pods like a maniac, William sprinted straight to the river. He crushed them into the water, and a glorious soapy slickness exploded across his palms. Finally, the ultimate weapon to destroy months of greasy, prehistoric grime. William wanted to scream at the top of his lungs in pure, unadulterated ecstasy. After surviving in this savage era for months, he could finally scrub the greasy rat's nest off his damn head. Splash! Losing all his cool, the chief swan dived right into the freezing river. He scrubbed his scalp like a madman with the crushed pods. Zhuangxiong, let's ride. Take me to the motherlode right now. William was riding the highest high of his life. Spotting the deer was awesome, but finding the soap locust was a total game changer. With these bad boys, processing beast hides would upgrade from a nightmare to a total breeze. Animal skins washed with this miracle foam would become ridiculously soft. They'd be insanely shiny and feel like pure luxury against the skin. Plus, these primitive dudes were absolute magnets for germs and hated taking baths. Having soap locust around meant mandatory hand washing and regular hair care. Their tribe's sickness rate was about to plummet to 0. Half of you, stay here and finish the death trap, William ordered. The rest of you, follow me. We're going on a soap hunting crusade. The magical pods hanging from the branches hadn't turned fully yellow or dropped yet. Honestly, they didn't even need to climb the trees. Just scooping up the fallen loot would be a massive haul. Sure, they could harvest the fresh ones, soak them, sun-dry them, and smash them into a brutal pulp, mold that gooey paste into long bars, and boom, premium prehistoric soap. It was an insanely simple, yet ridiculously effective cheat code. Throw in some cow fat and lye, and he could literally craft high-end luxury soap. But William wasn't trying to be a fancy diva. He just wanted to stop smelling like a dead mammoth. Everyone grabbed 2 massive carrying shells and trekked down the winding path to Zhuangxiong's secret stash. It was miles away from their apple tree base. After an agonizing hour-long march, they finally spotted them. Colossal, towering soap locust trees dominating the riverbank. The fallen pods hadn't even washed away in the stream. Since no human had ever looted this place, the ground was absolutely littered with treasure. The massive trees were bursting with thick, lush canopies of green. "No time to waste, boys," William roared, his eyes shining with greed. The squad went into full-on farming mode, grinding out the harvest. You could theoretically grow these from seeds or saplings. But waiting 6 to 7 years for the first bloom? Way too slow for a transmigrator like William. Uprooting them was useless. Hoarding the pods was the ultimate strat. Besides, it wasn't like they had fancy designer clothes to wash out here. This stash was strictly for scrubbing hands and washing hair, so they didn't need a mountainous supply. Finding trees already loaded with ripe fruit saved them insane amounts of time. Once they stripped the ground clean of loot, William pointed up. "All right, monkeys, scale those trunks. Strip the branches bare." The forest was so stupidly packed with these trees, they totally maxed out their carrying shells by looting just a single tree. Worried about running out? Not a chance. William's genius plan was to craft a crude batch of soap right there in the wild for easy transport. "Zhuang Xiong, fetch me 2 massive rocks. Find the flattest ones you can." Next, he ordered a shoe to dig a tactical mini-pit right in the dirt. They lined the edges with stones, dumped the precious pods inside, and smashed them down with a heavy boulder. With a satisfied smirk, William flooded the makeshift basin with river water. Let the magical soaking process begin. Top-tier soap usually required a brutal 2-day steeping phase, but these bad boys, fresh, tender, and incredibly green. No need to wait forever. By tomorrow morning, they'd be churning out the ultimate cleaning gear. With their hygiene revolution secured, William triumphantly led his squad back up the mountain. Back at base, Dagu and the gang had already conquered the apple harvest, laying the tiny fruits out to dry in the blistering sun. William smirked. "We only looted half the tree. The rest? Let them ripen a few more days. If this hunting trip actually works out, this spot becomes our ultimate VIP snack lounge." Oh, and those tree barks? Processed and sun-dried for a whole day. They were already halfway to being perfectly crispy. Staring at the bark pile, William flashed a sly grin. "We craft the basic meds first. Once we score some Angelica root, our legendary blood-clotting potion is complete." Seriously? Wandering around without healing items? That is just asking for a game over. Night fell, and the squad huddled up. You could literally see the massive, goofy grins plastered across everyone's faces from today's epic loot. Yeah, we totally missed the deer, but spotting them? That proves this zone is swarming with fat, juicy targets. Big herbivores with zero killer instincts. By tomorrow, they are walking straight into our traps. Lesson learned, guys. You gotta touch grass. Stepping out of the base camp is the only way to unlock these crazy new discoveries. Big Dog chomped down on an apple, practically moaning in delight. The dude was addicted to these mini apples, popping dozens daily like candy. "Heck yeah, Chief," he yelled, totally energized. "Think we can actually bag a deer tomorrow? Man, if the heavens bless our luck and we drag those deer home, absolute perfection. Plus, those soap pods are a total game changer. My scalp finally stopped driving me crazy." That afternoon, the whole crew took advantage of the sun and scrubbed their heads with the pods. Fun fact about the locals, they never shower. Like, zero hair washing. Not just because water is super rare, but they are terrified of catching a debilitating disease. Catching a cold from a bath could literally mean instant death. So even with hair crusty as a dirt road, nobody dared to wash. It took over 10 magic pods this time just to scrub away the grime. The refreshing, squeaky clean feeling, pure heaven. The squad was instantly obsessed. "Keep grinding like this," William promised, "and everyone gets the good stuff." Our main character traced some dramatic symbols in the air, waving confidently at his hyped-up crew. It was just a few wild animals, but the gang was buzzing like they drank 10 energy drinks. Seeing the chief pray for that divine blessing, tomorrow's epic loot drop was guaranteed. Dinner was meat stew again, but throwing in those apples, a massive culinary critical hit. Big Dog practically inhaled his apple meat broth. "Wolf hair!" William's voice turned deadly serious. "You are on guard duty tonight. Stay frosty. If deer are wandering around, apex predators might be lurking too. Do not slack off." His sharp gaze swept the camp. The squad instantly dropped the goofy grins, nodding with grim determination. In the wild, paranoia keeps you alive. Above them, a chunk of the moon vanished into darkness, making the night insanely creepy. Orders given, William collapsed near the crackling fire, immediately logging off for the night. Exhausted from the insane grind, he sank into dreamland. Meanwhile, Wolfhair tossed fresh logs onto the blaze and began his tense patrol. The darkness was suffocating. Visibility was utter trash. He could barely see the tall grass swaying, silently praying no raid boss monsters would spawn tonight. Around midnight, his heavy eyelids fluttered shut. Suddenly, a terrifying chill spiked his adrenaline, snapping him awake. Wolfhair leaped to his feet, his eyes scanning the pitch-black void. Nothing moved. Total dead silence. But his survival instincts were screaming, that cold, creeping dread of being targeted. He had been stalked by tigers before, and this felt exactly the same. Heck, it felt like multiple tigers had him locked in their sights. Sweating bullets, he refused to let his guard down. He scrambled up and hurled more wood into the fire, forcing the flames to roar higher. Using the flickering light, he intensely scoped the perimeter. The savage plains ahead were a massive ink blot, and the measly starlight was absolute garbage for visibility. Lurking just beyond the glow, a pair of sinister, ghostly green eyes locked onto the blazing inferno. The beast could sense the lethal threat of the flames. Those glowing green orbs stared for an eternity, before the hidden terror finally backed off into the shadows. The rest of the night passed without a hitch. Come sunrise, the tribe was back to their chaotic daily grind. Today, even the chief was bouncing off the walls. Wolfing down a sloppy, rushed breakfast, William immediately rallied the troops and sprinted toward the upstream traps. Normally, hiking from the mountain down to the left flank takes over 30 agonizing minutes. But with the hype train running at full speed, the squad crushed the distance in just over 20. As they closed in, William abruptly threw up a hand. "Halt! Wolf Hare! Strong Bear!" he whispered intensely. "We go rogue! Scout ahead!" Leading his two top bruisers, the chief stealthily crept forward. After utterly spooking the deer last time and making them rage quit the area, the trio tiptoed like absolute ninjas. One wrong move, and the loot vanishes. Peeking at the river and the narrow trail, it was a total ghost town, not a single beast grabbing a drink. Panic setting in, William and the boys rushed the traps, the first two, untouched. But wait! The grass cover on the third pit was totally gone. Hearts pounding like crazy, they sprinted over, only to stare into a miserably empty hole. Zero loot. "What the heck?" Wolf Hare was freaking out. "Chief, did some other monster steal our kill?" He was stressing hard. "He set that trap himself yesterday. Why was it busted and empty?" William was scratching his head too. Logically speaking, if a target triggers the trap, it should be stuck at the freaking bottom. The pit was over 6 feet deep. No deer was parkouring out of that. And no predator is dumb enough to dive into a hole just for a snack. Crouching down like a forensic detective, the chief analyzed the pit. Just dirt and grass. Zero blood, zero hair. Which meant the beast never fell in at all. It completely dodged it. His eyes scanned the edge, spotting a chaotic mess of hoofprints. The deer had literally stepped on the rim, hit a reflex save, and violently scrambled backward. The target definitely showed up, but our trap hitbox was way too small. It bolted before it could plummet. William aggressively furrowed his brows. These pits were designed for small fry, rabbits and long-tailed chickens. Against a massive tank-sized deer, the beast could just stretch its long legs and totally vault over the gap. "Strong Bear," the chief barked, ordering an immediate trap rework. Marching over to inspect the remaining setups, he found zero tracks. The deer had completely avoided this route. "These herbivores are overly cautious," he deduced. "They hug the shoreline instead of taking the main path. Scrap these two useless pits, dig them deeper on the flanks, and widen the freaking trap doors." The chief went full commander mode. "Wolf Hare, take a strike team across the river. See if you can farm some long-tailed chickens." This was day 3 of the expedition. If they rolled total zeros today, their dried meat rations would vanish. Camping and eating wouldn't cut it anymore. They needed blood, and they needed loot. Listen up, because things are about to get wild. When it comes to digging traps, Trang Hung is the absolute master of the dirt. The crew was sweating it out, digging 4 massive pits on both sides, but there was a glaring problem. "Chief, this trapdoor is way too huge. We can't cover this up. It is a solid 1.5 meters wide, and there isn't a single blade of tall grass around here. Even if we dump dirt on top, the whole thing is going to cave in." Engo Will stared at the massive crater. It was definitely deep and wide enough. No beast was jumping over that. But the camouflage issue was a total buzzkill. Thinking fast, he ordered Trang Hung to snap some sturdy branches. They built a wooden skeleton over the hole, layered the grass on top, and finally buried it in dirt. Boom. Perfect trap. "You got it, boss." But as the squad dusted off their hands, reality hit. Lang Mao still wasn't back. Anxiety started creeping in. Did that reckless idiot walk straight into a death trap? Engo Will and Trang Hung grabbed their gear and sprinted into the wild. After an agonizing hour of tracking, rustling echoed ahead. "Hurry! They are right in front of us!" Engo Will kicked into high gear, rushing forward like a bat out of hell. Out of nowhere, a massive, shaggy goat blasted through the bushes. Before Ngo Will could even blink, the beast pulled a wicked drift. It was totally trying to blow past him. "Chief, grab it, watch out, surround that furball, do not let it escape." Ngo Will's reflexes snapped into action. He hoisted his spear and brought it crashing down. The ambush was so sudden, his weapon smacked the goat right square in the rear end. A blood-curdling, tragic bleat pierced the air. It was so absolutely pathetic. Every single guy in the tribe visibly cringed and instinctively rubbed their own butts in sympathy. The wounded goat flopped pathetically onto the grass. Trang Hung and the boys immediately swarmed it, locking it down like a SWAT team. So, what is the call, boss? Do we slaughter it for a barbecue or take it hostage? The terrified goat kept crying, thrashing around to escape, but the crew had it pinned down tight. Chief, you are a total lifesaver. That sneaky jerk almost lost us. Lang Mao burst through the tree line, gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. Bagging this runaway goat had been a total nightmare. They had spent 2 grueling hours chasing its tail. Honestly, if the goat hadn't wandered off alone, or if some other predator had shown up, they probably would have gone home empty-handed. They scrounged up some tough vines and hog-tied the beast, male or female, who cares? A live catch meant it was coming home with them. No Will had big dreams of becoming a wasteland rancher. The more breathing livestock, the better. What about you guys? Did you get banged up during that crazy chase? Engo Will scanned his hunting squad. Seeing them clutching only basic stone knives and spears, his expression dropped. He totally thought this single, pathetic goat was their only prize for the entire day. Ha! Are you kidding me? We are perfectly fine, not a single scratch. But seriously, Chief, this hunting ground is entirely busted. It is swarming with animals. We bagged 3 fluffy chickens and 2 fat rabbits. Engo Will stared at Lang Mao's ridiculously empty hands, completely bewildered. Ga Ko is carrying the loot. We panicked when the goat bolted, so we dumped our inventory on him. Right on cue, Ga Ko trudged out of the brush, loaded down with 5 or 6 woven baskets. 2 of them were stuffed to the brim with chickens and rabbits. Holy crap, how in the world did you pull this off? No, Wenze, you guys caught more than the entire squad combined. Seriously, what is your cheat code? The tribe crowded around them, minds absolutely blown. Normally, it takes the whole village coordinating a massive raid just to catch a couple of measly birds all day. And now, a handful of dudes just casually rolled up with an absolute feast, plus a live hostage goat on the side. Dude, the spawn rate here is insane. We barely walked 10 feet before we stumbled into a chicken nest the size of a football field. Scooping these up was child's play. Gakko was usually the quiet, brooding type, but today he was totally hyped. Waving his arms and bouncing around, he kept hyping up the crazy animal population. Ngo Will frowned, feeling a weird vibe. There wasn't a single critter near the apple tree area. Kind of suspicious, right? Lang Mao just shrugged, completely clueless. No Will couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was missing a massive red flag. This weird wildlife pattern usually meant some epic disaster was brewing. But hey, today's loot was straight up legendary. Whatever. Let's head back and roast some chicken. Enjo Will waved his hand, leading the pumped-up crew back to base camp. As the sun dipped, the boys threw an epic bonfire party, tearing into crispy, roasted chicken. Everyone was absolutely stuffed, rubbing their food babies. Chief, we have to raid that chicken spawn point again tomorrow. The place is completely loaded. We grabbed over 10 in just a few minutes. Lang Mao aggressively chewed a drumstick, his eyes practically glowing with greed at the thought of tomorrow's hunt. All right, bet. If the traps are totally empty tomorrow, we grind for more chickens. Stockpiling meat is always a win, but after that, we pack it up. We have been out here way too long. The hunting party had never pulled a camping trip this long before. Wait, Chief, we are bailing immediately after tomorrow? Dai Kao whined, totally devastated. This camp was basically a 5-star resort. Come on, boss. Let's chill here a few more days. I swear, those apples are finally turning red. Just give it a little more time and the whole tree will be glowing. Dai Kao was an absolute fanatic for apples. He was dying to find out if No Will's legendary sweet red apples were actually worth the hype. Yeah, Chief, we are pulling insane aggro on these animals. If we bring all this back, the tribe will eat like kings for an entire season. This spot is heavily overpowered. If we just dug a cave here, we could establish a permanent base. Infinite chickens, zero stress. Think about it. No Will just chuckled. Sure, they would ditch their old base eventually, but if this paradise got hit by brutal winters or insane monsoons, they would be completely wiped out. He needed a bulletproof sanctuary. Dai Kao, you are on night watch duty. Ingo Will barked his orders, sending the squad to catch some sleep. Tomorrow's grind required max stamina. Yeah, I got it. Dai Kao grabbed his gear and dragged himself out into the dark. Outside, the kidnapped goat was tethered to the apple tree. It had seemingly accepted its tragic fate, aggressively chewing grass while glaring at the campfire. Hey, chill out. We will hook you up with a cute goat girlfriend back home. You are living the dream. Dai Kao trash-talked the livestock. Honestly, male or female, he was getting ridiculously jealous of a farm animal's love life. You are insanely lucky you get a guaranteed soulmate. Look at me. 0 game, 0 girls. At least the snacks are top tier. Dai Kao savagely crunched into an apple. As midnight rolled around, Dai Kao started fading fast. The perimeter was totally dead. He leaned back against the warm, fluffy goat and started dozing off. Suddenly, the goat lost its absolute mind. It violently thrashed out of Daikau's grip and scrambled to its feet. Whoa, what the heck is your problem? Stop throwing a tantrum. I told you I would get you the good snacks. Listen up, you stubborn furball. Big Dog slapped the baby goat's back, trying to teach it some manners. But the tiny rebel refused to sit, throwing a total tantrum and kicking him right in the shins. Oh, so you got an attitude now? Big Dog raised his hand to smack it, but froze when the main character, William, stepped out of the shadows. Chief, why are you out here riling up the livestock? Big Dog whined. William completely ignored the dramatic complaint. Holding a faintly glowing ember, he casually tossed a few more logs onto the dying fire. But as the crimson sparks danced into the night sky, a pair of glowing emerald eyes pierced through the darkness. A wolf. William's heart skipped a terrifying beat. He immediately hurled the burning wood into the abyss. Less than 30 meters away, the glowing green eyes stared back with bone-chilling killing intent. And as the creature stood up, shadows shifted all around it. This was an entire wolf pack. Wake up! William's roar shattered the peaceful night, jolting the sleeping camp into sheer panic. Wolves are here! Everyone up! Right now! Holy crap, there are so many of them. The terrifying reality hit the tribe like a tidal wave. Grabbing their weapons, the warriors scrambled out of their tents, their blood running cold. Big Dog snapped out of his daze, standing face to face with the lurking predators. William quickly ignited 3 more bonfires. As the blazing light pushed back the darkness, the true nightmare was revealed. Rising from the tall grass, one by one, a total of 12 bloodthirsty wolves surrounded them. Dead center stood a colossal beast, an absolute monster of an alpha. 2 slightly smaller lieutenants flanked its sides, radiating pure menace. The rest of the pack fanned out into a perfect hunting formation. The smallest one crept right up to the front line, acting as their deadly scout. Staring into those merciless green eyes, Lang Mao felt a violent shiver crawl down his spine. He recognized that terrifying aura from the night before. These monsters had been stalking them since yesterday, biding their time for the perfect strike. Lang Mao nervously whispered his terrifying realization to William. Looking from the predatory glares to the panicked, bleeding goats, William quickly pieced the puzzle together. The beasts were probing their defenses yesterday. The campfire was the only thing keeping them at bay. William locked eyes with the massive alpha, 12 wolves. Not an overwhelming army, but definitely a lethal threat. In a straight fight, his tribesmen would be slaughtered. Right now, the blazing fires were their only saving grace. With a steep cliff guarding their backs, a rear ambush was impossible. But if these predators decided to play the waiting game and starve them out, they were completely doomed. Worse yet, what if the howling attracted backup? The terrifying truth sank in. They had blindly marched right into the heart of the wolves' territory. A deadly staring contest began. The pack had stalked them for 2 grueling nights. Seeing the humans feast on a juicy, helpless sheep was too tempting to resist. But as the bonfire roared to life, the beasts cautiously backed away. Suddenly, a deep, bone-rattling growl echoed from the alpha. Following their leader's command, the pack bared their fangs and stepped forward once again. Sweat dripping down his face, William frantically opened his system interface. He desperately searched for a beast encyclopedia. Without knowing their fatal weakness, fighting back was pure suicide. Obviously, fire was their ultimate kryptonite, but burning down the entire prairie wasn't exactly a genius survival plan. Master, I found it! His system guide, Little Yuan, anxiously pulled up the wolf combat manual. But it costs 500 skill points. Master, this is way too expensive. William glared at his digital wallet. Between harvesting apples and finding soap pods, his balance sat at a pathetic 400 points. Are you kidding me? He cursed under his breath. Slamming the system window shut, William glared fiercely at the encroaching pack. Old legends claimed wolves feared 2 things, fire and thunder. Well, summoning lightning was out of the question, and they lacked the bronze and iron to make a deafening noise. So what was left on the menu? Then, an old martial arts proverb flashed in his mind. Copper head, iron tail, tofu waist. The absolute weakest point of a wolf was its midsection. Taking a wild gamble, William's piercing gaze dropped from the beast's eyes straight to its waist. Whatever you do, protect your neck, and never let them get behind you. His mind raced to recall any other combat tricks, but the rising panic was clouding his thoughts, and the battlefield offered 0 time for studying. Chief, there are too many of them. What do we do? Pure terror gripped the tribesmen's voices. They signed up for a simple hunting trip, not a death match against a dozen elite predators. A single wolf was an easy kill, but a coordinated pack? Keep your heads and backs guarded at all costs. Gripping his weapon with white knuckles, William barked his final orders. Wait for an opening and aim straight for the waist. 1 solid strike is all it takes to end them. Ah, shoo. Yeah, Chief. Keep those fires burning like your lives depend on it, because they do. If you get overwhelmed, fall back behind the flames immediately. Understood, Chief. Lang Mao, Zhuang Xiong, and Big Dog roared in unison. The strongest fighters take one wolf each. The rest of you pair up, 2 against 1. Nobody lets a single beast escape, and nobody dies tonight. Tomorrow morning, we feast on roasted wolf. That chaotic, rebellious battle cry was exactly what they needed. The paralyzing dread instantly vanished, replaced by the mouth-watering promise of a legendary feast. None of them had ever tasted wolf meat, and suddenly, they were all starving for a fight. Locking his fierce gaze on the alpha, William took a deep, steadying breath. Then, he exploded forward, charging headfirst into the deadly prairie. Seeing their prey launch a counterattack, the wolf pack instantly swarmed, snapping their jaws in a deadly encirclement. Yet, the alpha and its 2 elite guards remained completely motionless. They coldly calculated the battlefield, waiting to see if the humans would just become easy prey. Meanwhile, William was already locked in a brutal deathmatch with a massive gray wolf. This beast was an absolute nightmare of speed and raw power. Blurring into motion, the wolf launched itself at William like a streak of deadly lightning. If his reflexes had been even a fraction slower, his throat would have been violently ripped open. Twisting his body with explosive agility, William barely dodged the lethal pounce. Without missing a beat, he whipped his long spear around, aiming a crushing blow right at the monster's waist. But the predator's agility was terrifying. With a phantom-like leap, it completely evaded the devastating strike. Landing smoothly, the beast instantly pivoted, launching a brutal counterattack. William's palms were slick with nervous sweat, his knuckles white as he tracked every twitch of the monster's muscles. The wolf's momentum was an unstoppable force of nature, making its hindquarters nearly impossible to strike. Before William could even bring his spear up for a defense, the monster slammed into him like a runaway freight train. In a chaotic blur, William was violently tackled face first into the dirt. Up close, those glowing emerald eyes were absolutely demonic. Razor-sharp fangs snapped inches from his throat. Jamming the shaft of his spear horizontally into the beast's jaws, his free hand desperately grabbed a jagged stone knife, plunging it viciously into the wolf's stomach. "Awoo!" An agonizing howl erupted from the beast as it violently jumped back, blood spraying the grass. Seizing the precious opening, William scrambled to his feet. As the monster coiled its muscles for another lethal lunge, he tactically retreated a step. "Chief, watch your back!" Big Dog's terrified scream shattered the tension. William's blood ran cold. He snapped his head around, only catching a split-second glimpse of his comrades fighting for their lives before spinning back to face his own deadly dance. Retreating was no longer an option. Pushing off his left foot, he vaulted sideways, sweeping his heavy spear in a massive arc to clear the blind spots. Vicious predators lunged from both the front and the rear, but fueling his muscles with pure adrenaline, William braced his core, single-handedly clashing against the crushing weight of 2 enraged wolves. Crack! The wooden spear violently splintered into 2 useless pieces. At the same time, his stone knife scraped harmlessly against thick fur. Overpowered by sheer force, William was thrown to the ground once again, desperately shoving the broken spear shaft into a snapping, drooling maw. Seeing his leader in mortal danger, Big Dog went absolute berserk and charged in. A rogue wolf had just slipped past his defensive line, leaping through the air to deliver a fatal backstab to the pinned William. "Die, you stupid mutt, like I would ever let you run." Dai Kao was absolutely losing it. He swung his spear like a total maniac. The wolf chomped down on the broken shaft, splinters tearing up its gums as it thrashed wildly. Meanwhile, Engo Will felt those iron-like claws digging straight into his flesh. Blood and beastly fluids dripped everywhere. The metallic stench of gore filled the air. But our chief had the monster in an epic chokehold. It whimpered, completely trapped in his grip. Once Dai Kao finally gassed out from swinging, the beast stopped twitching. No Will deflated like a popped balloon, collapsing into the dirt. "Chief!" Dai Kao tossed the carcass aside and immediately pointed his spear at the next target. One demon down, but the rest of the pack instantly realized their buddy was dead. Big mistake. Enjo Will took a massive breath. He stood up, shaking out his arms. He was getting seriously annoyed right about now. Both his arms were completely shredded with scratches. Gripping 2 broken spear shafts, he went back-to-back with Dai Kao. It was them against the entire furry army. They totally figured out the aggro strategy. One played the bait, the other launched a critical strike to the ribs. Boom! Another fuzzy demon bit the dust. Over on the other side, Trang Hung and Lang Mao were totally syncing up. After a chaotic wrestling match, they slammed 2 more wolves into the dirt. The alpha wolf saw its squad getting wiped out and absolutely lost its mind. It let out a furious roar. The rest of the pack howled back, shifting into overdrive for a massive blitz attack. Engo Will did not speak, dog, but he knew that sound was terrible news. If he let them keep crying for backup, this boss fight was going to multiply. In a flash, No Will charged straight for the alpha. The sidekick wolves tried to intercept, but Lang Mao and Trang Hung blocked their path like absolute brick walls. The alpha casually tilted its head, dodging the chief's strike like it was in the Matrix. Without missing a beat, it launched itself right at him. No Will barely had time to blink. He was brutally pinned to the ground. The beast's eyes were blood red, with a freaky blue flame of pure vengeance burning in its pupils. Talk about a cinematic close-up. Its chest vibrated with a terrifying, bass-boosted growl. Razor-sharp fangs snapped violently straight for his throat. Its gross tongue practically touched his neck. Ngoel desperately shoved its chin up with one hand, swinging his spear at its ribs with the other. But this beast had insane reflexes, twisting midair and diving right back for the kill. Daikao swooped in to save the day, but the alpha shot him a death glare so horrifying that our boy completely panicked. His epic spear strike just harmlessly slapped the dirt. Epic fail. Stumbling backward, Daikao gritted his teeth and tried to spam another attack. The alpha just whipped its tail like a broom, completely ignoring him to finish off No Will. It could not care less about the side character. It wanted the chief's head on a silver platter. This overgrown puppy was showing its true vicious colors right now. Engo Will was literally painted in his own blood, cuts everywhere, adrenaline pumping like crazy. No more running. He locked eyes with the alpha for the final showdown. "Chief, pin it down!" Daikao screamed, wanting to set up a combo move. But this alpha was way too smart for basic gaming strategies. It gave them 0 openings. Narrowly dodging those jaws of death once again, Engo Will spat a glob of blood onto the grass. Pure badass energy. He gripped his broken spear tight, dropping into a low predatory stance. The alpha sensed his rising fury. It started pacing around, looking for the perfect time to strike. Front paws dug into the dirt, spine arched like a coiled spring. It let out a terrifying, low growl, the ultimate warning bell before the ultimate attack. Suddenly, the beast vanished like a ghost. But No Will's footwork was flawless. Eyes locked on target, muscles tense, he leaped into the air and slammed his spear right into its skull. Wham! A skull-cracking thud echoed across the field, followed by a pathetic whimper. Thud, thud, thud! The mighty alpha hit the dirt. No Will pinned it down until the twitching completely stopped. The surviving wolves panicked, whining like kicked puppies. Before the leftovers could even process the boss's defeat, the tribe's strike team wiped out the rest of the mob. Total flawless victory. Let us check the kill-death ratio. Out of 12 wolves, No Will soloed 2. Lang Mao and Trang Hung bagged 2 each. Daikao got 1, and the squad ganged up to finish off the remaining 5. As the sun dramatically peaked over the horizon, the nightmare finally ended. The crew was so completely drained, they collapsed into the dirt, looking just as dead as the wolves. After a grueling night, their eyes suddenly snapped open. Plot twist! They were so exhausted, they had literally just taken a nap in the middle of a monster graveyard. Engo Will sat up, groaning like an old man. Every single scratch burned like crazy in the morning air. Chief! Chief! Oh my gosh, look at this insane loot drop. Massaging his temples, Engo will watch Daikao bouncing around like a kid on a sugar rush. Seeing the battlefield covered in absolute spoils of war, the whole crew just started busting out laughing. It was the most stressful, terrifying night of their lives. But man, look at all that premium meat. Totally worth the trauma. Time to get up and harvest this epic loot. Hey, Athu, go clean up that gore. It was seriously a miracle that the smell of blood did not attract a bigger boss monster overnight. Maybe this area was an exclusive wolf zone, keeping the other creepy crawlies away. Either way, the vibes were good. The forest was lush and glowing. The wildlife was spawning everywhere, and food was stacked. Still, leaving a giant puddle of blood was basically asking to be eaten. They had to scrub the map clean. Lang Mao awkwardly shuffled over to the chief. Thanks to last night's rave, his left arm was swelling up like a purple balloon, just dangling uselessly. Hey boss, my arm is totally glitched out, he muttered. Think you can cast a healing spell on this? He looked at No Will with serious puppy dog eyes. If this arm was permanently nerfed, he would be stuck doing base building chores. Retiring from the hunting party? No way. Let me see, the chief sighed. Engo Will grabbed the swollen arm, analyzing the damage. Looked like a dislocated shoulder. He had 0 medical class points, so he just started wiggling it around to test the physics. We are going to haul these bad boys back to base. Engo Will hyped him up while twisting the joint. Fresh wolf steaks for dinner tonight, guys. He casually chatted while bending Lang Mao's arm in ways it shouldn't bend. Sweating bullets, the tough guy just nodded. Chief, what about the traps? The pain was reaching critical mass, but No Will showed 0 mercy, twisting and pulling as bone-crushing agony shot through Lang Mao's soul. Youch! Lang Mao shrieked at the top of his lungs. Crack! The chief hit the sweet spot, popping the shoulder right back into the socket. There, give it a test drive. The main character watched Lang Mao flex his arm. The joints popped with insane, newfound flexibility. Talk about a serious stat boost. All right, listen up, squad. Bleeding stops now. The chief barked his orders, tossing out the healing powder like an absolute boss. Scraped faces? Deep, nasty gashes? Nobody even blinked. These absolute mad lads just slapped on some powder and jumped right back into the grind. For years, they had prayed for just one decent meal. But today, they bagged 12 massive wolves. The heavens were definitely playing favorites. Trang Hung, grab the boys. We are checking the traps. While the crew packed up the insane loot of apples and bark, the main character prepared for the next move. Lang Mao, hold the fort. We roll out the second I get back. Yes, Chief. But wait, do you think we actually caught some deer? Dai Kao tagged along, practically vibrating with hype. He had been stuck on apple duty forever and had never even seen a deer. Time to witness greatness. The chief shrugged. With the epic wolf drop they just scored, deer meat was just bonus experience points at this stage. They rushed this raid with zero prep time. Next run, they could farm long-tailed chickens and track elite beasts simultaneously. No deer? More chickens it is. Seriously, if it were not for last night's insane boss fight, they would be chewing on dirt for the next 3 days. The squad marched up to the trap zone, completely lacking stealth mode. Suddenly, jackpot, a whole massive herd of deer chilling by the river. The beasts snapped their heads up. Cue the dramatic stare down. Humans and beasts froze in sheer panic. Who would make the first move in this wild standoff? The chief bolted like lightning. Trang Hung, cut off the flank. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Dai Kao, trap them. Do not let them escape. Holy crap, chief, there are so many. The squad charged out like absolute maniacs. The deer shrieked, totally terrified, scattering like bowling pins back the way they came. Trang Hung tried to pull off a savage rear ambush, but his speed stat was too low. The alpha deer smashed right through the blockade. The heavyweights of the herd followed the alpha, trampling everything in their path. Total chaos erupted. Hurry, grab them before they ghost us. The chief sprinted to the backline, swinging his massive wooden club. His legendary spear shattered yesterday, so it was Ungabunga stick time. He unleashed an epic, devastating swing, and totally missed, smashing himself in the face. While the chief stumbled like a total noob, the herd slipped away. Meanwhile, Dai Kao charged headfirst at a deer, taking a massive hoof straight to the dome. Wham! The deer punted Dai Kao straight to the dirt. Teamwork? Zero. Strategy? Non-existent. It was a pure, embarrassing disaster. The ridiculous screaming of humans and the frantic shrieking of deer echoed through the entire sacred forest. Low-level mobs shivered in their burrows. Even the high-tier predators heard the ruckus from miles away and decided to completely avoid this chaotic clown show. The chief shook off his embarrassing self-hit and raised his club. Stop messing around! Drive them into the traps, now! His commanding roar finally snapped the squad out of their panic. They formed a tight battle formation, herding the beasts toward the pit. Get up, Dai Kao! They are breaching the left flank! Seeing his rookie still hugging the dirt, the chief panicked. Was his health dropping? But seeing the legendary loot escaping, his gamer instincts just could not let it go. Dai Kao's leg throbbed with absolute agony. But hearing the prey was escaping, he went full berserker mode, flailing his spear like a madman and forcing the beast back. The morning's ridiculously chaotic raid finally ended. Their final score? Only 2 deer dropped into the pit, while the rest ghosted them completely. Man, my stamina is totally drained. Those things have max speed stats. Dai Kao collapsed, dramatically clutching his bruised calf. My health is in the red. It hurts so much. Let me see. You big baby. The chief checked the bone. Not broken. He quickly crafted a basic healing poultice from crushed dandelions, wrapping it up like a true survival expert. Chief, we successfully secured 2 targets in the pitfall zone. Trang Hung sighed, totally bummed out by the missed experience points. That was a mess. If we had properly set up our aggro, we could have wiped the whole mob. Well, at least we got 2. The main character peered into the trap, a smug, utterly satisfied grin spreading across his face. Wolves are an extermination quest, but deer, we farm them slowly. If we wipe the server now, the ecosystem gets wrecked. What now? Trang Hung tilted his head, completely failing to grasp the big brain logic. Do not sweat the details, big guy. Just knock out the loot and drag it up. Then, grab some massive branches to camouflage the pit. Wait, how big? If the branches are too thick, the mobs will not fall through. Trang Hung pointed at some puny saplings. Is this low-level wood okay? No, you knucklehead! We want thick logs. The whole point is to shut the traps down. We are heading back to base today. Any drops caught while we are offline will just starve to death. The chief pointed commandingly at the pitfalls. Seal them all up. We will reactivate the zone on our next run. If they see too many traps, the artificial intelligence will learn and avoid this area. By the time the chief strutted back with their prize, the rest of the guild had fully packed their ridiculous amount of loot. The moment the squad spotted the fresh venison, huge, goofy grins plastered across their faces. The dopamine rush was absolutely real. Chief, our random number generator is insane today. Wolves, deer, and a goat. This is legendary tier drop rates. All right, squad, load up your inventories. We march back to base. The main character hoisted a massive load of loot onto his back. Their journey here had burned an entire day's stamina. With their inventory maxed out, their movement speed should have been crawling. But nah, the sheer hype had them practically sprinting. They dragged the poor, half-conscious deer along by a rope like a very confused new party member. Hauling 2 massive deer and an angry goat was draining their stamina bars to absolute zero. But who cared about the grind? If the beasts refused to walk, the squad just picked them up and carried them like absolute chads. If they actually knew any decent lyrics, the entire guild would be blasting a victory anthem to celebrate their epic haul. Instead, they just kept unleashing goofy, ear-splitting war cries. The chief winced at the terrible audio quality. Yeah, he definitely needed to teach them a proper theme song, because this off-key screaming was totally killing his main character vibe. Hold up. What on earth is that chilling vibe? Lang Mao whipped his head around, his instincts screaming red alert. He scanned their trail, but all he saw was thick, trampled grass. The distant fields just swayed in the wind, keeping their dark secrets completely hidden. Yo, did you spot something? Chief William strolled over, signaling the squad to take a breather right there. The crew was absolutely loaded with monster-sized snacks right now. A giant beast stalking them for a free buffet? Highly likely. Nothing, Lang Mao muttered. Just this creepy feeling that some invisible eyes are locked onto our backs. And trust me, this was not your average tiger or wolf stalker vibe. This was way, way worse. Lang Mao had crazy sharp senses. After surviving that epic tiger ambush, his danger radar was totally maxed out. Something stalking them? William frowned hard. Yeah, this was definitely not a good look. The entire squad was completely burnt out. Throwing down in one more boss fight, maybe they could handle a solo monster, but a full-blown swarm? That would be an instant game over. Strong Bear, Big Dog, get over here, William barked, grabbing his 2 heavy hitters to back up Lang Mao as they pushed into the tall grass. The 4 dudes trekked pretty far out, but the radar showed 0 enemies, not even a single monster footprint. Maybe my paranoia is just acting up, Lang Mao hesitated, scratching his head. No sweat. Better safe than becoming Monster Chow, William declared. Let us speedrun the rest of this trip and get back to base. With that, the foursome spun around. Rise and shine, people. We are heading home. William threw a sharp nod to Lang Mao before leading the exhausted convoy forward. About 1 hour later, Lang Mao finally caught up to the front line. Chief, the coast is totally clear. I hung back and retraced our steps. 0 stalkers, and that creepy death vibe is completely gone. I guess I really was just tripping over nothing. Lang Mao actually sounded a tiny bit disappointed. Hey, no action is good action, William said. Being paranoid keeps us alive. We definitely cannot drag an aggroed beast back to the village. Giving Lang Mao a solid bro pat on the shoulder, William hyped up the crew for the final stretch. As the sun painted the sky blood red, they finally rolled back into the hunting grounds. William called for a quick timeout before taking a squad to check their trap spots. After going ghost for 3 days, the loot was just a few measly rabbits and 1 long-feathered chicken. They must have survived the initial trap trigger and just hung out there for 3 days, still warm, so they literally just kicked the bucket, someone noted. Our trap drops are getting totally nerfed, Big Dog sighed at the pathetic haul. If you leave a trap in the same spot too long, the wild beasts figure out the cheat code and steer clear. Watching Big Dog reset the snare, William frowned. It was super obvious they needed to craft way more traps and constantly randomize their spawn locations. As night finally crashed down, the crew dragged their exhausted bodies and heavy loot back to the village. 3 whole days offline. This was officially their longest raid in history. The home base crew had been stressing out big time, terrified of a repeat tragedy where hunters enter the wild and just vanish. Suddenly, a shout ripped through the air. Someone is out there. It is the chief! The chief is back! Light the bonfires! Move, move, move! Maye, the chief is finally home! Maye was the ultimate sentry. Every single night, he would camp out on the highest tree by the gate, desperate to be the first to spot the returning heroes. Before anyone even screamed his name, he had already launched himself out of the tree and sprinted ahead of the mob. Chief! You guys actually made it! Maye shoved his way through the cheering crowd, sliding to a halt right in front of William. Chief, did anyone take damage? Are you guys okay? What kind of epic loot did you drop? William held up a hand. Hold your horses, Maye. Sprint back and get the food ready. Our health bars are flashing red from starvation. Yes, boss, I am on it. Here, let me carry this heavy drop. Maye snatched the massive load right off William's back and zoomed off like a rocket. Manhwa, speed up that meat stew. Get those premium steaks on the grill, Maye yelled. The chief and the boys are back, so we need the top-tier gourmet stuff tonight. Maye bolted through the camp, screaming the good news at the top of his lungs. The villagers were absolutely hyped, swarming the gates to greet William and his elite squad, eagerly grabbing the legendary loot from their tired hands. Unlike their last run, where they only scored one measly tiger, this time every single dude was absolutely stacked. Backs, chests, even their hands were overflowing with savage spoils. What on earth is this? Oh my gosh, it is so heavy. Let me take it. What is that massive thing on your back? You guys brought back a whole mountain. You are amazing. One lady stepped up to help her partner unload a wolf, but shrieked in pure horror when she locked eyes with its gigantic, terrifying head. What kind of demon is that? She stammered, shaking like a leaf. It is just a wolf. Chill out. It is totally dead. Her man comforted her, totally flexing his victory. I solo killed this beast. From now on, our future kid is going to be named after it. We will call him Fat Wolf. Look at the absolute unit I took down. Chonky, right? He roared with laughter. His girl finally stopped screaming and cracked a smile. Though honestly, naming your future kid Fat Wolf was definitely going to cause some serious playground drama later on. Lang Mao, you made it back. Lee stood there, clutching her hat, her eyes glued to the scout who was currently buried under a massive pile of monster parts. The second he saw Lee, he fumbled a cute little leaf-wrapped package out of his front pouch and shoved it toward her. Here, eat this. It is super sweet. Wait, for me? Lee looked up with major sparkly anime eyes. Lang Mao blushed hard, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, it is good stuff. Eat up. Later, I will treat you to some premium wolf steak. I actually took down 2 of those beasts. You are so amazing, she cheered. Lee peeled back the leaves to find tiny, perfect apples and popped one into her mouth. Watch out, they have seeds. He panicked. Crunch! The sweet, fruity aroma instantly exploded in the air. Lee smiled so big her eyes turned into happy little crescents. Oh my gosh, it is so delicious, she squealed at him. Watching his entire squad of battle-hardened bros turn into massive show-offs in front of their girlfriends, William could not help but burst out laughing. It is the ultimate truth of the universe. Dudes will always puff out their chests like peacocks when their crushes are watching. What a bunch of total hopeless romantics. Whoa, what is this thing? A tiny tribal kid named Anmo walked up, staring wide-eyed at a massive deer carcass. You have probably never seen this mob spawn before, right? But it really is a majestic creature. Look at those crazy branching horns, and those big, round, super innocent eyes. This thing is called a deer. Pretty cute, huh? William was in a rare top-tier mood today, actually taking the time to chill and chat with the scrawny little kid. And Mo was basically the invisible side character of the tribe. He was super young, stuck doing lame, low-level quests like gathering firewood. But seeing him bravely walk up to that giant deer all by himself, it was obvious the little guy was absolutely fascinated. Why does this dude have horns, but the other one does not? Did it get busted up in a fight? Ah, Mac pointed a tiny finger at the captive deer, totally clueless. Record scratch. The main character, William, froze in his tracks. His brain scrambled. Wait, was it the male deer that had no horns, or the female? Honestly, he had zero idea. He glanced around, but the rest of the tribe looked just as dumbfounded. Squinting like a true detective, William analyzed the situation. The hornless one was puny, while the horned beast was absolutely massive. He cleared his throat and dropped some fake wisdom. The horned one is the alpha male. It needs those bad boys to protect its girl. But wait! Mock scratched his head, looking completely stressed out. Rabbits do not have horns at all. William cracked up at the kid's totally logical panic. He ruffled the boy's messy hair. Rabbits do not need horns. They have got crazy leg power. Grow up strong like our warrior, Strong Bear, and you will not need horns to protect your future wife either. Duh! Tie up these 2 deer with the goats, William commanded. Speaking of which, how is the mother goat? Any baby goats popping out yet? Not yet, Chief, but Manhwa checked her out. She said the little guy is coming any day now. Da was practically vibrating with excitement. 3 new animals for the tribe was a massive win. I will build a barricade over there and toss the deer inside, William ordered. We absolutely cannot let these newbies stress out our pregnant goat. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. William was actually sweating a bit. The goat was taking forever to give birth, and he was not risking any field trips until this baby was safely delivered. We are on lockdown until the kid arrives. Take this jujube bark and dry it out. Mix it with the Panax Noda ginseng, and boom, you have got a killer potion to stop bleeding and boost energy. Ung's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, tree bark is medicine too? His mind was completely blown. Herbs and monster bones were one thing, but literal trees? Heck yeah, William smirked. Not just bark. When those deer antlers naturally drop off, pure medicinal gold, fallen antlers are medicine? You bet they are. Mother Nature is the ultimate pharmacy, kid. You have got a lot of leveling up to do. But watch out for the toxic stuff. We need to collect samples so the whole squad knows what will heal them and what will send them to the afterlife. You got it, boss. Ung hugged the tree bark like it was a legendary artifact. Chief, what about these? Snack or potion? Lee trailed behind William, holding up a handful of mini apples. Strong Bear had totally given them to her, and she was already addicted to the sweet crunch. Both, actually. They taste awesome and they supercharge your blood flow. William caught Lee staring at the apples, then noticed Strong Bear intensely gazing at her from afar. Honestly, the romantic tension was agonizing. All right, squad, you crushed it today. Take a breather. Ma Diep, tomorrow we process the wolf meat. Make sure to save every single pelt for the winter freeze. On it, Chief. William was absolutely destroyed. Forget taking a bath, he just crash-landed into bed and passed out. But when dawn broke, the chief was already up. The survival grind never stopped. No hunting today. It was time for a massive wolf processing raid. Ma Diep, hand out this soap made from locust pods, William instructed. It is the ultimate grease destroyer. Clean those wolf skins right, and we actually survive the winter. He tossed the soap blocks to the bewildered crowd. Oh, and use it on yourselves. It is for your hair and body. Wait, what? Do we not just use water? How the heck does this tiny block do anything? Nya flipped the soap around, looking at it like an alien artifact. Step aside. Let the pro show you. Lang Mao locked eyes with a very confused Mok, scooped the kid up like a football, and sprinted toward the river. Hey! Put me down, you psycho! Ah, Mok screamed, yanking Lang Mao's hair in pure terror. Ha ha! Lang Mao just could not wait. Suddenly, it was a chain reaction. Every coupled-up warrior grabbed their partner and dashed for the water. Yesterday's exhaustion was completely gone. The morning instantly transformed into a wild, chaotic, totally primal stampede. William, who desperately needed a shower, slammed the brakes. Yeah, he was definitely not crashing that messy romantic pool party. He pivoted to the crop fields instead. Any action on the peanuts? His eyes lit up at the tiny green miracles breaking the soil. Heck yes, Chief. They started popping up a few days ago. Look, this one, that one, they literally just sprouted this morning. These are the exact seeds you dug up back then. I cannot believe they actually survived. The kid was watching them like a hawk, noticing every single new leaf. If they are sprouting, our farming strategy is totally working, William cheered. Keep monitoring their stats. Let us see how fast they grow. Do not sweat it, Chief. I am basically living here now. I am tracking the wild peanuts too, comparing the stats to see which field wins. The kid was hardcore dedicated to this farming quest. Everything else cool in the tribe? All systems normal, Chief. We have been dropping fish traps in the river every day, pulling in a solid 5 fish daily. Perfect for the squad, especially since the hunting team came up empty-handed. Ma Diep had fully automated the fish trap system. Drop them at night, pull them in the morning, breakfast and dinner secured. Because of this clever hack, they had not touched a single piece of their emergency meat stash. William's heart softened. The kid was rationing, thinking they did not deserve meat on non-hunting days. Listen to me, no more starving. You need maximum calories to level up. If you are sick of fish, go dry it out. He gave Ma Diep a solid pat on the head. Eat massive meals, grow into a beast, and you can join the frontline hunting squad. Wait, seriously? I get to hunt? Ma Diep's eyes sparkled with pure adrenaline. Then I'm going to eat everything in sight. I want to run with the elite squad. I want to take down a massive boss monster. Hit level 16, and you are officially on the team. Let us go. I am telling Adai immediately. Ma Diep screamed at the top of his lungs. The chief just gave me the green light for the hunting squad. William chuckled as the kid bolted away. No matter how much of a survival genius he was still just a teenager stoked about his first big quest. The bathing squad finally returned from the river, and wow, what an upgrade. The men and women were literally glowing, completely scrubbed clean of the wilderness grime. They looked completely refreshed and ready to grind. Everyone immediately jumped back into their tasks, turning a crazy, chaotic day into pure tribal harmony. By the time William wrapped up the processing loot, the sun was scorching at high noon. But fast forward a few hours, and the night dropped like a heavy, peaceful blanket. The wild world finally went silent. Picture this. A pitch-black night. The whole tribe was knocked out cold, dreaming sweet dreams about our epic harvest. Just total, blissful peace. And then, bah! A random goat cry shattered the total silence. Most of the guys just rolled over, completely dead to the world. Bah, bah. But William, our fearless leader, felt an absolute chill crawl up his spine. Chief! Hey, Chief! Da's panicked voice suddenly ripped through the dark. William shot up like a rocket, his voice dead serious. Yo, what is the deal? That goat. Does it usually scream its lungs out like that? He leaped to his feet. Grabbing Da, he bolted outside, his eyes frantically scanning the dark mountain below. No way. Sure, goats make noise, but not this frantic, desperate panic. Wait a second. Is it going into labor? Da stammered, totally freaking out. Let me go check it out, Da yelled, tripping over his own feet in a rush. Hold up, I am coming with you. Just wait a second. Acting on pure survival instinct, William spun around and grabbed his heavy stone spear. Da shot him a weird look, like, why bring a deadly weapon to a goat birth? But he kept his mouth shut, and they both sprinted down the trail. The deeper they plunged into the dark, the louder the screaming got. It sounded like absolute agony. Pick up the pace! Something is seriously messed up down here. Is the baby already out? Hearing that gut-wrenching cry, Da could not hold back anymore and broke into a full sprint. Chief! Da's frantic scream echoed through the night, forcing William to kick it into high gear. What the heck is going on? Talk to me. What happened? William skidded to a halt. Absolute, total chaos. The breeding pens were ripped wide open. The mother goat was collapsed in the dirt. The rabbit hutches, smashed. The long-haired chickens, gone. Even the tied-up deer had vanished into thin air. Oh, this is so not good. Wild beasts! That was William's first thought. He instantly raised his spear to the shadows, his eyes darting like a hawk. But wait, beasts do not politely unlatch wooden gates. An animal could never pull this off. We have intruders. Da stumbled backward, completely shocked. The deer! Somebody stole our deer. William roared with the fury of an absolute hurricane. He dashed to the fire pit, kicking the embers into a massive, blazing inferno. Wake up, Lang Mao, Trang Hung, get your butts up, Dai Cow. Our food is gone. What? Who took what? The food is stolen. Who in their right mind dares to steal from me? The entire tribe swarmed down the hill, gripping their weapons with murderous intent. Chief, what is the emergency? Some absolute garbage human stole our deer, our rabbits, and our premium chickens. William's eyes burned with lethal rage. Say what? Where did these thieves even come from? How is there anyone else out here in this wasteland? Trang Hung, take your squad and sweep this way. Lang Mao, lock down the other side. Dai Cow, sprint toward the river. Right now, the goat just screamed, so they cannot be far. Hunt them down. Stay sharp and watch your backs. Yes, Chief. The warriors grabbed their gear and exploded into 3 different directions. Some fools actually dared to steal their hard-earned survival food. This was completely unprecedented. Out here, stealing a tribe's food was a straight-up death sentence. They had to hunt these thieves down, no matter the cost. Da! Ahoa! Get over here and check if this mother goat is giving birth, William barked out his orders. Staring at the wrecked pens, William was practically choking on his own fury. He wanted to drag that thief back here and beat them to a pulp to vent his rage. They traded their blood and sweat for that food, and some coward just snatched it away. He was absolutely losing his mind. He paced furiously around the camp, checking on Ung to see what little livestock was left. Taking a massive, ragged breath, William marched up to a giant tree and kicked the trunk with explosive force. Damn it all to hell. If I get my hands on that thief, I'm going to rip them into 5 separate pieces. Chief, the mother goat is crashing. She is bleeding out, and it looks like a trapped breach. DA came sprinting over in a blind panic, dripping with sweat, his face and hands totally smeared with crimson blood. What the heck is happening? William forced his blazing anger down and rushed over to the chaotic scene. The mother goat had gone completely silent. Only her wildly contracting belly showed she was still clinging to life. Ahoa's hands were drenched in blood, but there was zero sign of a baby goat. She was totally freaking out, completely out of her depth. Chief, she cannot push it out. It is a critical birth. Ahoa burst into tears, totally devastated. In this primitive wasteland, a difficult birth was a guaranteed death sentence. William closed his eyes, his brain working in absolute overdrive. Da, go fetch water now. Grab the locust pods. Ung, start grinding a stone knife. Make it quick. Boil the water. We need gallons of it, scalding hot. Chief, I have got the locust pods and water. Da came sliding back into the dirt, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Ahoa frantically scrubbed her hands and arms, coating them in the slippery locust pod juice. She reached deep into the goat's belly, praying to the heavens she could find the baby's head. This was pure insanity. William was basically playing God right now, relying entirely on some random hospital dramas he binge-watched in his past life. No time to second-guess if it would actually work. It was literally do or die. You want me to reach inside her? Ahoa was absolutely terrified, but surviving in this wild camp had made her 100 times tougher than before. Yes, get your hand in there. If you feel a leg, try to gently rotate it and find the head. William barked out the brutal instructions while coordinating the rest of the camp. If this failed, they would have to execute the mother goat. Ahoa scrubbed her skin raw, the locust juice making her arms slick like oil. Taking a massive breath, she pushed her hand deep inside. The boiling hot, sticky sensation made her violently shudder. She was completely grossed out and terrified, but she gritted her teeth like an absolute champion. "Chief, I feel the leg! The goat's leg is right here," she stammered, her voice shaking uncontrollably. "Keep pushing. Try to turn it and align the head." William dropped into a crouch, his intense gaze locked on her bloody hands. I cannot turn it. It is completely stuck." Ahoa was sweating bullets, totally drained of energy. Blind panic and terror made her vision spin. "You have to turn that head. If you do not, the baby is going to suffocate in there. Do it now." William screamed with blistering intensity. "Yes! Wait! Oh my God!" Biting her lip hard enough to bleed, Ahoa wrestled the tiny creature, twisting it inch by agonizing inch. She slowly guided the little head toward the light. Sensing that Ahoa was trying to save her, the mother goat miraculously stopped thrashing. Bah! Finally, with a wet squelch, a tiny, drenched baby goat slid into the world. Its eyes were squeezed shut, gasping for tiny breaths. The mother goat lifted her heavy head, then collapsed back down with a massive thud. Ahoa crumpled to the dirt, gasping for air like she had just run a marathon. "Ahoa, is there another one inside? Goats always have twins or triplets. It is never just one. There is more." Ahoa desperately wanted to keep going, but her body was totally shutting down. She slumped to the side, completely paralyzed by exhaustion. William furrowed his brows, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone. "Ahoa, you have to keep going. I cannot." She tried to push herself up, but her arms completely gave out. William was vibrating with pure anxiety, a chaotic, violent aura swirling in his chest. "Chief, step aside. Let me handle this." Lee suddenly shoved his way through the crowd. "I am the shaman doctor! Let me do it!" Staring into Lee's unwavering, fiery eyes, William gave a sharp, definitive nod. "Fine, you are up. Ahoa, assist him." Ahoa dragged herself out of the way. Lee instantly mirrored her movements, scrubbing down with the slippery locust pods. He slowly slid his hand into the dark abyss. The grotesque, sticky heat made the confident doctor instantly grimace. The sickening stench of iron and blood was getting overwhelmingly thick. "All right, listen up. Survival in this brutal world is absolutely no joke." Lee was moving at lightning speed, basically force-feeding the exhausted mother goat herbal remedies and fresh apple water. She washed the slippery newborn kids, while Nea scrambled like crazy to gather the absolute cleanest grass and leaves around. They wrapped the tiny babies up tight. Meanwhile, our boss, William, was running on pure fumes. He directed the cleanup crew, but his intense gaze was locked on the dark horizon. His heart was hammering with a relentless, crushing anxiety. The longest, most nerve-wracking night of their lives finally ended. Just as the first epic light of dawn cracked the sky, the mother goat finished her grueling labor. 6 baby goats in total, some absolute units, some tiny runts. But hey, the universe is ruthless. The smallest one did not even take a single breath before it flatlined. The mother goat was completely drained, looking like she just fought a boss battle. She lay there paralyzed, with only the faintest, jagged rise of her belly, proving her life force was not completely at zero. Her flame was flickering out fast. Lee quickly cleaned the mother goat up, then ordered Da to brew a hardcore herbal tonic for her to chug. The newborn kids were tucked in snugly under a leaf blanket right beside their mom. They could only pray that her fierce maternal instincts would keep her tethered to the living world. Thankfully, one other adult goat was still chilling in the pen, completely untouched by those shadow-sneaking thieves. But the morning inventory? Total devastation. It hit them like a critical strike. 22 rabbits gone. 10 long-tailed chickens vanished into thin air. The gate was left wide open, but the surviving animals had not dared to run far. The few runaway cowards were quickly wrangled back by Ma Ye and his crew. To make matters worse, the 3 pursuit teams were still totally missing in action. After a night of pure adrenaline and exhaustion, nobody even had the appetite to look at breakfast. New baby goats should have been a massive victory. But now, their precious winter survival stash was hijacked. My rabbits, my deer, who the heck steals our hard-earned food? How are we supposed to survive the freezing winter now? Panic spread like a virus. Someone broke down, and suddenly, the whole tribe was on their knees, sobbing in absolute, crushing despair. William just sat there, completely silent. He bit his lip so hard it almost bled. He was casually twirling his long spear, but a terrifying, explosive rage was boiling in his veins. The calm before the storm. Chief, someone is coming back." Ma Ye slid down from his lookout tree like a ninja and sprinted toward the approaching figures. "They are back? Who is it?" William snapped out of his dark trance, instantly on his feet. The tribe dropped their gear and rushed the entrance. "Boss, we chased those ghosts all night. We did not find a single damn thing." Dagu was the first to report. His squad had sprinted up the riverbank, but found 0 tracks. He wiped a grimy mix of sweat and dirt from his face. Furious and totally dead on his feet, he muttered, "They definitely did not go this way." We moved at lightning speed. No footprints, no dropped rabbits. We pushed deep along the river, but it was a total dead end. "It is fine. Get inside and drink some hot meat soup." William choked down his own burning frustration. He ordered his exhausted boys to eat and recover. Soon, they would have to head back out to track down Zhuang Heng and Lang Mao's squads. With that order given, William had Na serve up steaming bowls of broth to Dagu and his battered team. "Chief, what is the word? Did we catch those scumbags?" Da came sprinting over the second he finished tending to the mother goat. If he had not been on medic duty, Da would have been leading the charge last night. His eyes were bloodshot, completely webbed with red veins. He raised those animals with his own 2 hands. Losing them felt like his own kids were kidnapped. "Keep your cool. 2 squads are still out there." William patted Da's trembling shoulder, projecting absolute boss energy. "They might still catch them. Do not lose your head. Do not panic," William repeated, whispering it to the wind. Honestly, it was hard to tell if he was comforting Da or desperately trying to keep his own sanity in check. Nobody had the stomach for breakfast. After forcing down a few gulps of soup, William grabbed Dagu and headed straight out. This time, they pushed toward the hunting grounds, the exact route Zhuang Heng had taken. The absolute chaos of last night had completely trampled the immediate area, making the tracks impossible to read in the pitch black. But now, with the sun up, William scanned the dirt road with eagle eyes. If those thieves hauled heavy deer away, their boots had to leave deep, undeniable prints. But who were these phantoms? How did they know exactly where the food vault was? When did they slip in completely undetected like absolute ninjas? If that mother goat had not screamed in labor, the tribe would have been wiped clean while they slept. From now on, night patrols were mandatory. The richer the tribe got, the bigger the target on their backs. These thieves tasted blood, and they would definitely be back for more. If William did not hunt them down and beat the absolute fear of gods into them, this nightmare would never end. But William's tactical mind was already spinning. If there were thieves, there was a neighboring settlement. That meant new blood to conquer and absorb. It was the perfect chance to expand their empire and finally bring some much-needed women into their growing tribe. A total win-win. Suddenly, a sharp squeal echoed through the trees. A deer! William's eyes lit up with predatory excitement, and he dashed toward the sound. "Dagu, flank them! Do not let a single one escape!" But as they burst through the brush, William froze. It was Zhuang Heng. He was literally dragging 2 massive deer behind him. "Zhuang Heng?" William called out. "Chief, what are you doing out here?" Zhuang Heng looked up, his exhaustion instantly vanishing into a massive, triumphant grin. "Chief, look, we got the deer back. We actually got them back. We chased shadows all night, totally blind. But then we saw figures sprinting in the distance. They realized we were right on their tails. They panicked. They dropped the deer and slashed the ropes to buy time. The deer tried to run, but the cut ropes tripped them up, and we tackled them right into the dirt." "Who were they? How many?" William demanded. These were brilliant, stealthy enemies infiltrating his turf. "It was pitch black, boss. I could not see their faces, and we had to secure the deer instead of chasing them blindly." "But we ran into Lang Mao's squad. He took his guys and chased them straight up north. They are heading north." William's eyes narrowed dangerously. Did the hunting party accidentally lead the enemy right to their doorstep? Yesterday, under the apple tree, William had felt a chilling gaze locked onto his back. Even Lang Mao mentioned feeling shadowed on his way back. Was it this exact crew spying on them the whole time? The plot thickens. "Zhuang Heng, get these deer back to camp and eat something. I am going north to back up Lang Mao. Getting the deer back is a massive win. Go check on the mother goat. She gave birth." William slapped his warrior's shoulder. "Baby goats, man." Zhuang Heng's jaw dropped to the floor. "Seriously? Yes. 6 born, 5 survived. Honestly, if she had not screamed during labor, we would have lost every single animal to those rats." William let out a heavy sigh of relief. The timing of that birth was a literal miracle. The rabbits and long-tailed chickens were gone, but losing the deer would have been a fatal blow. "Understood, Chief. We are bringing the deer home right now. I need to see those baby goats." Zhuang Heng was fired up, practically sprinting back to the tribe with his hard-won prize. 5 goats had somehow survived the chaos. If they bred these beasts right, the meat payoff would crush a dozen rabbit hauls. Thank the heavens those scumbags did not steal the breeding mothers. Strong Bear felt a massive wave of relief. Meanwhile, William pushed hard toward the northern edge. He trekked for miles. It was not until the afternoon shadows stretched long that he finally collided with Lang Mao's tracking squad. The vibe was absolutely lethal. Their lips were pale, their faces darkened with defeat. A crushing, suffocating tension hung in the air. Not a single smile to be found. Chief Lang Mao dropped his voice to a dangerous whisper. "We lost them. Those freaks moved like lightning, and then they completely vanished into the deep, forbidden woods. I feared the monstrous beasts lurking inside, so I did not dare cross the tree line. The deep woods. William's expression turned incredibly dark. Anyone psycho enough to plunge into that abyss is no amateur. We are dealing with high-level threats. Did you get a head count on these ghosts? William demanded, his brow furrowing with intense suspicion. Around 10 of them, but they were just a violent blur. That is my best guess, honestly. Lang Mao sounded utterly defeated. The enemy's agility was off the charts. Locking onto them was practically impossible. Insane speed. Diving headfirst into the death zone. A squad of 10. William muttered to himself, analyzing the intel. Figuring out the identity of this rogue faction was going to be a massive headache. Have any of you ever heard rumors of another clan operating in our territory? Never heard a peep about another tribe, but maybe the old chief knew the dark truth. Back in the day, the old man strictly banned us from leaving this grassland. Stepping into that forest was a massive taboo. Memories flooded back into Lang Mao's mind. He never understood why they starved in the dirt while the mountains remained strictly off limits. He used to think the ancestors had just suffered a tragedy in there, but looking at the brutal reality now, it was definitely connected to these shadowy intruders. Did the old chief know about these predators the entire time? Is that why we were kept caged like pets? If that is true, it means these invaders are leagues above us in power. William's tactical mind was spinning wildly out of control. If their own clan was not completely outclassed, the old chief would never have forced them to cower and yield the territory to outsiders. Just judging by their sick getaway speed, they completely outclassed the tribe's best runners. And charging straight into the monster-infested woods, it proved they treated that green hell like their own backyard. They might be hardcore veteran hunters who have conquered those woods for years. Whether this was a scouting party or their main force is a complete mystery. Charging in blind would be pure suicide. Or maybe they are just using the forest as a shortcut back to their base. Regardless, we need to completely fortify our home turf. If things get ugly, we relocate the animal pens straight up the mountain. Yes, up the mountain! Lang Mao's brain kicked into gear. It was a brilliantly savage tactic. Up on the cliffs, even the slightest rustle in the dark would immediately trigger their alarms. It is infinitely more secure than sitting like ducks on the plains. We set up the mountain base for a 3-day patrol cycle. If those bastards map out our entry points, we are going to freeze and starve this winter. Lang Mao completely backed William's aggressive strategy. Returning to the camp, the depressing atmosphere was suffocating. They poured their blood and sweat into raising that livestock, only to get robbed before taking a single bite. This was not just about losing their winter survival rations, it was the crushing heartbreak of losing the creatures they had tirelessly guarded. Not to mention the terrifying paranoia of ruthless enemies lurking in the shadows. Chief, do you think those psycho thieves will strike again? Da was drowning in a toxic sea of guilt. If he had not messed up, if he had just caught the panicked bleating of the goats a second earlier and triggered the alarm, they would not have suffered such a devastating raid on their rabbits and chickens. Chief, this blood is on my hands. I totally failed to shield the animals. Stop beating yourself up, Da. Nobody could have predicted this total ambush. Just lock down whatever is left. William stepped up, gripping Da's shoulder with a brotherly intensity. Tonight, you and Ashu are on extreme patrol duty. William scanned the battered faces of his crew. Not a single soul dared to object. He laid down the law. Right. Tomorrow at dawn, we chop timber and drag this whole breeding camp up the mountain. Up the mountain? Exactly! From now on, we establish a relentless patrol grid. We are turning our living quarters and the animal pens into an absolute fortress. Nobody steals from us ever again. Look, building a massive fortress wall is a total pain, but unless we want our entire tribe wiped off the map, it is happening. We are talking maximum security, dragging in every nasty, thorn-covered bush we can find to build a killer barricade. Seriously, let those sticky-fingered losers try to break in now. If I catch them, oh man, it is completely game over. I will literally peel their hides off. But honestly, the vibe in the camp was still completely dead. Even with our new defenses, everyone just chugged some depressing meat soup and crashed for the night. Total mood killer. Da and Athu were just chilling by a tiny campfire outside the animal pens, dead silent. Then Da finally breaks the ice. Yo, Athu, where do you even think these freaks came from? Da was seriously triggered. Like, we have lived out here in the middle of nowhere forever. 0 neighbors. Now suddenly we have ninja thieves swiping our stuff? Make it make sense. Athu just gave him this blank, painfully honest look. So Da pressed harder. Dude, did you ever hear rumors about other tribes out there back in the day? Now, Athu is about 30, a total veteran whose dad had passed away, and he used to run with the elite hunting party. He went completely mute, just staring deep into the glowing orange flames. The fire snapped and popped in the dark, and you could tell every single spark was hitting him right in the deepest trauma. A seriously cinematic flashback was loading in his brain. It brought back this crazy, dark memory from his days deep in the wild. Yeah, I have seen them, he muttered. Crazy long arms, climbed like totally mutated monkeys, and unbelievably fast. Da practically jumped out of his skin. Wait, so it was them stealing our stuff? Where the heck is their secret base? Da was incredibly hyped, literally ready to sprint into the dark and throw hands. But Athu just froze. He needed a second to swallow the freezing panic bubbling up in his throat. Right as Da was about to grab his shoulders and shake him, Athu finally exhaled. The last time we crossed paths, they ran into an absolute monster in the woods. Every single one of them got wiped out. Wiped out? Da shrieked, totally losing his cool. Athu just shot him a dark look, finally ready to spill the most traumatizing story of his life. We used to spot them all the time, freaky fast runners, always hunting in the deep, creepy shadows of the woods. But this one time, the whole forest just reeked of thick copper blood. We found them, torn to absolute shreds by this monstrous, titanic bear. It was a complete horror movie, man. We were too terrified to ever step foot back in there. But guess what? You do not even have to go deep to get marked for death. Barely days later, that same gargantuan nightmare ambushed us right at the edge of the tree line. We sprinted like our miserable lives depended on it, because they absolutely did. Only the old chief and a handful of lucky guys made it out alive. Athu buried his face in his trembling hands, the nightmare literally eating him alive. And that was the end of it. After that epic bloodbath, the old chief dropped the ultimate rule. No one steps foot in that cursed forest. Nobody wanders off, ever. Maybe they're just the leftover kids from that forgotten tribe, all grown up now. William marched down the mountain. He had planned to make Ashu take the night watch, mostly just to interrogate him in private. But Da beat him to the punch. Spilling this secret in front of the entire tribe? No way. That would trigger a massive panic attack. Chief, Da blurted out, eyes wide. Are you saying they're exactly like us? Surviving orphans who somehow leveled up? Bingo. Highly likely. They've probably just been hiding out there. Ashu, you got any intel on this? Clueless. Ashu shook his head. Guess we'll improvise when we cross paths. But hold up. That bear, you still remember what it looked like? Massive. An absolute monster. Like 4 or 5 tigers mashed together. How many years ago was this? William pressed. Shu had to dig deep into his memory files. This wasn't the time for guesswork. 15? Maybe 16 years ago? Look, that specific beast is probably pushing daisies by now. But its cubs? They're probably full-grown boss monsters now. The threat level was still in the red. By dawn, William deployed a logging squad. Mission: build the ultimate beast sanctuary. The zone was sliced into 4 epic quadrants. East wing, chickens and rabbits. West wing, the deer and goat territory. Right down the middle, a tactical feeding lane. The goat fortress was split in 2. VIP lounge for the mom and newborns, and a separate pen for the lone survivor. The mother goat couldn't even stand yet, but her breathing had leveled out. She still had enough fight left to nurse her babies. Every single day, Da played nurse, pumping her with water and the absolute freshest greens. Meanwhile, the 2 deer were locked down tight to wooden stakes. The chicks were basically free-range rebels on the mountain, just a couple of corner nests for egg dropping. But the rabbits? Absolute nightmare fuel. William and Da rallied the women, weaving willow branches and reeds like absolute masters, crafting custom cages to lock up the bunny squad. And get this, they didn't just bag the babies this time. They scored a heavily pregnant mother rabbit. She was literally ready to pop. If they had left her out there, a dozen babies would have been monster snacks before taking their first breath. The enemy would not have spared a single one. The realization hit Da like a truck. Getting eaten after growing up? Sucks. Getting devoured before you are even born? That is next level messed up. The vibe instantly tanked. A heavy, gloomy cloud crushed everyone's mood. But they ground it out. Base camp constructed in 24 hours. After throwing up a quick fence, they hotboxed the place with medicinal smoke to kill the germs. Then, the beasts moved in. When night fell, Da dragged his bedroll right to the front lines, ready to jump at the first sound of animal trouble. Next phase, the thorn barricade. The mountain was crawling with thorny death bushes, easy to plant, but a total pain to haul. One wrong move, and your hands were shredded. Those micro-thorns dug deep into the skin. Impossible to pull out. Stinging like absolute crazy. Until William unlocked a genius life hack. Hands wrapped in rabbit pelt. Bodies armored in thick wolfskin. Boom. Complete thorn immunity during planting. 48 hours later, the fortress was complete. A solid ring around the base and pens, leaving only one main path down and a secret back door. That back door was strictly William's VIP entrance, locked from the inside. From the outside, it just looked like a terrifying wall of spikes. Everyone finally exhaled. Let a thief try to raid them now. They were completely secure. With this insane amount of spikes, any intruder would end up looking like a human pincushion. Honestly, the tribe kind of wanted someone to try it, just so they could catch a bloody thief and vent some rage. Yoda, how is the mama goat? She leveling up yet? William strolled in, holding a bowl of herbal potion. He had been pumping her full of ginseng water for days, praying for those regeneration stats to kick in. She was their only female. If she went down, their breeding program was completely busted. The other adult was confirmed male. They would have to wait for the babies to grow up. Chief, she is doing awesome. She actually stood up today. Da hyped him up, grinning ear to ear. She hasn't been on her feet since giving birth. Standing up means her health is finally recovering. Looks like we are in the clear. She is the absolute MVP of this camp. Treat her like royalty. William smirked, passing the potion to Da. Down below, 5 babies were fiercely chugging milk on a bed of straw. Her delivery was a nightmare, but thanks to Da's elite pre-care, the milk supply was flowing like a river. With the mom stats up today, those little guys were drinking until their bellies looked like balloons. Watching them fight for milk, William's tension melted away. Mission accomplished. The goat squad was safe. Next stop, checking on the deer. The deer had severe trauma from the capture, moping around for 2 straight days. Snatched from home, tied up, dragged across the mountain, their mental health bar was at 0. Thank God the transport did not take too long. But what about the fluffy rabbits and long-tailed chickens? They took the most emotional damage. And they were William's top priority targets. The bunnies were absolutely terrified, depressed for days. Some looked completely diseased. The ginseng potion did literally nothing, and the chickens had not dropped a single egg. Da's face darkened as he delivered the bad news. Diseased? William's brow twitched. He knew rabbits were skittish, but this was catastrophic. 7 or 8 baby bunnies, barely a month old? Show me. They stormed the rabbit enclosure. Da had quarantined the sick ones. Huddled in the corner, ears pinned flat against their skulls, totally ignoring the fresh grass and water. They are staging a hunger strike? William frowned hard. Yeah, 0 appetite. I even hit the nest with medicinal smoke. Nothing. William immediately fired up his internal system interface. He dug out the rabbit breeding manual, a massive level-up reward he had not bothered to read until now. Scanning the glowing text, the truth hit him like a brick. This was not a disease, it was a critical stress response. Man, if we had caught this disaster earlier, some tender, loving care might have saved them. But now, these rabbits are on a total hunger strike. Survival odds are hitting absolute rock bottom. William closed his eyes, massaging his temples in sheer frustration. Da, put these poor fluffballs out of their misery. Process the meat. As for the survivors, guard them with your life. No more jump scares for the bunnies. Da scratched his head in total confusion. 3 whole days without food or water? Yeah, they are totally beyond saving. Domesticated rabbits are way too fragile compared to the wild ones. They just cannot handle the extreme stress. Dropping those heavy words, the young chief stepped out of the pen. The enemy probably left these runts behind because they were too small, but the psychological damage, absolutely devastating. After processing the casualties, their bunny battalion was practically wiped out. The ultra-rare food supply just became incredibly critically endangered. Heaving a massive sigh in front of his tribe, William made the final call. Listen up, everyone. Pack your gear. Tomorrow, we are marching back to the North River for a major hunting expedition. This time, we are dragging back an absolute mountain of rabbits and long-haired chickens. Yes, boss. The sheer hype of a hunting quest totally boosted the tribe's morale, washing away the heavy gloom of the rabbit tragedy. William safely stashed the fresh meat and pelts, handing base camp duties over to Ma Ye. He set up a strict, around-the-clock patrol schedule. Nobody was sneaking up on their turf again. 2 of the veteran elders were ordered to hold down the fort. Their epic mission? Check the local traps for free snacks and keep the village completely locked down secure. Even as departure loomed, intense paranoia gnawed at the chief's mind. Were enemy eyes still watching their camp? He racked his brain over ancient weaponry, trying to mix modern concepts with Stone Age junk. Total headache. If I could just invent the bow and arrow, that would be an absolute game changer. Long-range snipes, flawless base defense, and legendary hunting stats, all wrapped into one epic weapon. But how in the world was he supposed to craft that overnight? There was simply no time to grind for crafting levels. The big hunt was already locked in for tomorrow morning. That night, the whole camp crashed incredibly early. The recent dark cloud of depression had finally lifted. And man, did they feast like absolute kings at dinner. Some even burned off extra energy with a little late-night caveman cardio. After a full day of totally epic tribal bonding and ultimate harmony, the vibes were absolutely immaculate. Everyone slept like absolute logs, 0 fatigue remaining. At the crack of dawn, the hunting squad assembled. Before stepping out, William grabbed his scepter and busted out a wild, totally dramatic tribal dance. Normally, he thought this mystical stuff was totally cringe, but today, The squad needed that epic pre-game buff. A little hyped-up chanting was exactly what they needed to unlock maximum confidence. With only 14 absolute units heading into the wild, William was taking zero chances. He packed enough jerky to fuel an entire army. Survival prep was at max capacity. Every single warrior was dual-wielding massive spears, rocking sharp stone knives around their necks, and carrying giant woven baskets on their backs. The ultimate primal loadout, Lang Mao took the absolute front line as the supreme scout, while Strong Bear locked down the rear guard. The rest of the squad, completely tense and ready for action, followed their chief straight into the unknown. Their legendary stash of 100 winter rabbits reduced to less than 10 pathetic survivors. With half of autumn still dragging on, William had to rush this hunting quest or face total game over. Before rolling out, he had dropped strict orders on Ma Ye. Get those massive caves prepped and chop a mountain of firewood. Do not slack off. Meanwhile, Da was on full janitor duty in the giant cavern, setting up the ultimate VIP winter lounge for their livestock. Every single detail had to be totally flawless. Who knew if this year's winter would speedrun its arrival just like the rainy season did? The earlier they prepared, the better. Because a savage winter without a roaring fire, that was an instant death sentence for everyone. The hunting squad blitzed toward the northern riverbanks. Hey boss, are we seriously only grinding for rabbits and fuzzy chickens today? Big Dog asked, tilting his head in total curiosity. Before leaving, William had commanded them to craft an insane amount of heavy-duty grass ropes and giant nets for trapping. The squad was totally clueless about the massive gear-up. Yep, rabbits take at least 1 month to spawn new babies. We need to hoard an absolute ton of them before the snow drops. And those fuzzy chickens, if they drop enough eggs, we get a massive stat boost in protein and nutrition. It is a total win-win. Are we setting up traps too? Obviously. If we score a legendary deer or a wild goat, that is way more loot than a rabbit. Mutton stew is the ultimate winter survival buff. Chugging a bowl of boiling hot mutton soup during a blizzard? Absolute perfection. Wait, mutton soup? What is that? Just hearing the words, Big Dog was already drooling like a raging waterfall. It had been literal ages since he last tasted roast goat. The ultra-tender, juicy flavor was just a faded memory. Bro, toss some winter melon into that broth, it becomes straight up heavenly. Winter, what now? Big Dog's food radar instantly pinged. Hearing about an unreleased flavor patch, his hype levels immediately skyrocketed off the charts. Winter melon is this massive, long green veggie that spawns everywhere. The boss tier ones grow half as tall as a person, William explained, his own stomach rumbling at the legendary memory. Chief, when we have free time, can we please go on a side quest to farm these winter melons? Big Dog stared with massive sparkling eyes. Mention new food, and this guy was instantly hypnotized. Hold up, something is totally wrong ahead. Lang Mao sprinted back, forehead dripping with pure sweat like he just triggered a massive boss fight. Talk to me, what is the situation? William's heart rate spiked instantly. We were just hitting the border of Apple Mountain, but an unknown faction is already camping there. They straight up hijacked our prime hunting zone. Say what now? William snapped his head toward the distant peaks. The render distance was way too far. He could not even get a proper head count of the intruders. Who are these guys? Is this just a quick raid, or did their entire guild relocate here? William demanded rapidly. He could not believe the absolute worst luck. Discovering a legendary farming spot only to get spawn camped days later? Looks like their whole tribe is totally entrenched up there. I spotted not just the men, but women and little kids too, Lang Mao recalled, his eyes wide. 7 females, 3 kids, and like 11 or 12 brute dudes. No idea if that is the full roster or if more are out hunting. Wait, they look exactly like the goons from the other night, but honestly, it was pitch black, so my visual ID might be a little glitchy. Lang Mao hesitated to drop a 100% confirmation, but honestly, his gut feeling was hitting right on the money. I mean, come on. What are the odds of 2 random events perfectly aligning like this? Absolutely zero. William instantly concluded this was the exact same enemy squad. Oh, it is so on. First they steal our pets, now they steal our turf. We are absolutely not letting this slide. I will make them puke up every last rabbit. Nobody messes with my fluff balls and walks away. Bro, look, it is totally them, a tribesman whispered intensely. As they closed the distance, they spotted several shadowy figures already scaling the rocky cliffs of Apple Mountain. The dudes swinging through the trees were insanely tall and skinny, with arms dragging all the way down to their hips. They looked like they just skipped a few steps in the primate evolution tree. Yep, target absolutely confirmed. Look at these absolute clowns. Lang Mao pointed a shaking finger at the branches. In just a few days, those scavengers had stripped our trees completely bare, and they were still going, swinging from branch to branch like discount ninja monkeys. They did not even bother climbing down, just leaping through the canopy with ridiculous ease. In the blink of an eye, The entire harvest was gone. The absolute audacity. Those apples were not even ripe yet, and I did not get a single bite. Big Dog was seeing red. His blood boiled with absolute fury. He was just waiting for William to give the word so he could smash some skulls. Chief, look at what they are holding. Big Dog pointed violently at the mountain ridge. The enemy women were casually hanging up meat. Our stolen rabbit meat! Seeing the livestock they had busted their backs to raise, being treated like an all-you-can-eat buffet, William and the boys nearly popped a blood vessel. It was time to throw down. Chief, let us rush them and take back our rabbits. Lang Mao gripped his spear, practically vibrating with rage. Forget just the rabbits. He wanted the apples, the land, and their pride back. Big Dog readied his weapon, about to launch himself forward. Hold it! William barked out, stopping them in their tracks. They needed to scope out the enemy numbers first. Besides, what was the legal precedent here? How could they legally prove they owned this turf first? Did they have proper documentation? Wait a minute. Proof? What freaking proof? Beating them to a pulp was the only proof needed. That is right. This was the savage, primitive age, not some modern courtroom. To hell with logic. Whoever had the biggest fists and the largest crew made the rules. All right, boys, William smirked. Let us take back our turf. The adrenaline finally kicked in. All that pent-up frustration was about to explode. William gave the ultimate green light. His crew, practically foaming at the mouth, were finally unleashed. Meanwhile, up on the rocky peaks, the trespassing squad spotted William's angry mob and absolutely panicked. They scrambled down the trunks like terrified squirrels. Ah, Mao! Someone shrieked. They are coming for us! There are too many of them, what do we do? Ah, Mao leaped to his feet, staring down the mountain in pure horror. He immediately started barking orders. Pack it up, grab what you can carry and ditch the rest. With William's squad closing in, Ah Mao and his entire camp basically base-jumped down the cliff. They splashed across the river and vanished into the opposite mountain. Holy crap, were they even human? How the heck did they vanish so fast? Did they just evaporate? Lang Mao stared at the empty mountain, completely dumbfounded. Not a single shadow remained. Their escape game was legendary. They must be professional runners, someone muttered. Just look at their campsite. They packed up their entire lives in 5 seconds flat and left absolutely zero trace. This was definitely a tribe of hardcore, professional drifters. William let out a heavy sigh. He looked at the barren dirt. Not even a single half-eaten apple was left behind. Either this was a planned hit-and-run robbery, or they were just pathologically used to fleeing for their lives. The moment trouble showed up, they packed their bags and bolted. Chief, they used some kind of woven sack, eagle-eyed Lang Mao pointed out. The last guy was carrying something that looked exactly like a fishing net. Yeah, William nodded thoughtfully. A primitive loot bag. Honestly, figuring out how to craft that is not exactly rocket science. William paced around the empty camp, scanning the area with critical eyes. It was completely wiped clean. All right, let us secure the perimeter. Strong Bear immediately led a squad to chop firewood. You got it, boss. We are on it. Meanwhile, Big Dog started dragging heavy logs, building a makeshift holding pen to lock up whatever wild beasts they managed to catch next. Do not worry, Chief, Big Dog growled with determination. I am not letting those scavengers steal from us again. I am wrapping this whole place in razor-sharp thorn bushes. It was going to be a massive pain to set up, but those brutal thorns would definitely buff their base defense. William gave him a nod of approval. Lang Mao took his own crew to inspect their hunting traps. Finding them intact, they cleared the branches and reset the deadly mechanisms. Everyone snapped into action like a well-oiled military machine. Standing near the cliff edge, William glared at the opposite forest. His spine tingled. He could feel their eyes staring right back at him from the shadows. To think they had been secretly watched this entire time. Back in the day, nobody bothered fighting for turf like this. They had been completely exposed. It made him wonder if the wolf packs had been stalking them exactly the same way. Before this, the area was totally untouched. His tribe had done all the hard work clearing it out. So why did these moochers swoop in the second the heavy lifting was done? William frowned deeply, the puzzle pieces not quite fitting together in his head. Furthermore, dragging women and kids everywhere they went, operating like straight-up nomads, did these people really not have a permanent base camp? Suddenly, a sharp flash of white light glinted from the opposite ridge. William narrowed his eyes. Peering through the dense foliage, he spotted a lone figure locked onto their position. That glare was sunlight reflecting off a polished bone knife. William let out an icy, dangerous chuckle. So, they wanted to play Peeping Tom, did they? If those cowards even thought about launching a night raid, William would make absolutely sure none of them lived to see the sunrise. A little while later, Big Dog dragged over a massive pile of terrifying thorn bushes. He barricaded the cliffside and reinforced their entire perimeter. Any idiot trying a midnight ambush was going to get shredded into human coleslaw. Chief, let them try to come over now. Big Dog boasted. "If these do not poke them to death, nothing will. I found the absolute nastiest spikes in the woods." He said this while covered in nasty scratches himself. If he had not been careful, he would have turned into a giant, bloody porcupine just carrying the things. "Good work, but we cannot get sloppy. We are setting up night patrols immediately." William nodded, thoroughly impressed with Big Dog's handiwork. With the whole camp fortified, even wild beasts would have a tough time breaking in. Strong Bear dumped a massive load of firewood in the center of the camp. "Watch the flames tonight," William warned. "We do not need to accidentally set our own thorn wall on fire." After William finished issuing his meticulous orders, Strong Bear cracked his knuckles. "Chief, should we cross the valley and hunt them down? Let us beat them so bad they forget their own names." Strong Bear was seriously ticked off that the enemy had managed to flee. In his meathead philosophy, the only way to establish dominance was an all-out street brawl. "Hold your horses, big guy." "Not yet," William replied. "We do not know the layout of that mountain. Blundering into a monster den is a rookie mistake. We will get our chance to crush them soon enough. But charging in blindly right now, that is how you walk straight into an ambush." William shook his head, patting the massive warrior on the shoulder to cool him down. Hearing William's tactical breakdown, Strong Bear had to admit it made sense. Anyone bold enough to steal rabbits right from under their noses was definitely cunning. "All right, Chief, but when the real war begins, I claim the vanguard." Thump, thump, Hung pounded his chest like a total boss. "I got this, Chief." Since the coast was clear, Will dragged the big guy along. Their mission? Hunting down some legendary long-tailed chickens. The sun was just starting to dip. Dusk was creeping in, painting the sky in dramatic shades of orange. "Still got some daylight," Will muttered, scanning the horizon. He spotted some sketchy tracks. "Mental note for tomorrow, Hung. We hit this spot first." Meanwhile, Mao headed back to whip up some dinner. The menu? Mystery jerky from the homeland, boiled up in coconut shells with a fiery kick of wild pepper. Honestly, best soup they had tasted in ages. Pure culinary magic. Big Dog slurped it down noisily. "Man, this hits different. The dude had been so cranky lately, he would not even look at a campfire. Sick of that bland meat water," he grumbled. But now, mood entirely elevated. It was time to feast on some actual flavor. "Hey, soup is soup. Quit your whining," Mao snapped back. He was the designated chef back home, and he took that personally. Big Dog just grinned like a total goofball, inhaling his bowl. "Yo, Chief, you think those losers are coming back? They ran like scared little kids." "I checked the traps today," Mao chimed in, completely untouched. "Either they are blind, or they are pulling some sneaky distraction trick." Will rubbed his chin, going full tactical genius. A classic feint. Make noise in the east, strike in the west. Wait, so they wait for us to leave? And then they run away? Mao stared at Will, his brain totally buffering. The chief was always dropping these heavy quotes. Basically, they are playing a massive game of hide and seek. Mao scrunched his face. Hide from what? Makes zero sense. These guys were simple brawlers. Mind games? Not in their vocabulary. Total error 404. "Look, if you lose, you run. That is survival," Big Dog reasoned. "But running without throwing a single punch? That is just pathetic. Next time I see them, I am smashing their skulls in." He did not get the strategy, but his trash talk game was absolutely peak. "Total cowards," someone yelled. "Next time we will make them cry. Oh, and let us snatch their girls. I am still single over here." "Yeah, I need a wife too. Gotta start a family." "Shut your mouths," Will roared, his voice cracking like thunder. Gulp, the whole crew froze. It was like someone hit the mute button. Why was the chief suddenly losing his mind? Will glared at them. Kidnapping women? That was straight-up villain behavior. How could his goofy squad be so toxic? But Will totally forgot the server rules. This was the Stone Age, baby. Might makes right. The guy with the biggest stick makes the laws. Even on an empty stomach, Will was not taking any chances. He set up the night watch. 2 guys per shift, eyes glued to the enemy camp. His survival instincts were screaming. Those cowards would not just vanish into thin air. Or would they? The night was crazy quiet. Just the wind rustling the leaves and the epic snoring of the tribe. Everyone was dead to the world. Only the crackle of the campfire and the crunch of the guard's footsteps broke the silence. Will woke up in a cold sweat, checked the perimeter, and crashed again. Flash forward to sunrise. The squad woke up, stretched, and looked across the way. Plot twist, absolutely nothing happened. Talk about anticlimactic. Wow, they really are a bunch of losers, someone scoffed. All right, night shift, get some sleep. The rest of you, grab your gear. We are going hunting. Will barked out the orders while speed-running his breakfast. Bet they are still running, Big Dog mumbled, chewing on a piece of rock-hard jerky, staring at the empty enemy camp. Chief, why do we not just rush them? Will gave him the ultimate side-eye. You think you can outrun them, genius? Breakfast was practically dog food. But it was fast. We set those traps yesterday, Will announced. Let us see if we hit the jackpot. Oh, heck yeah! A tribe member cheered. I am bagging like 9 rabbits today. The hype was real. They marched toward the trap zone. Suddenly, Will threw up a fist. Hold up. He pointed toward the thick brush. You guys, fan out and block the front. Mao, take your crew to the far side. We gotta flank them. Mao nodded, sprinting off like a ninja. The rest of you, with me, Will whispered. If you see a deer, push it toward the pit. Last time was a total mess. We only bagged 2. Today, we are going for the high score. No mistakes. Watch my hands for the signal. The crew nodded, totally dialed in. They crept toward the riverbank, holding their breath like it was a stealth mission. They peeked through the tall grass. Drum roll, please. Absolutely 0 deer, just empty wilderness staring back. The 3 squads stood up, looking totally defeated. Bro, did we scare them off forever? Someone groaned. No way, Will replied. Deer got a drink. Plus, they have the memory of a goldfish. They do not remember last time. Mao shook his head. Animals do not hold grudges, man. Maybe those enemy cowards spooked them? Please! Those guys are terrified of their own shadows. Yeah, a deer would probably bully them into the pit. Will busted out laughing. He loved roasting those runaway losers. But as they pushed through the final bushes, bingo, the camouflage over the trap was totally wrecked. A massive hole gaped in the dirt. Oh, baby, we caught something. Heck yes! Venison is finally on the menu. I have been starving for some real meat. Hey, Chief, let us check how many deer fell for our master traps. Big Dog did not even wait for an answer. He bolted forward like an absolute madman, leaving nothing but a dust trail behind him. Score! Fresh meat means a massive feast tonight. William smirked with pure satisfaction. A successful hunt meant he was totally crushing this leadership gig, and deer meat was a massive upgrade from sad little rabbits. Whoa, wait a second. What the heck is this? Big Dog skidded to a halt at the pit's edge, his dramatic scream making the entire squad sprint over in pure panic. What is the big emergency? The crew stared down into the completely empty pit, their jaws practically hitting the dirt. Bro, how is this even possible? Did our dinner just grow wings and fly away? William crouched down like a seasoned detective. No hoof prints leading out, just some intense claw marks, totally wrecking the dirt walls. Let me check the other spots, William declared with total main character energy. Big Dog instantly sprinted to the remaining traps, with the whole posse trailing right behind him. Out of 6 epic traps, only 2 had been triggered, and both were totally trampled but completely empty. Seriously, where did the loot go? Are you kidding me? They all escaped? Big Dog whined, his dreams of a feast crumbling. Strong Bear stared down the massive 6-foot drop. Man, scaling that wall should have been impossible. They made those walls super slick for a reason. Was it not a deer at all? Did some totally massive beast just leap over the pit without even breaking a sweat? Wolf Hair shot William a desperate look, but let us be real, the chief was just as clueless. The tracks proved something massive had definitely fallen in. But now, Ghost Town. Whatever fell down there was either an absolute ninja or some freak of nature that could climb straight up vertical walls. Seeing his crew totally bummed out, William quickly pivoted. Forget the deer, we are not taking an absolute loss today. Wolf Hair, reset the traps. We are hunting those giant raptor chickens and rabbits instead. You got it, Chief. Wolf Hair started tossing branches and grass back over the pit, but the vibe was totally killed. Everyone felt like they had been cursed with epic bad luck. Bro, I swear the heavens are totally ghosting us lately, someone complained in the background. A few guys started shooting suspicious side eyes right at William. Think about it. Ever since William flexed that one holy song, he had not done a single proper sacrifice. Were the gods throwing a cosmic temper tantrum? Yo, Chief, did the big guy upstairs leave us on read? Shouldn't we, ask for a heavenly hint? Wolfhair chimed in, totally buying the hype. Are the gods mad we skipped the sacrifice? Yeah, man. The old shaman used to text the gods every single hunt. Shouldn't we be doing a morning roll call with the divine? William rolled his eyes hard. Like the gods actually cared about their hunting schedule? Give me a break. But hey, the squad was losing their minds over this bad luck streak. If playing the holy man gave them a buff, he was ready to put on a show for his gullible fans. All right, chill out. I will hit up the gods right now. William slapped a hand over his heart, striking a pose that screamed ultimate divine protagonist. Deep down, he could not care less. He just started belting out random English pop lyrics. Sincerity? 0. Dramatic execution? Absolutely flawless. Wrapping up his fake concert, he dramatically opened his eyes, pointing straight at the chicken spawn point from last night. The gods have spoken. The loot is right there. Move out. Instantly, the depressing vibe totally evaporated into pure hype. Step aside, Chief. Tracking those feathered freaks is literally my superpower. Big Dog leaped to William's side, gripping his spears like a total anime sidekick ready for battle. He is not wrong, boss. Big Dog has the ultimate radar for those raptor chickens. Wolfhair hyped him up, totally feeding his ego. Honestly, without Big Dog's nose, they would be wandering this new map like totally clueless newbies. His tracking skills were an absolute game changer. All right, bet. You take the lead. But keep it stealthy. Do not trigger their absolute panic mode yet. We are going to surround the high-density spawn zone. I want this entire area completely locked down. William barked out orders, unrolling the ultimate weapon while setting up the ambush. Strong Bear, you and your boys lock down the south flank. Keep that net totally tight. If a single chicken slips through, it is game over. Wolfhair, keep your eyes on my signal. When I drop my hand, we rush the mob. Understood, Chief. The squad slipped into position, turning the grassy field into a total death trap. This time, they were packing the ultimate cheat code, a massive custom-woven net designed by the crafting team. The second they spotted the flock, it was dropping the net and bagging them alive, way better than totally smashing them with spears. Plus, keeping them breathing meant an unlimited food glitch. Total tactical evolution. Chief, target acquired. I have got eyes on a massive flock. Big Dog spotted 7 or 8 giant feathered beasts chilling in the grass. But his loud mouth totally blew their cover. The giant chickens jerked their heads up, clucking in pure panic as they scanned the zone for hostiles. They spread their massive wings, ready to bail. These guys were not your average farm birds. With wings that long, they could actually glide. If they took off, the raid was completely ruined. Seeing the targets about to scatter, William triggered the trap. Now, the crew surged forward, throwing the massive net straight over the entire flock. Absolute chaos erupted. The giant birds shrieked, totally losing their minds as they flapped wildly. One absolute unit of a rooster charged straight at the net's edge. Watch out, the boss monster is breaking out. Panicking, a few guys raised their spears, ready to smash the escapee into oblivion. Hold your fire! Do not touch them! Pull the net tight! William screamed like a mad commander. The massive trap slammed down from all 4 sides, totally engulfing the rogue rooster. Big Dog, get over here and pull! William roared, dragging the heavy ropes. 7 or 8 giant raptor chickens went absolutely berserk, pulling so hard they almost dragged William face first into the dirt. Big Dog tackled the rope, holding the line. Keep it low! Do not give them a single inch to escape. Dude, these feathered freaks are ridiculously strong. But catching 8 at once? That is an absolute legendary drop rate. Big Dog was struggling against the ropes, but grinning like a total maniac. Fresh chicken roast tonight, boys. No more chewing on that rock-hard jerky. Back in the day, raw survival was enough. But ever since William leveled up their culinary game, going back to dry, flavorless meat was literally a fate worse than death. Across the field, the rest of the muscle closed the trap. Over a dozen brawny dudes went full beast mode, and in exactly 3 minutes, the feathered mob totally surrendered. Flawless victory. Bro, this net hack is way too overpowered. Hey, Chief, we need to craft like 10 more of these. We can totally build an impenetrable fortress for the base. Lang Mao stroked his chin, gears turning. Heck yes. Let's craft another net. As long as these feathered track stars don't bolt, we're golden. William gave a cool nod. Who knew a simple net would break the meta? Back in the day, they just clipped wings. Zhuanghong practically speed ran, tying up the birds, stuffing them into 2 overflowing baskets. Chief, this artifact is overpowered, a tribesman yelled. 1 throw, and we bagged a whole squad of long-haired fowl, alive! The whole squad was losing their minds. This totally wrecked their old smash-and-grab tactics. Catching them alive used to be a nightmare. You'd bash 8 birds just to get 1 breathing, and even then, it'd be on 1 health point. Chief, tag me in. I want to cast the legendary web. The hype was absolutely contagious. Everyone was itching for their turn to farm some experience points. Hold the line right here, William commanded. Big Dog, let's hunt down another spawn point. Handing off the ultimate weapon, William squad up with Big Dog for a scouting mission. Tracking the elusive long-haired fowl was no joke. But Big Dog? He was a veteran scavenger with maxed out survival stats. The guy's internal radar for loot was unmatched. These overgrown pigeons love flat, low-level grass zones, he explained. No massive branches overhead. They munch on greens and bugs, so they always spawn in the softest terrain. Big Dog puffed out his chest, totally flexing his pro-gamer knowledge. Nice logic, William smirked. So, water spawn points mean more birds? Yeah, they love puddles. Big Dog gulped, suddenly looking terrified. But that's where the long worms camp out. 1 wrong step, and it's an instant game over. Long worms? William raised an eyebrow. Slippery, boneless noodles of doom that one-shot a chicken? Exactly. Total nightmare fuel. Big Dog shivered. They lasso the birds and hit them with a fatal critical strike. Some are so toxic, you're dead instantly. You mean a snake? William stated matter-of-factly. Snake? Is that its official title? Big Dog was clueless, but the chief was always dropping weird new vocabulary patches. Whatever it is, it's worse than boss monsters. Total stealth assassins. Big Dog's warning sent a shiver down William's spine. Are their spawn rates high? William immediately scanned the grass, paranoid about ambush attacks. Nah, super rare in our usual grinding zones. Only saw one by the water once, throwing hands with a foul. Out here, though? No clue. Big Dog aggressively swiped his spear through the brush, checking for aggro. Pro hunter tactic. Sweep the tall grass before you step or get ganked by a long worm. Suddenly, Big Dog froze. Chief, the targets. Up ahead, 6 or 7 massive birds were absolutely losing their minds, flapping in pure chaos. What the heck? William squinted. A turf war? We haven't even triggered their aggro radius yet. Chief, look! Big Dog shrieked, his legs literally turning to jelly. The long worm, a massive, scaly beast, was locked in a brutal deathmatch with the flock. Cut to the evening debrief. Sure, they didn't bag any colossal boss monsters today, but rolling back into camp with 15 premium birds, the tribe was totally hyping it up. Bro, the spawn rate out there is insane. Forget farming. We can just speedrun the hunting grounds and our winter stash is locked in. The vibe in the village was absolutely electric. Catching the birds was practically a tutorial quest now. The only grind was tracking them. But those long worm encounters? Total jump scares. Thankfully, when they spotted that scaly nightmare battling the birds, nobody tried to third-party the fight. They just stealth-crawled right around the danger zone. That mutant worm was absolute nightmare fuel. Thicker than my arm. Thank the heavens it was distracted by the loot, or it would have totally aggroed on us. Big Dog was literally holding court back at the base, hyping up the day's epic survival moments to the newbies who stayed behind. Yep, that long worm was 100% a snake. We stared down a mini-boss today. Bicep thick and 3 yards of pure muscle. If that thing hit you with a grapple attack, it was game over, man. Hold up, William muttered, turning to Lang Mao. Have we ever seen these stealth assassins near our home base? Lang Mao paused, his mental gears grinding. Fact check. They'd only ever spotted those slithering hazards in the wild. Never, he confirmed. Maybe in ancient times, but definitely not on our current server. It was just a theory, but Lang Mao suspected the local flora was acting like a natural force field. We need to hack this mechanic, William strategized. If we can identify the exact plant that debuffs snakes, we can craft portable repellent potions. William rubbed his temples. Encountering venomous mobs today was a massive wake-up call. You gotta buff your defense before you get wrecked. But could random weeds actually ward off a toxic boss? Exactly. We don't have that buff actively running right now. Everyone needs to max out their perception stats. Those scaly creeps are drawn to our chicken loot. Crank those campfires to the absolute max, William ordered the squad. Stealth mobs were way worse than brute force beasts. Secretly, he pulled up his internal system interface to search the database for a counter item. Yo, Xiao Yuan, run a scan for snake-repelling flora. He racked his brain. Real Garwine? That was the classic cheat code from the Legend of the White Snake. Like, that stuff literally stripped a mythical demon of her human avatar. But were there any normal, non-magical plants that could pull off that kind of crowd control? Let's see. Foxglove? Nope. Wolfberry? Nah. Siberian ginseng? Not it. William furiously swiped through his system's apothecary shop menus. Total garbage item drops. Not a single thing had the snake repel tag. Plus, he was totally broke on skill points. He couldn't afford to just pull random weeds. His brows locked in deep frustration. Xiao Yuan, give me a hint here, bro, he muttered, angrily tapping to the next menu page. Host, respectfully. The AI floated closer, giving him major side-eye. Why are you searching the botany tab instead of the actual bestiary? Are you lagging? Ahem, bro, I totally meant to do that, William stammered, his face turning bright red. I was just checking my inventory for that pending side quest. Still haven't tracked down that elusive Angelica root. He violently force-closed the apothecary window, desperately trying to salvage his main character aura. There was no way he was letting his own system roast him. Xiao Yuan totally scanned his surface thoughts. The little AI's pixelated face twitched, practically short-circuiting as it held back a massive laugh, before zooming away. If the host figured out he was being mocked, the retaliation would be petty and legendary. Whatever. William brushed off the cringe and aggressively booted up the Hunter's Arsenal user interface. Boom. Page 3. The Ultimate Serpent Survival Guide. Price tag? 6 whole skill points. William instantly rage quit the menu. Are you kidding me? What an absolute scam. Wait. Hold up. Are you seriously telling me I have to blow all my hard-earned goat farming experience points on a freaking snake manual? He agonized over it for a split second, but survival always trumped saving up. Opening the system interface, William stared at his pathetic balance of less than 100 points. Man, I am dead broke. He sea-hilled. Thank God my farming skill is just 1 point away from leveling up. My hunting skill is almost there too. Any day now, I should be hitting a double jackpot of system rewards. William materialized the snake survival guide from his inventory. It was incredibly thick, way thicker than his other manuals. Okay, maybe this bad boy was actually worth the ridiculous price tag. This thing was an absolute encyclopedia of serpent habits and deadly venoms. This right here is my ultimate life insurance policy. He studied every single page, though the hyper-realistic illustrations gave him serious goosebumps. Just imagining falling into a snake pit sent shivers down his spine. Pure nightmare fuel. But flipping to the final page, he struck absolute gold, a master list of nature's ultimate snake repellents. Balsam and marigold flowers were already growing around his villa. Plus, there was senna and the legendary 7-leaf one-flower plant up on the tribal mountain. A sly, rebellious grin spread across William's face. The 7-leaf one-flower was not just a plant, it was a holy elixir against lethal venom. It could neutralize snake bites and cure toxic boils. This manual was an absolute steal. He had unlocked the ultimate antidotes. Let the venomous beasts come. He was completely invincible now. Right in the middle of his epic victory dance, a blood-curdling shout shattered the night. William instantly snapped out of the system interface. Who goes there? After them. Do not let those rats escape. Trying to rob us again? Do you think we are just pushovers? William kicked the campfire into a blazing inferno. The light revealed 3 shadowy figures. One of them lunged right at Big Dog. A brutal scream echoed out, and Big Dog instantly locked the attacker in a death grip. They crashed to the dirt in a chaotic tangle. Another agonized shriek ripped through the air, but the shadowy figure violently broke free, scrambling up the nearest apple tree alongside his 2 accomplices. Hurry! Grab them! They are taking to the trees! The 3 intruders swung through the branches like rogue ninjas, making a desperate dash for the cliff edge. Big Dog, still sprawled on the ground, roared at the top of his lungs. The entire tribe surged toward the cliff like a tidal wave. The trio prepared to slide down, but abruptly hit the brakes. Below them lay a treacherous sea of razor-sharp thorns, masterfully rigged by Big Dog. What is the play here? The 3 thieves exchanged panicked glances, signaled each other, and immediately doubled back the way they came. Cut them off! Do not let them slip away. Pure chaos erupted. Some tribesmen scaled the trunks, while others hurled spears into the night sky. But these thieves were insanely agile. Every single weapon sliced through empty air. Wolfhair, throw the net, trap them now. One warrior gritted his teeth in pure rage. It took them 3 agonizing days to catch those long-haired chickens, and now these punks were slipping through their fingers. Damn it, they are breaking our defensive line. The spotters in the canopy watched in absolute disbelief as the trio reached the outermost tree. With a massive burst of kinetic energy, the 3 thieves launched themselves into the void. They hit the dirt, rolled perfectly to absorb the shock, and sprinted into the dark horizon. The tribe instantly launched a furious pursuit. The chase spilled out into the open plains. Speed it up, keep your eyes on them, do not scatter. Fueled by pure adrenaline and rage, the tribesmen completely ignored the pitch-black darkness, locking their sights on the 3 fleeing shadows. Ignite the grass! Light the torches! Strong Bear roared, gripping his weapon as he led the relentless charge. Force them to turn back! William's heart pounded with a mix of fury and dread. It was pitch black, there were deadly snakes out there, and sprinting blindly was a suicide mission. Stop, he commanded. Fall back. Do not chase them any further. Did those scumbags manage to steal anything tonight? William asked, his voice tight with anxiety as he turned to Big Dog. Big Dog, the Night Watch MVP, was currently wincing as he plucked wicked thorns from his own flesh. When the thieves tried to snag the long-haired chickens, Big Dog had gone full berserker, tackling one of the intruders straight into the spike pit. But the enemy's reflexes were terrifyingly sharp. Not only did they slip out of his grasp, leaving Big Dog shredded by his own trap, but the thief also took some heavy damage in the scuffle. When Big Dog hit the ground, he had yanked the intruder down with him, sending them crashing right into the jagged briars. The thief had let out a pathetic squeal of pain, which instantly woke up the entire camp. 3 enemies had infiltrated their base for the prized long-haired chickens, but walked away entirely empty-handed. I dragged one of them straight into the barricade, Big Dog growled, so he is definitely full of spikes. And I smashed the other one right in the ear with the shaft of my spear. Big Dog was an absolute unit. Even while injured, he had single-handedly bodied 2 of the intruders. If those thieves had not reacted with supernatural speed and bailed at the first sign of danger, the tribe would have captured all 3 of them. Their agility was off the charts, someone muttered. The second things went south, they parkoured up the trees and vanished into the canopy. Strong Bear and the Vanguard squad returned to camp, completely out of breath. The targets had completely evaporated into the night. Damn it! Big Dog punched the ground, totally disgusted. If my aim had been just a little sharper, I would have cracked his skull open. Ugh, I need to pull these spikes out before they get infected. William stood up, checking on Big Dog's wounds before staring out into the pitch-black wilderness. A tiny flicker of light danced in the distance. It was probably the Wild Chicken Clan's torches. The night was an absolute void. He prayed his warriors had not pushed too far. If the enemy retreated into the mountains, following them would be a total death trap. Glancing across the dark riverbank, there was not a single fire to be seen. It was impossible to tell if the enemy was still watching from the shadows. But one thing was crystal clear. The second they caught those long-haired chickens, these creeps had been spying on them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A bunch of worthless parasites, William scoffed. They think they can just take what is ours? We are going to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Ah, shoo. William locked eyes with his remaining warriors and issued his commands to Ah Shu. The squad immediately began securing the perimeter. It was not until the first light of dawn that Strong Bear's tracking party finally trudged back into camp, totally empty-handed. Those absolute cowards, a warrior spat. They move like lightning. One blink and they were instantly swallowed by the mountain shadows. Wolf Hair slammed his spear into the dirt, practically vibrating with rage. I threw everything I had at them, missed every single time. It was like they had eyes in the back of their freaking heads. He is right. I gave it 100% and hit nothing but air, Strong Bear growled, his massive chest heaving. This is way harder than hunting wild beasts, Chief. Let us cross the river and wipe them out. If we do not end this, my blood is going to boil over. William looked up at Strong Bear, who was dripping with sweat and practically radiating killer intent. A low, confident chuckle escaped William's lips. Strong Bear was usually the calmest guy in the room, but right now, his aura was absolutely furious. Hold your fire, big guy, William said, a dangerous glint in his eye. They had the guts to step into our territory. Next time, I promise you, they will not be walking out alive. William clapped a firm hand on Strong Bear's massive shoulder. Patience. We do not know the terrain on the other side. They failed tonight, which means their greed will drag them right back here, and when they return, their luck runs out. Listen up, big dog. You and Wildfowl are on guard duty today. While you are holding down the fort, weave some extra nets. Wait, nets? Is the chief seriously planning to trap those punks like wild animals? Big Dog's eyes practically sparkled with rebellious excitement. Bagging those sneaky thieves like clueless chickens? That sounded incredibly satisfying. William just offered a mysterious, cinematic smirk. Honestly, even our main character was completely winging it. He was trying to pull off some epic spiderweb trap straight out of a comic book, but who knew if it would actually work? Still, you miss 100% of the shots you do not take. The master plan was officially set. They needed massive amounts of nets and ropes, and they needed them right now. There is a ton of tough grass over there. You two, make this your entire mission today. The rest of the squad? We are heading out to check the ambush zones. Gear up and let us move. Stealth mode activated. Their footsteps were as silent as falling leaves. The suspense was so heavy, you could hear a pin drop, and right on cue, whispers echoed through the dark woods. Hurry up, put your back into it. If we do not move now, they are going to catch us, Mao. Dude, is this really a good idea? We have been robbing them blind non-stop. What if they catch us and actually wipe us out? Oh, chill out, man. What is the absolute worst that could happen? You saw how insanely overpowered they are. They slaughtered a pack of wolves without breaking a sweat. But look at all this loot. Have they caught us yet? Nope. If things go south, we just bolt. Nobody in this entire forest can outrun us. William and Wolf Hair exchanged a deadly, slow-motion glance. The absolute audacity of these punks. Stealing from right under the main character's nose, that was basically a death wish. Wolf Hair was about to roar and charge in blindly, but William swiftly cut him off. With a few sharp hand signals, he orchestrated an epic three-pronged ambush. It was time to close the trap. Mao, do you hear something? The guy in the pit was trembling, his grip on the stolen deer slipping away in sheer panic. Nope, nothing. Just hurry up, Giant Rock. Mao was rapidly losing his patience. Giant Rock might be the strongest meathead in their crew, but he was a total coward. If he was not so ridiculously strong, they would have ditched his pathetic act ages ago. Useless at everything, but somehow eats the most. Hey, Mao, pull harder. I am lifting it as high as I can. Wait, what is that noise? Run! A massive thud echoed through the gorge. A scream of absolute terror pierced the air. Mao panicked and dropped the rope, sending a massive, heavy deer crashing straight down right onto Giant Rock's head. Giant Rock! Enemies incoming! Hurry! Mao stared down into the pit, watching his massive friend get completely pinned beneath the heavy carcass. Hold on, man. I will pull you up. Mao braced himself to jump into the chaos. No, Mao, get out of here. Forget about me. Giant Rock's leg was totally crushed. The agony was blinding, but he refused to drag his squad down with him. My leg is shattered. I cannot run. Just go. Save yourselves. Giant Rock roared through gritted teeth. Amao glared at the massive pit, his eyes blazing with furious, heartbreaking hatred. Suddenly, the terrifying presence of enemies surrounded them from 3 sides. It was a total ambush. Everyone fall back to the river, move, move, move! Amao screamed orders while sprinting like an absolute maniac. Bro literally dashed across the raging river as if it was solid ground. Even the vicious, swirling currents could not slow down his superhuman speed. The rest of the teen thieves scrambled toward the shore, snatching up their gear with lightning speed. These punks were professional runners, executing their desperate escape with flawless precision. But William was always one step ahead. Whoosh! His spear shot out like a guided missile, nailing one of the thieves right in the ankle. Before the guy could even gasp, Wolf Hair slammed him brutally into the dirt. Agu, from across the raging river, Mao watched his buddy get captured. Seething with fiery rage, he snapped a thick branch in half. He burned William's face into his memory, waved his hand, and vanished into the wild mountains. Wait, look, we got another one. Ha! Those utter cowards literally abandoned their own teammate. What an absolute joke of a crew. The tribe members peered over the edge of the pit. Right beside the stolen deer, a mountain of a teen was groaning in devastating pain. This guy was built like a literal tank compared to the rest. That is what you get for playing games with us. Hope that stolen meat was worth your freedom. Talk. The deer from yesterday's trap. That was your crew's doing, right? Pinned to the ground, Agu just let out a rebellious, bloody sneer. They had not expected this early morning cinematic ambush. 5 more minutes, and they would have cleared out the whole stash. Without missing a beat, William ordered his crew to hogtie Agu and Giant Rock and drag them back to Jujubee Rock Mountain. Meanwhile, the 2 majestic deer caught in this morning's trap were also secured as the ultimate spoils of war. Sadly, one of the deer had been crushed to death during the chaotic tug-of-war between Giant Rock and Amao. Seriously? Ruining premium loot just to save their own skins? What a tragic waste. Back at base, Big Dog was by the river, playing Master Chef, slicing and dicing the fresh catch into neat, meaty strips, prepping them to be hung up and sun-dried in the trees. Their salt reserves were painfully low, so salt curing was totally off the table. They had to rely purely on the blazing sun. Sun-dried meat shrinks massively, turning into tough, chewy jerky that practically fights back when you bite it. Turning such top-tier venison into shoe leather? Absolute tragedy. But the skin and tendons? Those were VIP items. William gave strict orders to handle them with extreme, calculated care. Nobody had a clue what the main character was cooking up, but when the chief gives a masterclass on carving, you know he is about to unleash some legendary crafting skills. But seriously, are deer tendons even edible? No way. With those gluttonous captives devouring everything in sight, why would the chief waste good food on them? The moment Big Dog returned, the mountain base was filled with massive complaints. They just wiped out a mountain of rabbits, long-tailed fowls, and 2 whole deer. How are they still starving like literal zombies? Big Dog slammed the heavy hides and meat onto the ground, taking charge like an absolute boss. He guided the squad to slice the venison into long strips and hang them up to face the scorching sun. Then, he strutted into the center of the camp, only to spot the 2 captured teen rebels chugging bowls of meat soup like there was no tomorrow. Their eyes were practically glowing with euphoric joy. Let us be real. Nobody survives their first taste of the chief's legendary soup without getting totally hooked. Boss, the deer skin and tendons are perfectly prepped. All the meat is hung up and ready to go. The fiery scout confidently reported his progress. I saved a prime leg too. Later, I am going to slather it in wild pepper and roast it to absolute perfection. Our main character was never the stingy type. Whenever fresh meat dropped, his tribe always got first dibs. But Big Dog was totally triggered. Chief, why are we feeding these punk thieves instead of beating them to a pulp? Are we not just throwing away precious loot? Big Dog complained loudly. Our squad is way too small right now. Would it not make more sense to enslave them and force them to do all our heavy lifting? William just smirked, tossing a massive coconut bowl straight to his right-hand man. You have been grinding all morning on an empty stomach. Chug this down first and get your energy up. Once that epic venison roast is done, we feast for real. Big Dog's face instantly lit up. Heck yeah! The chief always knows exactly how to treat his bros. Big Dog lifted the giant coconut bowl and aggressively chugged the savory broth. In mere seconds, he completely annihilated the entire serving. The whole tribe stared at Big Dog, then at the 2 captured thieves. Honestly, they all had the exact same crazed, food-obsessed glare in their eyes. All right, listen up. William finally spoke, his aura shifting dramatically. You just devoured my legendary food. The absolute least you can do is spit out your names. Ah! Bone exchanged a tense look with Giant Stone, clamping his jaw shut. He swore he would starve before surrendering, but that heavenly meat stew, the aroma was an absolute cheat code. In their entire existence, meat only came scorched on a stick. Fire roasting was a cutting-edge discovery just years ago. Before that, it was pure savage, raw flesh. Yet here, this rival tribe was casually slurping down tender, flavor-exploding broth that tasted like absolute divinity. Yo, where are your manners, you ungrateful punks? You scarf down our premium loot and stay silent? Big Dog threw a sudden kick at Bone. The guy was built like a fragile twig, even scrawnier than wolf hair. Big Dog barely used 10% of his power, but the weakling instantly ate dirt, missing the roaring campfire by mere inches. What is your problem, psycho? Bone glared furiously at Big Dog's sharp cheekbones. His bulging eyes looked ready to pop right out of his skull, screeching like a wild monkey robbed of its prized banana. Oh, so you have got the guts to bark back at me? Keep crying, you filthy little thief. You stole from us. Big Dog unleashed a flurry of petty kicks. They lacked explosive power, but the stinging pain was downright humiliating. Bound tight and completely helpless, Bone could only project pure, unadulterated rage. Watching this, Giant Stone finally snapped. Using his sheer massive bulk, he violently tackled Big Dog. Caught totally off guard, Big Dog crashed hard into the dirt. The tribe instantly erupted into savage mockery. What is the matter? Did the big bad dog just get sat down? You cannot even handle a tied-up prisoner. Stop wasting our precious meat rations. The peanut gallery howled with ruthless laughter. You guys begging for a death wish? Boiling with embarrassment, Big Dog scrambled up and rained brutal stomps down on Giant Stone. Watching the prisoners get absolutely thoroughly wrecked, Chief William finally intervened. All right, knock it off, man. Big Dog, drag their sorry hides up to the apple ridge. Gag them and blindfold them with thick leaves. Guard them with your lives. No escapes allowed. Tossing out orders like a true boss, William grabbed the coarse rodent nets that took 3 grueling days to craft, his genius mind already calculating. The ultimate question was, how to engineer a trap that actively hoists the prey. Weaving a net bag was basic Tier 1 stuff, but guaranteeing an auto-lift suspension upon triggering, that required advanced mechanics. Would they need 4 absolute units manually yanking the corners with brute strength? Under current primitive tech constraints, human-powered hoisting was the only viable meta. But if the enemy possessed ridiculous agility, a split-second delay in pulling meant a total mission failure. William's eyes gleamed with wild ambition. It was worth the gamble. Once perfected, this automated hunting rig would revolutionize their tribe. He signaled Wolf Hare and Strong Bear. Sneaking out of the prisoner's line of sight, he began sketching his master blueprint in the dirt. All right, boys. If we rig the tension like this, what are the odds of success? Someone pointed at the dirt diagram. Chief, is this magical contraption actually going to snare them? Big Dog scratched his head, utterly clueless. A wicked, devious smirk crept onto William's face. Well, we need a crash test dummy. Big Dog, you are up. Wait, Chief, who is testing what? A sudden chill shot down Big Dog's spine. He stared at William's terrifyingly gentle smile. A mission of this extreme difficulty and high honor could only be entrusted to our bravest warrior, you. Giving the poor guy zero time to refuse, William completely ignored his panic. He flawlessly coordinated with Wolf Hare and Strong Bear, launching the thick rope right over a massive tree branch. They concealed the deadly net under a layer of deceptive dead leaves. The trap was set. All right, Big Dog, sprint towards the target mark. William roared his command. Execute Phase 1. Now. Big Dog charged forward like a wild boar. On cue, Strong Bear and Wolf Hare bolted in the opposite direction, violently yanking the tension lines. Just as Big Dog's foot was about to clear the kill zone, the rough fibers snagged his ankle, slamming him face first into the trap. Whoosh! The tactical netting snapped shut instantly. In a flash of terrifying speed, Big Dog was violently hoisted skyward. The massive kinetic energy swung him like a giant pendulum, sending him hurtling straight toward the thick tree trunk. Holy crap, watch out! Big Dog ricocheted off the bark like a broken pinball, thudding hilariously against the wood before finally dangling in midair. William casually strolled up to his masterpiece. Status report, soldier, you alive? Big Dog was completely bundled up, suspended upside down, blood rushing to his furiously red face. Chief, get me down from this cursed thing! Big Dog practically whined, his eyes pleading desperately as his entire head throbbed like a ripe tomato. Chief, this technology is absolute god tier. Wolf Hare pumped his fist, eyes burning with battle lust. If those enemy scumbags dare to ambush us tonight, we will wipe out their entire squad with this. They finally unceremoniously dropped the dizzy warrior, quickly resetting the tactical gear. Once we upscale this design, capturing legendary tier beasts will be child's play. William smirked. All right, squad, deploy these around the perimeter, and keep it stealthy. Absolute zero visibility to the prisoners. Tonight, gentlemen, we are playing catching turtles in a jar. Catching what in a what now? Big Dog groaned out loud, rubbing the massive new bump on his thick skull in sheer confusion. It means we are locking them in an inescapable trap. Let us see them cry for their mommies when their arrogant pride gets absolutely crushed. As midnight cloaked the tribal camp, the sizzling sound of premium venison echoed through the air. The insanely tender, ultra-juicy meat dripped with golden fat. Just the godly aroma alone had every single warrior drooling waterfalls. But William was not done flexing his modern culinary arts. He tossed the massive marrow bones into a roaring boil, extracting a legendary tier broth. It elevated the natural sweetness to an unfathomable realm. Even Big Dog, stuffed to bursting, still forcefully slammed down another coconut shell full of the glowing soup. Of course, this five-star dining experience was completely off-limits to Bone and Giant Stone. They were prisoners of war now, completely stripped of human rights. William would only toss them the absolute bare minimum scraps, executing a flawless psychological warfare of pure jealousy. Feeding your enemies until they were fully energized? That was rookie mistake number 1. Chained to the massive, ancient apple tree, the two captives were enduring literal hell on earth. The divine scent violently assaulted their senses, forcing them to swallow their own drool. And the worst part? The thick leaf gag silenced their desperate, weeping protests. Chief, this holy venison is changing my life. We need to slaughter a dozen more of these beasts. Imagine throwing some sweet red apples into the boiling pot. Big Dog chattered loudly, obnoxiously slurping his bowl, totally addicted to the unprecedented sugar rush. Look at our little gourmet critic here, William chuckled. Venison stewed with wild apples is a hardcore vitality tonic. I'm afraid a perpetually single virgin like you would literally explode from the pent-up energy. Giving Big Dog a condescending pat on the shoulder, William ruthlessly snatched the prized deer antler right out of his grip. Tone down your intake, lone wolf. This premium buff item goes to Ashu. William tossed the glowing, nutrient-packed antler to Ashu. The man's eyes lit up like fireworks, snatching it as if he had just won the lottery. What the heck, Chief? Why him? Big Dog protested. Big Dog was fuming with immense injustice. If anyone other than the Supreme Chief had stolen his loot, fists would have been instantly thrown, because this specific ingredient maxes out male stamina. Do you comprehend the biology, boy? You have absolutely zero romantic prospects. Consuming this is a total waste of stats. Only those with a mate can truly unleash its power. William's savage roast dealt critical emotional damage. Suddenly, every single married warrior in the camp zeroed in, their eyes glowing red as they swarmed the cooking pot. Bro, hand over a slice of that divine antler. Leave some for my bloodline, you greedy hogs. Oh, sweet heavens, the power is surging. Give me another bite. A full-blown primal dog pile erupted. They ruthlessly pinned Ashu to the dirt, tearing the sacred stamina-buffing meat to shreds. Watching the chaos, Big Dog scoffed defensively. Laugh all you want, you degenerates. Once I score a top-tier soulmate, I will devour an entire legendary antler by myself. Muttering bitter copium under his breath, Big Dog furiously downed his remaining coconut bowl of soup. All right, show is over. Scrub the camp and hit the hay, warriors. Throwing a subtle, tactical hand signal to Strong Bear for guard duty, William finally crashed by the glowing embers. The rest of the tribal squad quickly packed up their gear, collapsing onto the earth. An insanely exhausting, high-stakes day had finally concluded. Securing those two elusive enemy spies was a massive strategic victory. Before this capture, the constant shadow of their sabotage had every warrior's blood boiling with murderous anxiety. You think those punks are actually showing up tonight? Slipping away from the campfire's glow, Trang Hung and Lang Mao crouched beneath an apple tree, vanishing into the shadows. Oh, they are coming all right. It is not just about the stolen grub anymore. We bagged 2 of their guys, and pride makes people do incredibly stupid things. Lang Mao leaned back, his silhouette practically fusing with the rough bark. He glanced over at Trang Hung, who was standing there sticking out like a sore thumb. Get down, you idiot. Lang Mao yanked him into the brush, waiting for the perfect strike. The pitch-black night hid their deadly traps, but it also cloaked a shadowy squad crossing the river. 7 or 8 grunts, gripping jagged rocks and bamboo spears, slinked onto the opposite bank. The flickering campfire illuminated their target like a giant glowing beacon. As they crept closer, the enemy camp looked completely dead to the world. Hey Mao, look, over there, one whispered frantically. They trussed our boys up against that massive tree. Boss Mao, what is the play? Can we scale the bank and slide down to cut them loose? No way, idiot. It is a literal wall of thorns. Slide down that, and you will be a human pincushion. The absolute genius who suggested that was Truong Nha. Just yesterday, Big Dog had tackled his clumsy butt into a briar patch, and the tribe's women spent all morning plucking splinters out of his hide. Shut your trap, Truong Nha, Mao hissed, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl, his brows furrowed. Something about this setup felt way too easy. Capturing 2 guys, there was absolutely zero night watch. Everyone was just snoring. Did they get incredibly arrogant after capturing 2 guys, or was this obvious bait? Amao froze, his paranoia kicking into overdrive. Seeing their boss paralyzed with doubt, the whole raid party stood there like stone statues. Hours ticked by. A faint white glow began to kiss the horizon. Panic was setting in. Mao, the sun is coming up, Trong Ya whispered, sweating bullets. If we keep dragging our feet until dawn, we will be sitting ducks out here. We have to move. Mao locked eyes with the dying embers of the campfire. The only sound was the rhythmic snoring of their enemies. He gritted his teeth, glaring up at the fading night sky. It was the ultimate test of patience, like a predator stalking clueless prey. Hold your breath, wait for the absolute drop in their guard, and then strike like a bolt of lightning. Amao flashed a series of tactical hand signals, sending the squad's adrenaline through the roof. Cupping his hands, he unleashed a flawless nightbird call. Cuckoo! He waited a beat. Absolute silence from the camp. He slashed his hand forward. The raid was a go. They charged through the dark, feet rustling softly against the forest floor. Up on the ridge, the sleeping targets mumbled and rolled over, completely oblivious to the approaching doom. Amao split his forces like a pro. Team Alpha headed to cut down Akot and Kuthosh. Team Beta went straight for the jackpot, the drying deer meat. They were ghosts, until they stepped right into the apple tree's shadow. Boom! Heavy footsteps shattered the silence. Wake up, boys! A voice roared. The midnight snack thieves have arrived. Lang Mao ripped the camouflage netting upward with a manic grin. Before Mao's squad could even process the ambush, the very earth seemed to explode around them, closing in from all sides. It is a trap! Run! Survival instincts kicking in, Mao vaulted off his bamboo pole, launching himself into the apple tree's branches. His crew frantically tried to copy the move, leaping away just as the giant net snapped shut. But Trong Nya's timing was total garbage. The ropes violently cinched together. 3 guys were instantly bagged like squirming fish, screaming as they hung helplessly in the air. Trong Nya barely cleared the net, but his landing was an epic fail. The ground gave way, and he plunged straight into a hidden pit trap, his bamboo pole snapping as he tumbled into the darkness. No Will and his squad erupted from their hiding spots. They thrust their spears like absolute demons. Even if they did not land a fatal blow, they bruised and battered Mao's retreating crew without mercy. Pushed to the brink, Mao's boys fired back with a hail of jagged rocks. A sniper up in the apple tree started wildly swinging a heavy club, raining chaotic blows on anyone below. What the heck are these guys swinging? Big Dog caught a nasty hit to the shoulder and leaped back. Rubbing his bruised arm, he cursed, "Get down here, you cowards!" Beside him, Trang Hung flexed, hoisting a massive tree trunk to smash them out of the branches. Meanwhile, 3 of No Will's men formed an unbreakable shield wall around the captives, Akot and Siyu Toch. Nobody was getting near that hostage zone. Amao launched desperate counterattacks, but it was completely hopeless. He could not reach the hostages, he could not pull Trong Nya from the pit, and the netted guys were totally doomed. Staring down Enjo Will's encroaching formation, Mao gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked. "Forget it," he roared. "Everyone, scatter, retreat." Using his remaining pole like an Olympic vaulter, Mao launched himself straight into the raging river. He fought the fierce current, desperately swimming toward the safety of the far bank. "Boss, wait for us!" The remaining grunts panicked and dove in right after him. Watching the pathetic retreat, Big Dog laughed out loud. "Heck yeah, look at this haul. We just bagged 4 more of them. Keep sending them over, and we will eventually capture their whole stupid tribe." Big Dog gleefully tied up the fresh prisoners, lashing them in pairs against the thick trunk of the apple tree. By the time the dust settled, the morning sun was blazing overhead. Enjo Will, having leisurely finished his breakfast, dragged all 6 captives front and center. They stood in a pathetic lineup, a bunch of scrawny twigs, with only Kuthoch boasting any real muscle. The ultimate psychological torture began. They could only watch as No Will slowly, deliberately chewed on premium dried meat, washing it down with rich broth from a coconut shell. 6 Adam's apples bobbed simultaneously as they swallowed their drool. Akot and Kuthoch looked ready to cry, perfectly remembering the heavenly taste of that exact broth. "I have got a sizzling piece of roasted game here," No Will announced, his voice dripping with arrogance. "And a fresh bowl of broth. Whoever answers my questions first gets the whole combo." To twist the knife, he took a massive, noisy gulp from the coconut. The savory, mouth-watering aroma hit the wind, and 6 pairs of starving eyes stayed locked on him like zombies. "So, who exactly are you guys, and what possessed you to raid my camp for scraps?" The 6 prisoners just exchanged nervous glances. Total silence. Nobody was breaking. "Oh? Playing the tough guy routine? Guess you are not actually hungry." Ngo Will smirked. "All right then, Big Dog. Catch." He casually tossed the juicy steak right into Big Dog's waiting hands, and Big Dog ripped into it like a savage. Ha ha ha, boss! This deer meat is legendary! I thought we ate it all last night, but you actually saved some to flex on these losers. Thank the heavens they kept their mouths shut. More for me. Big Dog chewed loudly, making absolute sure they heard every crunch. Man, that spicy marinade hits entirely different in the morning. The captives were literally shaking. They had to look away from Big Dog to keep their sanity. No, Will's eyes turned icy. I will ask you one last time. Who are you? Why target our food supply? And where the heck did you get these specific staves? The prisoners clamped their jaws tight, still defying him with silence. Enjo Will let out a terrifying, bone-chilling chuckle. Lang Mao, down this broth. Lang Mao grabbed the coconut shell, chugging it down, aggressively smacking his lips in pure satisfaction. Holy crap, boss, that hits the spot. Lang Mao wiped his mouth, shooting the prisoners a deadly glare. So, are you punks going to start singing? Because if you do not talk, you are not just going to starve. You are going to end up 6 feet under. Rule number 1 of the wild, never mess with the boss. William shot up, his aura freezing the very air. These 6 trespassing scrubs were playing tough? Cute. He ordered them strung up like piñatas. No food, no water. Leave them hanging until they sing. You got it, boss. William twirled their confiscated bamboo weapon. Now this was some seriously rare loot. You couldn't find this stuff on the open plains. If their tribe was casually using premium mountain gear for basic weapons, they were definitely hoarding some epic treasures back home. Jackpot! This rival faction was a walking goldmine just waiting to be plundered. It was time to capture the whole lot and put them to work. With a wicked smirk, William rallied half his squad for an epic hunting raid. The rest stayed behind for guard duty. Lang Mao was left in charge, armed with a very specific, heavily psychological mission from the boss. He had to execute the ultimate flex right in front of the miserable captives. And oh, did he deliver. Lang Mao shamelessly brewed a bubbling, mouth-watering meat stew loaded with premium red dates and mint. He casually tossed prime cuts to their pet beast. He even slapped a massive glob of rare, life-saving herbal medicine onto a pathetic little rock scratch. Total savage move. Then, he strolled down to the river for a luxurious bath. Basking in the glorious sunshine, he dramatically combed his wet hair using a hand-carved wooden comb, a masterpiece of modern tech taught by William himself. Meanwhile, the 6 human piñatas were living a pure nightmare. Suspended in the sweltering heat, sweat drenched their bodies. But the real torture? That heavenly, intoxicating aroma wafting from the stew pot, it was absolute agony. Yo, ah goo, one gasped out. What even is that magical meat juice down there? Have you ever tasted anything like it? Longtooth inhaled so hard he practically choked on his own drool. Compared to their nasty, rock-hard dried meat soaked in dirty water, this smelled like the feast of the gods. Ah, Goo's stomach unleashed a thunderous growl. Bro, if we spill the tea, think they'll give us a bite? Longtooth whispered frantically. Instantly, 5 pairs of desperate eyes locked onto him. Longtooth, you traitor. Are you selling us out? Chill, man. I'm just saying, dropping our Ashan tribe name isn't a state secret. What's the harm? They'll never find Boss Ah Mao anyway. I just want one tiny taste before I literally die of starvation. The squad exchanged one single, pathetic look of agreement. Yo! Cut us down! They screamed in unison. We'll talk! Just give us the meat! Lang Mao casually finished tying his hair with a fresh grass ribbon. Taking his sweet time, he finally ordered the guards to drop the losers, bound their limbs tightly, and crossed his arms. All right, start singing. The 6 rebels suddenly got cold feet, exchanging awkward glances. Lang Mao's brow twitched with pure annoyance. Wow, playing shy now? Guess you hate delicious food. Boys, string them back up! Panic mode activated. Wait, I'll talk. Ah, Gu shrieked. We're from the Ashan tribe. Hunting has been brutal. We were starving, so we tried to swipe your grub. And those long sticks? It's just mountain bamboo we scavenged. Swear. Ah, Gu blurted out everything without taking a breath, his eyes practically glued to the coconut shell bowl in Lang Mao's hand. Good boy. Here's your prize. Lang Mao shoved the glorious food bowl into Gu's hands. The other 5 dudes instantly wanted to punch themselves for hesitating. Relax, losers. There's enough for a pop quiz, Lang Mao smirked. Next question. Just how massive is this tribe of yours? Total silence. Answering that could spell absolute doom for their home base. Plus, honestly, math wasn't really their strong suit anyway. Reading the room, Lang Mao smoothly pivoted. Fine, skipping that one. Let's try something easier. Have you scrubs spotted any other rival factions around here? Oh, easy points. Longtooth desperately raised his hand. Yeah, we have, but they're way past the mountains. Boom, he snagged the second food bowl. Lang Mao moved down the line like a game show host. Next, what kind of nightmare-level beasts are lurking in these woods? Oh, tons, the next guy blabbed. We got psycho bears, meat kings, hair kings, giant mutant worms, skin-stealing monkeys, and straight-up piranhas. You name it, it's out there trying to kill us. Seriously dangerous zone, Lang Mao noted. Do these boss monsters ever crash the open plains? Hardly ever, unless it's winter, pouring rain, or they're absolutely famished. So let me get this straight, Lang Mao squinted. This place is literally crawling with long-haired pheasants. Why risk jumping us instead of just hunting here? Are you kidding? Because of the psychotic wolf pack that used to guard this turf, we'd be dead meat. Lang Mao's mind exploded. Holy crap. William wiping out those wolves was the exact reason these thieves showed up. That totally explained the insane amount of deer and plump chickens running around. This area had been a completely untouched cheat code farming zone. Clearly, this rival tribe lacked any real heavy hitters. So, who's pulling the strings? Who's your big boss? Lang Mao demanded. The 6 captive scrubs just blinked. We just do whatever Mao tells us to, they practically sang in a pathetic choir. Lang Mao tossed them the rest of the epic stew. Seriously, there was no betrayal a piping hot meal couldn't buy. The boss was an absolute genius. Psychological warfare at its finest. For the next 3 days, William's epic hunting squad went on an absolute tear across the plains. And the best part? No more sneaky little thieves hijacking their traps. The loot was insane. 7 massive deer, 50 fat chickens, and 20 speedy rabbits. Honestly, if half the squad wasn't stuck playing babysitter for the 6 captured goons, they would have completely broken the hunting high score. Oddly enough, the rest of that Ashan rival faction had completely ghosted. Not a single shadow spotted for 3 straight days. Still, keeping high alert from dawn till dusk was draining William's crew. So, it was time for the captives to earn their keep. No free rides in this camp. By sunrise, the 6 losers were forced into hard labor. Mission: harvest the brutally spiky hawthorn apples. William literally leashed them to the trees like bad dogs to ensure zero funny business. Meanwhile, the ultimate camp secret, the legendary soap-making process, stayed strictly classified. It was their tribe's elite tech. No way these trespassing scrubs were getting a peek at that. Later, William dragged the prisoners to the riverbank for the real dirty work. Every single beast had to be skinned and prepped for the drying racks. But there was a massive problem. They were totally out of salt fruit. Without that magic seasoning, the meat would turn into rock-hard garbage or just rot completely. Yo, any of you punks know where to score some salt fruit? Big Dog grumbled, glaring at the prisoners. Drying this much prime meat without it is just asking for a moldy disaster. Big Dog stared at the mountain of raw steaks, practically crying at the thought of such a tragic waste of epic protein. It was a literal crime against barbecue. The 6 captives just stared at him like he had grown a second head. Wait. Goo blinked, totally mind-blown by this basic survival knowledge. Meat actually goes bad if you don't use salt fruit? Wait, seriously? You guys are totally clueless? Then how the heck do you dry your meat? Doesn't that garbage just rot away? Big Dog stared at Agut like he had 2 heads. Man, we never even heard of salt fruit. We just throw it in the sun, flip it around a bit. But honestly, once the rain hits, the whole stash turns into a toxic nightmare. Just thinking about it hit Agut right in the feels. His face completely dropped into pure, dramatic misery. We could not stand throwing it away, so we literally ate the rotting stuff. And boom, everyone got horribly sick. Big Dog gasped. Bro, are you insane? Eating rotting flesh? That is a straight-up death sentence right there. Honestly, Big Dog suddenly felt a massive wave of pity. He almost wanted to forgive these pathetic thieves. Is that why you guys resorted to swiping our food? Because you were literally starving? There are massive wolves around here. Over on that mountain by the river, is there even anything edible? Agut sighed. Barely anything. Just a few scrawny critters, while the giant, terrifying beasts rule the area. Our numbers are completely pathetic. If we try hunting the big guys, it is just a total bloodbath. Boss Mao totally banned us from even trying. It is an absolute nightmare. Then what the heck are you eating to look like walking skeletons? Are you just starving 24/7? Big Dog felt a serious pang of empathy. He remembered his own dark days of endless starvation, and that feeling absolutely sucked. Hearing that brutal truth from Big Dog, Agut looked like he was about to burst into actual tears. They were locked in a constant state of starvation. Even if they scored a lucky catch, nobody dared to take a single bite. They had to hoard every precious scrap for the brutal winter, or for days when the hunt totally failed. Look, you guys should just ditch your crew and follow our chief. Our boss is absolutely legendary. Ever since he took charge, we have been feasting like kings every single day. We got snacks you cannot even imagine. Big Dog totally flexed on them, pulling out a massive, juicy red apple and taking a loud, crunchy bite right in their faces. The chief totally discovered these bad boys. You can chow down on them raw, toss them in a stew, or boom, they are literally medicine that buffs your health. Plus, we are swimming in coconuts, bananas, peanuts, just an epic mountain of incredible grub. Dropping his voice, Big Dog leaned in with a totally mischievous smirk, whispering right into Agut's ear. And bro, we even have durian. It is dangerously good. Some of the basic dudes in our tribe hate the smell, so we do not stash it at camp. It is just me and the boss who appreciate the finer things. Whenever we chill, we sneak off and gorge ourselves on that sweet, creamy perfection. Agut and his ragged crew literally had their jaws hit the floor. Their minds were totally blown by this impossible menu of divine food. They gulped down their drool, their eyes practically glowing with intense, starving desperation. Wait, so when the freezing winter and endless rains hit, you guys seriously do not starve? Long Fang could not hold back anymore, blurting out the question. Heck no, Big Dog laughed. We literally domesticate our own beasts. When winter drops, we just feast on our massive livestock reserve. Suddenly, Big Dog's bragging vibe vanished, his eyes locking onto the six thieves with a totally fierce glare. Honestly, if you jerks had not tried hijacking our catch, our winter meat vault would already be at maximum capacity right now. The six rebellious thieves instantly shrank back, staring at the dirt like grounded teenagers, too terrified to utter a single word. Deep down, they knew jacking someone else's food was totally messed up. But man, starvation makes you do crazy things. Plus, they figured anyone badass enough to slaughter giant wolves would obviously have food to spare, right? They literally just planned to swipe a quick snack and bail into the shadows. They never expected to crash straight into an elite squad of monster hunters who totally wrecked them. The squad stayed dead silent, but a burning obsession ignited inside their souls. What did it actually feel like to be full every single day? Even as captured prisoners these past few days, their one measly daily meal was still way better than the garbage back home. Back at their own pathetic camp, chewing on actual meat was a luxury that happened maybe once every 2 days. If you got hungry, you chugged dirty river water and chewed on bitter, random weeds. All right, enough drama. The meat prep is totally locked down. Let us roll out. Big Dog shifted into gear, scrubbing the riverbank and washing away every last drop of the bloody evidence. The chief had drilled it into their heads. Leave zero blood behind, or some terrifying mega beast would crash their party. After a totally flawless night with zero ambushes, their loot inventory was finally maxed out. Time to bounce back to base. Everyone gear up, we are heading home in 5. Chief William's epic announcement sent a shockwave of hype through the crew. A brutal 7-day expedition had everyone homesick as crazy. Especially the guys with girlfriends back at camp. After chugging deer soup for a week, they were absolutely dying to get back. Strong Bear rallied his squad to loot the traps and haul the heavy prizes back, making sure to reset the mechanisms. They had spammed the traps so hard every day, it was time to give the local deer population a minor breather. The herds were getting way too paranoid to come close anyway. Wolf Hair, pack up the whole camp, tie up those 6 trespassers tight. Big Dog, grab the carrying poles. William totally side-eyed the pathetic stash of bamboo, then shot a calculating glare at Agut's miserable crew. Dragging these losers back to base actually had a massive tactical advantage. If he could not play savior, he would totally brainwash and assimilate them into his workforce. These guys knew exactly where to harvest the ultra-rare bamboo. Combine that premium loot with the deer tendons they just scored, and boom, William could finally unlock the ultimate bow and arrow technology tree. Hey boss, do we leave this death trap active? Big Dog pointed at the massive pit they had dug earlier, the exact same hole that swallowed Long Fang alive. Just the other night, William had commanded Ashu to dig that epic pitfall trap right beneath the apple tree. He figured the thieves would tumble down while climbing, but catching a live hostage was just an unexpected bonus drop. Neutralize it, William ordered, his gaze locked intensely onto the shadowy mountains ahead. His voice dropped completely deadpan. If some random wanderer falls in and no one is around, starving to death in a hole is a totally garbage way to go out. Big Dog scratched his head, totally baffled. Why on earth was their hardcore chief suddenly acting like a total saint toward random enemy targets? But then he remembered Agut's pathetic, starving face, and honestly, the pity hit hard. All right, Chief, the zone is totally cleared. We are green to go. Without a word, William brought his hands together, channeling pure, legendary aura as he prayed to the ancient spirits. The entire squad instantly dropped their heads in complete, awestruck silence, showing absolute, hardcore respect. A split second later, William's eyes snapped open. All right, let us move, move, move! We are going home! Witnessing the whole ritual, Long Fang was completely tripping out. Dude, what the heck was that about? He whispered to Agut. Agut stared at William like he was staring at a literal deity. Bro, is this guy not just a ridiculously overpowered chief? Is he actually a magical shaman too? The march back to base was an absolute speed run. They dashed through the wilderness like lightning. By the time the epic golden sunset hit, their massive mountain fortress and sprawling beast pens finally locked into view. The boss is back! Our chief is finally home! The instant the watchguard spotted William's epic return, the entire settlement completely exploded in absolute hype, rushing the gates like crazy to welcome their heroes. Chief, you guys are finally back! Oh man, the timing is absolute perfection. You totally missed the insane drama with the stealth invaders who crashed our camp. Yeah, no joke. If our defense squad had not held the line, our entire meat vault would have been totally wiped out. Boss, these thugs played insanely dirty. They even brutalized Da during the clash. Suddenly, Ma Ye aggressively shoved his way through the chaotic, screaming mob of teens, dropping into a perfectly dramatic kneel right in front of William. Chief, we need to talk! So, get this. 2 nights ago, 6 lanky weirdos spawned out of nowhere, dead of night, thinking they could just swipe our hard-earned meat and beasts. Plot twist. Our night watch totally busted them. We threw hands, fought them back, and bagged one guy, tossed him straight into the beast pens. But man, how is Da holding up after taking a hit? Hearing this, William smirked. It all clicked. No wonder these creeps ghosted us the last few nights. They were literally camping, waiting for our main squad to leave the base. Luckily, Da's injuries aren't game over. He's patched up and chilling in his cabin. But Chief, Ma Ye crossed her arms, eyes narrowed. I'm calling it right now. They weren't just here for a midnight snack. They wanted hostages, but totally crashed the wrong party. See, last time our loot got snatched at the mountain base, William big-brained it and moved the beasts uphill. So, when these guys rolled up in pitch darkness, total blind spot. They thought they sneaked right into our living quarters to grab people. Instead, they triggered the beast alarm. Bam! Woke up the whole night crew. During the brawl, these cowards kept lunging for me and the girls. But Da, absolute legend. He went full tank mode to block them. If he hadn't jumped in to save Amo, he wouldn't be busted up right now. And hey, silver lining? Amo hasn't left Da's side since. Ma Ye finished her report and strutted out to the main square. She spotted 6 guys tied up like a bunch of miserable pretzels. Realizing they looked exactly like that first skinny loser we caught, her jaw dropped. Chief, these clowns are from the exact same guild. William let out a cold, villainous chuckle. Their hunting stats are literal garbage. But their dirty tricks? Maxed out. They actually had the guts to raid our main base for hostages. Classic prisoner swap strategy. Ma Ye, toss them in with their buddy. If they act up, cut their rations to 0. The second those words dropped, the 6 captives violently shivered. Wait, their first guy was treated decently. Now they get locked up with no food? Are they gonna get completely wiped out? Panic mode activated. They shot pathetic puppy dog eyes right at Big Dog, begging for a lifeline. Too bad Big Dog was totally zoned out during Ma Ye's speech. Catching their desperate glares, Big Dog stepped up, totally clueless. Hey, Chief, but William brutally cut him off. Big Dog, go bring Da down here. We scored massive loot today. Let him appraise the livestock. William didn't even spare Big Dog a glance, just spun on his heels and walked off like an absolute boss. Bring Da down? How bad is it? Big Dog scratched his head, completely confused, but dropped the hostage rescue mission and sprinted up the mountain. He burst into the wooden cabin and froze. Da was sitting there with his leg wrapped up in beast skins and his arm locked in a wooden splint. Big Dog's eyes went wide. Bro, what happened to you? Who trashed you like this? But Da just flashed a goofy, lovesick grin. Sure, his HP was low, but his morale was maxed. He defended the tribe, saved the beasts, and now he had Amo playing nurse. Honestly, Da always thought he was destined to be a forever alone NPC. No mate, no kids, just background noise. But Amo was this sweet, tragic soul, and Da swore to protect him. Relax, man, Da chuckled. Just a few gangly punks trying to raid our server. We threw down and caught one. Gangly punks? Big Dog didn't even need a second to do the math. He knew exactly which faction pulled this garbage. Fury ignited in Big Dog's chest. He scooped Da up, carried him down to the square, and then turned his blazing wrath on the 6 captives. He grabbed them by the scruff and hurled them into the beast pen, right next to their scrawny friend. Get in there, you absolute trash, Big Dog roared. We gave your boy food and water, and you dare backstab our tribe. Slam! Big Dog locked the heavy mountain gate with earth-shattering force, marching back to the crew. Seriously, aside from wild monster attacks, no human faction had ever pushed them this far. A cold sweat dripped down Big Dog's neck. If William hadn't left a defense squad behind before the raid, plus Da and Ma Ye holding the line, their entire tribe could have been deleted. Even William felt a chill run down his spine if they hadn't clapped those 6 invaders in time. They were so outnumbered, it could have been a total game over for the tribe. Any thought of recruiting these losers totally vanished from William's mind. If they submit, cool. If not, they're about to find out how ruthless the chief can really be. Chief, our RNG was insane today. Look at this drop rate. Even with a busted leg, Da sat there, practically petting every single beast they brought back. The weak or glitchy-looking animals? Tossed straight to Maye for processing. No dead weight allowed in this camp. The high-tier ones got smoked with sweet white herbs. Once they passed the health check, straight into the mountain pens they went. Boom! 8 brand new deer added to the inventory. Even Strong Bear hit the jackpot this morning with his traps, scoring an extra one. But the mountain pens were bursting at the seams. If they didn't expand the deer zones by tomorrow, the system would crash. Out of space? Simple. We build more pens, William plotted, his tactical mind racing. We put them on the other side. Sandwich the tribe right in the middle. That way, we hear every single footstep, William declared. A literal wall of beasts on both sides. If enemies spawn, the animals will tank the first hit, protecting our people. Throw in some traps, and it's an impenetrable fortress. From now on, the boys can't just camp at base. Even when hunting, we keep our guard up for random encounters. Meanwhile, Maye was busy salting massive baskets of meat, soaking them in fruit brine before hitting the drying racks. William pointed straight at the legendary loot. Premium venison and long-feathered chicken. Boil that deer meat up for the tribe. Throw in some giant dates. Ultimate stat-boosting stew. In this tribe, top-tier drops were always shared to boost morale. Even if it wasn't a rare spawn like the fresh deer they'd never tasted, the flavor was still an absolute critical hit to their taste buds. Meanwhile, in the loser cage, Gus, did you guys get totally wrecked and dragged back too? John, why are you still stuck here? Did they mean you guys when they talked about an attack? Yeah, it was us. Mike led the raid. John groaned, struggling to sit up. His stamina bar was so empty he could barely lean against the wooden post. Wait, Mike didn't come to break us out? He just came to loot their meat drops? Gus's eyes bugged out in pure disbelief. No, you idiot. We weren't griefing for meat. We tried to take hostages to trade for you guys. John fell silent, the humiliation stinging. These guys are just too OP. We got spotted instantly. We literally stood zero chance. John yanked his own hair in absolute despair. Mike totally ditched us, and now the whole squad is captured. What about the women and kids back at our base? How are they going to survive? John had a mate back home, and the panic was eating him alive. Hearing this, the other 6 guys suddenly realized just how totally doomed they really were.